C-1260 The unification of Origin Continent Central Sanctuary, Cloudy Cloud, Abyssal Mountain, and the Divine Hall on top of the mountain. 3 years had passed, and Yang Fann had finally absorbed and refined all 308 half-step Saint King warriors, including the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall and Devil God Palace. After 3 years of bitter cultivation, Yang Fann's body's strength hadn't increased by much, but had only increased by nearly double. The pure body's strength could be considered to have truly broken through to the high-level half-step Saint King realm. What really improved by leaps and bounds was his comprehension of the Tao of Law. Not only had he comprehended 11 new laws, but he had also advanced all the laws into the Saint King Law. Although most of the laws had just stepped into the threshold of the Saint King Law realm, the few laws that he had comprehended the deepest were the Saint King Law. Mastery, the distance from the huge perfection of the law. There was still an obvious gap between them, but even so, it was still incomparably terrifying. That was a total of 86 Saint King Law. Not to mention half-step Saint King, even many Saint King Sovereign would be terrified by this number. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The power of the Saint King Law increased exponentially. Once all 86 Saint King Law were unleashed, it would be earth-shattering and could destroy the heavens and earth. It was impossible for Saint King Sovereign to do so, but Yang Fann was confident that he could fight any ordinary 31 half-step Saint King, or even 32 stronger half-step Saint King. Adding the terrifying Hung Meng indestructible body, even if it was those 34 half-step Saint King, the winner would still have to fight one more time. Even if they were no match for him, Yang Fann still had the confidence to escape from those 34 half-step Saint King warriors. Unwittingly, Yang Fann had grown to such a level, not to mention the tiny Origin continent. Even in the entire Tianan Realm River and the millions of worlds, Yang Fann was enough to squeeze into the top group of people. The number of people who could defeat him would probably not exceed 20. Of course, this was under the premise that the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall didn't use any of their resources. The 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, a native power in the Origin continent, had a broken Tao artifact. In the Tianan Realm River, those supreme sects and super holy palaces that had been passed down for billions of years, they might even have some broken Tao artifacts or even true Tao artifacts. Although there wasn't a real Saint King Sovereign in the Tianan Realm River right now. Otherwise, the entire Tianan Realm River would have been unified a long time ago. However, billions of years ago, there was Saint King Sovereign in the Tianan Realm River, and there were quite a number of him. The secret map of the Sacred King's treasure that Yang Fann had snatched from Holy Son of Heavenly Wu was the best proof. One had to know that Holy Son of Heavenly Wu was merely a little half-saint. The heavenly witchcraft temple that he was in was only an ordinary high-grade sacred palace. In the entire Tianan Realm River, whether he could make it into the top 10,000 was a big problem. How could those superpowers that had been passed down for thousands of years not have 1 or 2 Sacred King remains? Lord of the 9 Empyreans alone could unleash the combat strength of a top-level half-step Saint King with just a broken Tao weapon. If those top-level half-step Saint King used broken Tao weapons or even true Tao weapons, how powerful would they be? Yang Fann was confident, but he would never be conceited. The higher he stood, the more he knew, and the more he understood how insignificant he was. The current him was still far from being strong enough. Tianan Realm River was just an insignificant river. There were realms, and even realms. When the true Hung Meng indestructible body broke through to the great perfection stage and had the power to fight against a true god, he would be qualified to be called strong. Under the Saint realm, all living beings were ants. In the eyes of a Saint King, a saint was also an ant. As for true gods, they viewed the saint rulers as ants. The path of cultivators was vast and boundless. There was still a mountain in a mountain. If one wanted to truly stand at the peak of all living beings, the dangers involved were not something that could be described with just a few words. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann gently shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. In next to no time, a wisp of resolution flashed past his eyes. No matter how difficult and dangerous the path of cultivation was, one day, he would surely step onto the peak of all living beings, and become truly invincible under the heavens. With the help of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique and the numerous powerful divine arts, Yang Fann had the confidence to do so. Furthermore, he had only cultivated for less than 2,000 years. Compared to those old monsters who had lived for tens of billions of years, even their leader was far inferior. He was still young, and he still had time. In the next moment, rumble, rumble, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was instantly pushed to the limit by Yang Fann, and he began refining the primordial purple clouds with all his might. Currently, he didn't lack primordial purple cloudus. This time, Yang Fann had made up his mind. He would never come out of seclusion until he cultivated the Hung Meng indestructible body to the small success stage. At that time, with just the Hung Meng indestructible body alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight Saint King Sovereign. Adding the 86 Saint King Law, he would be able to defeat the expert of those sacred kings. It wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight. 2 hours later, Pucci, that primordial purple clouds had completely turned into ashes. However, a trace of disappointment could be seen in Yang Fann's eyes. Initially, he thought that after successfully absorbing the Holy Sovereign Law and advancing to the Saint King Law, the power of devouring would increase by more than 10 times, and the speed at which he refined the primordial purple clouds would also increase by a large margin. However, he had never expected that it would only increase from 5 primordial purple cloudus per day to 12 primordial purple cloudus per day, without even doubling the efficiency. It had to be said that Yang Fann was a little disappointed. With his current speed, it would take him at least 100 years to completely break through to the small completion. In just a dozen or 20 years, his dream of breaking through to the small completion Hung Meng indestructible body had been completely exposed. The primordial purple clouds was the primordial purple clouds, the most mysterious power of the great Tao in the world. It was profound and unpredictable. Retracting his thoughts and not thinking any further, Yang Fann continued to refine the primordial purple clouds. No matter how much he thought about it, it was useless. In fact, this speed was much faster than what he had imagined at the beginning. When he first entered the origin continent, Yang Fann felt that it would be considered not bad if he could refine tens of thousands of primordial purple cloudus within 800 years. 10,000. One primordial purple clouds after another was quickly refined. Yang Fann's body's power was rising at a terrifying speed. Time flashed. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Fann had refined nearly 50,000 primordial purple cloudus, causing the strength of the body, which was comparable to 10 Taos half-step Saint Kings, to jump by 3 grades. It was almost comparable to the strength of 22 half-step Saint King. The further the Hung Meng indestructible body went, the greater the increase in Yang Fann's strength. The first 50,000 Yang Fanns only allowed Yang Fann's body to break through to the 10th half-step Saint King stage. The gap between them was more than 10 times, 100 times. During these 10 years, the army of Yang family had never stopped. The fleets of the universe shuttled back and forth between the voids, and under the lead of a half-step Saint King, they spread out in all directions, crazily attacking the surrounding big domains. Although many large domains fought with their lives on the line, and some old monsters that hadn't been born for a long time emerged one after another, even using the forbidden arts, it was a pity that in front of absolute power, everything was just an illusion. Especially Yang Fann's 32 clones. They were simply like gods blocking and killing gods, devils blocking and killing devils. They were unstoppable, and no one could stop them. As Yang Fann's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, his 32 clones had grown to the level of 22 half-step Saint King terrifying evil spirit. Even the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, Devil God Palace, Truism, and the other 10 major powers still had this strength. Only the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, Devil God Palace, and a few other major powers had such strength. Red Dust Palace, Nether Palace, and the other smaller powers were no match for Yang Fann's clones. Besides, those major powers were weaker than the Nether Palace. Even if they joined forces with the other major powers, they could only put up a desperate struggle. In just 10 years, Yang Fann had already conquered more than 500 large domains. This was also the reason why the army of Yang family was stable and constantly consolidating their forces. Originally, Yang Fann only wanted to grab a chance in the origin continent, just like the Yang Yun domain, which would destroy everything in its path. But now, Yang Fann had made other preparations. He wanted to turn the origin continent into the origin continent. He was a stable backline base. Although the origin continent only appeared once every 100 million years with the help of the original will, furthermore, there were all kinds of restrictions, but that didn't mean that after Yang Fann returned to the Tianan Realm River. As long as he didn't leave before that, he wouldn't be able to obtain the fortune of the origin continent. He would leave behind a bunch of experts to guard the origin continent for him. Guard the origin continent every once in a while. He would refine a primordial purple clouds and attain the Tao and become a saint. He would then be able to bring a large amount of resources out of the origin continent. This was a huge amount of resources comparable to a few or even more top worlds. Even though Yang Fann didn't care about these ordinary resources, he wasn't alone. He still had a big family, and countless of his subordinates needed to support him. Furthermore, the origin continent could give birth to new primordial purple clouds. A 60-year cycle later, there were less than 150 large regions in the origin continent that were still outside Yang Fann's control. During this period of time, countless large families had been removed from the origin continent. Soon, another 20 years passed. Origin continent, extreme east, ice and snow region. This place was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was the holy land of ice-type clans. Rumble, rumble, the space around the ice and snow domain was torn apart like a curtain, and a massive fleet of 1,000,000 top-grade warships entered the ice and snow domain. At this moment, only the ice and snow domain was left in the 1080 large domains of origin continent. As long as they could take control of this domain, the entire origin domain would be under Yang Fann's control. C-1261 minor success of the Hongmeng indestructible body ice and snow domain, a top-grade domain in origin continent. It was located at the extreme east of the origin domain, and it was the holy land of countless ice element trainer. It was also the only domain in the origin domain that wasn't under Yang Fann's control. The Ice and Snow Holy City, the #1 holy city of the Ice and Snow domain, and also the holy capital of the Ice Fairy clan, the largest clan in the Ice and Snow domain. At this moment, not only were the top experts of all the major powers in the Ice and Snow domain gathered in the holy city, they also gathered all the resistance forces of Yang Fann from the origin continent. Yang Fann had countless experts under his command, and the 32 Holy Soul Avatar was comparable to high-level half-step Saint Kings. However, it was still a little difficult to completely seal off a large region. After all, it wasn't a country, nor was it a city. It was a large region. If Yang Fann's true self were to personally take action, his divine sense could still cover a large region, the Holy Soul Avatar. Being able to cover 101 large regions was the limit. Basically, every large region had plenty of experts that escaped from the army of Yang family's encirclement. Some of them hid in secret realm, but most of them joined the rebel army. They wanted to take revenge for the destruction of their families. In the huge holy city of ice and snow, there were as many expert as the clouds. There were more than 1,000 top-level pseudo-saint warriors, and there were even 28 half-step Saint King warriors. The strongest one among them had even reached the 14th half-step Saint King stage. His strength was even greater than the Nether Palace at its peak. Unfortunately, for the army of Yang family, this little bit of strength was still weak, it was on a completely different level. One should know that after taking down all the major domains, Yang Fann's forces had also skyrocketed like a snowball. The ones who knew the situation were the elites. In this world, there were still people who were afraid of death. Even some half-step Saint King would choose to compromise and submit for the sake of their race. Now, even without counting Yang Fann's 32 Holy Soul Avatar, Yang Fann had 198 half-step Saint King warriors under his command. Among them, 10 and above middle-level half-step Saint King had 16th. The strongest one among them had reached 16 half-step Saint King stage warriors. Even among the 10 major powers in the past, only Lord of the 9 Empyreans, King of Devil God, the Truism Master and a few others were able to suppress him. As for the top-level pseudo-saint, there were even more of them. There were more than 10,000 of them. There was a huge gap between the two of them. Rumble, rumble, there was no more nonsense to be said. At this point, there was nothing left to talk about, not even the thought of surrendering. With 32 Holy Soul Avatar attacking at the same time, it was simply enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. With just a single strike, the holy city of ice and snow was completely destroyed, the barrier for protecting the city that could resist high-level half-step Saint King's attack. Ah, it's broken. The barrier for protecting the city is broken just like that. How could it be like this? Kill. The Holy Soul Avatar waved its hand and gave the order to attack. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, hundreds of billions of army of Yang family combat weapons in all directions, led by half-step Saint King warriors, rushed towards the ice-snow holy city like a tidal wave. The massacre was a one-sided massacre. Arg, no, don't kill me. Woo 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 woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Ah, spare me, His Excellency Yang Fann, I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. One day later, fresh blood dyed the entire holy city of ice and snow red. Yang Fann didn't have a good impression of these stubborn people. In the holy city of ice and snow, more than half of the expert of the billions of races had been slaughtered. The rest of them had been reduced to the lowest slaves. Even their clansmen in other places had become lowly slaves of the slave clan. After nearly 75 years, the entire origin continent had finally been unified. A huge amount of resources had been plundered and transported back to the abyssal mountain. Of course, what Yang Fann cared about the most was the primordial purple clouds. Although the other large domains were far from being comparable to the central sanctuary, and even the top-grade domains like the ice-snow domain were more than 10 times weaker than the central sanctuary, the quantity of the central sanctuaries had caused a qualitative change. When the 839 large domains were combined, the quantity of central sanctuaries would cause a qualitative change, which was still a considerable amount. In an ordinary large domain, there were hundreds of thousands primordial purple cloudus. There were a few thousand medium-sized domains and more than 10,000 high-grade large domains. There were at least 50,000 primordial purple cloudus in top large domains. Adding them up, the total number of Yang Fanns was close to 2.6 million, causing the number of primordial purple cloudus in Yang Fann's hands to double. If he could refine all of them, not only would he be able to break through to the small completion, he would also be able to take a big step forward. Of course, there were both advantages and disadvantages to everything. Yang Fann had unified the origin continent. He had looted a huge amount of resources, but at the same time, he had almost offended all the major powers in the Tianan Realm River. Basically, all of them had their own foundations in the origin continent. The weaker ones had occupied a few large cities. The stronger ones would dominate a few countries. It was a supreme sect like the Myriad Saints Palace in the Taoism. Superpowers could even occupy a region. When the army of Yang family was sweeping the land, they wouldn't care about the fact that they were the native powers of the origin continent. As for the major powers of Tianan Realm River, they were treated equally. There were only two options: either hand over everything obediently, surrender, or die. There was no third option. For more than 70 years, countless holy palace and great sects Holy Son Holy Virgin had fallen at the hands of the army of Yang family. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were enemies of the entire world. After returning to the Tianan Realm River, there would be no less slaughter. However, Yang Fann didn't really care about this. Being overly cautious wasn't his personality. Since he dared to fall out with the major powers, Yang Fann naturally had the confidence to deal with them. As long as the Hung Meng indestructible body successfully broke through to the small success stage, so what if the major powers of Tianan Realm River were dissatisfied? If they really dared to cause trouble for him, Yang Fann wouldn't mind sending them to meet the King of Hell. In the world of cultivators, whoever had the biggest fist was the truth. However, before that, there were still some things that needed to be arranged. Very quickly, the 16 half-step Saint King under Yang Fann's command, True King Yuan Long, refined the primordial purple clouds and attained sainthood. Although he had sent over 100 top-level pseudo-saint warriors to guard the great world of spiritual martial arts, no, it should be 100 top-level holy sovereign warriors now. Before the ape demon saint and the others left, Yang Fann had given them a portion of the primordial purple clouds, which was enough for them to attain sainthood. However, with the strength of 100 top-level holy sovereign warriors, it was still possible for them to defend against one or two superpowers, but it was far from enough to make the entire Tianan Realm River their enemy. Although the strength of world was profound, it was not omnipotent. There were countless secret techniques in the world of cultivators, and some of them could seal the strength of world. Furthermore, the great world of spiritual martial arts was only a high-level world, and the strength of world was limited. Its limit was to suppress a high-level half-step Saint King, a top-level half-step Saint King. If he was willing to pay some price, it would be enough to suppress a high-level world. The Sacred King expert could easily suppress and even destroy a top-level world. If a top-level half-step Saint King really attacked the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, it would be impossible to defend against it with just the strength of the Ape Demon Saint and the others. However, True King Yuan Long was different. He was a powerful 7 paths middle-level half-step Saint King, and Yang Fann had even let him take away half of his half-step Saint King subordinates. Furthermore, each of them had the Jade Talisman given by Yang Fann. These weren't the jade talisman that Yang Fann had casually concocted, they were only comparable to an all-out attack of 18 half-step Saint King warriors. The weakest attack was equivalent to the full-force strike of 27 half-step Saint King experts. The strongest few of them were jade talismans, and they had sealed Yang Fann's full-force attack. Even a slight carelessness from 36 half-step Saint King experts could cause them serious injuries. Yang Fann had spent more than 70 years in vain. Adding the primordial purple cloudus he had refined in the past, the current Yang Fann had devoured more than 700,000 primordial purple cloudus, and more than half of the Hung Meng indestructible body beginning. With just the power of the shell alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could suppress a 33 half-step Saint King. If he unleashed his full strength, he would be invincible under the Saint King realm. Perhaps only the 36 half-step Saint King warriors could compete with him by borrowing the power of the Dao artifact aiding 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 Dao artifact helping Dao artifact helping Dao artifact. Central Sanctuary, Cloudy Cloud State, Abyssal Mountain, and the Divine Hall on top of the mountain. Rumble, rumble, one primordial purple clouds after another was continuously absorbed and refined by Yang Fann, strengthening his body's strength. Over 70 years had passed, and Yang Fann's heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique had made some progress. His refining speed had increased, and, every day, he would be able to refine another primordial purple clouds, reaching 13. 10 years later, Yang Fann once again refined 49,000 primordial purple cloudus, and his Hung Meng indestructible body improved once more. With just the power of the shell alone, he had killed 34 power of half-step Saint King. It was also during this year that the army of Yang family, which had been recuperating for 10 years, once again embarked on their journey. Large fleets consisting of 1 million top-grade warships left the port one after another, and charged into the secret realm that surrounded the origin continent. The secret realm was densely packed, like a vast ocean. No one knew how many of them there were. It was no different from finding a needle in a haystack if they wanted to find traces of first-rate and top-notch races in the secret realm. However, as long as he had the heart, he would be able to find something. Just the number of central sanctuaries that the central sanctuary had taken away from the various clans was close to 1 million. Adding the number of primordial purple cloudus that the other clans had taken away, even if they didn't have 2 million, they wouldn't be much different. This was a huge number, almost half of the total number of Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands. Yang Fann didn't expect to get all the Yang Fanns back. As long as he could get back 2 or 3 levels, he would be able to make a profit. Time flowed like water, and it passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, another 60 years passed. Cloudy Cloud, Abyssal Mountain, Divine Hall. Wuxia primordial purple clouds turned into ashes along with it. In the next moment, rumble, a terrifying violet light appeared behind Yang Fann, Devil God. He looked like the king of all gods, the ruler of the world, the supreme ruler. Rumble, in an instant, Yang Fann's aura rose crazily like a great river, rising steadily and without any restraint. C1262 confirming Tao and becoming a saint central sanctuary, Cloudy Cloud, Abyssal Mountain, and the Divine Hall on top of the mountain. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's aura was like a tsunami, rising steadily and crazily. Boundless purple chi dragons erupted from his body, sweeping in all directions. It was like a sleeping peerless berserk beast that had crossed the long river of time, reviving in this era. A terrifying pressure crushed the surrounding space. The invincible purple chi devil god pointed his finger at the sky and the earth, ruling over the world. He was the only one who could reign supreme in this world. Rumble, rumble, almost at the same time, the power of Yang Fann's body increased exponentially at a terrifying speed. He had broken through and entered secluded cultivation. In nearly 145 years, Yang Fann had finally successfully refined the first million primordial purple cloudus, and the Hung Meng indestructible body had finally broken through to the small success stage. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Rumble, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant purple light shot out. It was as if Devil God had opened the sky to fight him. It was also as if the Sky Law had descended and destroyed everything. At this moment, even the 30 half-step Saint King warriors standing in front of Yang Fann were severely wounded by the terrifying purple light, and could even be killed by it. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying to the point of making one's hair stand on end. The limit of the beginning, the gap between the small success stage and the heaven and earth cloud and mud was more than 10 times, 100 times. It was like a heaven and earth cloud and mud according to the Hung Meng indestructible body superclass. Once the Hung Meng indestructible body broke through to the small success stage, it would have the power to fight a Saint King expert. Although he didn't know whether it was accurate or not, even if there was some deviation, it wouldn't be much different. The current him was just too powerful, he could easily destroy his past self. Furthermore, Yang Fann had mastered 86 Saint King Law. Even if the combat strength of the Hung Meng indestructible body wasn't as good as Saint King Sovereign's, combined with the Saint King Law he had mastered, his overall strength wouldn't be any weaker than Saint King Sovereign's. Of course, he still needed to find a Saint King expert to determine the exact level of his cultivation. Only after a battle could he confirm it. Unfortunately, not to mention the origin continent, there was not a single Saint King Sovereign in the entire Tianan Realm River. It wasn't easy to fight with all his strength. Yang Fann shook his head and rid himself of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He couldn't rush this matter. Sooner or later, he would run into the Sacred King expert. There was no Sacred King in Tianan Realm River, but it did not mean that there were no other places. In the entire AIMA realm, there was no Sacred King. The Sacred King was just an ordinary expert. It was like Holy Sovereign was in Tianan Realm River. It might not be as good as Holy Sovereign. I have been in Origin Continent for 546 years. Unknowingly, a trace of longing flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. In addition to the 600 years of traveling and the 100 years of waiting, he had left the great world of spiritual martial arts and his family for nearly 1,400 years. He didn't know how his parents, CC, and the others were doing. With this thought, Yang Fann's longing for his parents and the others was like a surging river that couldn't be suppressed anymore. 1,400 years, regardless of whether it was half-step Saint King or false saints, even half-saints, it was nothing. They simply closed their doors. That was not all. However, to Yang Fann, it was another concept. From the moment he was born until now, it hadn't even been 1,700 years. 400 years a year was already more than half of his life. How long was that? At this moment, Yang Fann really had the urge to crush the origin secret key he had obtained when he first entered the origin continent. However, in the end, Yang Fann suppressed the urge to return immediately. It was easy to leave, but it was difficult to return to the origin continent again. Even if he had the confidence to fight the Sacred King expert, his intuition told him that with his current strength, he still couldn't enter and exit the origin continent freely. Since he had decided to occupy origin continent for a long time, he could not leave hastily. Everything had to be arranged properly. Otherwise, this huge foundation would probably fall apart in no time. This wasn't something Yang Fann wanted to see. Furthermore, if he wanted to complete the Hung Meng indestructible body, he would need a total of 1 billion primordial purple cloudus. Now, he only had 1 million primordial purple cloudus left. It seemed like it wasn't a small amount. However, it was only a fraction of what he needed to conquer the Tianan Realm River. He had to do it, and even the surrounding boundary rivers, unless Yang Fann could give up on cultivating the Hung Meng indestructible body. However, this was obviously impossible. This was a skill that could reach the great perfection stage, and it was comparable to the legendary supreme divine arts of a supreme true god. Countless Saint Kings had been searching for it, but none of them had been able to find it. If it wasn't for the fact that his head had been crushed by the door, he wouldn't have given up just like that. It was extremely difficult to conquer the Tianan Realm River with just Yang Fann alone. No one knew how many years it would take for him to conquer the Tianan Realm River. The size of the Tianan Realm River was hundreds of millions of times larger than the origin continent. Compared to it, the origin continent was like a lone island in the ocean. The current Yang Fann was strong, but he was far from being able to cover the entire Tianan Realm River with just a single thought. Even if he used all of his divine sense, he would still feel lucky if he could cover the entire Tianan Realm River with his divine sense. In the end, Yang Fann decided to leave behind the necessary defensive power to fortify his rule in the origin continent. He would bring most of the elite experts back to Tianan Realm River. All these years, the forces under his command had never forgotten to clean up the remaining survivors. Basically, he could no longer find any resistance forces in the entire origin continent. As for those major powers that were hiding in the secret realm, they were like frightened birds. They didn't dare to show their faces. Even if there were still those who didn't want to give up, they wouldn't be able to achieve anything great. In the past 60 years, the army of Yang family had swept across the secret realm, and it wasn't as if they hadn't gained anything. 32 large families had been found by the army of Yang family to hide in. 29 of them were first-rate families, and 3 of them were top-grade families. Although the secret realm had as many stars as the stars, it wasn't easy to find those survivors in the secret realm. However, with so many people fleeing, they would leave some traces behind. After taking control of the origin continent, Yang Fann had plenty of experts in tracking them. Among the 4.1 million streams of nebulous primordial chaos, nearly 300,000 primordial purple cloudus were seized from the treasure vaults of those races. Yang Fann wouldn't be polite to these foreign races. It was fine if they surrendered obediently, but if they resisted, all of the expert in their race would be slaughtered, and their entire race would be demoted to the slave clan. Soon, the entire origin continent became lively. Every month, a large number of fleets would return to the central sanctuary in Cloudy Cloud. Countless resources would be excavated and transported back to the Cloudy Cloud. Yang Fann needed the army, and he would not let go of the resources. Although he did not care about these ordinary resources, his parents and friends, as well as his trillions of subordinates, could not leave the resources for their cultivation. He couldn't possibly let the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts provide for his subordinates. Even if the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts was willing to, they wouldn't be able to provide so many resources. With the strength and resources of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, they could barely consecrate a few top-level pseudo-saint warriors for cultivation. However, Yang Fann had more than 10 top-level pseudo-saint warriors under his command. There were more than 100 of them, not to mention that there were also many half-stepped Saint King warriors. Even if they sold the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, they might not be able to provide the required amount for a half-step Saint King warrior to cultivate normally. This was the reason why a small pond could not produce a true dragon. 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion. The number of army of Yang family in Cloudy Cloud increased rapidly like a snowball, and soon, it exceeded 100 billion. Moreover, all of them were elites, and even the weakest. Among them was at the Holy Lord stage. 10 years later, the army of Yang family that gathered in the Cloudy Cloud state had exceeded 300 billion. At this point, Yang Fann did not continue with the conscription. The army of Yang family had a large number of people, numbering in the trillions. However, when they reached the Holy Lord stage, they only managed to surpass 500 billion. If they continued to conscript more people, they wouldn't have enough strength to deter those secret realms. If he had just left, the origin continent would have been occupied by those evil survivors. That would be awkward, too. After putting the 300 billion elites into the space treasure, Yang Fann left the remaining 72 half-step Saint King to guard the origin continent. With so many half-step Saint King guarding the origin continent, coupled with the large number of trump cards he had left behind, the origin continent could be said to be impregnable. Even if a top-level half-step Saint King wanted to attack the army of Yang family, only death awaited them. In the end, he instructed a group of half-step Saint King warriors to bring along a batch of resources with them every 60 years to attain the Tao and become a saint. For this reason, Yang Fann left 3 Yang Fanns for the group of half-step Saint King warriors. A 60-year cycle primordial purple clouds was enough for them to last for 180,000 years. Such a long period of time was enough for Yang Fann to grow to an unfathomable realm. At that time, he would be able to enter the origin continent freely, and it wouldn't be a problem anymore. Furthermore, he could continue to track the traces of the various races in the secret realm, and plunder the primordial purple cloudus in their hands. Abyssal Mountain. On top of the mountain, Yang Fann took a deep breath and looked up. The violet light in his eyes was glittering, as if it could see through countless dimensions and everything. Goodbye, origin continent. The next moment, rumble, the violet light flashed, and a primordial purple clouds fused into Yang Fann's body. However, it didn't fuse into Yang Fann's body. Instead, it directly surged into Yang Fann's Dantian world, heading towards the law golden core that was as vast as an ancient star in the world's center. Yang Fann didn't borrow the power of the origin secret key to return to the Tianan realm river. Instead, he prepared to directly become a saint and leave the origin continent through the will of the origin continent. He had been stuck at this realm for 1,400 years. It had been a long time. It was time for him to become a saint. Rumble. As the primordial purple clouds completely fused into the La Jindan. Rumble, rumble. 86 massive energy grid line chains erupted from Yang Fann's body, shining like pillars as they pierced through the starry sky of the universe. The next moment, golden lotuses bloomed on the ground, heavenly flowers danced wildly, and heavenly music was heard. Purple energy swept across 90,000 miles, creating all kinds of strange phenomena. C-1263 surrounds Central Sanctuary, Cloudy Cloud, Abyssal Mountain. After making proper arrangements for everything in Origin Continent and discovering that there were no mistakes, Yang Fann no longer hesitated and chose to return to Tianan Realm River. He had already plundered enough primordial purple cloudus. Although there were still over 1 million primordial purple cloudus left in the secret realm, there were still over 1 million primordial purple cloudus left. However, if he wanted to plunder all of them, the amount of time he would need to do so would be a bit too long. As the army of Yang family attacked the secret realm, those survivors became more and more careful. They tried their best to understand the traces they left behind. In the past few decades, they could plunder a few thousand primordial purple cloudus every year. But now, after 10 years, they had only managed to plunder over 10,000 primordial purple cloudus. Perhaps, even after hundreds or thousands of years, they might not be able to obtain much. Yang Fann did not have that much time to waste here. Comparatively, the major powers of Tianan Realm River were the true leaders, like those super sacred palaces that had been passed down for trillions of years. Which one of them didn't have tens of thousands of sage stage and above experts? With the primordial purple cloudus in their storage, they could easily plunder 100,000 or even more primordial purple cloudus. For a high-level sacred palace like the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, every time they seized a primordial purple clouds, they would immediately use it. Even if there were primordial purple cloudus in the palace, they could be counted with a single slap. After all, to Holy Sovereign, who only had 100 to 200 high-grade sacred palaces, every additional Holy Sovereign was a rare help. However, the major superpowers were different. Although ordinary saints had some weight, they could barely be considered to be in the upper middle class. Only top-level Holy Sovereign and even half-step Saint King were the backbone of their forces. Currently, his Hungmang indestructible body had already broken through to the small success stage, and he had even taken a step forward. In these past 10 years, Yang Fann had also been refining the primordial purple clouds to increase his strength. In the vast Tianan Realm River, there was no other power that could make him afraid. Even the myriad saints' palace, Taoism, a supreme sect, and super holy palace, Yang Fann had full confidence that he could defeat them. It was time to go back in the past 1,400 years. However, Yang Fann didn't use the power of the Origin secret key to leave the Origin continent. Instead, he chose to attain the Tao and become a saint. He had been stuck at this step for almost 1,600 years. It had been long enough. Cloudy Cloud State, the peak of Abyssal Mountain. Rumble, a rainbow light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Yang Fann, who was trying to comprehend the mysteries of the saint. Yang Fann frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his eyes. Just now, he had tried to break free from the binding of the holy light, but he was actually unable to break free. It was simply unimaginable. One should know that he had attained the Tao and become a saint. With the combination of the two saint physiques, the body's strength had increased by a lot. Even if it was not as good as the true Sacred King expert, it was still above the 36 half-step Saint King. Interesting. Rumble. The Hungmang indestructible body was pushed to its limit, and its power instantly increased by 100 times, 1,000 times. However, what shocked Yang Fann the most was that it was still useless. In fact, Yang Fann had a feeling that, Hong Long, I'm afraid this Origin continent isn't as simple as I thought. Vaguely, Yang Fann felt somewhat vexed. All these years, he had only been focused on secluded cultivation and hadn't explored this Origin continent properly. Now that he thought about it carefully, there was obviously something strange about the Origin continent. It was completely abnormal for a false saint to be able to comprehend the Saint King law. Since ancient times, no one in the Tianan Realm River had ever heard of a false saint being able to control the Saint King law. Even those who had comprehended 30 Holy Sovereign law could be counted on one's fingers. Even if the law of the Origin continent was much clearer than the law of the Tianan Realm River, it shouldn't be so heaven-defying. One should know that the primordial purple clouds was the basis of the Great Tao. It was the proof for cultivators to roam the sea of law. Without the integration of the primordial purple clouds, it was like one was learning by himself while holding a book, while the other was taught by the best teacher. The difficulty of the process had increased by more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Sigh, forget it, the opportunity hasn't arrived yet. But sooner or later, I will find out. All of this, sighing, Yang Fann stopped thinking about it. At this moment, no matter how much he regretted it, it was useless. He allowed the guiding holy light to envelop his body and bring him out of Origin Continent. In the Tianan Realm River, on one side of the vast heavenly river. However, at this moment, there were many unfamiliar experts on the shore of the heavenly river. Before the Origin Continent appeared, Half-Step Saint King was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They could be counted on one hand, and there were only a few hundred top-level holy sovereign who were below the first grade. A trip to the Origin Continent once every 100 million years. For a half-saint, a false saint was a big deal, but for those top-level holy sovereign warriors. To a half-step Saint King warrior, it was just a trivial matter. It wasn't worth their concern. High-level Holy Sovereign and Intermediate Holy Sovereign were the mainstream. But now, the number of half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereign warriors had increased by more than 10 times. 100 times. Many old monsters who had lived in seclusion for tens of billions of years had emerged one after another. Those intermediate and high-level Holy Sovereign were all silent like cicadas in winter. They hid in their own fortress, not daring to show their faces. They were deeply afraid that if something went wrong, they would offend those old monsters, and they wouldn't even know how they died. During the period of the Origin Continent's emergence, the major powers weren't allowed to fight or restrict them. However, no one knew how much restraint they had on these old monsters. So what if they were killed? Could it be that someone would cause trouble for those old monsters because of them? What a joke. At some point in time, the huge heavenly river started to fill with an indescribable killing intent, as if it was the calm before the storm. The top-level Holy Sovereign and half-step Saint King kept looking at the Origin Continent in the center of the heavenly river, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. Rumble! All of a sudden, a rainbow-colored holy light flashed, and a young figure appeared above the vast heavenly river. Ah, it's him, the Lord of Evil Devils, Yang Fann ancestor. It's this evil devil destruction. The foundation of Taoism in Origin Continent. Old ancestor, you have to avenge Tian Lingxi and senior brother. Senior brother and the others died a horrible death. The moment Yang Fann appeared, the entire heavenly river started boiling. Countless pairs of eyes shot out hatred, like those enraged beasts that wanted to eat someone. If their eyes could kill Yang Fann would have been sliced into pieces by them. Rumble! In an instant, boundless killing intent burst out from the bodies of the top-level Holy Sovereign and half-step Saint King like a great river, and swept towards Yang Fann, who was standing on top of the heavenly river. The reason why they were here was because of Yang Fann alone. Thinking about how many years had it taken for the various major holy palaces and sects to gain a firm foothold in the Origin Continent, but in the end, they were all uprooted by little son Yang Fann. This grudge and hatred were simply irreconcilable. Even if they used up all the water in the world, it would still be difficult for them to wash up. They truly wished that they could eat his flesh and drink his blood. There were also those saints who had fallen under the army of Yang family, Holy Virgin. Those were the hopes of all the major powers. Every one of them had the potential to break through to the top-level Holy Sovereign or even the half-step Saint King. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have the protection of the rainbow-colored light, as long as they dared to take a step into the heavenly river, they would be devoured by the rolling heavenly river. They would have already killed their way into the heavenly river without saying a word, dismembering Yang Fann and turning him into ashes. Zero. Of course, the secret of Yang Fann was also their target. A little devil who wasn't even 10,000 years old had the power to sweep across the Origin Continent. They would never believe it if he said that he didn't have any great secrets. All of them were old monsters that had lived for countless years, and all of them had extraordinary backgrounds. They were well aware of how deep the Origin Continent was. Even high-level half-step Saint King didn't dare to say that he had the ability to unify the entire Origin Continent. They were determined to obtain this secret. They even had a feeling that this was the opportunity for them to break through to the Holy King realm. The group of half-step Saint King stared at Yang Fann without blinking, deeply afraid that Yang Fann would slip away right under their noses. Above the heavenly river, Yang Fann looked coldly at the riverside. Unknowingly, a cold smile crept up the corner of his mouth, what a huge formation, you really think highly of me." There were 423 half-step Saint King warriors gathered at the riverside. Compared to the total number of 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, Devil God Palace, and the other major powers, there were more of them. Their cultivation base and strength were not comparable to the half-step Saint King warriors of the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall and the other major powers. Among the 423 half-step Saint King warriors, the strongest 5 had reached the 30th half-step Saint King stage, followed by the 28th of the first grade. There were also 12 of them, high-level half-step Saint King, 52, and the weakest of the other half-step Saint King warriors had reached the 7th half-step Saint King stage. The number of top-level Holy Sovereign warriors below them was even greater, almost 10,000. Terrifying. If these experts could be combined together, it would be a total of 36 half-step Saint King warriors. If one was not careful, one could be surrounded and killed by them. However, very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. With so many top-level Holy Sovereign and half-step Saint King, if he could devour all of them, it would be enough to make his cultivation base improve by leaps and bounds. Perhaps, the Saint King law he controlled could break through 100, or even more in one go. "If you want to kill me, you must have the resolve to be killed," he sneered. Yang Fann moved his feet and walked towards the heavenly river. His steps were very calm, as if he didn't notice the killing intent of all the half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. "What a good little son, Yang Fann. How dare you? It's a pity that you shouldn't have destroyed my branch and harmed my disciples. Today, no one will be able to save you." C-1264 shock. Yang Fann had swept across the Origin continent without any restraint. No matter if it was the native powers of Origin continent or the inheritances of the major powers of Tianan realm. River, there was no need for him to show any mercy. If he didn't surrender, he would die. In this way, he had offended almost all the major powers in the Tianan realm river. An old monster that couldn't cultivate was born one after another. He wanted to take revenge on Yang Fann. This lineup was truly extravagant and terrifying. It was a total of 423 half-step Saint King warriors. Amongst them, there were 17 top-level half-step Saint King warriors and above, as well as more than 10,000 top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. If they could cooperate wholeheartedly and fight with all their strength, it was the 36 half-step Saint King warriors. If they were not careful, it was possible that they would fall into their trap, and their billions of years of bitter cultivation would go to waste. Of course, this was only a thought. There were already many conflicts between the various major powers, and many of them were even sworn enemies. It was only because they had a common enemy, and the difference in strength between them, that they were able to restrain themselves. If not, they would have already fought until their heads were bleeding. It was impossible to work together. Furthermore, all the major powers had ulterior motives. They came here to seek revenge on Yang Fann, but more importantly, they wanted to seize the inheritance of Yang Fann. He had the power to sweep across the Origin continent before he was even 10,000 years old. This fortuitous encounter was too heaven-defying. It was far beyond their imagination. Thinking back to the past, when they were less than 10,000 years old, not to mention sweeping across the entire Origin continent, any first-grade saint would be able to teach them how to behave. They would be tortured to death. The gap between them was like a river of stars and a firefly. No matter which force it was, as long as they could seize the great opportunity from Yang Fann, they would be able to easily surpass all the top forces in the Tianan Realm River, and unify the Tianan Realm River would only be a matter of time. This great fortune, I am determined to obtain it. If a god stands in my way, I will kill him. If a Buddha stands in my way, I will kill the Buddha. The eyes of the high-rank and top-level half-step Saint King sparkled with a determined light. They made up their minds in their hearts. Above the central heavenly river, Yang Fann slowly walked forward. He had a calm expression as if he was taking a stroll in the park. His eyes were calm, and there was not a trace of panic in them. It was as if a top-level Holy Sovereign like them was not qualified to be looked down upon by him. His pace was very slow, and it seemed like he wasn't much faster than ordinary mortals. However, he was well versed in the profound mysteries of shrinking the ground into inches. One step was 10 light years of land. In just a few dozen steps, Yang Fann had already reached the edge of the heavenly river. With just a few more steps, he would be able to step out of the center of the heavenly river. In an instant, the eyes of all the expert focused. There were traces of scorching light in the depths of their eyes. Many of them were even more foolish and wanted to move. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Yang Fann finally stepped out of the heavenly river. The 7-colored light that enveloped his body began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. At this moment, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky. The 5 fingers of this hand were as lofty as a mountain, and a terrifying power that even high-level half-step Saint King was terrified of surged within it. Boundless ancient divine imprints flickered and vanished within it, as if a god had destroyed the world. With a single grab, the entire world seemed to have been sealed. Finally, you can't hold it anymore. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flickered. His footsteps paused slightly, as if he had been sealed by that terrifying force. The next moment, rumble, the starry sky trembled, and it was like a myriad of ferocious beasts were trampling down on it, causing it to topple mountains and overturn seas. A terrifying expert with an aura that blotted out the sky appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was a middle-aged man in white. His facial expression was very proud. He looked down at the starry sky from above. From top to bottom, there was a trace of the loneliness of being invincible in the world. It was as if the world was so big that no one could match him. Every cell of his seemed to contain a terrifying aura of death. Once it erupted, it would destroy the world and make people tremble from the depths of their souls. Behind him, faint law chains flashed. If one counted carefully, there were 29 law chains. This was a terrifying 29 Taos half-step Saint King. It's the glory Dharmaraja of the Taoism. All the half-step Saint King warriors on the riverside of the heavenly river were shocked. They immediately recognized the identity of the middle-aged man in white. One of the 4 great Dharma kings of the Taoism, the glorious Dharma king. He was the high and mighty master of the Taoism. Next to him were the left and right heavenly law envoys, followed by the 4 great law kings. It wasn't difficult to see the reverence of the Radiance Shakyamuni. In the entire Taoism, they were all the upper echelons of the upper echelons, and were extremely famous. He had never met a worthy opponent in the Tianan Realm River. Let this radiant old man measure little son Yang Fann's capability. The group of high-ranked top-level half-step Saint Kings slightly narrowed their eyes. They had a plan in mind, so they weren't in a hurry to make a move. Yang Fann was able to unify the origin continent, so he wasn't a weakling. At least, he was a powerful high-level half-step Saint King. It was better to let this Radiance Dharma King test Yang Fann's means. He didn't have to be careless and fall into little son Yang Fann's trap. At that time, it would be a small matter to lose his face, but it would be bad if he lost that great opportunity. In any case, with their eyes on him, they wouldn't be able to escape from their eyes even if this brilliant Dharmaraja suppressed Yang Fann. He's actually able to remain calm under my pressure. Junior, you do have some guts. Radiance Dharma King gave Yang Fann a praising look. Not everyone had the ability to remain calm under his pressure. Even some of the 25th and 6th half-step Saint King were starting to panic. Suddenly, Radiance Dharma King's voice became cold. But you shouldn't have harmed the son of my sect. The realm river was huge in the sky and earth. There is no place for you to hide anymore. Capture him now. I might be able to give you a quick death. At the end of his words, a surging killing intent burst out from his body. It was freezing to the bone, as if the holy soul could be completely frozen. Saint Sun, Tuobamingzu, that was the #1 monster in the history of Taoism, and it possessed extraordinary talent. It was even more powerful than the master of Taoism, and it had the potential to become a Saint King. Yet, it had fallen in the hands of the army of Yang family just like that. This grudge and hatred were simply irreconcilable. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. However, at this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have heard a huge joke. He laughed loudly. Ridiculous. How ridiculous! I didn't even kill your son of a bitch. Even if I killed him, so what? Anyone who dared to enter the origin continent must have the resolve to die. If he died, he could only blame his lack of skill. If his skills were inferior to others, he could not blame others. You don't even understand this little bit of logic. I really don't know how an old thing like you can live until now. Could it be that you have lived on a dog for so many years? Junior, you. Radiance Dharma King was so angry that he was glaring at 9 Taos half-step Saint King. He was a dignified 20-year-old 9 Taos half-step Saint King, one of the top-tier Tianan Realm rivers in Tianan Realm River. Even the sect chief of Taoism had to show him some respect when he saw him. When had he ever been insulted like this? HMPH, What are you talking about? Old dog, you have said so much because you want to seize my opportunity. You are really hypocritical. A hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes as he said disdainfully, use whatever means you have. I'll take it. What a sharp-tongued junior. Today, I will make you pay for what you just said. The cold shine in Radiance Dharma King's eyes flashed. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a dead man. Pagoda of light, suppress rumble. A bright and terrifying divine pagoda that emitted a boundless and nameless aura crushed the void, crushing it towards Yang Fann. The angry Radiance Dharma King didn't hold back at all. The pagoda was his vital treasure, the Radiant Pagoda. It was a powerful high-grade collimator, and it was only a hair's distance away from the top-grade collimator. It was one of the 10 supreme treasures of Taoism, and with the help of the 29 Saint King Law, the pagoda was truly invincible, suppressing everything in its path. Even if they were all 29 Tao's half-step Saint King, if they didn't have the protection of a supreme treasure of the same level, they might still be mercilessly suppressed by the pagoda. Glory old man, this is real. The top-level half-step Saint King warriors behind him felt their hearts tighten. The magic power in their bodies surged, and they were ready to attack at any time. As long as Yang Fann showed a slight sign that he was no match for them, they would immediately attack him. HMPH small tricks, break it for me. Yang Fann sneered and threw a punch at the Radiant Pagoda. Yang Fann didn't use any of his magic power, nor did he use the Saint King Law. It was just a punch with the pure power of the body, and even the power of the body was only used a tiny bit. However, with Yang Fann's current cultivation base, after breaking through to the small completion of the Hung Meng indestructible body, the strength of his body had already surpassed the strength of 36 half-step Saint King warriors, and it was still far beyond that. Even if it was just using the body. Hong Long, a small portion of the power of the shell was not something that a 20+9 Tao's half-step Saint King like Radiance Dharma King could fight against. Bang! Yang Fann's fist landed on the Tower of Light. In an instant, a terrifying scene happened. The Tower of Light of Collimator was covered with tiny cracks. In the end, it exploded into countless pieces. Ah, poof! The Radiance Dharma King threw his head back and spurted out a huge mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open like the eyes of a fish. He couldn't believe what had just happened. I blew it up. Let's go. The high-grade Collimator's glory tower was destroyed just like that. How is this possible? C1265 I'm just afraid that you won't have that life Tianan Realm River, beside the Heavenly River. All of the half-step Saint King opened their eyes wide, like the eyes of a fish, as if they were going to burst out from their sockets. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. What did they just see? They exploded. Just like that, the vital treasure of the Taoism's Radiance Dharmaraja, the Glory Tower, was destroyed by Yang Fann with a single punch. Hiss! How could this be? The Radiant Pagoda was an upper-grade collimator, and it was one of the top amongst all the other upper-grade collimator. It was only a tiny bit away from being upgraded to a top-grade collimator. Even if it was a top-grade collimator, it would be very difficult to destroy this Radiant Pagoda, let alone blow it up like this. Difficult. Could it be that Yang Fann's sacred body had already surpassed the top-grade collimator? Gulp gulp this. How is this possible? How is this possible? One should know that even those top-level half-step Saint King who specialized in cultivating top-level half-step Saint Kings, after hundreds of millions of years of tempering, their saint physiques were only at the intermediate collimator realm. It was extremely rare for them to be comparable to a high-grade collimator. As for the top-grade collimator grade, there were only a few people in the entire Tianan Realm River. All of them were old monsters that had dominated the Tianan Realm River for hundreds of billions of years, let alone those who had surpassed the top-grade collimator. It had completely exceeded their imagination. Let alone seeing it, they had never even heard of it before. In the starry sky, Yang Fann's expression did not change. It seemed like blowing up the Radiant Tower was just a trivial matter. There was nothing worthy of his praise, but this was the truth. After the Hung Meng indestructible body broke through to the small success stage, Yang Fann was no longer on the same level as these top-level half-step Saint King warriors. Even if there were 36 half-step Saint King warriors, they would still need to control a true Dao weapon. Only then would they have the qualifications to make him feel some fear. At this moment, once Yang Fann unleashed the Hung Meng indestructible body with all his strength, his defense would be terrifying. It wouldn't be any weaker than some Dao weapons. In fact, it might even surpass some Dao weapons. Without Dao weapons, ordinary half-step Saint King warriors wouldn't be able to break through Yang Fann's defense. As for the current Yang Fann, although he didn't use the Hung Meng indestructible body, the power of the body defense wasn't something an ordinary top-grade collimator could compare with. Adding that terrifying brute force, it was perfectly normal for him to blow up a high-ranked collimator with a single punch. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Old dog, take my attack as well. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He moved his body and tore apart the starry sky, instantly appearing in front of Radiant's Dharma King. Rumble. Yang Fann moved his right arm and clawed at the Shining King. This grab was a casual one. There was no profound meaning to it at all, but in the eyes of the Radiant Guardian King, it was a completely different concept. That huge hand that fell from the sky was so terrifying, it made people despair. It was like the hand of a true god, bringing with it a supreme dignity. It instantly took away all of his consciousness, making him unable to summon any resistance thought. Pucci. Yang Fann's large hand landed on the body of the Radiant's Dharma King. Like an eagle catching a chicken, he grabbed the Radiant's Dharma King. With a terrifying force, the Radiant's Dharma King was completely sealed in an instant. Suppress. The Radiant Guardian King was suppressed just like that. I didn't see wrongly, right? With just one move, he suppressed Radiant's Dharmaraja with just one move. How is this possible? Or did I see a fake Radiant Guardian King? On the banks of the heavenly river, all the half-step Saint King were dumbfounded. They felt as if they were still dreaming. The King of Light was one of the top 10 expert in the Taoism, the 29 Tao's half-step Saint King. Among all the half-step Saint King present, he was the strongest. There were only a handful of them who could defeat him with ease. Even if the vital treasure was destroyed, he was severely injured, and that wasn't something an ordinary 28 half-step Saint King could compare with. Even if it was 31 half-step Saint King, they did not dare say that they could kill the Radiant Sacred King in one move. Could it be that Yang Fann's true strength had already exceeded 31 half-step Saint King warriors? No, this was impossible. How old was he? How could there be such a monster in this world? Stop, little son Yang Fann, what are you doing? Release Lord Fa Wong at once, or else, my Taoism will never forgive you. Heart-wrenching screams that sounded as if they had lost their parents erupted from an ancient star. In an instant, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Rumble, rumble. One half-step Saint King after another tore through space and charged at Yang Fann, wanting to save the Radiant Sacred King. This time, in order to take down Yang Fann in one fell swoop, the Taoism not only sent 29 Tao's half-step Saint King, the brilliant Saint King, but also 4 high-level half-step Saint King warriors. Red Cardinal, 12 intermediate Saint King stage Gold Cardinals. None of the 4 Red Cardinals and 12 Gold Cardinals dared to hold back. They even used the arcane art directly, not hesitating to use their own potential to forcefully increase their cultivation. The Taoism's rules were strict. Once a peak was in trouble, it would be a serious crime for these subordinates to remain indifferent or work without putting in any effort. Even if they were revered as golden-robed bishops and even the red-robed archbishops, the upper echelons of the Taoism, there was no way they would be punished severely. Aphids, so noisy. The Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. A bunch of shameless things. People who did not know would really think that they were the victims. Rumble. Yang Fann moved his right hand and struck out with another palm. His right hand suddenly enlarged, covering several light years of land. It stretched across the starry sky and covered everything. Not good Yang Fann, the sect leader will not let you go. Yang Fann, you beast, you will die a horrible death. Amidst despairing wails, heaven-sheltering big hands fell from the sky. The 4 cardinals and the 12 cardinals were all suppressed by Yang Fann. This isn't true. Instant kill, another insta-kill. This. Gulp. The half-step Saint King's hearts were beating wildly. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak, especially some of the middle-level half-step Saint King. The way they looked at Yang Fann was filled with faint traces of fear. Even the expressions of the 5 or 30 half-step Saint King warriors were unprecedentedly solemn. Both of their eyes were flickering with an unconcealable fear. One had to know that the 4 cardinals and the 12 cardinals were not weaklings. The 4 cardinals. The weakest had a cultivation base of 25 half-step Saint King and the strongest was. They had almost reached high-level half-step Saint King's limit, and only lacked an opportunity. He would be able to break through to the top-level half-step Saint King, and among the 12 golden-robed bishops. The weakest one was at the 15th half-step Saint King stage. If these 16 bishops joined forces, they would be able to fight against 29 Taos half-step Saint King. Not to mention, they had also used the forbidden arts. They had forcefully increased their combat strength. Their combined combat strength was terrifying. They had definitely surpassed 30 half-step Saint King warriors. Even 31 half-step Saint King warriors might not be their match. 6 However, what they saw still couldn't escape from Yang Fann's palm strike. What realm had this monster's strength reached? 32 half-step Saint King? Or 33 half-step Saint King? Or higher? Bitch it, how could this little brute have such terrifying power? What should he do now? Do I really have to retreat with my tail between my legs? In an instant, the eyes of many top-level half-step Saint King sparkled, and they hesitated. Yang Fann's strength had far exceeded their imagination. The bloody example of the Taoism was right in front of them. One-on-one, including the 5 great half-step Saint King warriors. Hong Long. Even if they gathered all of their subordinates, including middle-level half-step Saint King, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, if they left just like that, they would be extremely unwilling. Once they missed this day, it would be very difficult for them to seize Yang Fann's fortune in the future. The Tianan Realm River was vast and boundless. If an expert like Yang Fann wanted to conceal his whereabouts wholeheartedly, it would be very difficult for them to discover him. Besides, Yang Fann wouldn't necessarily stay in Tianan Realm River all the time. With his current strength, he wouldn't be considered a weakling even in the entire AIMA realm. With Yang Fann's heaven-defying luck, it might only take him 1,000,000 years, or even lower, to become a holy king. At that time, it would not be them who would find trouble with him, but him taking revenge on them. At this moment, everyone, this child has already completely fallen into the devil path. We do not need to care about fairness and morality with him. Everyone, attack together. Suppress this devil. The shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. The one who spoke was a young man, who was dressed like a scholar. His entire body was like a sea of holy light, and his aura seemed to be compatible with the entire starry sky. His Tao was natural, and his entire body was covered in it. It was filled with traces of compassion, and it made people feel a sense of closeness towards him. That's right, Lord Confucianist's words are reasonable. Why should we talk about fairness and morality with this devil? Let's attack together and get rid of this devil. Alright, let's attack together and suppress this devil. The other half-step Saint King's eyes immediately lit up. This was indeed a solution. They didn't believe that they wouldn't be a match for little son Yang Fann if they fought him alone. As for the great fortune that Yang Fann had, once he was suppressed, it wasn't too late for them to rely on their own means. A bunch of hypocrites. Why are you pretending to be a wolf with a big tail? This is really disgusting. A hint of ridicule flashed across Yang Fann's face. Isn't it just because you want the great opportunity in my body? If you have the ability, then come and take it. I'm just afraid that you won't have that life. C-1266 Despair Tianan Realm River, beside the Heavenly River. Numerous superpowers of Tianan Realm River besieged Yang Fann. Initially, they thought that Yang Fann was just a junior who had lived for less than 10,000 years. No matter what kind of monster it was, its actual combat strength wouldn't be able to reach the top-level half-step Saint King. They could easily suppress Yang Fann, but the real problem was, how could they escape from the numerous major powers? Yang Fann was the only one who had successfully brought Yang Fann back. No major power would easily give up such a great opportunity. Unexpectedly, Yang Fann's combat strength, it was beyond their imagination. Not to mention 28 half-step Saint King, even 33 of them might not be a match for this monster. In desperation, they could only temporarily put aside their old grudges and choose to join forces to fight the enemy. They would gather all of their strength and suppress Yang Fann first. Today, if they allowed Yang Fann to escape, he would certainly become a great threat to them. If he was focused on hiding his whereabouts, it would be virtually impossible to find him in the vast sea of people in the boundless starry sky. Given Yang Fann's monstrous talent, it would probably take him less than 10,000 years to completely surpass Saint King Zheng Dao. Facing the joint forces of the various major powers, Yang Fann's facial expression didn't change. There wasn't even a trace of panic on his face. In fact, there was even a hint of ridicule on his face, as if he was competing with them. Although all the major powers had gathered more than 200 half-step Saint King and more than 10,000 top-level Holy Sovereign warriors, which was a force that even 36 half-step Saint King warriors would have to be wary of, it was still far from enough to make him feel fear. What an arrogant young man. He dares to talk nonsense when he is about to die. Devil, don't be so arrogant. We, the saints, are here. We won't allow you to be so impudent. Today is the day of your death, devil. You really think you can look down on others just because you have a fortuitous encounter? Junior, you are still far from enough. Today next year will be your death anniversary. Rumble, rumble, terrifying auras erupted from the surrounding ancient stars. It was as if numerous peerless berserk beasts had descended from the heavens, their imposing auras dominating the heavens. In the next second, swoosh swoosh swoosh, one terrifying expert after another tore through the sky and appeared in the starry sky around Yang Fann, completely surrounding him. In just a breath's time, Yang Fann was standing in the center. Around him were numerous half-step Saint King warriors, followed by a large number of top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. They were 3 levels in the inner and outer layers, surrounding Yang Fann. Each of them had blood spurting out of their eyes, as if they were enraged beasts that wanted to eat him. They bared their teeth and roared furiously, but strangely, none of them dared to attack first. The example of Radiance Dharma King and the others from Taoism was right in front of them. They didn't want to sacrifice themselves for someone else. Right at this moment, a bunch of chickens and dogs. Yang Fann drew a mocking smile and sneered. Suddenly, his gaze shifted and landed on Sage Monarch Tianru. You were the one who was jumping around the most just now, right? I'll send you on your way first. Rumble. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and the aura around his body rose steadily and crazily. Vaguely, he could see a terrifying purple-clothed devil god appearing behind him. It was a terrifying divine shadow with his hands behind his back. It was hard to see his face clearly, but he was incomparably domineering. He had the power to devour mountains and rivers, control the universe, and dominate the heavens. He was the only one who could dominate the world. Every single move he made seemed to contain a supreme power that could easily shake the galaxy and crush the sun and moon. In all directions, especially the Confucianist lord who bore the brunt of the attack, his heart trembled. Vaguely, there seemed to be an extremely ominous omen that swept across his heart. Die. Swish, the space was torn apart like a curtain, and in a fraction of a second, Yang Fann had already appeared in front of Sage Monarch Tianru. Rumble. His right arm moved. He struck out with his palm towards the Skybreak Saint Sovereign. What? In all directions, the faces of all the half-step Saint King warriors changed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They had never thought that Yang Fann would launch an attack first in this absolutely disadvantageous situation. In their point of view, what Yang Fann said just now was exactly the same as before. It was just a verbal attack. How could they have the time to rescue him? Bitch it. Sage Monarch Tianru's pupils constricted, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. The surrounding space had already been sealed by Yang Fann's power, and it was impossible for him to dodge. He could only face it head-on. Swoosh, a silver light flashed, and a silver talisman brush appeared in Sage Monarch Tianru's hand. Spring and Autumn Brush, upper-grade collimator, the ultimate treasure that made Sage Monarch Tianru famous. The Spring and Autumn Brush moved like a dragon and snake, and a huge U rose from the sky, instantly expanding to the size of 10,000 miles. Although it was only a single word, it was the essence of Sage Monarch Tianru's great Tao, and its defense was unparalleled. Even if it was 31 half-step Saint King, they wouldn't be able to easily break through this imperial word's defense. Unfortunately, he had encountered a monster like Yang Fann. This palm strike was different from the palm strike that suppressed the Radiance Dharma King. Yang Fann had used a layer of power of the shell, and its power was more than 10 times stronger than before. It had directly surpassed 34 half-step Saint King, and it seemed to be able to catch up to 35 half-step Saint King. Bang! In less than an instant, the 10,000 li word, shattered with a loud bang, turning into bits and pieces that turned into ash. In the next moment, a terrifying palm force landed on Sage Monarch Tianru's body. Grug grug grug! In an instant, the internal organs of Sage Monarch Tianru's body exploded, and the terrifying sound of bones cracking could be heard. Arg! Sage Monarch Tianru let out a miserable howl. He was filled with endless unwillingness and regret. If time could be reversed, he would definitely not be the one to stand out. Bang! The heavenly Confucianist lord's entire body exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Rumble, an undying power surged forth, and a human figure rapidly took shape. Compared to those ordinary half-step Saint King warriors from the origin continent, this figure was much more powerful. It was obvious that sage monarch Tien Ru, who possessed the true body of a saint, was much more tenacious. However, before he could truly revive, a terrifying sealing force enveloped the starry sky around him, completely sealing off all of sage monarch Tien Ru's flesh and blood. All of this took a long time to describe. In fact, it had not even been an instant since Yang Fann had attacked and sealed the heavenly Confucian Lord. By the time the surrounding expert reacted, sage monarch Tien Ru had already been completely suppressed by Yang Fann. In an instant, the entire starry sky became silent. Sage monarch Tien Ru was one of the strongest among them. His spring-autumn great Tao was unfathomable. Even if he was a 33 half-step Saint King, he wouldn't be able to suppress him so easily. 34 half-step Saint King. Little son Yang Fann's strength had definitely reached 34 half-step Saint King stage. Could we really deal with such a monster? Many half-step Saint King started to have thoughts of retreating. If all of them were to give it their all, even the 36 half-step Saint King didn't lose their ability to fight. It was enough to suppress 34, or even 35 half-step Saint King. However, there was one condition, and that was that the 34 half-step Saint King warriors were willing to fight to the death with them. If he wanted to leave, it would be very difficult for them to stop him with their strength. Furthermore, if Yang Fann really wanted to fight to the death, he would definitely be able to drag a large number of experts along with him before he died. The most dangerous among them was none other than the middle and low-grade half-step Saint King. Furthermore, even if they could capture Yang Fann and seize his great fortune, would that great fortune be theirs? The force behind them was one of the top powers in the Tianan Realm River. However, there was still a considerable gap between them and the supreme sects and super holy palaces like the Myriad Saints Palace, Taoism, and the Confucian Saint Palace. It was just that if they wanted to retreat, Yang Fann had to agree. There was no reason to push the fat meat out of their mouths. After sealing the heavenly Confucianism Saint King with his palm, Yang Fann struck out with his palm again, covering the remaining 13 half-step Saint King and the hundreds of top-level holy sovereign warriors behind them. Roar bitch at Yang Fann, you beast, you have gone too far. The expert of the Ru's sacred palace kept roaring, like a beast that had been completely enraged. They were going too far, they had really gone too far. They had suppressed the sage emperor of the Ru's sacred palace. Not only that, they had even taken the initiative to kill them. This was clearly not putting their Confucian Saint Palace in their eyes. Little son Yang Fann, I'll fight you to the death. Roar little brute, go to hell. The experts of the Ru's sacred palace fought back with their lives on the line. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, everything was futile. Poochie poochie poochie, the invincible palm force completely destroyed them, and then sealed off all of their flesh and blood. If it wasn't for Yang Fann wanting to devour the many holy kings they controlled, these people would have died a long time ago. Everyone, we can't hesitate anymore. Let's attack together. Today, either he dies or I die. Seeing that Yang Fann didn't stop after suppressing the saints of the Confucian Saint Palace, he continued to extend his evil devil claw toward the other half-step Saint King. After the top-level holy sovereign, the other major powers couldn't sit still any longer. If he continued to attack recklessly, all of them would be killed by Yang Fann. Kill great slaughter art coffin of death, open the great Taos of the five elements, suppress the heavens the Tao of destruction, bury the star river. Rumble, rumble, a group of half-step Saint King and tens of thousands of top-level holy sovereign warriors attacked one after another. All kinds of ultimate skills rushed towards Yang Fann like a surging torrent. Millions of divine beams, endless holy light, endless cycle, thousands of laws, dazzling and infinite killing intent. Poochie poochie large, large, the starry sky and the boundless stars were all destroyed, turning into nothingness. The terror of this strike was enough to shock all 36 half-step Saint King warriors. Little son Yang Fann, your death has come. Seeing that Yang Fann had no intention of dodging, the faces of the half-step Saint King warriors gradually revealed traces of pride, but very quickly. The smiles on their faces froze, replaced by indescribable shock. Faintly, there was also a hint of despair. Ah, how is this possible? He is not human. He's not human. C-1267 Complete Destruction Tianan Realm River, beside the Heavenly River. The half-step Saint King and tens of thousands of top-level holy sovereign were staring with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. The joint attack just now. They didn't hold back much. All of them were their own ultimate skill. They were only a step away from using the forbidden arts. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, under the rainstorm of these killing moves, if they were not careful, they might be severely injured. However, what they saw was the terrifying power that could severely injure those 36 half-step Saint King warriors. When it hit Yang Fann, it would be a serious injury, let alone a serious injury. He was killed, not even a hair of his body was injured. At most, it only caused a few holes to appear on his black robe. What was even more terrifying was that they could clearly see that Yang Fann didn't use any defensive techniques. In other words, he was completely relying on his body to defend against their attacks. Gulp gulp this. How was this possible? Is he still human? In an instant, endless fear and despair spread in their hearts. Many half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereigns' faces were pale, and their eyes were lifeless. All of their essence, energy, and spirit seemed to have been sucked out. They were like puppets without souls, without any signs of life. They had gathered all of their strength, but none of them could break through the defense of that monster, Yang Fann. How could they fight this battle? How could they fight it? The Great Tao was unfair. How could there be such a monster in this world? Even if it was the strongest body cultivator in Tianan Realm River, it was impossible for them to be unharmed under their crazy bombardment. At the center of the explosion, Yang Fann stood proudly, like a high and mighty god, looking down on all directions. His aura didn't weaken at all. He completely ignored the frenzied attacks of the half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. Even if he didn't use the Hung Meng indestructible body to increase his defensive power to the maximum, it was still not something these men could break through. He had to at least have 36 half-step Saint King warriors, and he had to have the most powerful collimator in his hand. Only then would he be able to rip Yang Fann's skin apart. But that was it. Such a small wound couldn't even be considered a minor injury. With the combination of the Hung Meng indestructible body small completion and the two Saint physiques, Yang Fann's indestructible strength had increased by more than 10 times. Not to mention a small wound, even if his body was blown up, he would be able to recover in an instant. He was simply a monster amongst monsters. The Holy King had never seen such a monster before, so he didn't know about it. However, the imperishable power of these half-step Saint King warriors was far inferior to his. They were not on the same level at all. A trace of ferociousness flashed across his face. Yang Fann struck out with his palm. The horrendous hand covered an area of millions of miles. In an instant, dozens of half-step Saint King and hundreds of top-level Holy Sovereign warriors were captured in his hand. "Ah no, don't, spare me, rumble." A terrifying force was spat out from Yang Fann's palm, completely sealing the half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereign within. Now was not the time to devour them. Unless Yang Fann didn't want to use all the Saint King law they had, he would have to devour and refine them in a hurry. It was all because of luck that all the half-step Saint King warriors were able to absorb the first level of the Saint King law. The great Tao of law was different from the strength of original life. Yang Fann needed to comprehend it carefully before he could use it for his own use. This was a delicate task, he couldn't rush it. After suppressing another dozen half-step Saint King and several hundred top-level Holy Sovereign, Yang Fann wasn't satisfied. He moved his body and tore open the space, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He charged into the group of experts, waving his hands and turning them into heaven-sheltering big hands. He quickly grabbed them like an eagle grabbing a chicken. It was extremely easy, and there was no difficulty at all. Every second, every breath, there would be a large number of half-step Saint King warriors, and the top-level Holy Sovereign warriors would be lightened up by Yang Fann. "Roar Yang Fann, you beast, die now, arg, I'm going to fight you to the death, die." Rumble. The group of half-step Saint King were like enraged beasts, roaring continuously. Crazy attacks, terrifying energy tides. It shattered the vacuum and destroyed everything. Finally, he even used the forbidden arts to forcefully increase his strength. However, even so, it was still useless. So what if they had raised their strength by a huge realm? They were going to strike Yang Fann's terrifying saint body, which was almost on par with a true Tao weapon. It was like scratching an itch, it couldn't even make Yang Fann feel any pain. On the other hand, Yang Fann would have several half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereign warriors disappear every time he attacked. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Ha ha ha, this is awesome, ha ha ha. Yang Fann laughed wildly. His voice was indescribably carefree. It had only been a short while. He had already captured over 100 half-step Saint King and over 5,000 top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. These were all top-grade Tianan Realm rivers in the Tianan Realm River. In the past, they were always elusive, not to mention capturing over 100 half-step Saint King warriors, but over 5,000 top-level Holy Sovereign warriors at once. Even if there were 100 or 10 of them, it wouldn't be an easy task. In Tianan Realm River, among the saints, high-level saints like martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign, and even lower-level intermediate and lower-level saints were the mainstream. Top-level Holy Sovereign and half-step Saint King were usually involved in the various historical remains. Or, they could leave Tianan Realm River and wander in the nearby rivers of other worlds. It might be a little difficult for top-level Holy Sovereign to explore the other river. However, a half-step Saint King could be considered an expert even in the entire AIMA realm. He already had the qualifications to venture into other realms. After all, most of the rulers of the Boundary River were only Saint Kings. Many of the Boundary Rivers were similar to the Tianan Realm River. There were no Saint Kings guarding them, and half-step Saint King was the strongest. Another incense stick of time passed. It collapsed. The remaining half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereign had completely collapsed. They could no longer summon any resistance thought. Ah, devil, he is a devil. No, I don't want to die, run now. This monster is not something we can fight against. In less than half an hour, a total of 243 half-step Saint King warriors had been eliminated. Only a fraction of them remained, 38 of them. Even 17 top-level half-step Saint King warriors had been suppressed by 14 of them. As for the tens of thousands of top-level Holy Sovereign warriors, they were in a miserable state. There were less than 1,000 of them, and not even a tenth of them survived. Cruelty, this was too cruel. At this moment, all they wanted to do was to leave this place. It was best to stay far away from this monster, Yang Fann, and never see this monster again for the rest of their lives. All kinds of opportunities and hatred had been forgotten by them. The world was big, and he was the one who had the biggest life. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the group of half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereign warriors turned into rays of light, using all their strength to increase their speed to the highest. As for teleportation, they were thinking about it, but due to the fierce battle, the surrounding space had already been shattered, and spatial turbulence had started to surge. They didn't have heaven-defying saint physiques like Yang Fann's. If they were to use spatial shift at this moment, it would be as if they didn't want to die fast enough. Trying to escape, have you asked me? A hint of ridicule flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Although he had suppressed 205 half-step Saint King and close to 10,000 top-level Holy Sovereign, it didn't mean that Yang Fann would let them go. 38 half-step Saint King and close to 1,000 top-level Holy Sovereign were also rare tonics. As soon as he finished speaking, rumble, rumble, the energy around Yang Fann once again rose steadily and crazily. In an instant, it covered an area of several tens of light years. Bang bang, the 38 half-step Saint King warriors who had scattered in all directions were immediately slowed down by the speed of nearly 1,000 top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. Especially those top-level Holy Sovereign warriors, they couldn't withstand the invincible pressure, so they dropped to their knees and kowtowed. "Ah no, this isn't real, this isn't real. How can you still hide?" The group of half-step Saint King kept wailing hysterically. The combat strength that Yang Fann had just unleashed was enough to terrify them. Even now, many of them still couldn't accept it. How could he still be hiding? Did he even give them a chance to live? He wasn't even 10,000 years old yet. Even if you are the legendary son of the great Tao, you shouldn't act like this. Alright, it's all over now. Yang Fann gave a ferocious smile. One after another, huge energy hands suddenly appeared and grabbed at the 38 half-step Saint King and nearly 1,000 top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. "Ah, no, don't kill me. His Excellency Yang Fann, I surrender, I surrender. How dare you, Yang Fann? I am the Supreme Elder of Myriad Saints Palace. Do you really want to become the enemy of Myriad Saints Palace? Roar, little son Yang Fann, the spiritual God Palace will never let you go to heaven and earth. There is no place for you in this world." C-1268. The Realm River shook. Tianan Realm River, beside the Heavenly River. A heaven-shaking war had finally come to an end. The super forces of Tianan Realm River had sent out a total of 243 half-step Saint King warriors, which was a total of 243 half-step Saint King warriors. The combined force of over 10,000 top-level Holy Sovereign warriors was almost enough to destroy them. Any super force other than the Myriad Saints Palace, Taoism, and the Confucian Saint Palace. Capturing a junior who was less than 10,000 years old like Yang Fann. However, the changes in the situation were so unexpected. Not only did the group of half-step Saint King warriors not harm Yang Fann, but also all the top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. Hong Long, rumble, rays of purple light flashed, and the remaining 38 half-step Saint King and close to 1,000 top-level Holy Sovereign vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared before. Unknowingly, a satisfied smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. This time, he had made a huge profit. 243 half-step Saint King and over 10,000. Top-level Holy Sovereign, even the Myriad Saints Palace, the Confucian Saint Palace, and the other 10 major powers couldn't take out so many experts to devour and refine them. Yang Fann was confident that he could increase his Saint King Law to over 100, and at the same time, increase the 86 Saint King Law he had mastered to a whole new level. This wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, it was more than enough to increase his combat strength by several folds. Besides, these half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereign warriors were different from those useless people in the origin continent. Refining 1 primordial purple clouds was equivalent to refining 1 primordial purple clouds. With over 10,000 Yang Fanns, it was enough to make Yang Fann's Hungmeng indestructible body advance by a small step. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. It was as if the first light in the world could pierce through everything. On a hidden star 3,000 light-years away from Yang Fann, Pucci a one-man-tall divine mirror suddenly exploded, exploding into powder. Ah, not good, he found us. We're dead this time. In an instant, the 5 high-level saints in front of the divine mirror collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Their eyes were filled with despair and fear. As soon as Yang Fann appeared, the few middle-level and high-level saints immediately realized that a world-shaking battle was about to begin. Most of them ran as far as they could, not daring to stay in the nearby star domain. One should know that a world-shaking battle like this was not something that intermediate and advanced saints like them could interfere with. They did not even have the qualifications to watch the battle. The lingering aftertaste was not a joke. A casual trace of the aftertaste was capable of annihilating them into pieces, and it completely wiped away the trace of inextinguishable characteristics within their saint physiques, causing them to be unable to be reborn even with a drop of blood. However, there were exceptions to everything. In a battle at the pinnacle like this, they might not even be able to encounter it once in billions of years. The deduction of the endless laws and great Taos within it was a deadly temptation to intermediate and high-level saints like them. As long as they could comprehend something from it was enough for them to make great progress in their cultivation, and half-step Saint King wouldn't dare to dream about it. However, it wasn't impossible for them to see the position of top-level Holy Sovereign in the future. As for a top-level Holy Sovereign, he was a mighty figure in many top great worlds. Even in the 10 great superpowers, he was the elder who held a high position. This was their chance. These 5 high-level saints were one of them, and in the surrounding star domain. There were also some people who were hoping for luck. Separated by a few thousand light-years, those lords probably wouldn't care too much about ants like them. Almost at the same time, those intermediate and advanced saints all collapsed onto the ground, as if they had lost all their strength. An indescribable sense of regret surged like a surging tide in their heart sea. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have dared to stay in this star domain for too long. Although the top-level Holy Sovereign position was tempting, they still had to have the life to break through. Furthermore, with their intermediate and high-level Holy Sovereign's cultivation, they were all in high positions in their respective great worlds, and they controlled the fate of billions of lives. There was no need for them to take such a risk. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The law of endless time was the most profound. Not to mention saints like them, even the high and mighty Saint Kings would find it difficult to control them. Perhaps, the legendary true God Sovereign might have the ability to control time. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 10 breaths, 10 breaths. Time slowly passed. Every breath was an invisible torture to them. Other people's days were like years, but they were like years every second, or 10,000 years per second. However, the strange thing was that after 100 breaths of time, the death that they had expected did not descend upon them. Could it be that the Lord had let us go? Even top-level Holy Sovereign and half-step Saint King were merely a bunch of ants that could be easily killed by that Lord. Besides, these intermediate and high-level saints were probably even worse than those lowly ants. If that master wanted to kill them, even if they were thousands of light years away, it would only be a matter of a thought. A supreme existence like that, the scariness of their methods was simply not what they could imagine. Another 100 breaths of time passed. Looks like that Lord really let us go. In other words, ants like us would not even bother to attack. At this moment, the group of intermediate and advanced saints didn't know whether to rejoice or laugh at themselves. They relied on their weak cultivation to preserve their lives. How ironic would that be? However, most of them felt lucky. No matter what, their lives were saved. The sages panted heavily and slowly got up from the ground. Unknowingly, the clothes on their backs were completely soaked, and they were all drenched in sweat. That invisible pressure was not something that could be described with just a few words. It was so oppressive that they almost couldn't breathe. Very soon, all of their faces changed. This time, the Tianan Realm River is going to change. That was a total of 243 half-step Saint King and over 10,000 top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. They were almost the top combat strength of the first level of the Tianan Realm River. Now that they had been completely wiped out, countless major powers had suffered great losses, and even their foundations had been shaken. Moreover, how could those large factions let go of such a huge loss? At this moment, they seemed to be able to predict that an even greater war was brewing. No, we have to inform the Sacred Palace immediately to make preparations. That kind of war is definitely not something we can participate in. Myriad Saints' Palace, Taoism, Confucianism's Sacred Palace, and other super holy palaces were not to be trifled with. However, that monster, Yang Fann, was not someone easy to deal with. He could easily suppress 243 half-step Saint King and over 10,000 top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. The scariness of this power was something that few people in the entire Tianan Realm River could compare with. Very quickly, the news of a group of half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereign warriors being wiped out spread to the surrounding starry sky like a sudden clap of thunder. There are so many half-step Saint King warriors here, but none of them are a match for Yang Fann, and they were even suppressed by him instead. How is this possible? How could this be? That Yang Fann is only a junior who is less than 10,000 years old. How did he do it? Cruel. This is too cruel. It seems like our Tianan Realm River is going to have another round of bloodshed. 3 countless holy palaces and great sects were shocked. Many big shots, including Holy Sovereign, couldn't believe what had just happened. There were more than 200 half-step Saint King and more than 10,000 top-level Holy Sovereign. They were not some random people on the roadside who could be slaughtered as they pleased. Even the 36 strongest half-step Saint King below the Saint King realm could not suppress so many half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereigns so easily. Furthermore, Yang Fann was a junior who was less than 10,000 years old. It was just a rumor. This rumor must be exaggerated. But even so, Yang Fann's name was known by countless Holy Sovereign. In the center of Tianan Realm River, in a glorious divine palace, a middle-aged man in white sat cross-legged around him. Circles of divine light lingered around him. Among these divine lights, there were dancing Tao patterns, holy light, the sky, the scorching sun and the fiery trees and silver flowers. There were also various rivers and seas, mountains, and divine palace. Auspicious vapors were rising and auspicious clouds were dense. One could also see countless living beings worshipping and chanting in the divine lights. It made the divine lights look like the supreme gods, as if they didn't care about the mortal world at all. Rumble. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and endless truths of the great Tao began to flash within them. It was like a sea of the great Tao, causing people to feel as if they were in the middle of a sea. With just a single glance, one would be completely immersed within it, unable to extricate themselves from it. What a good devil Yang Fann. It seems like I have to do it myself. In the center of Tianan Realm River, there was an imperishable thunder sea. Even a half-step Saint King wouldn't dare to casually step into it. If they were careless, they would be turned into ashes by the inextinguishable divine lightning. Within the thunder sea, countless thunder dragons, thunder phoenixes, thunder snakes and lightning lions were roaring, attacking, and playing. In the center of the Thunder Sea sat a giant of lightning that was over 1,000,000 feet tall. In just a breath's time, endless lightning was swallowed and swallowed by it. It was as if the indestructible divine lightning, which could even severely injure or even kill half-step Saint King warriors, was the best food in front of it. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble suddenly, countless profound seals appeared out of nowhere and disappeared into his head. In the next moment, the lightning giant slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. There were traces of blazing heat light flickering in his eyes. He is less than 10,000 years old, but he is able to suppress many top-level holy sovereign warriors and power of half-step Saint King warriors. This Yang Fann must have had a great fortuitous encounter. The opportunity for me, Saint King Zheng Dao, to become Saint King Zheng Dao might be with him. C-1269 returned the news of numerous top-level holy sovereign warriors and half-step Saint King warriors being wiped out by Yang Fann spread like wildfire across the entire Tianan realm river. It had shocked countless of major powers. There were over 200 half-step Saint King warriors, over 10,000 top-level holy sovereign warriors, even if it was the myriad saints palace, the Taoism, spiritual god palace, and the other top 10 powers. It was very difficult for them to produce so many top-grade experts in one go, but they were all killed by Yang Fann just like that. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Just this person alone was comparable to a supreme great sect, a super holy palace. In an instant, the entire Tianan realm river was in turmoil, especially the myriad saints palace, Taoism, and the other superpowers. They were secretly brewing some kind of conspiracy and killing intent. For thousands and trillions of years, none of them had ever suffered such a huge loss, and they were still in the hands of someone who hadn't even grown a single hair. Under the new and old hatred, all the major powers wished they could burn Yang Fann's bones and scatter his ashes, then shred him into 1,000,000 pieces. No matter what, little son Yang Fann had to die. Otherwise, where would the face of these great sects and sacred palaces be? Where was the dignity? In the future, they would still become the laughingstock of the world. The others would not care about Yang Fann's cultivation. Speaking of which, they would only say that they could not even defeat a junior who was less than 10,000 years old. There were also many old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years that emerged one after another. Each and every one of them was like a shark that had smelled the scent of blood as they swarmed over. The rumors might be exaggerated, but even if it was just a few dozen half-step Saint King or 1,000 top-level holy sovereign, it was still shocking. Some of the top 30 sects and holy palaces usually only had dozens or thousands of half-step Saint King or top-level holy sovereign warriors guarding them. Yang Fann was actually able to suppress so many top-grade experts at the age of a child. One could imagine the great secret hidden in his body. Perhaps, even some Saint King sovereign would be tempted by it. If they could seize the great opportunity from Yang Fann, perhaps they would be able to take that crucial step and become a holy king. This was their only chance, and it was very likely that they would only have one chance to break through to the Saint King stage. They couldn't afford to miss it. Reaching the Saint King realm depended on luck. It was not something that could be broken through just by cultivating hard. Tianan Realm River, Southwestern Star Domain. There was a huge world that was millions of light years wide, and it was filled with all kinds of strange lights. But now, the entire world was covered with an indescribable pressure. The surroundings of this great world were densely packed. It was filled with war fortresses of various shapes and sizes that were as large as stars. These war fortresses were the smallest. All of them were several light years old. Some of the larger ones were even connected to hundreds of light years of land, covering the four corners of the great world, completely sealing off the entire great world and making it impossible for even a drop of water to flow through. Amongst them, there were 10 war fortresses that were the most conspicuous, being thousands of light years in size. Rather than calling them war fortresses, it would be more accurate to call them a great world. One had to know that some of the smaller primary major world were only a few thousand light years old. Rumble, rumble. From time to time, terrifying armies would fly out from the war fortress like locusts, charging towards the great world. These armies were at least a few million, at most a few 100 million. They were all elites. At the very least, they were at the quasi-saint. There were countless half-saint experts, and even traces of saints would appear from time to time. Every time this happened, a large number of experts would shoot into the sky from the great world below. They would collide with the great armies and engage in the most intense battle. Bang bang, countless fireworks bloomed in the skies above the great worlds, and a massive number of experts fell like raindrops. An endless rain of blood dyed the great world's red. The great world was vast, the region had been completely dyed red. That was the color of fresh blood. One side had the numerical advantage, and their cultivation base was extremely high. However, the other side was a local battle and had the advantage in terms of terrain. Under the suppression of the strength of world, the strength of those invaders decreased again and again. In a short period of time, both sides were evenly matched, and neither side was able to do anything to the other. That large world was none other than the great world of spiritual martial arts. The war fortresses surrounding the big world were the top forces of the origin continent, the coalition forces. Over the past thousands of years, the top powers of the origin continent had accumulated a lot of forces in the Tianan realm river, including the expert that could help them achieve sainthood. Especially the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, Devil God Palace. The Truism and the other 10 major powers were the strongest in the Tianan realm river. They were only 1 or 2 grades weaker than the Myriad Saints Palace, Taoism, and the Confucian Saint Palace. The weakest was the Red Dust Palace. The Nether Palace was able to squeeze into the ranks of the top 100 major powers, the strongest 9 Empyreans Divine Hall. It could even be ranked in the top 20, and could dominate the entire world. Even the Myriad Saints Palace, the Confucian Saint Palace, and the other 10 major powers had to be wary of it. It was also because of the existence of the 10 major powers that the natives of Origin Continent were able to gain a foothold in Tianan Realm River. There was no wall in the world that couldn't be seen through. The Myriad Saints Palace, Taoism, and the other major powers were able to find out that Yang Fann had destroyed their foundation in the Origin Continent and unified the entire Origin Continent. 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, Devil God Palace, and the other major powers were no exception. In an instant, all the major powers were pointed out. The Origin Continent was their root, and it was the reason why they had the confidence to compete with the major powers of the Tianan Realm River. The reason why they were able to hold on for so long without being destroyed by the major powers of Myriad Saints Palace was because of this. It was because of the fake saint of Origin Continent, a half-step saint king who had attained the Tao and became a saint. The flow of water was long and steady, and they were constantly making up for their losses. Initially, they wanted to camp in the center of the heavenly river and burn Yang Fann's bones and scatter his ashes. However, they were a step too late. Myriad Saints Palace, Taoism, and many other top-grade experts had already arrived at the riverside of the heavenly river before them. With their relationship with the Myriad Saints Palace, Taoism, and other top powers of the Tianan Realm River, a great battle would surely break out as soon as they arrived at the riverside of the heavenly river. The hatred between the two sides that had lasted hundreds of billions of years was not something that could be easily resolved. In the end, the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall and the other powers had no choice but to take a step back and start with the forces behind Yang Fann. 30 years ago, the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall and the other major powers, the coalition forces, descended upon the great world of spiritual martial arts together, wanting to suppress the great world of spiritual martial arts in one fell swoop and capture Yang Fann's family and friends. In their minds, with their strength, it would be a piece of cake for them to suppress a high-rank world. Even with the suppression of the strength of world, it was the same. One should know that in the beginning of the coalition forces, there were 10 half-step Saint King and more than 300 top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. However, the result was the exact opposite. Including the 10 half-step Saint King warriors, all the experts were wiped out. A 60-year cycle ago, true, King Yuan Long had already brought 100 half-step Saint King to the great world of spiritual martial arts. The 10 great Saint Kings and top-level Holy Sovereign were completely suppressed by true King Yuan Long and the others before they could unleash their full power. They didn't even use the trump card that Yang Fann had given them. These 10 great half-step Saint King warriors were only at the low-grade half-step Saint King. The strongest one among them was only a 12 Dao half-step Saint King warrior. Under the suppression of the strength of world in the great world of spiritual martial arts, the 9 low-level half-step Saint King warriors fell to the top-level Holy Sovereign, while the 12 of them could only exert the combat strength of a low-level half-step Saint King warrior. On the other hand, true King Yuan Long and the others were Yang Fann's slaves. They had the mark of Yang Fann on them, and their cultivation base and strength. It was enough for them to unleash more than half of their strength, or even longer than that. That suppression will be weakened. Both sides were on completely different levels. The destruction of coalition forces had alarmed the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall and the other major powers, but they had only paid a little bit of attention to it. After all, under the suppression of the strength of world, the coalition forces could only exert a limited amount of power. Soon, another coalition forces was sent out. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, Devil God Palace and the others. This time, they would definitely be able to suppress the great world of spiritual martial arts. In this alliance army, there were 38 half-step Saint King warriors. There was even a top-level half-step Saint King warrior in charge. However, to everyone's surprise, the second wave of attack was still the same as before. It didn't create any waves, and the entire army was wiped out. At this moment, the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall and the other major powers finally realized the scariness of this high-level world, great world of spiritual martial arts. It wasn't like what they had imagined. They had only relied on the suppression of the strength of world. The great world of spiritual martial arts was only a high-grade world. Its limit was only to suppress 9 high-level half-step Saint King, and it could only suppress 1 or 2 levels of power at most. As for the top-level half-step Saint King, the suppression was negligible. It was completely negligible. In other words, in the great world of spiritual martial arts, Hong Long. The major powers didn't dare to hold anything back. Apart from the necessary forces that were left behind to guard the area, almost all of them had come out. The lineup was more magnificent than the one at the riverside of the Sky River. The Yang Fanns that surrounded Yang Fann were even more powerful than the ones at the riverside. There were more than 300 half-step Saint King warriors, and even 22 top-level half-step Saint King warriors. The strongest one among them was a half-step Saint King stage warrior, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the expert realm in Tianan Realm River. But even so, he still couldn't do anything to the great world of spiritual martial arts. True King Yuan Long and the others were armed to the teeth with the help of the large number of holy talismans given by Yang Fann. Although each of them only had a maximum of 16 half-step Saint King cultivation base, their actual combat strength was. Even top-level half-step Saint King warriors wouldn't dare to underestimate them, especially when True King Yuan Long had activated 2 of his most powerful holy talismans. The power that was even more terrifying than the 36 top-level half-step Saint Kings was wreaking havoc in the starry sky. He had killed 3 top-level half-step Saint King in one go. It had completely frightened the remaining 17 top-level half-step Saint King. The longer they lived, the more afraid they would be of death. Although they all knew that True King Yuan Long definitely didn't have many of these supreme treasures and holy talismans, they were enough to take away the lives of a few of them. No one would just sacrifice themselves for others. Besides, the 10 major powers had always been filthy and had always been in conflict with each other. Many top-level half-step Saint King didn't dare to venture too deep into the great world of spiritual martial arts because of the suppression of the strength of world. As for the other half-step Saint King, their combat strength was limited. Of course, True King Yuan Long and the others didn't dare to push them too far, as they were all on the defensive. The number of holy talismans was limited, especially the top-grade holy talisman that could withstand Yang Fann's full-force attack. It wasn't that Yang Fann didn't want to refine more top-grade holy talismans, it was because it was hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. Not every single piece of jade could store all of his strength. After plundering the entire origin continent and collecting the treasures of countless races, Yang Fann was only able to barely refine 6 top-grade holy talismans. With just the remaining 4 top-grade saint talismans, he could at most take away the lives of 6 or 7 top-level half-step Saint King warriors. Although the other high-grade saint talismans could threaten those top-level half-step Saint King warriors, it was only limited to that. At most, he could injure them severely. He wanted to kill a top-level half-step Saint King warrior completely. It was virtually impossible. For a moment, both sides had entered a stalemate. Up until now, only some saints and combat weapons below the sage stage were fighting. A ripple suddenly appeared in the void 30 light years away from a large fortress in the northwest direction of great world of spiritual martial arts. C-1270 What a Joke Tianan Realm River, Southwest Star Domain. The Alliance army led by 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, Devil God Palace, Truism, and the other 10 major powers had besieged great world of spiritual martial arts for 20 years. During these 20 years, both sides had been wary of each other. Although they had been fighting each other every day, it was rare to see a top half-step Saint King stage expert in action. Rumble. Suddenly, ripples began to appear on the void of a large fortress that spanned over 100 light years in the northwest direction of great world of spiritual martial arts. The next moment, a person appeared out of thin air. It was a black-clothed young man. He looked very young, about 20 years old. The aura around his body was ethereal and unpredictable, causing one to be unable to grasp it. There was a type of concept that returned to its original state. The black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared was none other than Yang Fann, who had rushed back from the central heavenly river. That day, after suppressing all the half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereign warriors, although Yang Fann had found traces of those saints, he still decided to spare their lives after some consideration. After all, they weren't those half-step Saint King and top-level Holy Sovereign, so they had never attacked him. Furthermore, he could use them as an excuse to announce his arrival to the major powers in Tianan Realm River. Of course, the most important thing was that their cultivation base was too weak. Even if they were devoured and refined, they wouldn't be able to increase Yang Fann's strength. After that, Yang Fann rushed to great world of spiritual martial arts without stopping. He had left his family for 1,400 years, but the longing in his heart for his parents and the others was no longer suppressed. It was like a surging tide that was flooding his heart sea. Yang Fann didn't want to stay outside for even a second. His speed was extremely fast. Even those 36 half-step Saint King warriors couldn't catch up to him. It had taken him nearly 500 years to get there, and he didn't even need 3 days to get back. He looked at the densely packed space fortresses in front of him. Yang Fann frowned. In an instant, a saint soul power that far exceeded the imagination of 36 half-step Saint King shot out from Yang Fan's body and covered the entire great world of spiritual martial arts. Yang Fann only let out a long sigh of relief when he realized that his parents were safe and sound, and that they hadn't suffered any injuries. If anything were to happen to his parents, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Fortunately, he had already arranged for True King Yuan Long and the others to return to great world of spiritual martial arts. Otherwise, the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts alone wouldn't be a match for the enemy. In the next moment, rumble, waves of ice-cold killing intent erupted in Yang Fann's heart like billions of volcanoes. Dragons had reverse scales, and once touched, they would die. These forces dared to set their eyes on his family. They deserved to die 10,000 times over death. Everyone on the scene had to die right at this moment. Who is it? How dare you spy on my Chengluo fortress? A roar like devil gods came from the fortress. It rolled and boiled, and swept across the starry sky. You're courting death. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. The killing intent in his heart had completely erupted. Rumble, a horrendous hand that blotted out the sun suddenly appeared, and smashed down towards the Chengluo stronghold. Genshi, countless space and a large number of stars were completely shattered. Ah, no good bitchit, how could this be? No, save me, my lord, save us. Miserable wails of despair erupted from the Chengluo stronghold. A golden barrier rose and protected the surroundings of the Chengluo stronghold. Bang! The heaven-sheltering big hand suddenly slammed into the golden barrier. In a thousandth of an instant, the barrier shattered like glass, shattering into pieces. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand continued to crush down, shattering the heavens and the earth. The entire Chengluo stronghold broke into pieces, turning into countless pieces of rock. Terrifying energy waves destroyed everything. With the Chengluo stronghold as the center, hundreds of light years of space was in chaos. Boundless spatial turbulence was raging and collapsing. The terrifying spatial whirlpool seemed to want to devour everything. Within the stronghold, all those below Holy Sovereign's level didn't even have the time to scream before they were completely released. Even those sages could only rely on the immortal force in their bodies to hold on for a few more breaths of time. Chi. One primordial purple clouds after another flashed and disappeared in an instant. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were collecting the primordial purple clouds. Yang Fann did not care about the cultivation of these saints, but he would never let go of the primordial purple cloudus in their bodies. Ah, not good. There's a half-step Saint King stage utmost expert attacking. Southwest Star Domain is requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. In an instant, in the nearby starry sky, numerous war fortresses were ringing with alarm bells. Requesting backup was incessant. Although the Chengluo stronghold could not be considered the top of all the strongholds, it was still a large-scale stronghold with a diameter of over 100 light years. The Chengluo clan housed within was the Chengluo clan. Their power wasn't weak either. There were a total of 9 top-level Holy Sovereign guarding the stronghold, and Holy Sovereign had no less than 2,000 of them. Adding the defense of the Chengluo stronghold, they could even fight a low-level half-step Saint King. To be able to destroy the Chengluo stronghold so easily with a single palm strike, one could easily tell how powerful the intruder was. He was at least a high-level low-level half-step Saint King, and it wasn't impossible for him to be middle-level half-step Saint King. A top-grade expert like this was absolutely not something that these major powers could deal with. Impudent, a furious shout rang out. Rumble. A long and wide devil chi descended from the sky. Like a smoke signal, it rolled in all directions and pierced through the starry sky. From within it, a terrifying devil god in black armor walked out. The devil chi around his body was dense, and his aura was domineering. Even some half-step Saint King warriors would tremble in fear. They had an instinctive fear of him. Chi. Large patches of voids in all directions were corroded by the endless devil chis, turning into a vast expanse of the devil domain. It's the Senluo devil god. Ha ha ha. Good, the day of this beast's death has arrived. To be able to die at the hands of Lord Senluo, this beast is already sufficiently proud. In an instant, countless experts from all directions sneered. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. That was the top-tier expert in Devil God's palace. In the entire Devil God palace, he could be ranked in the top 10. He could even be ranked in the top 5. His strength was terrifying. He was only below a few top-level half-step Saint King, and he had once fought against 28 half-step Saint King warriors. He was only slightly weaker than them, but this wasn't the great world of spiritual martial arts. Without the suppression of the strength of world, middle-level half-step Saint King wasn't a match for him. It didn't matter if he had a high-grade Saint Talisman in his hand. Although the Saint Talisman was powerful, however, Senluo Devil God wasn't a target. He could just stand there without moving. He would let you attack him as you wish. If he couldn't hit him, he would be hit by a high-level Holy Talisman. That's useless. At this moment, rumble, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and without saying anything else, he struck out with his palm towards the Senluo Devil God. Ah, no, the Senluo Devil God only had time to let out an unwilling wail before he was completely sealed by Yang Fann's palm. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? No, this isn't real, it definitely isn't real. How could Senluo Devil God lose? How could he lose? Within the four-direction battle fortress, countless experts were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just witnessed. Although those half-step Saint King warriors in great world of spiritual martial arts were powerful, they were merely borrowing the power of the Holy Talisman. Their true cultivation base was nothing to them. The strongest one among them was only a 16 Dao half-step Saint King. Without the help of the Holy Talisman, any top-level half-step Saint King warrior would be able to suppress them. However, what they saw just now was that the mysterious expert didn't have the power of the talisman. It had completely relied on its own power to suppress Devil God. This strength had absolutely reached the top-level half-step Saint King, and it wasn't as simple as just 28 or 29 Taos half-step Saint Kings. Ah! Senluo, a heart-wrenching cry that sounded like the cry of a dead mother erupted from a war fortress that spanned thousands of light years. In the next moment, rumble, rumble, streams of demonic light tore through the void and shot towards Yang Fann. Every beam of demonic light was filled with dense devil chis that borrowed the power of the supreme demonic path. Very quickly, 36 peerless devil cultivators appeared in front of Yang Fann. All of them were at the half-step Saint King, and the 3 in front of them were at the top-level half-step Saint King. The leader of the group had a terrifying cultivation base. He had already reached the 33rd half-step Saint King stage, and he was only one more step away from stepping into the 34th half-step Saint King stage. This man was the king of Devil God Palace in Tianan Realm River. However, at this moment, King of Devil God's face was ashen, and his eyes were blazing with flames. He was like an enraged beast, and gurgling sounds could be heard coming from his throat. Lightning was raging, and he was baring his teeth. Not only was that Devil God their Devil God Palace's expert, he was also their senior direct disciple, and he was deeply loved by him. 6. Who are you? Why are you interfering in the matters between us in the holy palace of spiritual martial arts? King of Devil God's heart was burning with rage, and he wished that he could burn Yang Fann's bones and scatter his ashes. However, he didn't attack directly. In his eyes, the strength of his eldest disciple. He was extremely clearly aware that it was only when compared to 28 half-step Saint King experts. He was only slightly inferior, even if it was some 30 half-step Saint King. It was easy to defeat him, but it was impossible for him to suppress him with a single strike like the man in front of him. The strength of the man in front of them was not much weaker than him, who was at the 33rd half-step Saint King. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, this is really funny. Yang Fann seemed to have heard the funniest joke as he laughed out loud. Aren't all of you attacking my great world of spiritual martial arts because you want to take revenge on me? And you even asked me who I am. C1271, the leg bone of a holy king, great world of spiritual martial arts, outside the starry sky. Yang Fann laughed wildly. He looked at King of Devil God as if he was looking at an idiot. Could this guy be any more funny? He had mobilized so many people to come to great world of spiritual martial arts for revenge, but none of them knew who he was. There was something even funnier than this in this world. What? You are Yang Fann? King of Devil God's facial expression changed dramatically. He looked at Yang Fann with disbelief. He had never really seen Yang Fann in person, but he had only seen the image of Yang Fann. And it was the image of the Holy Soul Avatar. As the real Yang Fann. Although the face was the same as the face of his clone, his temperament was still the same. Furthermore, he had been cultivating in seclusion for over 100 years. After the Hung Meng indestructible body broke through to the small completion, Yang Fann's facial expression changed a little. If he wasn't familiar with Yang Fann, he might not be able to recognize him at first glance. He is Yang Fann. How is this possible? Not only King of Devil God, even the half-step Saint King from Devil God Palace behind him found it hard to believe. Myriad Saints Palace, Taoism, Confucian Saint Palace, and many other top-grade experts were waiting by the Milky Way River, waiting for little son Yang Fann to walk into their trap. It was not easy for little son Yang Fann to escape. They knew how powerful the forces of the various major powers were. The top-level half-step Saint King alone was more than 200, and even if they combined all their strength, it would still be difficult for them to eliminate them. Otherwise, why would they take a second step and come to great world of spiritual martial arts? In the end, Yang Fann was their biggest enemy. The great fortune that Yang Fann had was their primary target. Compared to capturing Yang Fann directly, threatening him with the lives of his family members was not very effective. In the eyes of half-step Saint King like them, the most important thing was themselves. It was hard to say how much familial love they had. Furthermore, if little son Yang Fann really managed to escape from the heavenly river, it was impossible for them not to receive any news. It was impossible for them to imagine that Yang Fann only used 3 days to rush back to great world of spiritual martial arts from the central heavenly river. One should know that even if he used all his strength, it would still take him at least a month to get to great world of spiritual martial arts from the central heavenly river. At the riverside of the heavenly river being wiped out had only spread to the central starry sky of the Tianan realm river. It would take at least another 10 days to half a month to reach the great world of spiritual martial arts. The Tianan realm river was truly too vast. Its diameter was trillions of years. You guys aren't too stupid. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth as he sneered. At this moment, good little son Yang Fann, you won't walk on the road to heaven. You dare to destroy the foundation of my 9 Empyreans divine hall when there is no gate to hell. You are truly an unpardonable criminal. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. An extremely loud voice of enmity could be heard. It erupted from a war fortress that was thousands of light years in diameter. It was boiling and boiling. It swept across the entire starry sky. Today no one can save you. I want you to die. You can't ask for death. The next moment, rumble, rumble, terrifying beams of divine light shot out from the several hundred light years, or even several thousand light years wide forts. In an instant, they had already arrived around Yang Fann, completely surrounding him and surrounding him. Bang bang, the terrifying aura and pressure directly crushed the 4-direction starry sky. All of them were half-step Saint King stage peerless experts. Yang Fann destroying the Chengluo stronghold wasn't a big deal, but suppressing Devil God with a single palm had completely attracted the attention of all half-step Saint King warriors. Shenluo Devil God, he was a 9th grade huge perfection half-step Saint King, and was only a step away from the top-level half-step Saint King. He was able to enter the top 20 of all half-step Saint King warriors, so they had to pay attention to him. Including Devil God Palace's King of Devil God and the other 38 half-step Saint King, there were a total of 266 half-step Saint King. Not a single one was left alive, and all of them were here. Among them, 17 were top-level half-step Saint King, 62 were high-level half-step Saint King, and 128 were middle-level half-step Saint King. On the contrary, the number of low-level half-step Saint King was much smaller, and was far inferior to middle-level half-step Saint King. Even high-level half-step Saint King was inferior, and only 59 of them were here. In this kind of foreign world war, low-grade half-step Saint King were the ones who suffered the most. Under the suppression of the strength of world, they directly fell to the top-level holy sovereign. True King Yuan Long and the others could usually kill 1 or 2 low-level half-step Saint King with just a high-level talisman. In just 20 years, more than half of the low-grade half-step Saint King were killed. Of course, even so, this lineup was extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the forces that surrounded Yang Fann and killed him 3 days ago. Not only that, one should know that among the 17 top-level half-step Saint King warriors, 34 of them were at the same level as King of Devil God. Each of them had a half-step Saint King warrior at the same level as King of Devil God. There was one more at the 33rd half-step Saint King, and 5 at the 31st and 32nd half-step Saint King. You want me to beg for death? With just you, an aphid? Yang Fann looked at Lord of the 9 Empyreans from Tianan Realm River with disdain. He was also the only 35th half-step Saint King amongst all the half-step Saint King warriors. He really had no idea where this aphid had gotten its confidence from, and it really agreed with the saying, the ignorant are fearless. You still dare to speak when you are about to die? Die. Before Lord of the 9 Empyreans could finish his words, killing intent flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. His body moved and tore apart the starry sky. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lord of the 9 Empyreans and struck with his palm. Rumble Yang Fann didn't hold anything back in this palm strike. He unleashed all the energy of the 10 layers of body. He was like a god of slaughter, a god of Buddha, a god of slaughter, a god of Buddha, and a god of slaughter. The power was terrifying. Even though he hadn't reached the Saint King stage, it was still 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than the power of the 36 half-step Saint King. The small success stage Hung Meng indestructible body was just that overbearing, it didn't give anyone a chance to live. Ah, how is this possible? Lord of the 9 Empyreans' pupils shrunk, he couldn't believe what he just saw. This power was much stronger than the 36 half-step Saint King he had encountered before. The two of them were on completely different levels. Could it be that little brute was already Saint King Zheng Dao? No, that's impossible. How old is he? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Roar, block it for me. Lord of the 9 Empyreans let out a hysterical roar, like a beast that had been forced into a corner. Rumble, rumble, rays of azure starlight flashed in front of Lord of the 9 Empyreans, forming a divine starlight shield in front of him. The starlight was glittering, and it looked like a dream. The divine starlight shield of the 9th heaven, it was one of the ultimate treasures of the 9 Empyreans' divine hall, the supreme grade defensive weapon, collimator. With the starry shield of the 9 clouds, Lord of the 9 Empyreans was able to fight against 36 half-step Saint King warriors. Rumble. An invincible palm force struck the 9 heavens star shield. Rumble. The 9 heavens stellar shield let out a miserable cry. On the divine shield, numerous crisscrossing cracks appeared, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Although the top-grade collimator was strong, it was still nothing in front of Yang Fann, who had fully unleashed the power of the body. Lord of the 9 Empyreans threw his head back and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The chi on his body weakened at a terrifying speed. The vital treasure was injured, causing it to suffer a severe injury. Stop. Ah, don't. Holy Lord, be careful. The half-step Saint King from the 9 Empyreans' divine hall, who were scattered across the 4 directions starry sky, let out heart-wrenching howls, wanting to save them. However, it was as if their legs had taken root in the ground, and they couldn't move no matter what. Although they were all half-step Saint King warriors, and there was even a 33 Dao half-step Saint King among them. However, a battle of that level wasn't something they could interfere with. The power unleashed by Yang Fann was just too terrifying. The lingering aura of Yang Fann alone was enough to make them tremble in fear. The hairs on their bodies stood on end. The two of them were totally not on the same level of existence. The gap between them was so huge that it was unknown how many light years. Many half-step Saint King's pupils were filled with indescribable fear. Once Lord of the 9 Empyreans was killed, what awaited them would be unimaginable. Bang! The starry shield of the ninth heaven finally could not hold on any longer and exploded with a loud bang. It exploded into countless fragments. Aphids, die! A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Fann's face. The invincible palm force was like a hot knife cutting through butter, smashing to the end. Ah! No! The 9 Empyreans Divine Hall closed their eyes in despair. They couldn't bear to see that tragic scene. At that moment, roar little brute, it's you who deserves to die. A flash of determination appeared in Lord of the 9 Empyreans' eyes. His face was extremely twisted, like a ferocious ghost from hell. It let out a terrifying ghost howl. In an instant, an immortal leg bone emitting a terrifying aura of a holy king appeared in his hand and merged into his body. The next second, countless mysterious Tao patterns burst out from his body. The chi around his body rose crazily, and it instantly surpassed the range of 36 half-step Saint King Tao patterns. Threads of terrifying power of a Saint King spread out from his body. It was as if the legendary Saint King had been revived, and it easily neutralized Yang Fann's invincible palm force, which could even destroy 36 half-step Saint King. Lord of the 9 Empyreans looked at Yang Fann with a twisted face. His voice was bone-chilling. Yang Fann, you beast, how dare you force me to use the leg bone of a holy king? Today, you will die for sure. No one can save you. What? The leg bone of a holy king? Legend has it that the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall once obtained a leg bone of a holy king. I always thought that it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be the truth. Good little son Yang Fann, you're dead. C1272 You are the holy king. Great world of spiritual martial arts, the starry sky beyond the heavens. Yang Fann versus Lord of the 9 Empyreans. From the beginning of the battle, it seemed like the battle was going to be one-sided. The small success stage Hung Meng indestructible body was truly terrifying. It was unpredictable. Even if it was just a pure strength of body, it was 10 times, or even 100 times more powerful than the 36 half-step Saint King. In less than a breath's time, the supreme treasure of 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, Collimator, the 9 Cloud Star Divine Shield, was completely destroyed. Lord of the 9 Empyreans was forced to use the strongest trump card of 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, the leg bone of Saint King Sovereign. A Saint King was a Saint King, and his abilities were immeasurable. It was not something a half-step Saint King could imagine. Even if it was just a piece of bone, the power that it could unleash was not something that 36 half-step Saint King warriors could compare with. Terrifying power of a Saint King kept bursting out from Lord of the 9 Empyreans' body, filling the entire area. Powerful, unprecedented, it was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than his previous self. At this moment, even the 36 half-step Saint King Lord of the 9 Empyreans had full confidence that he could blow him up with a single punch, completely wiping out the imperishable power in his body, making it impossible for him to be reborn. This was the difference in the level of life. There was no comparison at all. Of course, the price was also terrifying. Lord of the 9 Empyreans' black and beautiful long hair began to turn white at a speed visible to the naked eye. His handsome face also began to age rapidly. This was not the loss of the longevity, but the leaking of strength of original life. The might of a sacred king was sacred and inviolable. Even if it was just a leg bone, it was not something that a 35th half-step Saint King could casually use. It was completely at the price of Lord of the 9 Empyreans' strength of original life. Even if Lord of the 9 Empyreans wanted to stop it, it was impossible. This loss was irreversible. In other words, even if he could kill Yang Fann, he wouldn't be able to live for long. This was a method to exchange his life for his life. Good, I didn't expect that legend to be true, little son Yang Fann. Your death has come. From all directions, half-step Saint King warriors were looking at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. The current Lord of the 9 Empyreans was just too terrifying, as if he was an ancient Saint King who had just come back to life. Just his aura alone was enough to kill them hundreds and thousands of times. This power had already far exceeded the realm of half-step Saint King. It was something that only Saint King Sovereign could break. No matter what kind of monster little son Yang Fann had, it was impossible for him to be a match for Lord of the 9 Empyreans, who had fused with the leg bone of a holy king. King of Devil God, the truism master, and the other big shots had a strange look in their eyes, as if they were planning something. They could see Lord of the 9 Empyreans' condition, and they were afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Once Lord of the 9 Empyreans died, the 9 Empyreans' Divine Hall would be severely injured, and their chance would come. The 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, Devil God Palace, Truism, and the other 10 major powers were facing the enemy together. However, the internal structure of the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall wasn't as solid as iron. Furthermore, Yang Fann only had one great opportunity, and no one was willing to give it up. Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, the Sacred Palaces. This was a huge palace that had been built for less than 400 years, but now, it had become the true core of the great world of spiritual martial arts. It was located on the 6th Young Master Peak of the Lingwu mountain range. It was the place where true King Yuan Long, half-step Saint King, Ape Devil, and the other top-level Holy Sovereign warriors were cultivating. In the martial artist world, experts were the most respected. Everything depended on one's strength. Although true King Yuan Long and the others were only Yang Fann's slaves, all the saints of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, including their Grand Master, Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign. No one dared to show any disrespect to them. Among these people, the weakest was a top-level Holy Sovereign. Even their ancestor, Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign, couldn't withstand a single blow from them. If these experts wanted to harm their Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen. True King Yuan Long and the others were cultivating on 6th Young Master Peak. At most, they were cold to them. Apart from Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others who were close to Yang Fann, no one else could make them look good. At this moment, in the Palace Lord Palace of the Saints, true King Yuan Long and the other half-step Saint King warriors, as well as Lord Ape Demon and the other top-level Holy Sovereign warriors had gathered here, but the number of them had decreased significantly. When they left the origin continent, true King Yuan Long had brought a total of 102 half-step Saint King warriors with him, but now, there were only 81 of them. As for the 136 top-level Holy Sovereign warriors brought by Lord Ape Demon, they were all top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. Right now, there were only 93 of them. Among them, 22 of them were half-step Saint King warriors, and 43 of them were top-level Holy Sovereign warriors. All of them had fallen at the hands of coalition forces. Killing 1,000 enemies would result in 800 casualties. To the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall and other major powers, true King Yuan Long and the others didn't have any advantages. In fact, they were at a disadvantage, and casualties were inevitable. This was a local battle. With the suppression of the strength of world, if they left the great world of spiritual martial arts, the number of casualties would likely be doubled. Apart from that, there were hundreds of intermediate and high-grade Holy Sovereign in the main hall. The strongest one was a Tier 9 high-level Holy Sovereign. It was Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign. Although true King Yuan Long and the others didn't think highly of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts' strength, they didn't dare to be too slow. After all, these were the elders of their master, the sect. They had to give them some face. In the center of the hall, there was a 300-meter-tall divine mirror that clearly revealed the situation in the southwestern starry sky. Lord of the 9 Empyreans had caused such a huge commotion. If they didn't have any reaction, the great world of spiritual martial arts would have already been breached by the coalition forces. The atmosphere in the huge main hall had become extremely solemn. From true King Yuan Long to Holy Sovereign, the lowest-ranked disciple of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Their eyes were fixed on the divine mirror. Their eyes were filled with worry. This battle, it was a matter of life and death for all of them. Once Yang Fann was defeated, at that time, the only thing waiting for them would be death. True King Yuan Long and the other half-step Saint King warriors were especially nervous. Their lives were all tied to Yang Fann. As long as Yang Fann, their master, fell, their souls would immediately scatter and turn into ashes. Master, please don't let anything happen to you. Although they had full confidence in Yang Fann, Lord of the 9 Empyreans was really too strong, too strong. That was the remains of Saint King Sovereign. Apart from a true Saint King or a Dao weapon, there was no other power that could fight against that power. It was almost impossible for Yang Fann, the master, to have a Dao weapon protecting his body. The Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts' foundation was really weak. They couldn't even take out a top-grade saint weapon. No one in the origin continent had ever heard of any major power possessing a Dao weapon. As for the fact that their master had the power to fight Saint King Sovereign, they didn't even dare to think about it. Saint King, half-step Saint King, the difference of half a step. The difficulty of this was beyond anyone's imagination. It was even more difficult than letting a lowly mortal with a low bloodline become a sovereign. In the starry sky, Rumble, Lord of the Nine Empyreans' divine might was unparalleled. It was as if Devil God had descended from the heavens. With a slight movement of his body, a large part of the starry sky began to riot. Millions of stars exploded in the sky like a large firework, blooming with the most brilliant light. It's done, it's all over. Lord of the Nine Empyreans looked down at Yang Fann and said coldly. With his strength of original life, he could only last for 10 breaths at most. He couldn't afford to waste such a short amount of time. Not only did he want to suppress this little brute, he also wanted to destroy the great world of spiritual martial arts and eliminate all obstacles for the Nine Empyreans' divine hall. The Master of Truism, King of Devil God, and the others. How could he not know what they were thinking? Without him, the other half-step Saint King warriors of the Nine Empyreans' divine hall might not be a match for King of Devil God and the Truism Master. In the next moment, Rumble, Lord of the Nine Empyreans, moved his right hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Fann. He didn't use any special ability, the arcane art. It was just an ordinary palm strike. With the support of the leg bone of a Saint King, the so-called arcane art was useless to him. It couldn't increase his strength at all. It was even worse than this direct palm strike. Moreover, its speed was not very fast. It was like a casual palm strike from an ordinary person, but strangely, it made people feel like they could not dodge it no matter what. They could only face it head-on. The Great Tao was simple, but it couldn't be compared to this. Hiss, terrifying, truly too terrifying. It can't be blocked, nor can it be blocked. The surrounding half-step Saint King sucked in a breath of cold air. Under that palm strike, they were like lowly ants. Even if all of them combined their strength, they still wouldn't be able to block that palm strike. At this moment, Lord of the Nine Empyreans was like a supreme god. Whoever he wanted to kill would have to die with a hiss. If a true holy king comes, I might have to be more cautious. A mere leg bone is not enough. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and sneered. There was no trace of panic in his eyes. It was as if Lord of the Nine Empyreans' deadly palm strike was a casual strike from a mortal. What could it be that he? Lord of the Nine Empyreans' expression changed slightly. A trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, boundless purple energy erupted from Yang Fann's fur. It was like numerous purple dragons were wreaking havoc in the starry sky. Yang Fann's chi had increased tenfold, more than 100 times. In an instant, he had surpassed Lord of the Nine Empyreans, and it was still rising continuously, as if it would never stop. Rumble, a terrifying purple color emerged behind Yang Fann's back. Devil God pointed his finger at the sky and stamped on the ground. He was invincible. Waves of terrifying immortal pressure made Lord of the Nine Empyreans tremble from the depths of his soul. Ah, how is this possible? You are the Holy King. C-1273 Reunion, Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, the starry sky beyond the heavens. Ah, how is this possible? You are the Holy King. Lord of the Nine Empyreans suddenly let out a hysterical wail. His voice was almost crazy. After merging with the leg bone of a Holy King, his strength had already far surpassed the realm of half-step Saint King. There were almost no opponents below the level of a Holy King, unless that person also had the remains of a Holy King, or if it was a true Tao weapon. However, what he saw was that Yang Fann's aura was thousands of times stronger than his current strength. More than that, such a terrifying power. Apart from the real Saint King, sovereign, he couldn't think of a second possibility. In terms of the Great Tao, how could there be such a monster in this world? He wasn't even 10,000 years old, not even 10,000 years old. At this moment, Lord of the Nine Empyreans was so frightened that he forgot to continue attacking Yang Fann. You have some knowledge, aphids. Yang Fann looked at Lord of the Nine Empyreans calmly and said in a calm voice. He didn't deny it. The current him, although he hadn't become a Saint King yet, he was still a small completion Hung Meng indestructible body. Its combat strength was not any weaker than an ordinary Holy King's. If he added the 86 Saint King Law he controlled, his combat strength was terrifying, and it was comparable to an ordinary Saint King expert. He would not be a sacred king at all. He was a Saint King. He definitely had the right to be called a Holy King. Holy King, he really is a Holy King. Although Lord of the Nine Empyreans had already guessed that Yang Fann was most likely a Saint King sovereign, he still could not accept Yang Fann admitting it calmly. His eyes were lifeless, and it was as if all his energy had been sucked out in an instant. He was strong after merging with the leg bone of a Saint King. In his eyes, even 36 half-step Saint King warriors were just slightly stronger ants, but in front of a real Saint King sovereign, they were nothing. In the end, it was just the remains of a fallen Saint King. Moreover, under the erosion of the power of time, the power within had been reduced by about 70 to 80%. Time was ruthless. Even a holy king could not be truly eternal. Perhaps it was possible for a supreme true God to do so. How could this be? How could this be? How could he be a holy king? No, this isn't real. It definitely isn't real. The great Tao is unfair. The great Tao is unfair. How can he be so biased towards Yang Fann? In Four Directions Starry Sky, the group of half-step Saint King had completely collapsed. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Saint King Sovereign, who was less than 10,000 years old, was there anything more absurd than this in this world? Not to mention them, even true King Yuan Long and the others were stunned. Their mouths were wide open, as if they could swallow a goose egg. Although they had never doubted that their master, Yang Fann, could become Saint King Zheng Dao. Even if he broke through to the saint realm and became a god, they had no doubt about it. However, in their opinion, it would take at least 1,000,000 years. 10 million years later, especially martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign and the others, they had the urge to see a fake Yang Fann. Was this still the Yang Fann they knew? When they parted ways with Yang Fann, he only had the strength of high-level Holy Sovereign. How long had it been since then? It hadn't even been 600 years. He had actually become Saint King Sovereign in one leap. The gap between them was simply not something that could be described with words. Compared to a beggar, he had turned around and became an emperor. It was even more horrifying. If this were to spread out, not to mention a mere Tianan realm river, it would be a huge AIMA realm. Even the entire realm sea would be shaken by this news, less than 10,000 years old. To be exact, who would believe Saint King Sovereign who was less than 2,000 years old? Who would dare to believe it? In the starry sky, Yang Fann's body was surrounded by purple chi, and his aura was incomparably sacred. He was like a high and mighty god that had descended upon the mortal world and ruled the world. Alright, that's all for now. Yang Fann's voice was indifferent, as if he was announcing a trivial matter. Lord of the Nine Empyreans, who had only merged with the leg bone of a holy king, was not taken seriously by Yang Fann. Unless the real holy king came back to life, Yang Fann would still treat him seriously. The next moment, rumble, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Lord of the Nine Empyreans. It was an ordinary palm strike, and there was no profound meaning to it. However, this ordinary palm strike had caused Lord of the Nine Empyreans to feel utter despair, and he was unable to put up any resistance. Bang! The heavens and the earth split apart. Lord of the Nine Empyreans' body completely shattered and exploded. Very quickly, Lord of the Nine Empyreans' aura quickly dissipated, merging with the leg bone of a holy king. The strength of original life was almost completely dried up by the leg bone of a sacred king, but Lord of the Nine Empyreans did not even have the strength to shed a drop of blood and revive. Rumble! A golden light shot up into the sky from the center of the explosion. It was so fast that it was dozens of times faster than even the 36 half-step Saint King warriors. In just 1/10,000th of a second, it had passed several light years of distance. It happened in an instant. Rumble! A large violet hand descended from the sky and grabbed the golden light. It revealed a golden leg bone that exuded an undying aura. If it wasn't the leg bone of a holy king, then what was it? Compared to Lord of the Nine Empyreans, the leg bone of a holy king was a great supplement. Yang Fann had a feeling that as long as he absorbed and refined it, the effect would be even greater than if he swallowed 10 or 36 half-step Saint King warriors. Saint Kings and half-step Saint King warriors were only half a step away from each other, but they were two living beings. Even if it was just a leg bone, it was still far from what those half-step Saint King warriors could compare with. With such a great supplement, how could Yang Fann let it slip away from under his nose? When Lord of the Nine Empyreans took out the leg bone of a Saint King, Yang Fann had already set his eyes on him. He died. Lord of the Nine Empyreans fell just like that. How is this possible? It's fake, it must be fake. In Four Directions Starry Sky, all the half-step Saint King were shocked. Even though they had already prepared themselves and knew that Lord of the Nine Empyreans was no match for Yang Fann, the gap between them was just too huge. With just one strike, Lord of the Nine Empyreans was completely blown up, and not even his bones were left. This had completely exceeded their imagination. This shouldn't be the case. Even if Lord of the Nine Empyreans couldn't defeat Yang Fann, he would still need to withstand a few strikes. But soon, the shock in his heart was replaced by endless panic. Even Lord of the Nine Empyreans, who had fused with the leg bone of a holy king, was easily killed by Yang Fann. What else could they use to fight Yang Fann? One should know that even if all of them combined, it would be very difficult for them to be a match for Lord of the Nine Empyreans. No, that won't do. I have cultivated bitterly for 100 billion years, and only then did I have today's cultivation base. How could I die here? No, I can't. I can't die, I can't die. Flee, flee immediately for, rumble, rumble. In an instant, all the half-step Saint King turned into rays of light and fled in all directions. Their disciples, grand disciples, and the foundation of their race were all thrown into the clouds. The world was big, and he had the biggest life. Even I, the old ancestor, can't guarantee my own life. How can I have so much free time to care about you juniors? As long as I don't die, so what if my race is destroyed? So what if the sect is destroyed? With their strength, they could easily create another clan and establish a foundation. A half-step Saint King was as weak as an ant in front of Yang Fann, but it didn't mean that they were really weak. It was hard to say what a top-grade world was, but a high-grade world like great world of spiritual martial arts could easily be occupied by a half-step Saint King if he wanted to, and become a great lord of the world. Trying to escape, come here obediently. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. The Saint soul power that was no weaker than Saint King Sovereign's instantly penetrated through his body and turned into numerous invisible hands. In an instant, they captured the half-step Saint King that was flying in all directions, dragging them towards Yang Fann. Even King of Devil God and the Truism Master, who had 33 of them, couldn't break free from the 34 of them. The scariness of a sacred king expert could be seen from this. Only 36 of them were able to slightly attract their attention. Ah, no, please spare my life, please spare my life, spare me, I surrender, I surrender. Roar Yang Fann, you beast, you're going to die a horrible death, I curse you. Great world of spiritual martial arts, Palace Lord, Palace of the Saints. Gulp, capture, captured. All the half-step Saint King were captured by the Lord Yang Fann. Powerful. Master Yang Fann is really too powerful. True King Yuan Long and the others who had yet to recover from the shock of Yang Fann's palm exploding Lord of the Nine Empyreans felt their hearts tremble once more. They swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. That was a total of 267 half-step Saint King warriors, and there were even some top-level half-step Saint King warriors among them. They were actually captured by their master in an instant. It was truly frightening. Invincible, Master Yang Fann, he was truly invincible in the Tianan Realm River. Ha ha ha, good, 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 everyone. It's our turn. Today, we must make sure that bunch of trash never returns. True King Yuan Long burst into laughter, and his eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. For the past 20 years, although they did not suffer too much, in fact, all in all, the half-step Saint King who had fallen in the coalition forces. There were more top-level holy sovereign warriors than them. However, they were kept in the great world of spiritual martial arts and were not allowed to leave. This was an indisputable fact, and each and every one of them had a bellyful of anger burning in their hearts. Now, the chance to take revenge had finally arrived. Finally, True King Yuan Long seemed to have thought of something. He instructed a top-level holy sovereign below, quickly, go and inform the old master that my people and my master have returned. C-1274 changes Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, 6th Young Master Peak, Divine Palace Peak. Yang Fann, Yang Yunfeng and his wife, Yang Sifan, and a few other girls had gathered together. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Yang Fann to suppress King of Devil God. 2 hours had passed since the Truism Master and the other half-step Saint King warriors arrived. After suppressing King of Devil God and the other half-step Saint King warriors, Yang Fann didn't attack too many of them. Instead, he handed the remaining survivors of the alliance to True King Yuan Long and the others. He immediately returned to 6th Young Master Peak. Compared to reuniting with his parents, those survivors of the alliance were nothing. Many half-step Saint King warriors had already been suppressed by him. If True King Yuan Long and the others couldn't even take care of those shrimp soldiers and crab generals, then they would truly be wasting their time as half-step Saint King warriors. They just bought a piece of tofu and bumped their heads to death. It would save them the embarrassment of being conspicuous. Furthermore, before entering the great world of spiritual martial arts, Yang Fann had released the 300 billion elite army that was still in the space treasure for true King Yuan Long and the others to control. Not to mention that they still had so many high-grade holy talismans in their hands. These holy talismans were not easy to use against those top-level half-step Saint King warriors. With the speed of top-level half-step Saint King warriors, as long as they were not too careless, they could avoid the attack of the holy talismans. However, those war fortresses were different. They were good at attacking and defending, but their speed was their weakness. It was not easy to move a gigantic object that could move dozens or hundreds of light years away. Its speed could not be compared to a top-level half-step Saint King, and it could even be compared to an ordinary low-level saint. It was the best target. If it wasn't for the half-step Saint King leading these war fortresses, it would have taken them thousands or tens of thousands of years to reach the great world of spiritual martial arts with their speed alone. Looking at Yang Yunfeng and his wife opposite them, vaguely, Yang Fann's eyes were moist, and his voice was choked with sobs. Father, mother, the unfilial son has returned. 1,400 years. This was definitely the longest period of time Yang Fann had left his family. When they reunited again, the excitement in Yang Fann's heart could not be described with words. After so many years, his parents' appearance hadn't changed much. It was still that familiar face, but more dignified than before. However, their cultivation bases had improved by leaps and bounds. The couple had already broken through to the semi-saint stage, and they were both at the peak of the half-saint realm. There was only a slight gap between them and the perfection semi-saint. They were afraid that it wouldn't take them more than a few decades to break through to the perfection semi-saint. At that time, it would only be a matter of time before they could refine a primordial purple clouds and attain the Tao and become a saint. As for the other perfection semi-saint, the primordial purple clouds was their lifelong desire. For the sake of a single primordial purple clouds, they had gone through countless dangers and sacrifices. However, to Yang Yunfeng and his wife, it was nothing. Not to mention a single primordial purple clouds, even if there were 10 or 100 of them, it wouldn't be a big deal. There was no other way. Who asked them to have a good son? This was something that others couldn't envy. It wasn't just Yang Yunfeng and his wife. Yang Fann, Luo Jiawei, and the other girls' cultivation levels were also high. They also changed 3 times a day and kept climbing up. They had all reached the perfection semi-saint and started to refine the primordial purple clouds. Like Yang Fann, who had the best talent, she had already started refining the primordial purple clouds 100 years ago. Whether it was the ape demon saint or true King Yuan Long, before they became saints. Yang Fann had asked them to bring back a large amount of resources, especially true King Yuan Long. At that time, he had taken away nearly 100 million forces from the origin continent, as well as all the resources he had accumulated in the first level of his race. The abundance of resources was something that even many top-level half-step Saint King warriors would go crazy for. Under the massive amount of resources, it was difficult for them not to improve their cultivation base. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to stabilize their foundation so that they could walk further on their path in the future, these girls would have advanced to the perfection semi-saint in just a few years after the arrival of the ape demon saint. They would have the qualifications to refine the primordial purple clouds and become saints. However, they weren't Yang Fann. Refining the primordial purple clouds was as simple as eating and drinking. An ordinary perfection semi-saint wanted to refine a primordial purple clouds. Even with Yang Fann and the other girls' talent, without 100 years or even longer, they wouldn't be able to successfully refine a primordial purple clouds. After all, they were not false saints, and they had successfully mastered the holy sovereign law. Of course, they had never thought of taking the path of a false saint. The Tianan realm river was different from the origin continent. There was no future in the path of a false saint. Every time one comprehended a holy sovereign law, it would be thousands of times more difficult than the real holy sovereign. The first kind of people who truly took the path of a false saint was the birth of a small power. The number of primordial purple cloudus they could obtain was limited. Basically, there were no extra primordial purple cloudus that they could use to prove their Tao and become a saint. They had to walk the path of a false saint. It was the same for the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts in the past. Although the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts was located in the nearby star domain, it was still considered a major power. It controlled dozens of major worlds, but it was placed in the entire Tianan realm river. It was only a third-rate power, which was barely close to being a second-rate power. The number of primordial purple cloudus hidden within the sacred palace didn't exceed 2 hands. The second was the ordinary half-saints of the major powers. Their talent and potential were limited. Even if they managed to attain the Tao and become a saint, it was impossible for the upper echelons of the various powers to waste precious primordial purple cloudus on them. Lastly, top-level Heaven's Pride, who had been carefully nurtured by many major powers, needed them to go to the origin continent to obtain the primordial purple cloudus. The number of primordial purple cloudus produced by a major world was limited. Even the highest grade of a major world could only produce a few hundred high-grade thousands primordial purple cloudus. A top-grade great world like this might not even be able to produce 1 in 10 billion years. Most of the newly produced great worlds were intermediate. A low-grade great world was rare even in high-grade great worlds. There were only a few of them. How could dozens of primordial purple cloudus be enough? The origin continent was the true largest one. However, Yang Fann had never thought of letting his family and friends enter the origin continent to fight for the primordial purple clouds. In the next 100 million years, he wouldn't even know what realm he would grow to. Perhaps he would even surpass the legendary true god, as the person beside him. At that time, even if he was not a true god, he would at least be a holy king. It would be a joke to walk the path of a false saint. Furthermore, the origin continent was currently under his control. There was no need for him to fight for it. He could just get someone to plunder it and send it out. Good, it's good that you're back. Fann, it has been hard on you all these years. Fann, mother's heart, let mother take a good look at you. You must have suffered a lot these years. Look, you have lost weight. Eldest brother, CC misses you so much. Cousin, Jia Wei too. 4. Big brother Yang, Lord. After some small talk, Yang Fann began to talk about his experiences over the years. Just like before, he did not report any good news. He alone could bear the storm outside. He worked hard to cultivate just so he could protect his family better. To be honest, there didn't seem to be any danger. In the past 1,400 years, he had left great world of spiritual martial arts and returned today. Apart from being a tortoise by the Milky Way River 100 years before the emergence of the origin continent, he felt a little aggrieved. The rest of the time, it was Yang Fann's history. He had swept away everything from an ordinary pseudo-saint to a half-step peak saint king. During this time, Yang Fann had also asked his parents about the changes in the great world of spiritual martial arts during these years. In the past 1,000 years, nothing major had happened. It could be said that everything was calm and peaceful. Although Yang Fann had not been in Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts for all these years, no one had been kicked in the head by a donkey. No one had dared to cause trouble for 6th Young Master Peak. After the arrival of Lord Ape Demon and True King Yuan Long, no one had dared to provoke 6th Young Master Peak. Now, in the huge Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, 6th Young Master Peak had completely surpassed the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Even an ordinary maid would be the target of many senior elders and great elemental old man. Not only her status, but also her cultivation base and strength. Currently, in the entire 6th Young Master Peak, not a single person's cultivation base was below Holy Lords. For example, Lin Yi, Great Saint Mo Yun, and the other old men. Each and every one of them had broken through to the perfection semi-saint and started refining the primordial purple clouds. It was only a matter of time before they could attain the Tao and become saints. When a person obtained the Tao, his or her family would rise to the heavens. It was better not to do so. Being able to join 6th Young Master Peak and acknowledge Yang Fann as their master was definitely the greatest fortune in their lives. Of course, over the years, the overall strength of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts had been developing at a rapid pace. In the past 100,000 years, there might not have been a single half-step saint. But now, they were like bamboo shoots that were sprouting after the rain, appearing in an endless stream. It was True King Yuan Long. The huge amount of resources brought by the Devil Ape and the others were enough for the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts to enjoy. In the past few hundred years, some of the hidden dangers in the great world of spiritual martial arts had been easily swept away. For example, the saints of the Sea clan who were sealed in the sea of spiritual martial force could do nothing to them, so they could only choose to seal them. However, in the hands of Lord Ape Demon and the other top-level Holy Sovereign Saints, they were nothing. They were easily killed by them. There was also the Dead Blood River. Even martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign could not take a step out of it. However, in the eyes of many top-level Holy Sovereign warriors, it was not a big deal. Many humans in the foreign land were freed, and those heartless humans were sent to the middle world, allowing them to run their own course. Among the billions of foreign races, apart from the Heavenly Spider Clan, Jedi Spider, and dozens of other foreign races in the Celestial Spider Manor, as well as the 3 clans, they were all reduced to lowly slaves, allowing the human race to control them. No matter what, the Heavenly Spider Clan, Jedi Spider, and other major families in the Celestial Spider Manor were all Yang Fann's slaves. The 3 races had shown him some kindness in the past. Also, the young lady of wuxia, Hua Qingwu, whom he had saved by chance, had also come to Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts and joined 6th Young Master Peak. C1275 10 million purple grand mist or of 41,400 years, to any sacred palace, it was nothing. Even the lowest level sacred palace had more than 1,000,000 years of inheritance. 10 million years was counted in 100 million years. However, to the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, these 1400 years had given them a complete transformation. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, almost no one would have believed that the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts from 1,400 years ago had such an appearance. 1,400 years ago, in the entire Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, including the 4 intermediate great worlds and dozens of primary major world, there wouldn't be more than 10 million half-saints. There were less than 1,000,000 perfection semi-saint, and this included the few million half-saints who had entered the origin continent with Yang Fann. Now, some of the great saints and Holy Lord had broken through one after another. In the headquarters of Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, there were more than 10 million half-saints and more than 1 million perfection semi-saint. If one counted the auxiliary worlds, the number would definitely be higher. It would double. Also, there were still many years of war between the various families and the coalition forces. There were also a lot of half-step saints who had fallen. Furthermore, 6th Young Master Peak was not one of them. Otherwise, the number of them would have increased by several times. There were people who were close to each other. The huge amount of resources that Yang Fann had given True King Yuan Long and the others would naturally benefit Yang Fann's faction. Even an ordinary maid in 6th Young Master's Mountain would receive resources that were not much less than the resources allocated to them by the elders of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, Holy Lord. Over the past 1,000 years, there had been so many precious girls. The noble girl secretly shed tears of regret for not being able to join 6th Young Master's Mountain. Otherwise, she would at least be a Holy Lord expert. Even the family behind them would benefit greatly from it. Ordinary elders and disciples, each and every one of them had made great progress in their cultivation. Those senior elders, not to mention the higher-ups, just the saints. More than 200 had been added, speaking of which, he still had to thank the coalition forces of the various families. Although True King Yuan Long and the Ape Devil Saint had brought along a huge amount of resources, he still had to thank them. There were a lot of treasures that even half-step Saint King warriors would covet. However, Yang Fann himself did not have enough Yang Fanns, so he did not ask them to bring too many. Other than the primordial purple Cloudus that they needed to prove their Tao, there were also extra primordial purple Cloudus. Most of them were given to their own people, and only 50 martial and spiritual holy sovereigns were given to martial and spiritual holy sovereign. If it wasn't for the fact that they had killed a large number of saints from the coalition forces and seized their primordial purple clouds, it would have been difficult for the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts to have so many saints. Not to mention the fact that there were still more than 500 perfection semi-saint who were in seclusion refining the primordial purple clouds. As for martial and spiritual holy sovereign and the other saints, they had also made major breakthroughs. Most of them had broken through a major realm. High-level Holy Sovereign's original 3 saints had more than doubled, and he now had 8 saints. Although the strongest martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign hadn't broken through to the Great Secret Stage and advanced to the top-level Holy Sovereign, he had also reached the limit of high-level Holy Sovereign, and had the hope of making a breakthrough within 1,000 years. All the saints of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts were legends of the human race. All of them had extraordinary talent, and the lowest grade was a grade 4 holy bloodline. Martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign was a grade 7 high-grade Holy Bloodline warrior. In terms of talent, he was not much weaker than an ordinary half-step Saint King warrior. The reason why he was unable to break through was because of the constraints of resources. In the end, the great world of spiritual martial arts was just a high-rank world. The resources within it could be said to be abundant for those below the Saint realm. However, for the Saints, it was somewhat lacking. Not to mention a 9th grade saint like martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign. Once again, it was confirmed that the resources in the world of cultivators were the most important. 6th Young Master Palace was filled with joy and happiness. The filial piety of the father and son was such a warm scene. However, outside of great world of spiritual martial arts, there was another scene. It was a complete purgatory. Rumble, rumble, one by one, the battle formations were mercilessly destroyed. Carnage, naked flesh and blood. A one-sided massacre. Without the protection of a half-step Saint King, no one from the coalition forces could stop the attacks of true King Yuan Long and the other 81 half-step Saint King warriors, not to mention. They also had the help of the 300 billion elite army in Origin Continent. That was the essence of Origin Continent. The weakest soldier was Peak Holy Lord, and almost half of his soldiers had reached the semi-saint stage. There were more than 8 million false saints. There were nearly 20,000 top-level pseudo-saint warriors, and there were many of them. Compared to the coalition forces, they weren't any weaker. In fact, they were even stronger. "Ah no, don't kill me, I surrender, spare me, my lord, spare me." Miserable wails were heard from the numerous war fortresses. Unfortunately, true King Yuan Long and the others didn't move at all. This time, their master, Yang Fann, had given the order to kill them all. From the coalition forces to the top-level Holy Sovereign, to the ordinary soldiers, no one was left alive. All of them were killed. Without the order of their master, how could they dare to make a decision on their own? The coalition forces had completely touched Yang Fann's bottom line by attacking great world of spiritual martial arts and his family. "Ah bastard, you will all die a horrible death. Bastard, I'm going to kill you all, let's die together." Bam bam bam. Under the desperate situation, many alien experts' ferocious nature was ignited. They self-detonated their holy soul, self-detonated their saint physiques, and wanted to drag the elites of the army of Yang family along with them. In an instant, it had caused some casualties to the army of Yang family. When a low-level saint self-detonated, the power of the explosion was no less than a full-powered attack from an intermediate saint. When a top saint self-detonated, even a half-step Saint King could be severely injured or killed if they were careless. Of course, this was just a small problem. After that, when everyone was prepared, it became even more useless. The power of the self-explosion was mainly to catch them by surprise. Once they were prepared, their lethality would immediately drop by more than a level. After all, it could not explode just like that. It required some time to accumulate energy. 7 days. This massacre lasted for a full 7 days before it finally stopped. Under the powerful divine will of true King Yuan Long and the other half-step Saint King warriors, none of the 100 trillion people from the coalition forces were able to escape. None of them were left alive. All of them were killed. The entire starry sky was dyed red. Countless stars were destroyed. For the past 7 days, the rain of blood had fallen in the vast great world of spiritual martial arts. It didn't stop for a single second. It was unknown how many living beings there were. They were corroded by the blood rain, and not even their bones were left behind. However, most of them were still reborn under the baptism of the blood rain, and their innate talents were greatly enhanced. This could be said to be a great opportunity for all living beings. It was fine for quasi-saint and half-saint blood, but those pseudo-saints and holy sovereign blood were all precious treasures of the heavens and earth. Every single drop was no less than a single holy herb. Tao verification and sainthood. It was hard to say, but to break through to the half-sage realm, as long as there were sufficient resources, it was definitely not an extravagant hope. In this battle, the talent of the trillions of living creatures in the great world of spiritual martial arts had risen by more than one level. Even the entire great world of spiritual martial arts had obtained tremendous benefits. Under the nourishment of countless saint blood, the origin of the world had increased by more than 10 times. It seemed to have the potential to advance to a top-tier great world. The spirit of heaven and earth had grown crazily. Even a third-grade continent like the sobbing blood continent was no weaker than a few lesser continents. Even the size of the world had expanded by several times, and it was still far from reaching its limit. It was still expanding towards the four-direction starry sky. Perhaps, another great war like this would happen. The great world of spiritual martial arts would be able to advance into a top-tier world. 6th Young Master Palace, within the main hall. Yang Fann sat on the main seat, his right hand dragging a fist-sized purple crystal ball. Within it, there were countless purple gas coiling around it. It was the primordial purple clouds that true King Yuanlong and the others had found after hunting down the saints of various clans over the years. Looking at the purple crystal ball in his hand, Yang Fann's eyes gradually lit up. 6,332,6,818 primordial purple cloudus, a total of 6,332,6,818 primordial purple cloudus. It was actually a lot more than what he had accumulated in the origin continent over the past few hundred years. In fact, there should be more than 10,000 of these primordial purple cloudus. Over the years, Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign and the other saints of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts had also gotten a lot of benefits after following true King Yuanlong and the others. Especially in this battle, even if there were 10,000 of them, there would still be 5,000 of the saints killed by them. True King Yuanlong was able to collect the spoils of the army of Yang family's hunt, but it wasn't easy for him to seize the Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereigns from Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign and the others. After all, they were the elders of their master. Regarding this, Yang Fann only smiled lightly and didn't pay too much attention to it. It was just a few thousands primordial purple cloudus, it wasn't a big deal. If he wanted to eat meat, he would have to let the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts drink some soup no matter what. Not only that, with a thought, Yang Fann also took out 636,818 primordial purple cloudus and passed them to Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign. Yang Fann agreed with the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. All these years, no matter if it was the ancestor Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign or Martial and Spiritual Holy Lord, they had never treated him unfairly. One should know how to be grateful. Without the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, he would never have risen so quickly. Perhaps, he would still be lingering in front of the Sage Realm. With these 30,000 primordial purple cloudus, it should be enough for the development of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. One should know that the average the Supreme Palaces only had over 10,000 Holy Sovereign. Not all perfection semi-saint had to help them achieve the Saint Realm. This was simply unrealistic. Even if they took out all the Yang Fann had, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, most perfection semi-saint had limited potential. Even if they became saints, they might not be able to comprehend the second Holy Sovereign law in their lifetime. It would be a complete waste to give them the primordial purple clouds. After that, Yang Fann changed his mind. Another 300,000 primordial purple cloudus left the Grand Mist crystal bead and flew into true King Yuanlong's hand. Tianan Realm River was different from Origin Continent. False saints, especially high-grade ones, top-level pseudo-saint, wouldn't have much improvement even if they cultivated for 1 billion years or even 10 billion years. Would first be given to those at the high level, top-level pseudo-saint, and some high-rank middle-level false saints. As for the other middle and low-level false saints, that could only be discussed in the future. He needed to improve his subordinate's strength, but the most important thing was his own cultivation base. Yang Fann understood this in his heart. He would never put the cart before the horse. Adding the 1 million primordial purple cloudus he originally had, the number of primordial purple cloudus he had now exceeded 10 million. If he refined all of them, his Hung Meng indestructible body would have another qualitative leap. At that time, he would be able to kill a Saint King expert with just the power of the shell alone. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. C-1276 destroying the heavenly witchcraft world, great world of spiritual martial arts, 300 billion light-years away. There was a great world. The area was so vast that it was as big as 8 million light-years. Compared to great world of spiritual martial arts, it was only slightly smaller. Of course, that was the great world of spiritual martial arts of the past. Under the nourishment of a huge amount of saint blood, the great world of spiritual martial arts had already expanded by several times. It seemed to have transcended the realm of a high-ranked great world. The two of them were no longer on the same level. In this great world, there were numerous people that were over 100 meters tall everywhere. The giants that were 10,000 feet tall were 10,000 feet tall, and there were countless giants that were 1,000,000 feet tall. This great world was none other than the ancestral land of Heaven Witch Clan, Sky Magi Great World. Rumble, rumble, suddenly, the starry sky of the Sky Magi Great World that was 100 light-years away distorted. A massive fleet made entirely of large-sized interstellar warships that spanned tens of millions of kilometers traveled through space. There were so many of them that there were no less than 10,000 of them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the warning bells of the huge Sky Magi Great World rang loudly. Waves of powerful aura burst out from the Sky Magi Great World. All of them were experts of the Sage Realm. There were more than 100 of them, and the strongest person among them was no weaker than martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign 1,000 years ago. He had reached the 9th grade Sage stage. "Who are you? Why have you come to my Sky Magi Great World?" A loud voice erupted from the Sky Magi Great World and swept across the boundless starry sky. However, the voice was filled with indescribable worry. Although he couldn't see the situation inside the warship, just the large fleet alone was enough to make him feel deeply afraid. It wasn't an ordinary Starry Sky warship, but a World River Grade Starry Sky warship, and it was even a first-rated World River Grade Starry Sky warship. Almost every warship had the power to fight a third-grade High Saint. However, there were tens of thousands of such warships outside the Sky Magi Great World. It was unimaginable that even a top-level Holy Sovereign would be frightened by such a force. Furthermore, how could a force that could bring out so many top-grade warships in one go be so simple? Even if it wasn't a super force with a half-step Saint King, it must at least be one of the top forces in the Supreme Palaces. At the same time, the number 1 Saint Magus in the Sky Magi Great World, the Pan-King Saint Magus, had a puzzled look in his eyes. The Heaven Witch clan lived in a remote corner of the star domain, and basically only operated in the nearby star domain. They had always kept a respectful distance from the Supreme Palaces, and the Heaven Witch clan had never offended the Supreme Palaces in all these years. Why would the Supreme Palaces come and cause trouble for the Sky Magi Great World? Heaven Witch clan, how dare you disrespect my master, Yang Fann? This is an extremely heinous crime. However, my master is merciful. I will give you all a chance to live. Surrender quickly and submit to my master. Otherwise, today will be the day of annihilation for the Heaven Witch clan. A cold voice sounded from the fleet, and it swept across the entire Sky Magi Great World. What? Yang Fann, it's him, the number 1 monster of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. He can actually control such a huge amount of energy. How is this possible? Within the great world of spiritual martial arts, including the Holy Shaman King, the hearts of all the holy shamans immediately turned cold. They were not unfamiliar with Yang Fann's name. The number 1 monster of the Heaven Witch clan, Holy Son of Heavenly Wu, was defeated by this kid. Because of this, the Heaven Witch clan had even lost a part of the primary major world. However, it had only been a short period of time. It hadn't even been 2,000 years. How could that Yang Fann be so heaven-defying? How could he control such a huge amount of power in such a short period of time? The changes in great world of spiritual martial arts were still in the dark. The distance of 300 billion light-years was nothing to Yang Fann, who was an expert. Even if he was a low-level half-step Saint King, it would only take him a few days at most. However, to an ordinary saint, it was still a long way to go, let alone someone below the saint level. The Heavenly Witchcraft Temple was just an ordinary high-level saint palace. There were less than 200 saints. Every saint was high and mighty, and they ruled over the life and death of billions of living beings. It was impossible for them to be spies and gather information by themselves. Not to mention, the great world of spiritual martial arts had been surrounded by the coalition forces of the various families all these years. The surrounding starry sky had been completely sealed off. It was impossible for them to send any messages. Few taking a deep breath, Pan King took a deep breath to calm down the shock in his heart. He hurriedly explained, "It's a misunderstanding. The Heaven Witch clan has no intention of disrespecting His Royal Highness Yang Fann. He really didn't want to fight this battle. Even if they could defeat the enemy, the Heavenly Witchcraft Temple would still suffer heavy losses." However, before the Pan King Holy Shaman could finish his words, he was interrupted. "Are you guys from the Heaven Witch clan determined to resist until the end?" "No, my Heaven Witch clan doesn't want to become His Royal Highness Yang Fann's enemy, but my Heaven Witch clan." "Stubborn fool, go to hell then." Without giving the Holy Shaman a chance to defend himself, a cold voice exploded from the fleet. The next moment, rumble, rumble, on the warships, the ferocious cannons began to flash with a dazzling light as they began to recharge. Bitch it, you guys are going too far. The Heaven Witch clan is not someone to be trifled with. Even a clay figurine would have its own flames of anger, let alone a great lord of the world like the Holy Shaman King. He had already given in, yet the opponent still refused to let him go and kept pressing him. Did they really think that the Heaven Witch clan was easy to bully? Although they were afraid of the other party's strength, it was only because they were afraid of him that they weren't afraid of him. This was the lair of the Heaven Witch clan. For tens of billions of years, they had laid down countless killing techniques and restrictions. In addition to the suppression of the great strength of world, even if the supreme palaces wanted to harm the Heaven Witch clan, they would have to pay a heavy price. Rumble, rumble. What responded to the St. Magus Pan was no longer a cold voice, but a terrifying cannon fire. A first-grade world river-grade interstellar warship was no joke. Every single one of its main cannons was comparable to the full power of a 9th-grade intermediate Saint's attack. The 10,000 warships simultaneously opened fire, and the power of this attack directly skyrocketed by 10 million times. Not only that, even a top-level holy sovereign could be seriously injured or even blown up if he was not careful. Bang bang in the middle of the fleet and the sky magi great world, countless stars were completely destroyed and turned into nothingness. A large expanse of space was destroyed, turning into slag. Boundless spatial turbulence was raging, going against the current. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, dazzling divine lights of various colors burst out from the sky magi great world. Layers and layers of barriers of different colors emerged one after another. In an instant, the entire sky magi great world seemed to be covered by a layer of rainbow light. Rumble like raindrops, the cannons of the battleship bombarded the layers of divine light barriers, shattering them into pieces. However, in the blink of an eye, the barrier was restored to its original state, and the process repeated. For a moment, the 10,000 starry sky battleships were unable to do anything to the sky magi great world. One had to admit that as a high-grade sacred palace that had been passed down for tens of billions of years, Heavenly Witchcraft Temple still had some foundation. The boundary protecting formation directly used the sky magi great world's strength of world. Even a top-level holy sovereign would find it very difficult to break through the defense of the boundary protecting formation. Everyone, our Heaven Witch clan is no different from His Royal Highness Yang Fann's enemy. All of you, retreat now. I can pretend nothing happened before this. The Pan King Holy Shaman warned once again. He really didn't want to fight if he could avoid this battle. Compared to them, they were still at a disadvantage. They only had the ability to defend, and didn't have the ability to take the initiative to attack. If he really wanted to kill his way out of the great world and fight with his opponent, even he, the #1 holy shaman, would have to leave the great world and come back horizontally, let alone the others. At the center of the fleet, within the flagship, master control room. Rumble, a peerless expert dressed in a blue robe opened its eyes, causing the starlight to shine brightly. Countless stars were scattered all over the place, making it seem like the vast starry skies of both sides were unfathomably deep. Zero, the commander of this large fleet, was the dark blue star Venerable, who was also one of the top 10 half-step Saint King warriors under Yang Fann. His cultivation base had reached the 13th half-step Saint King stage. A bunch of ants, how dare you resist? You don't know what death is. Rumble. As he spoke, countless rays of starlight flickered in the sky above sky magi great world. The endless Tao of stars was contained within them, forming a terrifying giant hand of starlight. The giant hand could cover the sky, as if it could encompass the entire sky magi great world. Bang, the heavens and the earth split apart. The huge palm of starlight slammed onto the boundary protecting formation. In an instant, the entire boundary protecting formation exploded like glass, inch by inch, and turned into powder. With just a single strike, the boundary protecting formation was completely shattered. This was how overbearing a half-step Saint King warrior was. How is this possible? No, this isn't real, it's not real. How could the boundary protecting formation be broken? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Miserable wails were heard from the sky magi great world. They couldn't believe it, they really couldn't believe it. The boundary protecting formation was the pinnacle of the Heavenly Witchcraft Temple. It was the combination of countless magical arrays. With the strength of origin of the sky magi great world as the source, although it was only a very weak part of the world's origin, however, it was not something that an ordinary top-level Holy Sovereign could break through, even if it was a 9th grade top-level Holy Sovereign. In order to break through to the boundary-protecting formation, it would require a huge amount of worlds. Bit by bit, the boundary-protecting formation's power was being worn down, and the boundary-protecting formation exploded with a single strike. This power had completely exceeded their imagination. In an instant, an indescribable fear and despair spread across the entire Sky Magi Great World. Even the boundary-protecting formation was easily broken by their opponent. Did they really have the power to defeat their opponent? Kill anyone who resists shall be killed without mercy. C-1277. Do you dare to come out and fight Tianan Realm River, Sky Magi Great World? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Under the lead of the group of pseudo-saints and sages, Holy Lord and the half-saints turned into rays of light and rushed into Sky Magi Great World like locusts. Kill Master has ordered us to kill them all. Kill 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 die. Rumble, rumble. Large tracts of mountains were destroyed, continents were shattered, and countless people of the Heavenly Witch clan were turned into flying ashes. Don't be so arrogant. Die now. Roar. My Heaven Witch clan isn't someone to be trifled with. All of you, die bastard. Stop. I'm going to kill you. Die. The indestructible Heavenly Witchcraft. In the Heaven Witch clan, countless senior magi, heavenly witchcraft, and ancestral witch, under the lead of the holy witchcraft, rose into the sky and fought back with all their might. In the nearby star domain, the Heaven Witch clan was famous for their bravery. However, in the face of absolute power, everything was futile. In order to take down the Sky Magi Great World in one fell swoop, along the way, not only did the expeditionary forces have the 4 middle-level half-step Saint King, the Azure Star Venerable, overseeing the situation, there were also 4 low-grade half-step Saint King, over 100 top-level Holy Sovereign, and even more high-grade, intermediate, and low-grade saints. There were thousands and tens of thousands of them. Even with the suppression of the strength of world, everyone's strength had been suppressed by a great secret stage. That wasn't something a mere Heaven Witch clan could fight against. In the huge Heaven Witch clan, except for the first saint, King Pan, the 9th grade high-level Holy Sovereign, apart from that, the strongest was a 3rd grade high-level Holy Sovereign. There were also more than 30 intermediate saints, over 100 low-grade saints, and a few hundred pseudo-saints who controlled a few Holy Sovereign law. This power, it was already considered not bad to be able to fight against 2 high-grade top-level Holy Sovereign, but against the expeditionary forces. There was no comparison at all. There was a huge gap between them and the expeditionary forces. The massacre was a one-sided slaughter. The Pan-King Holy Shaman and the other senior Holy Shaman of the Heaven Witch clan were killed by Azure Star Venerable before they could even kill one of them. Even under the suppression of the strength of world, middle-level half-step Saint King, who was like Azure Star Venerable, was killed by Azure Star Venerable. Hong Long, middle-level half-step Saint King was able to unleash a low-grade power of half-step Saint King, not to mention a high-grade Saint Magus like the Saint Magus Pan Wang. Even a 9th grade top-level Holy Sovereign was in his hands. He was just a slightly stronger ant. The nearly 200 Holy Shamans were also slaughtered before long. Dead, dead, all the Holy Shamans are dead. This. Woo woo woo. How could this be? How could this be? What should we do? What should we do? No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Lord, this lowly one has surrendered. Collapse. Countless Sky Magi completely collapsed. Large. The Sky Magi kneeled on the ground and begged to surrender. Even the Saint Magi were suppressed easily. They were all senior Magi. Ancestral Witch, what right did he have to fight with them? Although the Heaven Witch clan was brave, it did not mean that they were not afraid of death. Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, 6th Young Master Palace. In an exquisite palace, Yang Fann sat opposite Yang Fann, who was wearing a purple dress. Between them, there was a huge chessboard. In the chessboard, every chess piece was a small world. There were countless living creatures inside, either cultivating the martial arts or cultivating other cultivation techniques. Every time the chess pieces collided, it would be a collision between 2 small worlds. They would fight, defend against the invasion, and fight for a chance to live. The world chessboard, Yang Fann had obtained a unique piece of collimator from Origin Continent. It didn't have much destructive power, and was specifically used for the entertainment of half-step Saint King stage peerless experts. There were a total of 3 sets of chess pieces, big chess pieces. Chess, small chess pieces. The small chess game was a battle between countless small worlds. The chess game was a battle between the middle world. The big chess game was the most terrifying. It was an attack from a big square world, and it was extremely mysterious. The evolution of countless great DAOs, and even some high-level and top-level holy sovereign experts would be able to obtain great benefits from it. Of course, those big worlds were all in primary major world. Although the half-stepped Saint King who refined the chessboard of this world was strong, they could only imprison primary major world. Otherwise, this world's chessboard would be of great help to many half-stepped Saint King. And now, the brother and sister were playing the lowest level game. The world board was a chess piece. Each chess piece was a world. Moving a chess piece was moving a world. Yang Fann was extremely talented, especially in recent years. Under the baptism of a huge amount of natural treasures, her talent and bloodline improved by leaps and bounds. She had already surpassed martial and spiritual holy sovereign, the #1 person in the great world of spiritual martial arts, and was one of the people who had broken through to the rank 8. However, he had only cultivated for a short period of time, unlike Yang Fann. With the help of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, his cultivation base was only at the perfection semi-saint. Moving the small world was still fine. If she wanted to control the middle world, just a chess piece would be enough to consume more than half of her magic power. As for the big chess piece, she didn't even need to think about it. Even if it was some intermediate holy sovereign, they would only be able to move a portion of the primary major world at the cost of their lives. Rumble, rumble. The black and white twin continued to collide with each other. In a small square world, countless cultivators were madly killing each other. A large number of experts fell, and rivers of blood flowed. There was no right or wrong, and there was no good or evil. Everything was for the sake of survival. If they really wanted to say it, they could only blame themselves for being too weak. Being weak was their original sin. From the beginning when Yang Fann could not bear it, to the current calm treatment, it caused her Dao heart to stabilize at a terrifying speed. Compared to Yang Fann who had gone through countless battles, whether it was Yang Fann, Luo Jiawei, or the other girls, they were like flowers in a greenhouse. They had grown up under his protection. Although they had reached the perfection semi-saint, their mental state was weak, especially their understanding of the dark side of the world. Only Yunuo had a slightly better understanding of it. The world chessboard could not only entertain them, it could also help them stabilize their Dao hearts. It was killing two birds with one stone. Although Yang Fann wouldn't be unwilling to let the girls fight for him, he alone would be enough for the wind and rain in the outside world. However, he didn't want them to have obvious shortcomings. As long as his parents could attain the Dao and become saints, the longevity would be enough. Yang Fann didn't have any other extravagant requests. If he wanted to continue cultivating, he would cultivate. It didn't matter if he didn't want to cultivate. However, the girls, Yang Fann, had a lot of expectations. Their destination shouldn't be just a mere saint. A saint king, or even a true god, was their future. Disappeared. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. He had mobilized a large number of people to send this middle-level half-step saint king to Sky Magi Great World to prevent any accidents from happening. He wanted to kill Holy Son of Heavenly Wu so that the secret of Saint King Hong Yu's treasure wouldn't be leaked out. Otherwise, why would he need to make a trip here? It was just a high-grade world. Any low-grade half-step Saint King under his command would be able to take him down with ease. However, he didn't expect that there would be an accident. He didn't find any trace of Holy Son of Heavenly Wu. He even searched all the subordinate worlds of Heavenly Witchcraft Temple, but still couldn't find any trace of Holy Son of Heavenly Wu. It was as if he had completely disappeared. Eldest brother, what's wrong? A trace of worry flashed across Yang Fann's beautiful eyes. See, it's nothing. It's just an aphid that ran away. It's not a big deal. Let's continue playing chess. Yang Fann chuckled and said casually. It was no big deal if he ran away. The current him was no longer the him of the past. So what if the news of Saint King Hong Yu's treasure was spread out? With his current strength, could it be that he could not protect the treasure of a mere saint ruler? Time flowed like water. Soon, a month passed. During that month, Yang Fann didn't continue to work hard. It was as if he had forgotten all about cultivation. Every day, he would either spend time with his parents, or play chess with the girls to improve their mental cultivation bases. During this time, Yang Fann also took some time to visit Qinhu, Maniu, and other good friends. He visited Master Dongfang Sheng, and the Holy Ji sect. There were still a few families in the Seven Stars Sect. It was good to enjoy the cool breeze under a big tree. With Yang Fann's strong support, over the years, there were still a few big families in the Holy Ji Sect, Seven Stars Sect, and so on. He didn't want his life to be too good. He didn't know how many people were jealous of him. Why didn't he have any? He was such a good friend, and also a good disciple. Currently, the Holy Ji Sect and other major powers had established their roots in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Amongst all the major powers in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, they could be considered as a first-rate major power. Dongfang Sheng, Qinhu, Maniu, and the others who were close to Yang Fann had all reached the perfection semi-saint, and they had all started refining the primordial purple clouds. It wouldn't take long for them to enter the ranks of the higher-ups of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts and take control of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. After all, they had a good relationship with Yang Fann. If Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts wanted to maintain a good relationship with Yang Fann, it would be inevitable for Dongfang Sheng and the others to become the higher-ups. Compared to Dongfang Sheng and the others, the relationship between the other people of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts and Yang Fann was much worse. Without someone close enough to Yang Fann as a link, it was hard to say when the relationship between them and Yang Fann would be broken. For so many years, Yang Fann had given their Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts too much. Comparatively speaking, the favor given to Yang Fann by the Sacred Palace was not worth mentioning at all. If one were to really talk about the debt, it would be the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts that owed Yang Fann. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura that was thousands of times more terrifying than Lord of the Nine Empyreans descended from the sky, enveloping the entire great world of spiritual martial arts. The next moment, a voice that sounded like Devil God's voice. It came from all around the world, boiling and boiling, engulfing the entire great world. Yang Fann, do you dare to come out and fight me? C1278 Zan Wanlei True King Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, the starry sky beyond the heavens. Rumble, 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 boundless lightning suddenly appeared. In the space of a few hundred light years, it directly transformed into a terrifying thunder sea. The thunder dragon roared, and the lightning snake flickered. Countless lightning holy beasts roared and surged, and a terrifying thunderstorm raged within. Wherever the lightning storms passed, the stars would be completely destroyed, and countless spaces would be shattered into powder. At this moment, it was as if the entire starry sky had turned into a terrifying thunder prison. It was like a thunderbolt that could destroy everything. Even a half-step saint king who fell into it would be turned into dust by the endless lightning. Rumble. Suddenly, a bright flash of lightning erupted from the center of the thunder prison. In an instant, it transformed into a terrifying thunder god. His face was resolute and resolute. A lightning divine imprint was engraved on his forehead, making him look like an undefeatable warlord. He stood proudly in the center of the thunder sea, stepping on the endless thunder prison. His aura was domineering and invincible. Every movement he made carried a terrifying aura, causing people to feel an instinctive fear. Within the thunder sea, countless lightning holy beasts fell silent. It's true, King Wan Lei. I didn't expect that old monster to be born. It seems like this old thing has also taken a fancy to the great fortune of little son Yang Fann. Unknowingly, there were many hidden great world of spiritual martial arts in the starry sky around great world of spiritual martial arts. All of them were the highest grade Tianan Realm rivers in Tianan Realm River, and the lowest grade was 28 half-step Saint King. Many of them had even reached 36 half-step Saint King stage. During the battle at the central Heavenly River, Yang Fann's name had shaken the entire Tianan Realm River. Many old monsters who hadn't been born for a long time had broken through his bottleneck and came to the great world of spiritual martial arts in order to obtain the secrets on his body. Being able to fight against 36 power of half-step Saint King at the age of less than 10,000 years, he must have had some incredible fortuitous encounters. Perhaps, they would have to depend on Yang Fann to take that crucial step. Each of them clearly didn't know what kind of monster they were facing. The battle between Yang Fann and Lord of the Nine Empyreans. Firstly, the coalition forces had been completely wiped out. Secondly, Yang Fann had deliberately kept the news under control. Otherwise, these old monsters wouldn't have dared to cause trouble for Yang Fann. On that day, Yang Fann had unleashed the combat strength of a Saint King. Although all of them were top-level half-step Saint King warriors, they were only a step away from the Saint King stage. However, There was only a small gap between them and the heaven and earth cloud and mud. Even if there were 10 of them, or even dozens of them, they were still far from being a match for a Saint King expert. This was a difference in quality. It was not something that could be easily made up for by numbers. Although the treasure was good, there was still a life to enjoy it. Yang Fann, do you dare to come out and fight me? True King Wan Lei asked. His voice was like a bronze bell, penetrating everything. Challenging me, how dare you? An ethereal voice came from the great world of spiritual martial arts. The next moment, rumble, the boundless thunder prison began to distort, and a black-clothed youth appeared out of thin air. He had sword-shaped eyebrows, starry eyes, handsome facial features, and long hair that reached his waist. His aura was unpredictable and unpredictable, like an ordinary man who didn't know any cultivation path. However, what was terrifying was that the terrifying lightning that could heavily injure or even kill top-level half-step Saint King experts was like a mouse that had seen a cat. All of them backed away, not daring to get close to the young man. He is that Yang Fann. His age, it was actually, compared to the rumors, even more, rumble, this, just what kind of monster is this? Compared to him, the old ancestor's entire life is practically a dog's life. In an instant, gasps could be heard from the 4 directions starry sky. It was rumored that Yang Fann was not even 10,000 years old. However, with their divine eyes, they could clearly see that this monster was not even 10,000 years old. It was not even 5,000, no, 2,000 years old. How could there be such a strange thing in the world? Even the illegitimate child of the great Tao shouldn't have such a monster. An indescribable sense of defeat immediately surged into their hearts. They were all geniuses of their generation, the main characters of a great world. However, when compared to this monster, there was no need to talk about geniuses. When it came to monsters, when it came to talent, it was like putting gold on their faces. Thinking back to all those years ago, when he was still so old, he had only barely broken through to the great saint stage. I'm not in a hurry to attack. Let old man Wan Lei test little son Yang Fann's technique first. Very quickly, many old monsters' eyes sparkled with a strange light. True King Wan Lei was considered one of the top amongst these old monsters. He was known as the ancestor of all lightning, and he controlled the 10,000 true lightning. He was only a step away from the Saint King stage. With his ability, he would definitely be able to test the depth of that little monster. Once little son Yang Fann was defeated. At that time, within the endless thunder seas. True King Wan Lei stepped on the thunder seas. From top to bottom, his entire body. It was as if he was the sole ruler of the world, and he was the sole ruler of the world. Looking down at Yang Fann from above, a hint of appreciation flashed across his eyes. How can you ignore my lightning prison ocean at such a young age? Yang Fann, you are truly not simple. To tell the truth, I admire you very much. If a peerless monster like you dies here just like that. What a pity. If you lose this battle, I don't want your life either. All I need is to let me see your inheritance. In true King Wan Lei's eyes, or to be more precise, in the eyes of all the half-step Saint King warriors around, Yang Fann had obtained the inheritance of a sacred king. They had never even thought about the inheritance of a true god. One should know that since the birth of the Tianan Realm River, the strongest expert that had appeared in the past few trillion years was the strongest. The legendary true god that surpassed the sacred king was nothing. As for the great opportunity to surpass a true god, it was even more impossible. Such a supreme inheritance might not even be found in the entire AIMA realm, let alone an inconspicuous small river like the Tianan Realm River. I have lost. I have to pay the price of the inheritance of the Holy King. What if you lose? Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and sneered. He put the spatial glove white wolf on my head. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? Ha 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 ha, I will lose. True King Wan Lei laughed in his heart. This Yang Fann was really indulging in a fantasy. Although he was powerful and his combat strength might have reached the level of 36 half-step Saint King stage, there were still 36 to 9 half-step Saint King warriors. True King Wan Lei was no different from a top existence amongst them. Except for the real Saint King sovereign, he, True King Wan Lei, was not afraid of anyone else. However, he said in a loud voice, Yang Fann, if I lose, you can take everything I have with me. You said it yourself, I don't want your treasures either. At that time, you just have to submit to me. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and he raised his condition. A top 36 half-step Saint King would be a great help to him. He couldn't just let True King Yuan Long do everything himself. True King Yuan Long and the others could conquer some top-grade sects, but to the Heavenly Tao sect, Myriad Saints Palace, and other supreme sects, the Supreme Saint Palace was nothing. The Holy Talisman wasn't omnipotent, and it posed a limited threat to top-level half-step Saint King. Besides, it wasn't easy to find a Holy Talisman that could withstand part of his power. Of course, the most important thing was that True King Wan Lei had never intended to kill him. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't have let him live. All right, I agree. True King Wan Lei hesitated for a moment, then agreed. He didn't think he would lose. If that was the case, then there was no harm in agreeing. For the next moment, True King Wan Lei took a step forward and said coldly, Yang Fann, take my attack. Rumble, rumble. In that instant, the Thunder Sea surged, and the Thunder Dragon rolled. Thunder halberds began to form from within the Thunder Sea, one after another. 10 of them began to form. 100 of them 1,000. 10,000. Soon, there were more than 100 million rods. They were densely packed and covered the entire four-direction starry sky. Each lightning halberd contained the power to destroy the heaven and earth. Like the judgment of the Thunder God, it could easily slaughter a low-level half-step Saint King. The 100 million lightning halberds were like a raging storm as they rained down. The power was simply unimaginable. Even 36 half-step Saint King could be seriously injured or even completely destroyed. What a good True King Wan Lei. I haven't seen him for 80 billion years. His cultivation base has improved by quite a bit. It seems like he has made great progress in the undying Thunder Sea. This old man Wan Lei has gained quite a lot. A man wearing a gray robe was as thin as firewood. He seemed to have already stepped into the gates of hell with one foot in his muddy eyes. A strange light bloomed in his muddy eyes, 80 billion years ago. He had a battle with True King Wan Lei once. At that time, True King Wan Lei didn't summon hundreds of millions of lightning halberds so easily. I'm afraid that little son Yang Fann won't be able to win this battle. Kill rumble. The 100 million lightning halberds tore through space, smashing towards Yang Fann with the power to destroy everything. In an instant, with Yang Fann as the center, lightning snakes danced wildly in the area within several light years, causing wild lightning to erupt. The entire starry sky seemed to have turned into a hell of lightning. In the center of the hell, Yang Fann was like a small boat in the sea of lightning. In the next second, he would be completely crushed, and not even his bones would be left. C-1279 The world-destroying lightning seed great world of spiritual martial arts, the starry sky beyond the heavens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 100 million lightning halberds were like a surging tide, smashing towards Yang Fann from all directions. At this moment, Yang Fann was like a lone boat in the raging waves of the Thunder Sea, with the possibility of being overturned at any moment. This strike was too terrifying. Each of the lightning halberds was no weaker than the all-out attack of a middle-level half-step Saint King. With the low-level power of half-step Saint King of Slaughter, hundreds of millions of lightning halberds were exploding wildly. Even some 36 half-step Saint King warriors would be severely injured or even blown up if they didn't have the protection of the top-grade collimator. Strange. Why hasn't little son Yang Fann retaliated yet? Fuck this little son Yang Fann. He couldn't have been scared silly, right? Looks like we have overestimated this little son Yang Fann. He is merely so-so. Suddenly, surprise flashed across the eyes of the 4 half-step Saint King warriors. Yang Fann, who was in the Thunder Sea, was just standing there in a daze, allowing the lightning halberds to strike his body. He had no intention of resisting. Soon, the shock turned into ridicule. This little son Yang Fann was bullying those who were weaker than him. Once he encountered the real expert, he would immediately shrink back. Even True King Wan Lei's face revealed a hint of regret. He never thought that Yang Fann would have such a mental state. It was truly disappointing. It was alright for such a person to have a smooth sailing journey. However, once he encountered a setback, he would immediately be unable to recover and sink into oblivion. No matter how great the fortuitous encounter was, his future achievements would still be limited. Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, 6th Young Master Palace. Yang Yunfeng and his wife, Yang Sifan, and the other girls. There was also True King Yuan Long and the others. Yang Fann had half-step Saint King, martial and spiritual holy sovereign, and the others under his command. All the upper echelons of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts had gathered together. In the center of the hall, there was a 300-meter-tall divine mirror that clearly reflected the battle between Yang Fann and True King Wanlei. "Fan, be careful." Luo Yun's heart almost jumped out of her throat when she saw Yang Fann being swallowed by the countless lightning halberds. She cried out in alarm. If it wasn't because of her weak strength, she really wanted to rush out of the sky and block the sky full of lightning halberds for her fan. Yang Yunfang, Yang Sifan and the other girls nearby did not say anything, but their eyes were full of anxiety and worry. "Fan, eldest brother, master, please don't let anything happen to you. Don't worry about me, that clown can't threaten my lord." True King Yuan Long chuckled and comforted him. "That's right, you don't have to worry about me. No one in Tianan Realm River is a match for our master. Me, our lord has boundless divine abilities. How could that little bastard be a match for our lord? My lord, you just have to wait and see. Our lord will soon defeat the true King Wanlei." The other half-stepped Saint King echoed. No one, including Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign and the other saints of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, had a worried look on their faces. Others might not know, but they knew very well that Yang Fann was a real Saint King Sovereign. In the entire Tianan Realm River, he was the second, and no one would dare to claim the first place. A mere lightning halberd was nothing to him. "My man, look, that lightning energy can't harm our master at all." The terrifying lightning halberds that could kill a low-grade half-step Saint King struck Yang Fann's body, not to mention severely injuring him. He couldn't even break through Yang Fann's defense. It was like the lightning halberds. They were just illusions. They looked terrifying, but in fact, they didn't have much destructive power. "Is my son really not injured? Phew, hiss. This Yang Fann is really good. What a terrifying sacred body bitch. We have all underestimated this little son Yang Fann. This saint body isn't any worse than those body cultivator old monsters. He didn't even put true King Wanlei's attack in his eyes. Monster, what a monster." The mockery on the faces of the half-step Saint King from Four Directions Starry Sky had disappeared, and what replaced it was a deep shock. A single adjudicator thunder halberd wasn't a big deal, but what was scary was 100,000, a million, and 10 million adjudicator thunder halberd. This power wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. However, what they saw was that 10 million adjudicator thunder halberd fell down. That Yang Fann didn't even have the slightest injury. This was a blatant disregard for the attack of the lightning halberds. This defense was just so-so for an ordinary high-grade collimator. In the endless thunder prison, rumble, Yang Fann's body shook, and the remaining lightning halberd dispersed. He looked at True King Wanlei coldly and said, "True King Wanlei, if you only have this little skill, it's better for you to admit defeat as soon as possible." "Ha ha ha, good Yang Fann, this is interesting." There was no anger on True King Wanlei's face. Instead, he laughed loudly. That strike just now was just a probing strike. If Yang Fann could not even take such an ordinary strike, it would instead disappoint him. The next moment, True King Wanlei's expression turned serious, and he said, "Yang Fann, you have the right to witness my true strength." Rumble, boundless lightning rolled around his body, making him look like the thunder god who controlled all the lightning in the world. In the blink of an eye, an ancient lightning divine armor appeared on his body. Endless lightning patterns flickered, and endless immortal might swept across the world. In an instant, True King Wanlei's aura began to rise at a terrifying speed. It doubled, tripled. This was not the end. Wuxia terrifying purple lightning bolt tore through the void and fell into True King Wanlei's hand. It revealed a long purple dragon head halberd that was 10 feet long. It was ancient, mysterious, and radiated a sacred aura from the dragon head halberd. The halberd was in his hand. The aura and pressure that had originally slowed down rose rapidly once again, as if it could never be contained. Indestructible lightning divine armor, purple gold thunder dragon halberd. Looks like True King Wanlei is going to take this seriously. In the Four Directions Starry Sky, the 36 half-step Saint King bodies trembled slightly, and their eyes were filled with deep fear. The indestructible lightning divine armor and purple gold thunder dragon halberd were all top-grade collimators, and they could even be considered top-grade amongst the many top-grade collimators, second only to Dao weapons. The two supreme treasures, one attacking and the other defending, complemented each other. It directly increased True King Wanlei's combat strength by more than 10 times, or even 100 times. At this moment, if Saint King Sovereign didn't show up, almost no one would be a match for true King Wanlei. Yang Fann, be careful. The cold shine in true King Wanlei's eyes flashed. His body moved, and in an instant, the spatial zone was torn apart, and he appeared in front of Yang Fann. The purple gold thunder dragon halberd in his hand moved and slashed at Yang Fann. Poochie Poochie, this halberd strike was like the legendary chaotic thunder god, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. With a flash of lightning, a vast expanse of space and countless stars in the surrounding area all collapsed and turned into nothingness. The power was so terrifying that it seemed to have surpassed the level of 36 half-step Saint King warriors. Among the 36 half-step Saint King warriors, almost no one could withstand his destructive halberd. Small trick, break it for me. Yang Fann shouted coldly. He didn't use any treasures, he just threw out a punch, using his body of flesh and blood to meet the purple gold thunder dragon halberd. Your courting death true King Wanlei finally felt a trace of anger at this moment. In the face of his ultimate attack, this Yang Fann actually wanted to use his body of flesh and blood to face it head-on. This was a blatant insult to him. Today, if he didn't teach this arrogant kid a lesson, he really wouldn't know what it meant to use his body of flesh and blood to defend himself. There was always someone better than him, and there was always someone better than him. However, very soon, true King Wanlei's expression changed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ah, how is this possible? He took it. That Yang Fann really used his palm to receive his fatal blow. Was this his mother's attack still human? His purple gold thunder dragon halberd was a peak top grade collimator, and it contained the most violent lightning Dao patterns. Not to mention a high grade collimator, even an ordinary top grade collimator could be shattered by a single strike if they were careless, let alone a high grade collimator. It's blocked. Fuck. This saint physique is simply invincible. Victory has been decided. True King Wanlei has lost. I wonder if true King Wanlei will really fulfill his promise and submit to that Yang Fann. Even the peak grade top grade collimator, the purple gold thunder dragon halberd, was unable to break through Yang Fann's defense. In this battle, Yang Fann could be said to be undefeatable. True King Wanlei's defeat was only a matter of time. If that's really the case, then it will be a big deal. In an instant, all the half-step Saint King felt their hearts tighten. True King Wanlei was ranked in the top 10 of all the Tianan Realm rivers in Tianan Realm River. Once he submitted to Yang Fann would be like a tiger with wings. It would be difficult for them to seize the great fortune from Yang Fann. Right at this moment, Yang Fann, I have to admit that I have underestimated you. In the huge Tianan Realm River, there are very few people who can defeat you. True King Wanlei's eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. You have the right to make me use that trump card. What, could it be that true King Wanlei is hiding something? Good, there is still suspense in this battle. In an instant, the eyes of the group of old monsters from 4 directions starry sky lit up. Of course, if the two of them could fight until both of them were severely injured. That would be the best. 4. Come out, apocalyptic lightning seed. C1282nd form great world of spiritual martial arts, the starry sky beyond the heavens. Yang Fann vs. true King Wanlei. This battle was really full of ups and downs. Initially, he thought that with true King Wanlei's strength, he would definitely be able to defeat Yang Fann with ease. One should know that true King Wanlei was one of the top 36 half-step Saint King in the Tianan Realm River. He was ranked in the top 10, and his strength was terrifying. He was far from being comparable to any ordinary 36 half-step Saint King. Never would he have thought that. The defense of his saint body was terrifying. It was actually even more powerful than the many top-grade collimators that he had obtained. He forcefully clashed with true King Wanlei's vital treasure, the violet platinum thunder dragon halberd, but he was not injured in the slightest. It was truly terrifying. With this abnormal divine body's defense, it was virtually invincible within the Shantian realm. Just as everyone thought that victory and defeat had already been decided, true King Wanlei's defeat had already been decided. Yet another setback had occurred. True King Wanlei actually still had some hidden cards up his sleeve. Come out, apocalyptic lightning seed. A voice that sounded like a sound of great Tao came from true King Wanlei's mouth. The next moment, rumble, a fist-sized ball of light that flickered with endless lightning suddenly appeared, causing one to be unable to see its true appearance. It instantly merged into true King Wanlei's body. In an instant, boundless lightning seals burst out from true King Wanlei's body. Lightning flashed and shattered the starry sky. The chi around his body rose crazily and steadily. Even his body was growing taller inch by inch. He was now 3 meters tall. 30 meters. 100 meters. 10,000 zhong. 10,000 zhong. 10 million feet. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying thunder god that was 1 million feet tall. Thunder coiled around its body, and it was as if the ancient thunder god had been reborn. It controlled the thunder Tao and ruled the world. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, countless lightning dragons, phoenixes, lightning flood dragons and lightning snakes appeared in the surrounding thunder prison. They were violently rampaging, and their might was 10 times more terrifying than before. Not only that, at this moment, there were 34 of them. 35 half-step Saint King warriors would be severely injured or even killed if they took a single step into the thunder prison. Apocalyptic lightning seed, hiss he. He actually obtained the apocalyptic lightning seed. What a good true King Wan Lei, he really hid it well. I'm afraid the outcome of this battle will be reversed. In the 4 directions starry sky, the old monsters all took a deep breath. They were extremely shocked, and their eyes were filled with fear. There was also a trace of panic. 13 billion years ago, a world-destroying expert had appeared in the Tianan Realm River. It was called the World-Destroying Lightning Emperor. He was the strongest person under the Saint King realm, and with the power of the Tao artifact, the apocalyptic lightning seed, even Saint King Sovereign had to be wary of him. The World Annihilation Lightning Emperor had a ruthless personality, and he loved destroying great worlds. In the past, there were many great worlds in Tianan Realm River that had been destroyed by the World Annihilation Lightning Emperor. In the end, it was still the only sacred king at that time, and it was also the founder of the Myriad Saints Palace, Sacred King Wangu, who had personally taken action. He had fought the world-destroying Lightning Emperor for 3,000 years before breaking his supreme treasure, the apocalyptic lightning seed. He had completely killed the World Annihilation Lightning Emperor. However, the primeval Sacred King had also paid a painful price for this. He had suffered an indelible Tao injury that had lasted for 100 billion years. In the end, his injuries had been too severe and he had died. At this point, the strength of the Myriad Saints Palace had also been greatly reduced. Although it was still the #1 power in Tianan Realm River, it was still far from being comparable to its peak state. Before the fall of the Eternal Saint King, all the major powers like the Taoism and the Spiritual God Palace had acted with their tails between their legs, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect to the Myriad Saints Palace. It was unlike now, where they would go against the Myriad Saints Palace from time to time, or even compete with them. The indestructible Thunder Sea in the center of the Tianan Realm River was one of the best in that earth-shattering battle. According to the legends, after the Eternal Sacred King killed the world-destroying Lightning Emperor, he did not obtain the shattered apocalyptic lightning seed. It was very likely that it had been left behind in the indestructible Thunder Sea. There had been countless half-step Sacred Kings who had ventured deep into the indestructible Thunder Sea. They had been searching for the apocalyptic lightning seed, but they had never been able to find it. Over time, the half-step Saint King had only regarded it as a rumor. They never thought that the apocalyptic lightning seed would fall into true King Wan Lei's hands. He had lived in the undying Thunder Sea for hundreds of billions of years, and it was probably to refine the apocalyptic lightning seed. Although the apocalyptic lightning seed had been broken by the Eternal Sacred King, with true King Wan Lei's abilities, it was almost impossible for him to repair the apocalyptic lightning seed and the Tao weapon. It was a supreme treasure controlled by Saint King Sovereign. Usually, only Saint King Sovereign could repair a Tao weapon. However, even if it was just a broken Tao weapon, its power was beyond the imagination of half-step Saint King warriors. It was enough to increase true King Wan Lei's strength by more than 10 times. A broken Tao weapon. Sure enough, none of these old monsters are simple. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. At this moment, true King Wan Lei's aura was so terrifying that it had already surpassed the level of 36 half-step Saint King. Even Lord of the 9 Empyreans, who had fused with the remains of a Saint King, was only slightly inferior to true King Wan Lei. Yang Fann, take my halberd again. True King Wan Lei's voice was as loud as a bronze bell. Poochie poochie poochie, a terrifying sound wave swept through the starry sky. Countless stars directly shattered into pieces like quicksand. Rumble, rumble. As the halberd descended, great worlds of thunder suddenly appeared one after another. There were so many of them that there were 9 of them. One after another, they were like 9 stars in the sky, crushing down on Yang Fann. Each side of the lightning realm had a total of 36 power of half-step Saint King. With the combination of the 9 lightning realms, the power was terrifying. In this world, there was almost no half-step Saint King that could withstand his ultimate attack. Unless he had a broken Dao weapon or a real Dao weapon with him. This halberd is interesting. Yang Fann chuckled. He took a step forward, and his body grew with the wind. In an instant, he turned into a terrifying giant spirit that was millions of meters tall. He pointed his finger at the sky and the earth, and it blotted out the sky and covered the earth. He was invincible. Break rumble, the power of all the bodies in his body no longer held anything back. In an instant, he raised it to the 12th level and threw out a punch. Bang bang, the square-shaped great world of lightning was like a balloon that had inflated, exploding one after another. Rumble. I blew it up. SS's. I didn't see wrongly, right? Is this Yang Fann a human or a god? Is he a human or a god? In the 4 directions starry sky, the half-step Saint King's faces were filled with horror. They almost couldn't hide their tracks. It was one of True King Wan Lei's attacks when he fused with the apocalyptic lightning seed. All of them had seen it with their own eyes. Almost no one was confident enough to block his halberd strike, but what did they just see? That monster, Yang Fann, actually relied solely on the power of his saint body. Hong Long. If he used the power of a supreme treasure, what would happen then? He wouldn't even give others a chance to live. A monster that defies the heavens like Yang Fann was deeply loved by the great Tao, and he had been through many fortuitous encounters. How could he not have 1 or 2 supreme treasures that could protect him? In the endless thunder prison, True King Wan Lei gave Yang Fann a deep look. At this moment, he really had the urge to curse. He had seen the monster before, but he had never seen such a monster. It was totally not giving anyone a chance to live. True King Wan Lei took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. Yang Fann, you're monster. This is the first time I've seen it in my life, not to mention our Tianan realm river. Even if it's placed in the entire AIMA realm, in the countless boundary rivers. I'm afraid that there aren't many people who can match you. A peerless monster like you. It's not impossible for Saint King Zheng Dao to surpass the Holy King in the future. I really don't want to kill you. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Even I can't control my next attack. True King, do whatever you want. Yang Fann smiled casually. He didn't care at all. Currently, he had only used the power of the shell. His true combat strength wasn't even 1/10,000th of what he used. No matter how powerful True King Wan Lei's next attack was, it wouldn't be able to threaten him. Otherwise, True King Wan Lei wouldn't be a half-step Saint King, but a true Saint King expert. Alright, Yang Fann, be careful. A dignified look flashed across True King Wan Lei's eyes. He didn't say anything else. All of this was Yang Fann's choice. The opportunity had already been given to him. Whether he would live or die next would depend on Yang Fann's luck. Apocalyptic lightning seed, second form. Rumble. Countless mysterious and profound thunder seals wildly flashed around True King Wan Lei's body. In the next moment, Chi-Chi, an ancient, vicissitude, majestic, bloodthirsty and dark shadow emerged behind True King Wan Lei. In an instant, True King Wan Lei's aura skyrocketed once more. In an instant, he had surpassed Lord of the 9 Empyreans, who had merged with the remains of the Holy King. He seemed to be catching up with Lord of the 9 Empyreans. Could it be the legendary World Annihilation Thunder Emperor? Rumble. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. The moment the terrifying shadow appeared, the half-step Saint King in 4 directions starry sky felt their hearts pounding. The terrifying pressure made them unable to breathe. At this moment, it seemed like even the 36-peak half-step Saint King were like weak aphids in front of True King Wan Lei. With just a wave of his hand, he could wipe them out from this world. This is only a shadow. How terrifying is the real world-destroying Lightning Emperor? No wonder he was able to fight the primeval Sacred King for 3,000 years, and even heavily injure him. Compared to him, we, who are all 36 half-step Saint King warriors, are like heaven and earth. Yang Fann, let me ask you one last time. Do you want to admit defeat or not? C-1281 Conquer the King of Myriad Thunder, great world of spiritual martial arts, the starry sky beyond the heavens. True King Wan Lei's aura dominated the heavens. A terrifying demonic god phantom appeared behind his back. His aura was terrifying, as if the legendary world-destroying Lightning Emperor had been reborn in this era after a span of 13 trillion years. He was the ruler of the world. He was unstoppable powerful. At this moment, true King Wanlei felt that he was unprecedentedly powerful. It was as if as long as he wanted to, he could easily suppress or even completely destroy a top-tier world. This strength was probably the same as the legendary Saint King Sovereign. Yang Fann, let me ask you one last time. Do you want to admit defeat or not? True King Wanlei's voice suddenly became muffled, as if he was trying his best to restrain something. A monster that defies the heavens like Yang Fann might not even appear in dozens of billions of years. Once he fell, it was afraid that it would be difficult for such a peerless demon to appear in Tianan Realm River in the future. He really could not bear it. Wherever there were people, there would be fights. Countries, continents, worlds, and the same. There were also conflicts between the Boundary River and the Boundary River. If a Saint King or even a peerless expert that surpassed a Saint King appeared in a small boundary river like the Tianan Realm River, it would be extremely beneficial to their entire boundary river, millions of worlds, and trillions of living beings. There's no need to say anything. Let's do it. Yang Fann shook his head lightly and said indifferently. Admit defeat. This word had never existed in his life dictionary. Although true King Wanlei was stronger than Lord of the Nine Empyreans, who had fused with the remains of a sacred king, there was still a big gap between him and the real sacred king expert. Yang Fann, good, all of this was caused by you. A hint of anger flashed across true King Wanlei's eyes. The second form of the apocalyptic lightning seed, summoning the power of the world annihilation Lightning Emperor, had increased his power by thousands of times, but at the same time, true King Wanlei's holy soul and thoughts were also affected by the world annihilation Lightning Emperor's erosion. This caused true King Wanlei to become even more violent and angry. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt, erupting at any moment. Rumble, rumble. Endless thunder seals wildly flashed around true King Wanlei's body. Finally, they transformed into a wisp of origin lightning. The lightning was like the first lightning in the world when it was born. It was like the ancestor of all lightning, and it controlled the great Tao of lightning. It was the law enforcer of the heavens and the ruler of all worlds. Its power was far beyond the imagination of the world. It was almost as powerful as a full-powered strike from Saint King Sovereign. Even the 36-peak half-step Saint King were like lowly ants under the lightning of the origin. They could be erased from the world in an instant. Hiss. This power is terrifying. It was truly too terrifying. It was unstoppable. It can't be blocked at all. The old monsters of Four Directions Starry Sky sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. They had a feeling that, if the lightning of origin struck them, even if they used all their trump cards, they would do whatever it took to forcefully increase their strength. They would never be able to stop that destructive bolt of lightning. He's dead for sure. Little son Yang Fann is definitely dead this time. However, for some reason, there wasn't a trace of joy on their faces. Little son Yang Fann was dead, but true King Wanlei was so scary. What could they use to compete with him for the secrets of Yang Fann? Right at this moment, rumble, rumble. Boundless purple energy erupted from Yang Fann's pores like true dragons, engulfing the entire Four Directions Starry Sky. In an instant, Yang Fann's aura erupted like a tsunami. His strength, defense, endurance, speed, all of these increased exponentially. Oh no, this isn't true. How could he still be hiding? Miserable wails continuously sounded out from the Four Directions Starry Sky. Each and every one of the old monsters' eyes were as wide as a fish's eye, almost popping out from their eye sockets. Heavens, are you fucking kidding me? He wasn't even 2,000 years old, not even 2,000 years old. Extinguish! Yang Fann shouted and struck with his palm. There was no profound meaning to this palm strike. It was just a casual palm strike. It was like an ordinary person who did not know any cultivation path slapping a fly. It hit the source of lightning and instantly shattered it into pieces, disappearing without a trace. Break! This Yang Fann actually broke my strongest attack just like that. True King Wanlei's jaw dropped, and he trembled so hard that he couldn't even speak. Pucci, the projection of the world annihilation Lightning Emperor behind him, completely collapsed and disappeared without a trace. His aura began to rapidly weaken at a terrifying speed. In just a breath's time, it had been weakened by more than 1,000 times. In fact, it was even much weaker than before he had fused with the apocalyptic lightning seed. He had just comprehended the second form of the apocalyptic lightning seed not long ago. Not to mention completely mastering this form, he could not even be called skilled. He only had that one strike. If he failed, he would die. True King Wanlei, you've lost. Yang Fann looked down at True King Wanlei from above and said in a flat voice, as if he was announcing the most common thing. I lost. I lost. True King Wanlei's voice was filled with indescribable desolation and bitterness. He thought about how he had bitterly cultivated for hundreds of billions of years, yet in the end, he was unable to defeat this young child who was less than 2,000 years old. What was the meaning of all these years of bitter cultivation? I am willing to bet and I am willing to admit defeat. You won't forget the bet between the two of us, right? Yang Fann gave a somewhat playful smile. This was one of True King Wanlei's choices. If he broke his promise, then don't blame him for being ruthless. This. True King Wanlei's face stiffened. He had just remembered, he still had a bet with Yang Fann. If he lost, he would become Yang Fann's slave and be controlled by Yang Fann for the rest of his life. What's wrong? Do you want to go back on your word? The cold shine flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Forget it, forget it. True King Wanlei smiled bitterly in his heart. He was willing to bet and admit defeat. He, True King Wanlei, was not the one who could not afford to lose. Furthermore, he was the meat on the chopping block. The current him didn't have the qualifications to go back on his word. Although freedom was important, compared to his own life, it was not worth mentioning. After living for hundreds of billions of years, True King Wanlei had long seen through all of this. The most important thing was to live. Besides, it wasn't shameful to submit to Yang Fann. He was less than 2,000 years old, and he already had the power to fight Saint King Sovereign. His future achievements would be incredible. It wasn't something he could imagine. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed the Saint King realm. Perhaps this was his chance. One day, he would be able to become a holy king, or even surpass it. True King Wanlei felt much better after thinking about this. In the next moment, True King Wanlei knelt down on one knee and said respectfully to Yang Fann, Wanlei greets the Lord. The Lord's life is boundless and eternal. Let go of your holy soul. Yang Fann didn't give up on imprinting the holy soul because of True King Wanlei's obedience. He didn't want to leave any hidden dangers behind. With the power that True King Wanlei had displayed, if he suddenly rebelled and attacked his parents and relatives, no one would be able to stop him. A hint of hesitation flashed across True King Wanlei's eyes, but he still let go of his holy soul. If he switched places with Yang Fann, he would definitely use some means to control Yang Fann's life and death. If he didn't even have the heart to defend himself, that kind of person wouldn't be able to live in this cruel world for long. Furthermore, with Yang Fann's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill him. There wouldn't be too much of a difference whether he had this restrictive spell or not. Rumble. Very quickly, Yang Fann's terrifying Saint Soul power that was comparable to a Saint King expert emerged from his body and surged into True King Wanlei's holy soul. It was branded with the holy soul and completely controlled True King Wanlei's life and death. Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, 6th Young Master Peak. He won, Fan won. At this moment, Luo Yun finally felt relieved. Even though her precious son had the upper hand from the beginning to the end, she still felt uneasy before the outcome of the battle was decided. Perhaps this was the chaos caused by concern. 1. 4 Directions Starry Sky. This official has submitted. True King Wanlei has really submitted. What should we do? What should we do? Could it be that I really have to give up that great opportunity and return home? The eyes of the old demons of the half-step Saint King, filled with a deep sense of unwillingness, flashed across their eyes. They had witnessed Yang Fann's heaven-defying performance just now. The fortune he had obtained was probably 1,000 times more terrifying than what they had imagined. 10,000 times, it was very likely to be the inheritance of a top-notch Saint King. Such a top-notch inheritance could be found in the entire Tianan Realm River. It was likely that there was only one family that had no other names. Perhaps as long as they could obtain a portion, it might be able to let them take a look at the Holy King realm. It was just that Yang Fann's strength was there. Even if it was inferior to the real Saint King Sovereign, it was likely not much different either. It wasn't something they could fight against. Even True King Wanlei was no match for them. At this moment, Yang Fann looked around. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything around him. He slowly said, "Everyone, since you are here, come out." C1282 Submit or Die. Great world of spiritual martial arts, the starry sky beyond the heavens. Yang Fann's body was surrounded by purple chi. He looked like a high and mighty god, looking down at all living beings. His aura ruled the world. He was invincible and invincible. His voice was boiling. It was like a clap of thunder that resounded in the ears of all the half-step Saint King and old monsters. Although all of them had extraordinary abilities and were thousands of light years away, it was very difficult for ordinary top-level half-step Saint King warriors to find their whereabouts. However, under Yang Fann's terrifying Saint Soul power, each and every one of them was extremely conspicuous. They were as dazzling as the scorching sun. At the beginning, Yang Fann's attention was focused on True King Wanlei, and he couldn't be bothered with them. Now that True King Wanlei had submitted to him, it was time for him to deal with these bastards. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's eyes began to flicker with a scorching light. There weren't many people secretly spying on them. There were only a few dozen of them, and there were less than 100 of them. However, each of them was a top-tier expert in the Tianan Realm River, and their cultivation base was profound. The weakest among them was a total of 28 half-step Saint King, and most of them were over 30 half-step Saint King stage. There were more than 30 half-step Saint King warriors above 33, and there were even 11 of them who had 36 half-step Saint King warriors. Some of them were extremely strong. They weren't much weaker than True King Wanlei, who didn't use his apocalyptic lightning seed. All of them were middle half-step Saint King experts. They only needed one more chance to become a holy king. With so many top-tier experts, if he could devour and refine all of them, it would be enough for him to have another huge breakthrough in his strength. Furthermore, he had yet to start refining the nearly 500 half-step Saint King he had captured earlier. Adding them in, Yang Fann was confident that the number of laws he had mastered would increase to more than 100, or even more than 100. Those who could cultivate to the half-step Saint King stage were all peerless evildoer, whom he had never met in hundreds of millions of years. At the very least, they were all equipped with grade 7 holy bloodlines. For True King Wanlei and the other 36 half-step Saint King, they were at least quasi-rank 9 holy bloodlines, or even true rank 9 holy bloodlines. After devouring the holy bloodline in their bodies, even if Yang Fann's holy bloodline couldn't really step into the rank 9, it wouldn't be much different. His talent and potential had increased by tenfold, more than 100 times. Comprehending another dozen or 20 laws was definitely not a dream. Not good, he discovered me. 4 directions starry sky, the faces of the half-step Saint King warriors changed all of a sudden. In the eyes of many people, there was an indescribable fear and regret in their eyes. It was just a voice. It shook their chi and blood, causing them to move their internal organs. They felt like vomiting blood, yet they were still thinking of attacking this monster. It was true that an old man who ate arsenic was tired of living. Such a monster was not something they could match at all. No, we can't stay here for long. Let's go, we need to leave this place immediately. Very quickly, the half-step Saint King started to feel the urge to retreat in their hearts. However, before they could do anything about it, an extremely uneasy feeling welled up in their hearts for no reason. It was as if as long as they dared to run away, they would immediately face a great disaster and die without a burial ground. How could they let their prey escape? Although Yang Fann didn't make any other moves, his Saint Soul power, which was comparable to Saint King sovereigns, had already locked onto the group of half-step Saint King warriors. If they made any unusual movements, what awaited them would be a thunderous strike. What should we do? Should we leave or not? Why aren't you coming out yet? Do you want me to invite you out? Yang Fann frowned slightly. There was a trace of anger in his voice that made people tremble in fear. A few of the 28 half-step Saint King with low cultivation base couldn't hold back their tears of blood. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood. Forget it, I will meet this little son Yang Fann today and see what his intentions are. Very quickly, the group of half-step Saint King came to a decision. On this side, they could meet him even if they didn't want to. The warning from the Holy Soul was something they did not dare to be careless about. With their cultivation base at their level, it was almost certain that they would be able to sense him with their heaven's perception. In the next moment, rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's 4 directions starry sky was torn apart like a curtain, and numerous half-step Saint King warriors broke through the void and arrived. I, Qing Luo I, Qian He, Liang, Mo Yuan. Greetings, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. The group of half-step Saint King slightly bowed toward Yang Fann. Including the 11 and 36 half-step Saint King, none of them dared to show any neglect. In the world of cultivators, experts were the most respected, and those who had achieved it were the first. Although Yang Fann's age was less than 1/1000th of their age, or even 1/1000th of their age, his cultivation base was 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than theirs. The inheritance of the Holy King is in my hands. If you want the inheritance of the Holy King, it will depend on whether you have the ability or not. Yang Fann smiled coldly and went straight to the point. It's a misunderstanding, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. All of this is a misunderstanding. We have no intention of coveting it. That's right, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, you must have misunderstood. We have no such thoughts. The half-step Saint King's heads were like rattles as they hurriedly denied it. At this moment, how could they dare to admit it? Although the inheritance of a sacred king was good, the prerequisite was that one had to have the life to possess it. Yang Fann's combat strength was heaven-defying. He was probably stronger than the legendary Saint King Sovereign, even if they gathered all their strength. Hong Long, we have come here to watch the battle between His Highness and true King Wan Lei. We have no other evil intentions. I hope that Your Highness can understand. Your Highness, please understand. Just here to watch the battle. Everyone, do you think I'm stupid? A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. Did he really think that he was so young that he could easily fool others? He could even say such words to deceive an idiot. Your Highness, we are really just. Before the group of half-step Saint King could finish speaking, Yang Fann interrupted them coldly. I don't care if you are really here to watch the battle or if you have other thoughts. Today, you only have two options. Either submit to me or become my enemy. Your Highness, don't go too far. The half-step Saint King's eyes were filled with indescribable anger as they gritted their teeth. This little son Yang Fann, did he really think that they were pushovers that he could knead as he pleased? The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flickered, and he said in a cold tone, Everyone, I advise that you all have something you want to say. We'll talk about it clearly. There's only one chance. Yang Fann, you should always be careful. It will be easier for us to meet in the future. We are not to be trifled with. Raging flames of fury were burning in the hearts of the half-step Saint King. They were either the supreme elders of a super-sacred palace or the pillars of a supreme sect. They were all great figures who stood at the peak of the Boundary River. When had they ever been forced to do so? So you're saying that you're determined to become my enemies. Yang Fann, you, aren't you afraid of a life-and-death struggle? One-on-one, they admitted. Even if they used the forbidden technique, it would be very difficult for them to defeat this monster. However, they were not alone. With the combined strength of all of them, it wasn't as if they didn't have the strength to fight. Even if Yang Fann could defeat them, he would still have to pay a heavy price in the end. Fight to the death, with just all of you. Naive, the fish will die, but the net will never break. A hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes as he said with certainty. The combined strength of nearly 100 top-level half-step Saint King warriors was not to be underestimated. If Saint King Sovereign didn't come out, almost no one would be their match. Even true King Wan Lei, who had merged with the apocalyptic lightning seed, wouldn't be their match. Although the second form of the apocalyptic lightning seed was terrifying, its strength was on par with Saint King Sovereign's, but with true King Wan Lei's cultivation base. He wanted to maintain the second form of the apocalyptic lightning seed for a long period of time. Hong Long. In the next second, before the group of half-step Saint King could say anything, Yang Fann shifted his gaze and landed on the body of a 36 half-step Saint King. He was one of the few 36 perfection half-step Saint King warriors among the 11 half-step Saint King warriors. He said coldly, Submit to me or destroy me. Yang Fann, do you really want to make the Origin Divine Sect your enemy? The 36 half-step Saint King said in a threatening manner. He was one of the top 10 superpowers in the Tianan Realm River. His power was stronger than the Taoism, and there were more than 2 top-level half-step Saint King warriors in his sect, as well as 2 36 half-step Saint King warriors. If you don't surrender, then you will die. Rumble 4 Yang Fann struck out with his palm without mercy. Ah, no, chi. In the blink of an eye, the 36 half-step Saint King had laid down hundreds of defensive barriers. However, it was completely useless. Under Yang Fann's invincible strength, the 36 half-step Saint King warriors were just too weak. Bang bang, the heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter. In an instant, hundreds of defensive barriers were destroyed, and the 36 half-step Saint King warriors were completely suppressed. Ah, I lost. Ancestor Tian Yuan lost just like that. This. All the half-step Saint King warriors were shocked, even though they had already felt Yang Fann's invincible power. Old Ancestor Tian Yuan. Those were 36 perfection half-step Saint King warriors, and they were only a few steps away from the Saint King stage. He was only one more step away from the right moment, and he was even more powerful than true King Wanlei, who didn't have any apocalyptic lightning seed. In other words, they were only slightly weaker. At this moment, Yang Fann's gaze turned towards another 36 perfection half-step Saint King. Submit to me or die. C-1283. The power of the 100 laws of the Holy King had increased. Yang Fann, you, the Grand Elder of Spiritual God Palace, Elder Nether Spring, was trembling. He pointed at Yang Fann for a long time, but couldn't say a word. He wanted to warn Yang Fann, but the tragic fate of Elder Tianyuan was still vivid in his mind. Although Spiritual God Palace was strong, they were only half as strong as Elder Tianyuan's divine origin cult. Yang Fann didn't give any face to the divine origin cult. He mercilessly suppressed Elder Tianyuan. The reputation of the Spiritual God Palace would be useless. Right at this moment, a fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He said coldly, "Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then die for me." Rumble. Without giving Elder Nether Spring any chance to speak, he threw his palm toward Elder Nether Spring. Ah! Don't! An extremely ominous omen swept across Elder Nether Spring's soul, causing him to let out a desperate howl before the beast was on the verge of death. In the next moment, rumble, an enormous black lotus suddenly appeared below Elder Nether Spring. It was extremely bizarre. The petals were layered upon each other, and millions of them were floating in the air. It was a dreamy and mysterious sight. The Nether Channeling Saint Lotus, Elder Nether Spring's vital treasure. It was one of the ultimate treasures of the Spiritual God Palace. Its grade was only half a grade lower than true King Wanlei's indestructible lightning divine armor. It could be considered a top grade collimator. However, under Yang Fann's full power of the Hung Meng indestructible body, the body defense had increased by hundreds of times. At this moment, Yang Fann's saint body was so terrifying that it wasn't any weaker than a true Dao weapon. It wasn't something that a top grade collimator like the ethereal opening Saint Lotus could compare with. In an instant, Poochie, the layers of petals of the Saint Lotus were all shattered. The terrifying giant palm was like a hot knife cutting through butter as it grabbed Elder Nether Spring in one go. The terrifying power of the inextinguishable primordial chaos instantly sealed all of Elder Nether Spring's power and completely suppressed him. First, it was Elder Tianyuan, and now, it was Elder Nether Spring. What is this Yang Fann trying to do? Could it be that he really wants to? The remaining half-step Saint King were trembling in fear, but they still couldn't believe it in their hearts. Most of them weren't alone, and all of them had extraordinary backgrounds. Behind them was either a super holy palace or a supreme sect. It included almost all the superpowers in Tianan Realm River. If they really wanted to kill them, it was no different from becoming enemies with all the powers in the Tianan Realm River. Even the real Saint King Sovereign would have to think twice about the consequences. Although none of the major powers had a holy king in charge, many of them. The Myriad Saints' Palace, the Divine Hall, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If they were really forced to use the resources of their forces at all costs, even a holy king might suffer a great loss if they were not careful. In just a breath's time, Yang Fann rolled his eyes and looked at the other 36 perfection semi-saint. Submit to me or die. As usual, he was cold and emotionless. Yang Fann, don't go too far. The foundation of Myriad Saints' Palace is not something you can imagine. Noisy, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Without waiting for the 36 perfection semi-saint warriors of the Myriad Saints' Palace to finish their words, Yang Fann pressed down with his palm. Bitch it, this little son Yang Fann is serious. Everyone, attack together. Today, either he dies or I die. The last 36 perfection semi-saint from the Divine Hall finally couldn't hold it any longer. He suddenly leapt up and lunged at Yang Fann. 3 out of the 4 great 36 perfection semi-saint warriors had been eliminated. It would be his turn next. Little son Yang Fann, you don't have the qualifications to make me submit to you. Fight him to the death. Even if I die, the old ancestor won't be a slave. Right, fight him to the death. You want to slave me? Yang Fann, you are delusional. In an instant, Numerous half-step Saint King warriors roared furiously. They struck out their ultimate skills one after another, bombarding Yang Fann with their Yang Fans. Each and every one of them was a top-level half-step Saint King warrior, the strongest group of people in the Tianan Realm River. They had always been the slaves of others, but now they wanted them to be the slaves of those lowly half-step Saint King warriors. This was just a pipe dream. Even if they had to die, they had to make little son Yang Fann pay the price. Besides, with so many of them at the top-level half-step Saint King, Yang Fann might not be able to defeat them even if they fought with their lives on the line. However, not everyone had the courage to fight Yang Fann to the death. More than 20 half-step Saint King warriors stopped in their tracks, feeling conflicted. Elder Tianyuan and Elder Nether Spring were easily suppressed. But they were deeply shocked. The three old ancestors, none of them were weak. All of them were at the top of the pyramid in Tianan Realm River, especially Elder Nether Spring, who was able to squeeze into the top 10 expert of Tianan Realm River. However, he couldn't even take a single strike from Yang Fann. All of them combined their strength. Could they really defeat Yang Fann? Once they chose the wrong path, there would be no turning back. What awaited them was death. Die the 9 underworlds divine sword. Extinguish, myriad poison demon eye spring autumn reincarnation grand formation. Activate heaven and earth yuan spirit / heaven and earth destruction. Rumble, rumble. 68 half-step Saint King used the forbidden arts at all costs to forcefully increase their cultivation base. They attacked with all their strength, wanting to kill Yang Fann in one fell swoop. None of them dared to hold back. All of them were old monsters that had lived for hundreds of billions of years. How could they not know that this was their only chance? At this moment, if they still wanted to keep their strength, it would be as if they did not want to die fast enough. This strike was simply shocking. It wasn't something that could be described with words. It was much more terrifying than the second form of the apocalyptic lightning seed, True King Wan Lei. Bang bang, the terrifying energy storm seemed to want to overturn the entire universe. In all directions, the boundless stars in the star domain with a radius of thousands of light years were all destroyed. Even in the great world of spiritual martial arts, if it wasn't for Yang Fann's power that protected the entire world, it would have been completely destroyed by the terrifying energy storm. Under the terrifying energy storm, not to mention a high-grade world like the great world of spiritual martial arts, even an ordinary top-grade world would be very weak. Great world of spiritual martial arts, 6th young master peak. Fan, be careful. Luo Yun's heart, which had just calmed down, was once again in her throat. At this moment, even True King Yuan Long and the others had solemn expressions on their faces. There was a trace of worry in their eyes, although they were very confident in Yang Fann, Lord. However, a strike from 68 top-level half-step Saint King warriors at all costs was just too terrifying. 36 half-step Saint King warriors fell into the cosmic storm. They wouldn't be able to last more than a breath's time before they were completely destroyed. They would die without a burial ground. At that moment, a bunch of chickens and dogs, how dare you act so impudently in front of me? Break Yang Fann took a step forward and shouted. Rumble, rumble, the terrifying human-shaped reel who swept across the world. Wherever it passed, all of the sword beams, formations, and demonic lights were all shattered and completely destroyed. No, this isn't true. Bitch it, how could this be? Not good, he's the Holy King. Wails of despair kept coming out from the mouths of the half-step Saint King warriors. Their ultimate attack had definitely surpassed the level of 36 half-step Saint King warriors. In this world, only Saint King Sovereign had the power to break their ultimate attack so easily. The others, even with the protection of their Dao weapons, could only barely keep their lives. Alright, let's end this. Yang Fann grinned hideously and struck with his palm. Ah, no, please spare my life, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. I know I was wrong. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. The strike just now had almost drained all of their energy. Currently, they had less than half of their full strength, so how could they have the energy to resist Yang Fann's attack? Unfortunately, Yang Fann wasn't moved at all. The opportunity had been given to them. They didn't know how to cherish it, so who could they blame? Everyone had to pay the price for their actions. Ah, no, little son Yang Fann, the Divine Hall won't let you go. Yang Fann, you beast, I curse you to die a horrible death. Rumble, brutal, truly, truly too savage. Fortunately, I wasn't reckless. The remaining 24 half-step Saint King widened their eyes. They couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in their hearts. If they had listened to God King's bewitchment just now, they would have been completely suppressed by Yang Fann, just like the 68 half-step Saint King. What about all of you? Do you want to surrender or resist to the end? Yang Fann's cold gaze swept across the remaining 24 half-step Saint King and said impatiently. I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. He greets my lord. My lord's life is boundless and eternal. The 24 half-step Saint King didn't dare hesitate. They all chose to pledge their loyalty to Yang Fann. They were all people who cherished their lives. If they really wanted to fight back, they wouldn't have hesitated just now. Besides, surrendering to a Saint King sovereign wasn't an insult to them. Very well, let go of your holy souls. Don't resist. C-1284 The 100 Laws of the Holy King Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, the starry sky beyond the heavens. A world-shaking battle had finally come to an end. After Yang Fann suppressed 68 top-level half-step Saint King warriors with a single palm strike, the remaining 24 top-level half-step Saint King warriors finally accepted their fate and bowed their heads to Yang Fann. In an instant, the power under Yang Fann's command skyrocketed, surpassing the spiritual god palace, Taoism, and other superpowers. Among the 10 superpowers in Tianan Realm River, there were only about 10 top-level half-step Saint King warriors. Only the number 1 power in Tianan Realm River could suppress over 20 of them. Among these 24 top-level half-step Saint King warriors, only 6 of them were low-rank top-level and below half-step Saint King warriors. Most of them were at least 30 middle-rank top-level and above half-step Saint King warriors, and there were more than 8 of them who were at least 33 of them. Among them, there were 3 of them who were at least 36 half-step Saint King warriors. If true King Wanlei was added to the list, then even if they were to face the Myriad Saints' Palace, they would still have to fight to see who would win. It was hard to find a top-level half-step Saint King, and it was even harder to find 36 half-step Saint King. As long as one had 36 half-step Saint King, they would be able to jump into the top 30, or even the top 20 superpowers. Even among the top 10 superpowers, only 2 of them had 36 half-step Saint King guarding them. Besides, out of the 836 half-step Saint King suppressed by Yang Fann, 7 of them came from Myriad Saints' Palace, Spiritual God Palace, and the other top 10 superpowers. There were also the 336 half-step Saint King warriors who surrendered to Yang Fann, and 2 of them were from the 10 superpowers. Very good, let go of your holy soul and don't resist. Yang Fann looked down at the group of half-step Saint King from above and said coldly. He would not leave any hidden danger for himself just because of the obedience of the group of half-step Saint King. Yes, 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 my lord. The 24 top-level half-step Saint King answered hastily. Without any hesitation, they let go of their holy soul. They had been scared out of their wits a long time ago. Now, they only wanted to protect their own lives. They couldn't care less about freedom anymore. Besides, even true King Wanlei, who was 10 times stronger than them and 100 times stronger than them, was restricted by a formation. What was there to be unconvinced about? Great world of spiritual martial arts, in the sky above the spiritual martial arts continent. An independent world hung high in the sky. The sky was so blue. The floating clouds were as soft as silk and as pure and white like cotton. There were many exquisite palaces. The pavilions were scattered everywhere. There were mountains that pierced into the clouds, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Countless spiritual roots and spiritual flowers that even saints would go crazy for. There were countless of them. This world was as beautiful as the middle world. It was mesmerizing. The martial saint realm, it was created by Yang Fann with his powerful magic. The size of this world was no less than the size of any big primary major world. Compared to the real big world, the only difference was that the primordial purple clouds had never been born. The abundant spirit of heaven and earth in it was even more shocking. Not to mention the primary major world. Even the great world is so much worse. When the martial saint realm was first born, Yang Fann had merged countless holy crystal meridians into it. Just the exquisite holy crystals meridians alone were as high as 81 holy crystal meridians. It was simply unimaginable. One should know that in an ordinary peak world, there might not even be 81 exquisite holy crystals meridians. As for the primary major world, even if hundreds or thousands of them were combined together, they might not be as vast as a first-rate great world. The result was obvious. Even the places with the least amount of spiritual energy were 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the Lingwu mountain range. Furthermore, the entire Martial Saint realm was covered with top-tier killing formations, confinement arrays, and maze arrays. There was not a single loophole in the iron bucket that was made. Even if the 36 half-step Saint King wanted to barge into the Martial Saint realm, they would be badly injured. If they were not careful, it might even cost them their lives. It could be said to be the strongest fortress in the great world of spiritual martial arts. Although Yang Fann's understanding of formations was limited, amongst the 24 top-level half-step Saint King he had surrendered, he didn't lack a Grand Master of formations. These old monsters who had lived for hundreds of billions of years, or even longer, were all living treasures, equipment refinement, pill refinement, and the Tao of formations. After a long period of time, this was especially the case when one's potential was exhausted, and one's cultivation level could no longer advance. They would often place their experiences in other places, such as refining weapons and refining pills, or practicing formations, hoping to be able to use analogy to improve their cultivation level. Once the Martial Saint realm was completed, Yang Fann brought his family and his subordinates away from 6th Young Master Peak and moved all of them into the Martial Saint realm. With his current cultivation base, it would be a disgrace for him to stay in 6th Young Master Peak. Furthermore, the group of elite soldiers and generals under his command were somewhat out of tune with the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. In the entire Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, the strongest expert, martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign, was only a 1st or 9th grade saint. Under Yang Fann's command, there were more than 100 half-step Saint King, thousands of top-level Holy Sovereign, and there were at least 70 to 80,000 high-level saints like martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign, even if there weren't 100,000 of them. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to continue staying in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. In the end, in the world of cultivators, the expert was respected. Strength was everything, and seniority was everything. It made all the top-level Holy Sovereign, half-step Saint King, senior martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign, and the others. The patriarchs were not only top-level Holy Sovereign and half-step Saint King, but also half-step Saint King. Martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign and the others were terrified when they heard this. It was imperative to break away from the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts and become one of their own. Of course, forming their own faction did not mean that the relationship between Yang Fann and the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts had been severed. This place would always be Yang Fann's other home. Once the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts was in trouble, Yang Fann would never stand idly by. Furthermore, the Holy Ji Sect, Seven Stars Sect, Qinhu and Maniu were all in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Even Yang Fann's family, the Yang family, stayed in the Lingwu mountain range and did not move into the Martial Saint realm. It wasn't that Yang Fann didn't want them to enter the Martial Saint realm, but even the Yang family. Yang Fann had completely let go of what happened in the past. After all these years, blood was thicker than water. The big family that had a grudge against the three of them had all stayed in the sobbing blood continent. The main reason was that they were unwilling to enter Martial Saint realm. Although Martial Saint realm was good, it might not be suitable for them. All of them were under Yang Fann's command, and almost none of them were weak. The weakest among them was usually a sacred lord, half-saints, and even saints. Within them, they were all small characters. Among them, the strongest ones were only a few perfection semi-saint warriors. Most of the people and disciples were still at the ancestor realm. Once they entered the Martial Saint realm, they would have to live with their tails between their legs. If there really were any conflicts, it was like Maniu, Qinhu, Dongfang Sheng, and the others who were close to Yang Fann were still fine. As for the others, which side would Yang Fann stand on in the end? He really had no idea. After all, those people were Yang Fann's subordinates, and Yang Fann's true friends. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. With their current strength in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, if they continued to stay in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, the Holy Capital would have to give them some face, and they wouldn't dare to offend them. In any case, Yang Fann would bestow them with a large amount of resources every year. It didn't matter much whether they stayed in the Martial Saint realm or the Lingwu mountain range. Their progress wouldn't be much slower. In the center of Martial Saint realm, in a grand sacred palace. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann sat cross-legged, the 99 light pillars of the laws surrounding him piercing through the heavens and the earth, his appearance solemn and sacred. A terrifying aura made the entire world tremble. At this moment, if a cultivator stepped into the sacred palace, even a top-level half-step Saint King would be crushed to the ground by that invincible pressure in an instant. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10 years later. After opening the martial Saint realm, Yang Fann once again accompanied Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others for another year. After that, he began his seclusion to refine the group of half-step Saint King that he had suppressed. The path of cultivation was like sailing against the current. If one didn't advance, one would fall back. Although Yang Fann's current combat strength was unparalleled, comparable to a Sacred King expert, Yang Fann knew that it was not the time for him to relax. The Tianan Realm River was just an inconspicuous small river amongst the countless world rivers in the AIMA realm. The world river that was more powerful than the Tianan Realm River was as many as the stars in the sky, and there were also countless more expert that were more powerful than him. If he didn't work hard now, it would be too late for him to regret it once the disaster arrived. Although Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others were reluctant to part with it, they could understand Yang Fann's difficulties. Furthermore, they weren't worried about the longevity anymore. Even if they didn't make any more breakthroughs, they could still live for tens of billions of years. There was still a long way to go, and the short separation was for the sake of a better reunion. 9 years had passed, and Yang Fann had successfully absorbed and refined nearly 500 half-step Saint King. Apart from the nearly 100 top-level half-step Saint King, not a single one of the high, low, and third-grade half-step Saint King were left behind. All of them were absorbed and refined by him. The breakthrough in the body wasn't much, it was just a tiny bit. It had only increased the strength of his body by 1 level, and the truly terrifying part was the comprehension of the Tao of Law. There were a total of 99 Saint King Law. If this were to spread out, it would definitely scare many holy kings. Among them, there were even 9 Saint King Law that had reached the Great Perfection stage. The Mastery Saint King Law was as big as 36 Saint King Law. Yang Fann's actual combat strength had increased by more than 10 times in just 9 years. At this moment, rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's aura was like a tsunami that was about to collapse. In the next second, boom, another pillar of light shot up into the sky like a heavenly pillar, piercing through the heavens and earth. C-1285. The journey was restarted. Martial Saint Realm, Central Sacred Palace. Yang Fann sat with his legs crossed, looking solemn and sacred. He was surrounded by hundreds of laws. The light pillar was like a pillar that supported the sky, piercing through the sky. They went straight into the clouds. The aura of his entire body was like a landslide or a tsunami, growing wildly and explosively. Rumble, rumble, the entire great hall, a vast expanse of space exploded, and endless streams of air raged, flowing in reverse, collapsing. Fortunately, layers of grand formation barriers had been set up around the sacred palace. Otherwise, the area within several hundred light years would probably have been reduced to ruins. After completely devouring the last 9 paths high-level half-step Saint King, Yang Fann's Tao of Law finally made another breakthrough. The 100 Holy Sovereign Law had successfully transformed into the Saint King Law. If this were to spread out, it would definitely cause countless Sacred King Saint King laws to tremble. Most of the Sacred Kings had cultivated for trillions of years, or even longer than that, but they might not be able to comprehend so many Saint King Law. As for how old Yang Fann was, he was not even 2,000 years old. He was not even a fraction of them. Comparisons were really infuriating. Very soon, 3 days passed. Kai. Yang Fann's explosive aura gradually calmed down. In the next second, rumble, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. His pupils instantly lit up, shining like the starry sky of the universe. Piercing through everything, it was as if numerous terrifying gods were born in his eyes. With just a glance, he could seize anyone's mind. Powerful and indescribable power. Compared to 10 years ago, the current Yang Fann was more than 10 times stronger. Adding on the terrifying Hung Meng indestructible body, even amongst the many holy kings, he should be qualified to be called an expert. Unfortunately, Yang Fann did not know the specific classification of the Sacred King's expert. He could not accurately estimate his own strength. After all, the Tianan Realm River was just an inconspicuous small river in the AIMA realm. There was a limit to its inheritance, and it was in decline now. A new Sacred King would not be born in a trillion years. Even though true King Wan Lei and the other top-level half-step Saint King had extraordinary backgrounds, they did not know much about the situation of the Holy King expert. Many half-step Saint King warriors did not even know much about Saint King Zhengdao's realm. Otherwise, there would not be so many 36 half-step Saint King warriors stuck at that step, unable to make any progress for hundreds of billions of years. Whoosh! After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann stopped thinking about it. He would find out about these things sooner or later, and it shouldn't be too far away. With his current cultivation base, it was inevitable for him to leave Tianan Realm River. To Yang Fann, the Tianan Realm River was a little small when he couldn't raise a true dragon in a pond. Of course, it wasn't now. It wasn't easy for him to reunite with his family. He didn't want to part with his parents so early in the morning. There were still many things waiting for him to take care of in Tianan Realm River. There were some things that he wouldn't feel at ease even if he left without taking care of them. Rumble! A white light cut through the void, and a 28 half-step Saint King appeared within the devouring black hole. At this moment, Yang Fann finally began to attack those top-level half-step Saint King warriors. Rumble! In an instant, endless power of devourings erupted from the devouring black hole, crazily devouring the top-level half-step Saint King's strength of original life. A top-level half-step Saint King was a top-level half-step Saint King. The purity of the strength of original life was incomparable to high-level half-step Saint King. It caused the energy of Yang Fann's body to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ah, please spare my life, Your Highness, please spare my life. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to Your Highness to the death. I'll be Your Highness's dog." In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. Out of the nearly 100 top-level half-step Saint King warriors, only 33 of them were at least at the 33rd level. The rest of them were intermediate and low-rank top-level half-step Saint King warriors. All of them were absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. After devouring nearly 500 half-step Saint King warriors, Yang Fann's great heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique had made a big breakthrough. He had successfully broken through to the small success stage realm after absorbing the Saint King law. It was not as simple as just breaking through to the small success stage. The efficiency of the absorption had increased by several times. After devouring 65 top-level half-step Saint King warriors, Yang Fann's strength had improved by a lot. He had already mastered 105 Saint King law. If he could absorb all the remaining 33 top-level half-step Saint King warriors, he would have 150 of them. Tianan Realm River, Southwest Star Domain. There was a huge world that was as long as 90 million light years. This big world was none other than the 9 Empyreans world occupied by the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall. This was a top-tier big world, 180 billion years. This 9 Empyreans world wasn't even called this, it was called the Gold and Silver Great World. Within it were 2 overlords, the Golden Bone Clan and the Silver Bone Clan. These 2 clans could be considered as the top clans in the Tianan Realm River. Each of them had a few top-level half-step Saint King guarding them. However, both families were enemies, and they wanted to eliminate each other. A world-shaking war broke out in the Gold and Silver Great World. In that battle, the world was torn apart and blood flowed like a river. Half of the entire Gold-Silver Great World had been destroyed. The Gold and Silver Bone clans had also suffered heavy casualties. Almost all of their top-level half-step Saint King warriors had died, and even the other third-grade half-step Saint King warriors were left with very little energy left. As for the other saints, half-step saints, and those who had died, there were countless of them. The result was that the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall benefited from this. Otherwise, if any of the powerful families, the Golden Bone and Silver Bone clans, were at their peak, it wouldn't be so easy for the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall to conquer the entire Gold and Silver Great World. It was virtually impossible. Although the Golden Bone and Silver Bone races were much weaker than the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, they were the strongest in their race. In other words, there were only 234 half-step Saint King warriors in the family. However, with the suppression of the strength of world, it was enough to make up for the gap between them and the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, and even gain the upper hand. Even if it was an ordinary top-grade world, the origin of its world was more than 10 times stronger than a high-grade world. It was enough to suppress a middle-rank top-level Holy Sovereign, and a high-grade top-level Holy Sovereign. As for some top-grade worlds, such as the Myriad Saints Palace's Old Nest, the Myriad Saint Great World, even true King Wan Lei, who had 36 half-step Saint King, would be suppressed by more than half of their strength. With the 9 Empyreans' divine hall's strength at that time, after entering the gold and silver great world, they wouldn't be much stronger than the gold and silver bone families at their peak. However, at this moment, an indescribably heavy atmosphere was shrouding this great world. In this world, from the half-step Saint King Supreme Elders to the ordinary disciples, every single one of them had an indescribable melancholy between their brows. 30 years ago, the supreme ruler of 9 Empyreans' divine hall, Lord of the 9 Empyreans' natal soul lamp, was destroyed with a loud bang. The entire 9 Empyreans' divine hall was shrouded in a dark aura. Lord of the 9 Empyreans was the strongest expert of the 9 Empyreans' divine hall. He was the pillar of the 9 Empyreans' divine hall. His death, the loss was immeasurable. After that, the soul lamp of a half-step Saint King stage great elder was destroyed. Countless 9 Empyreans' divine hall disciples could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts, and they began to flee in large numbers. One should know that the expedition army had gathered most of the experts in the sacred hall. If they were completely wiped out, it would be a devastating blow to the 9 Empyreans' divine hall. If it wasn't for the Grand Elder who came out of seclusion in time to take charge of the overall situation and killed a large number of traitors with a thunderous momentum, the 9 Empyreans' divine hall might have already fallen apart. Rumble, rumble. The starry sky several hundred light years away from the 9 Empyreans' world suddenly became extremely distorted, forming a large-scale wormhole with a diameter of close to a light year. In the next moment, rumble, rumble, a terrifying fleet of space shuttled out from the enormous wormhole. All of them were warships of the First Stream world, and there were more than 1 million of them. Who is it? Not good. Enemy attack. Quickly, activate the boundary protecting formation. In an instant, the entire 9 Empyreans world was filled with alarm bells. However, the upper echelons of the 9 Empyreans' divine hall did not panic too much. Lord of the 9 Empyreans and many of the supreme elders had died. They knew that such a day would come. In the next moment, rumble, rumble, rays of 9-colored holy light rose from the center of the 9 Empyreans world, transforming into a 9-colored barrier that protected the entire 9 Empyreans world. Rumble, rumble, almost at the same time, streams of terrifying half-step Saint King Chi rose from the center of 9 Empyreans world. There were a total of 18 of them, and 2 of them were top-level half-step Saint King warriors. The strongest one among them had even reached 35 half-step Saint King stage warriors. A lean camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though the 9 Empyreans' divine hall had over 40 half-step Saint King warriors suppressed by Yang Fann in the Battle of Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, they were still one of the top 20 superpowers in Tianan Realm River, and their resources were extraordinary. Right at this moment, rumble, a brilliant pillar of lightning tore through the void, instantly appearing outside the 9 Empyreans world. A terrifying thunder god appeared. He stood proudly in the starry sky, surrounded by lightning. His aura was domineering and invincible. Every move he made carried a terrifying aura, causing people to instinctively feel fear. It was none other than the number 1 expert under Yang Fann, True King Wan Lei. Rumble, countless profound thunder seals flashed in True King Wan Lei's eyes, as if he was a god looking down at all living beings. How dare you 9 Empyreans' divine hall send an army to attack my master's family? You have committed a heinous crime now, give up on resisting and kneel down to beg for mercy. My master is merciful, perhaps he will give you a chance to live. C-1286 suppress the great world of the continent of the 9 clouds outside the 9 Empyreans world. True King Wan Lei was standing proudly on top of the void. He was high and mighty, and his aura dominated the heavens. He was the only one who could dominate the world. His cold voice was like the fury of the Thunder Lord. It swept across the entire 9 Empyreans world and created a terrifying hurricane, causing ripples to appear on the 9-colored barrier. The 9 Empyreans' divine hall had allied with the other major powers to attack the great world of spiritual martial arts. Yang Fann would never let them go. It was just that it wasn't easy for Yang Fann to reunite with his parents in the beginning. For a moment, he couldn't be bothered with them. After subduing True King Wan Lei and the other 25 top-level half-step Saint King warriors, there was naturally no need for Yang Fann to personally take action for such a small matter. During the war in the outer space of Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, the 9 Empyreans' divine hall and the other major powers had long been crippled. As for the rest of them, they weren't able to stir up any trouble at all. Rumble, a golden rainbow suddenly rose from the 9 Empyreans world. On top of that rainbow was a peerless expert. This was a golden-robed young man who looked to be in his mid-20s. However, His eyes were flickering with an indescribable vicissitude. The lines on his face were very gentle and his hands were empty. However, every movement he made was emitting a kind of soul-stirring magical charm. It was as if anyone had to bow down in front of him. The golden-robed youth looked at true King Wanlei, who wasn't far away from him. An unprecedented seriousness flashed across his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a powerful man. Even Lord of the Nine Empyreans, the #1 genius of Nine Empyreans Divine Hall, was far from being a match for this man. If this was a fair fight, it was unknown whether he would be able to withstand a single attack from this man. He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "The Grand Elder of Nine Empyreans Divine Hall, Xianxia. Sir, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding between us. My Nine Empyreans Divine Hall shouldn't have offended the Lord, right?" The man in front of him was most likely a 36 Dao half-step Saint King. He could even be considered one of the top amongst the 36 Dao half-step Saint King. However, such an expert was actually just a lowly servant. It could be seen just how terrifying his master was. It was definitely the highest grade of the 36 half-step Saint King experts. It was likely that it was only a step away from the Saint King stage. In other words, there was only a slight gap between them. The Nine Empyreans Divine Hall wouldn't dare to provoke such an expert. Misunderstanding. Listen carefully, my master is His Royal Highness Yang Fann. True King Wanlei sneered. What, Yang Fann, how is this possible? Qing Xiao's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his own ears. He knew Yang Fann's name very well. He was a devil who had destroyed the foundation of the Nine Empyreans Divine Hall. Everyone in the Nine Empyreans Divine Hall wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. However, according to what they knew, little son Yang Fann was at most a low-ranked top-level half-step Saint King. As for the man in front of them, that was 36 half-step Saint King stage sovereign expert. The gap between them was more than 100 times. 1,000 times. How could he possibly recognize Yang Fann as his master? Furthermore, Yang Fann should still be in Origin Continent, and had yet to return to Tianan Realm River. Over the years, Nine Empyreans Divine Hall had been busy stabilizing the internal situation. However, they had limited attention on the news of the outside world. They didn't know that Yang Fann had successfully returned, and had even suppressed many half-step Saint King and top-level half-step Saint King experts. Nothing is impossible. It's the divine ability of my master. It's not something that you ants can imagine. A hint of disdain flashed across true King Wanlei's eyes. He's convinced, this was the true a peerless monster, even in the entire AIMA realm. He was a peerless demon, and his future achievements would be limitless. It was far beyond his imagination. In the next second, true King Wanlei's expression suddenly turned cold as he said coldly, "Cut the crap. Aphids, let me ask you one last time, do you want to surrender or die? Don't go too far, sir. The Nine Empyreans Divine Hall isn't a place to be trifled with." A hint of anger flashed across Grand Elder Qing Xiao's eyes. Although the Nine Empyreans Divine Hall had lost a lot of their combat strength and only had 28 half-step Saint King stage warriors, it wasn't as if they didn't have the strength to fight back. Furthermore, this was their territory. Even if there were 36 half-step Saint King warriors, with the help of the strength of world, they still had the strength to fight. Stubborn fool, go to hell! A fierce light flashed in true King Wanlei's eyes. Rumble. A terrifying purple lightning bolt cut through the void and fell into true King Wanlei's hand. A 3-meter-long purple dragon-headed halberd appeared. It radiated an ancient, mysterious, and divine aura. It was the top-grade collimator, the violet gold thunder dragon halberd. The halberd was in his hand. True King Wanlei's aura skyrocketed crazily, as if it would never stop. Break rumble! The halberd slashed out like a thunder god destroying the world. The terrifying thunder world directly smashed out towards the Nine Empyreans world. Chi! The thunder god had destroyed the world, and destroyed everything in its path. In less than a breath's time. Rumble! The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The nine-colored barrier above the Nine Empyreans world suddenly exploded, completely collapsing. This boundary-protecting formation could withstand the attacks of ordinary 36 half-step Saint King warriors, but true King Wanlei wasn't as simple as ordinary 36 half-step Saint King warriors. He was at the top of the 36 half-step Saint King warriors, and with the help of the top-grade collimator, the purple gold thunder dragon halberd. It was simply not something that the boundary-protecting formation could defend against. Bitch it, how could this be? The expression of Grand Elder Xianxia changed dramatically. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. The Nine Heavens Divine Imprints formation. However, the divine formation of the Nine Empyreans Divine Hall had used the ultimate treasure of the palace, the Nine Heavens Scepter, as the eye of the formation. Not even 36 half-step Saint King warriors could easily break their Nine Heavens Divine Imprints formation. How could they not even withstand a single strike from that man? Right at this moment, Puchi True King Wan Lei's body moved and tore apart the starry sky. In an instant, he appeared in front of the Supreme Elder of Xianxia. A ferocious expression flashed across his face. Aphids, die rumble. The violet gold thunder dragon halberd in his hand moved, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth as it slashed towards Grand Elder Xianxia. Ah, not good. An ominous sign of collapsing enveloped the Supreme Elder's mind, causing his facial expression to change. This was the starry sky outside the world, not within the Nine Empyreans world. Without the suppression of the strength of world, with his cultivation base of 35 half-step Saint King, it was impossible for him to withstand the attack of 36 half-step Saint King. If he wanted to dodge, how could he have the time now? I was too careless. A deep regret flashed across Grand Elder Xianxia's eyes. He thought that with the protection of the Nine-Continent Divine Imprints formation, even if that man was an outstanding one among the 36 half-step Saint King warriors, it would take him some effort to break the nine-colored barrier. At that time, he would be able to easily return to the Nine Empyreans world. Never would he have thought that just a single strike would shatter the world-protecting divine formation that they thought they could rely on. If he had known this earlier, he would never have left Nine Empyreans world so easily. Roar! It's not that easy to take my life at the moment of life and death. The viciousness in Grand Elder Xianxia's heart was completely ignited. He was like a beast that had been forced into a corner, baring his teeth. Even if he had to die, he would bite off a piece of flesh from his opponent. Rumble, rumble, 35 Saint King Law flickered crazily, and the vast amount of magic power in his body was completely ignited. He didn't care if there were any hidden dangers or not, he only wanted to block True King Wan Lei's fatal strike. In an instant, the strength in his body increased by more than 10 times. Roar! Break for me! With a terrifying roar, Grand Elder Xianxia unleashed one of the most terrifying attacks in his life. His strength had risen to 36 half-step Saint King stage, and he was even able to catch up to some of the 36 perfection half-step Saint King. Aphids, you still dare to resist? Apocalyptic lightning seed, fuse rumble. True King Wan Lei's body was surrounded by a massive amount of energy. The lightning seals kept flashing, and the energy around his body was increasing crazily, multifold. Aphids, die bang. One of the 36 half-step Saint King halberds. It was not something that the Grand Elder of Xianxia could defend against. The terrifying purple-golden lightning halberd sliced the Supreme Elder in half. The terrifying power of world-destroying lightning erupted, instantly killing all the flesh and blood of the Supreme Elder of Xianxia. Ah, Grand Elder, great senior brother Xianxia, Master. Heart-wrenching wails continuously erupted from the Nine Empyreans world. In an instant, an indescribable sense of despair and panic swept across the entire Nine Empyreans world. He fell. The great Grand Elder has fallen. What should we do? What should we do? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The great Elder of the Nine Empyreans Divine Hall was the strongest expert and the pillar of their sect. Now that he was easily killed by the devil, what else could they use to fight the devil? Kill True King Wan Lei casually kept the space treasure left behind by Grand Elder Xianxia. With a ferocious laugh, he turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the Nine Empyreans world. The True King has ordered us to kill them all. Kekekeka, today is going to be a massacre. Hehehehe. Rumble, rumble. The million world river warships tore through the sky and charged into the Nine Empyreans world. In the next second, swoosh swoosh swoosh, tens of billions of soldiers in black armor swarmed out from the million world river warships under the rule of half-step Saint King warriors. C-1287 Panic Tianan Realm River, Nine Empyreans world. Rumble, rumble. Tens of billions of soldiers in black armor, under the leadership of numerous half-step Saint King warriors, suppressed the Nine Empyreans world. Like a surging tide, they rushed out from the millions of world river warships, slaughtering countless living beings in the Nine Empyreans world. Ah, bastard, I'll fight you all to the death. Roar, kill them all. Avenge the Grand Elder, bastard, die for your father. The supreme elders of the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall and the true disciples of the Saint Emissaries fought back with their lives on the line. Horrifying armies rose into the sky and faced the black armored army. Their numbers were huge, numbering in the trillions. Rumble. The two torrents collided. A huge rain of blood fell from the sky, dyeing the entire 9 Empyreans world red. However, there were times when the number of battles couldn't be decided by quantity. In particular, Lord of the 9 Empyreans had taken away most of the elite combat weapons of the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall several decades ago. The 9 Empyreans Divine Hall's resistance army had a lot of people at the moment. However, not many of them could be considered as elites. Most of them were at the half-step quasi-saint, and there were less than 100 billion great saints among them. On the other hand, the black armored army, even with the suppression of the strength of world, they were usually able to unleash the strength of a half-step holy lord. Of course, the most important thing was still the combat strength of top grade experts. True King Wanlei, who had fused with the apocalyptic lightning seed, had a combat strength that exceeded the level of 36 half-step Saint King warriors. Even with the suppression of the 9 Empyreans world strength of world, he could still unleash the power of 36 power of half-step Saint King. The 9 Empyreans world was just an ordinary peak world, so there was a limit to the suppression of a supreme expert like True King Wanlei. Apart from that, there were 4 top-level half-step Saint King as his assistants. 2 of them were middle-rank top-level half-step Saint King. Even though they were suppressed by the strength of world, they were still able to exert the combat strength of top-level half-step Saint King. As for the remaining 17 supreme elders of 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, the strongest of them was only at the 30th half-step Saint King stage. They couldn't even withstand a single strike from True King Wanlei before they were suppressed by him. The rest of the half-step Saint King weren't able to hold on for long before they were slaughtered by True King Wanlei and the 4 top-level half-step Saint King warriors. Without the protection of the half-step Saint King warriors, the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall wouldn't be able to withstand the suppression of the army of Yang family. The massacre was a one-sided massacre. You beasts, you're going to die a horrible death, woo-woo-woo lord. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I surrender, I surrender. 3 days later, the headquarters of 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, the 9 Clouds Divine Mountain, was breached. 1 month later, the 9 Empyreans world had fallen completely, and there were no longer any forces that could resist. In World Center, a galactic transportation array that covered an area of over 10,000 miles rose from the ground under the control of numerous formation grandmasters, and successfully established a connection with the martial saint realm. The massive amount of resources that 9 Empyreans Divine Hall had accumulated for hundreds of billions of years was continuously transported back to the martial saint realm through the galactic transportation array. Yang Fann sent an army to the 9 Empyreans world, and revenge was one aspect. There was also a big reason why they were interested in the resources of 9 Empyreans Divine Hall. As a superpower in Tianan Realm River that was second only to the Myriad Saints Palace, Spiritual God Palace, and Taoism, the hundreds of billions of years that 9 Empyreans Divine Hall had accumulated was not something that ordinary people could imagine. The resources of the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall were also not to be underestimated. It was a large world, and the resources in it were enough to support the cultivation of a few 36 half-step Saint King warriors. Of course, the primordial purple clouds that Yang Fann was most concerned about had also gained a lot. Just the number of primordial purple clouds alone was close to 500,000. Adding the storage of the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall, that was close to the millions primordial purple clouds. It was enough to allow Yang Fann's Hung Meng indestructible body to reach a higher level. It had only been a few years since the fall of 9 Empyreans world. True Devil Great World, Profound Sun Great World. Outside of Tianlu Great World, a terrifying fleet of starry skies appeared one after another. In the Origin continent, the other 9 major powers were far from being as powerful as the 9 Empyreans Divine Hall. They couldn't dominate a single major world, but a few of them could join forces to conquer a major world. Among them, the Truism, Devil God Palace occupied the True Devil world. While the Saint Fire Palace, Red Dust Palace, and the Thousand Illusion Clan occupied the Profound Yang world. The remaining 4 major powers, 10,000 Beast Mountain, Poison God Mountain, and Despair Blade region, divided up the Tianlu world. However, these 3 major worlds were much weaker than the 9 Empyreans world. The largest True Devil world was only 60 million light-years in diameter, and the worst Tianlu world was only 50 million light-years in diameter, barely pushing into the threshold of the top major worlds. The 9 Empyreans' divine halls Yang Fann wanted revenge, and Devil God Palace wanted revenge. Yang Fann would never let go of the truism and the other 10 major powers. While attacking the 9 Empyreans' divine hall, Yang Fann also sent out 3 armies to conquer the True Devil, Profound Sun, and Tianlu worlds. Each army had a 36 half-step Saint King as their commander, and 6 top-level half-step Saint King as their assistants. Over 30 years ago, the 9 Empyreans' divine hall had suffered a great loss in that battle. Devil God Palace had suffered a great loss. The truism and the other 9 major powers were the same. Each major power only had a top-level half-step Saint King guarding them, and he was only a low-rank top-level half-step Saint King. The strongest Grand Elder of Devil God Palace was also a 33 half-step Saint King stage. The 3 great 36 half-step Saint King leaders couldn't be compared to true King Wanlei. However, the True Devil, Profound Sun, and Tianlu worlds weren't like the 9 Empyreans world, and the strength of world was obviously weaker than them. The 3 great half-step Saint King could unleash 34 power of half-step Saint King, especially true King Yufeng, who was sent to Tianlu Great World. He had the combat strength of 35 half-step Saint King warriors. Their assistants were not bad either, almost all of them could maintain the combat strength of top-level half-step Saint King warriors. Both of them were on completely different levels. They were almost on the same level as the 9 Empyreans world. It was almost a one-sided slaughter. 3 months. The True Devil world had completely fallen. Zanyang and Tianlu had held on for a little longer, but they had not lasted more than a year. Very soon, immeasurable resources were being transported from the 3 great worlds to Martial Saint Realm via galactic Martial Saint Realms. Although the resources of a single great world were far inferior to the resources of the 9 Empyreans world, however, when the 3 great worlds were combined together, it was more than twice as much as the 9 Empyreans world. Especially the Yang Fanns that Yang Fann needed the most, there were more than 2 million of them. In the center of the Tianan Realm River, there was a vast great world. It was more than 10 times bigger than the 9 Empyreans world, and it was almost half the size of the origin continent. The Myriad Saint Great World. The most powerful world in the Tianan Realm River. A great world out of nearly 100 of the major worlds in the Tianan Realm River, almost none of them could be compared to it. It was also the biggest power in the Tianan Realm River, the headquarters of Myriad Saint's Palace. For the number 1 spiritual mountain in the Myriad Saint world, Myriad Saint Mountain. At the top of the mountain, in a glorious divine palace, Palace Master Wan Sheng sat at the very front of the throne. On his left and right, there were dozens of terrifying experts with auras as deep as the ocean sitting there. All of them were half-step Saint King warriors, and the dozen or so people in the lead had even reached the top-level half-step Saint King. Even the 36 half-step Saint King warriors were as big as 4 men. Including Palace Master Wan Sheng, they were all half-step Saint King warriors. There were 5 of them. No wonder they were the number 1 major power in Tianan Realm River. Their foundation was truly extraordinary. One should know that one of the 36 half-step Saint King that Yang Fann suppressed came from the Myriad Saint's Palace, and he was also a perfection half-step Saint King. However, at this moment, the entire hall was shrouded in an indescribable atmosphere, as if it was the calm before a storm. Everyone, you have already heard the news of 9 Empyreans' Divine Hall, Devil God Palace, Truism and the other major powers being wiped out. Palace Master Wan Sheng surveyed his surroundings and said solemnly, given little son Yang Fann's vengeful personality, he would never let Myriad Saint's Palace go. It is very likely that he has the combat strength of a Saint King. Do you have any good ideas? There was no wall in the world that was impenetrable by wind. After so many years, the terror-fighting power that Yang Fann used to suppress true King Wanlei had still leaked out. Even if it wasn't as powerful as the real Saint King Sovereign, it wouldn't be much weaker. Currently, the Myriad Saint's Palace did not have the protection of the eternal Sacred King. If a Sacred King expert was determined to cause trouble for the Myriad Saint's Palace, it would be a huge disaster for the Myriad Saint's Palace. Even though the Myriad Saint Great World was a top-tier world, the suppression of the strength of world was nothing to Saint King Sovereign. If they were willing, they could easily suppress a top-tier world. I never thought that little son Yang Fann would be so heaven-defying. How big is he? The Great Tao is unfair, the Great Tao is unfair. Let's see if we can find a way to make peace with him. One of the 36 perfection semi-saint pondered for a moment. He spoke and admitted defeat to a hair-raising boy who was less than 2,000 years old. This was definitely a disgrace that the myriad saints' palace had never been able to wash their faces for hundreds of millions of years. However, at this moment, they had no other choice. Although the myriad saints' palace was strong, however, it was too difficult to deal with a saint king sovereign. Of course, if he insists on doing what he wants, the myriad saints' palace won't be easy to deal with. As the inheritance of a holy king, it wasn't that they didn't have the strength to fight a holy king at all costs if they really wanted to use all of their resources. The spirit god world, spiritual god palace, the world of gods, the divine hall, heavenly Tao great world, Taoism. A layer of gloominess similarly shrouded the square of superpowers. The group of palace lord and the cult master all frowned, their expression solemn. They originally thought that it was an aphid worm that could be easily crushed, but never would they have thought that it was actually a man-eating fierce beast. The heavens had no eyes, it really was the heavens that had no eyes. C. 1288 Suppressing the entire world of saints. There was no wall in the world that was impenetrable by wind. As the news of Yang Fann possessing Saint King Sovereign's strength spread, almost all the major powers in Tianan Realm River were covered in a layer of shadow. A Saint King Sovereign was enough to sweep away all the major powers in Tianan Realm River, especially that Saint King Sovereign. He was not their friend but their enemy. How could they not be afraid of him? Especially in the Nine Empyreans world, True Devil Great World, Profound Yang Great World, and other top great worlds. After the fall of the major powers, many major powers were in a state of panic. No one could guarantee that Yang Fann's next target would be them. Many major powers secretly made up their minds. Once something went wrong, they would immediately leave Tianan Realm River and flee far away, lest they follow the footsteps of the Nine Empyreans Divine Hall, Devil God Palace, and the other 10 major powers. These major powers that had been passed down for hundreds of billions of years were more or less related to the nearby world river, unlike those smaller powers that had no way to leave even if they wanted to. Of course, this was a helpless move, a last resort. If there was no need, no one would be willing to abandon their foundation and leave their home. Although their strength was not bad, and they all had half-step Saint King overseeing them, and there was even more than one, it was not that easy to make a name for themselves in the other realms. Half-step Saint King was a top-tier expert in Tianan Realm River, but in the other world rivers, that wasn't necessarily the case. Furthermore, the other world river powers wouldn't allow them to establish their roots so easily. These major powers, it wasn't something that could be satisfied with just one or two of them in the primary major world. At least, it had to be a high-ranked great world. It could even be a top-grade great world. However, there was a limit to the number of high-grade great worlds in each river. At that time, there would definitely be a great battle. In the center of the Tianan Realm River, in the Great Saint World. The Myriad Saints' Palace was actively preparing for war, recalling the high-end combat forces of the other great worlds back to the Myriad Saint Great World. As the once greatest power in the world river, the Myriad Saints' Palace not only occupied the Myriad Saint Great World, but also had over 10,000 subsidiary worlds, more than 100 of which were high-ranked great worlds. There were even 2 top-ranked great worlds, and their resources were far greater than the other major powers. At the same time, they had also sent someone to prepare a generous gift for them. They were going to the great world of spiritual martial arts, hoping that they would be able to shake hands with Yang Fann and make peace with him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they really didn't want to start a war with a Saint King Sovereign. Besides, Saint King Sovereign wasn't alone. 25 top-level half-step Saint King, nearly 100 ordinary half-step Saint King, and tens of thousands of top-level Holy Sovereign. This force was enough to push him into the top 3 major powers of Tianan Realm River. As for the fortune in Yang Fann's hand, they had long forgotten about it. Fighting with a Saint King Sovereign for the fortune was simply courting death. However, they didn't wait for the people of Myriad Saints' Palace to arrive in great world of spiritual martial arts. In the starry sky thousands of light-years away from the Myriad Saint Great World. Rumble. Suddenly, it began to distort, transforming into a terrifying wormhole with a diameter of several light-years. In the next moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh, a massive fleet of 10 million galactic warships passed through the space wormhole. It was densely packed, and it covered the entire starry sky. Rumble. A bolt of lightning flashed out from the 30,000 miles long flagship in the center of the fleet, appearing outside of the world of saints. A terrifying thunder god surrounded by endless lightning appeared. It was the number one fighter under Yang Fann, True King Wanlei. Palace Master Wan Sheng, our master invites you in. True King Wanlei's voice was like the rumbling of thunder, sweeping across the entire Saint world and causing endless lightning storms. The divine hall at the top of myriad Saint Mountain. What should come must come. Today, I will meet that Yang Fann and see what his intentions are. Palace Master Wan Sheng, who was sitting on the throne, murmured softly. Palace Lord, please be careful. The half-step Saint King from the myriad saints' palace below said worriedly. The skin of a tree, the name of a human. Little son Yang Fann was a ruthless man. Everyone, don't worry, I'll save it. Myriad Saints' palace nodded slightly, then with a sway of his body, he disappeared from the divine hall. In the next second, a peerless expert appeared not far from True King Wanlei. He could be seen floating in the air, and his entire body was bathed in holy radiance. Its aura was sacred and unparalleled, causing people to feel deep veneration for it. A faint proud smile could be seen at the corner of his mouth and his eyes were cold. His skin was emitting a flawless glow and there was a circle of divine light above his head. He looked like a true god that had descended to the world. His demeanor was peerless, and even True King Wanlei, the supreme expert, seemed to lose its color in front of him. This was the lord of the myriad sacred palace, the legendary last sacred king of the Tianan realm river, the grandson of the eternal sacred king. He was once the strongest person in the Tianan realm river, and his strength was said to be not much weaker than the previous world-destroying lightning emperor. He could be said to be invincible below the sacred king. Palace Master Wan Sheng, your myriad saints' palace actually dared to send someone to attack my lord. This is simply a heinous crime, it's just that my lord is merciful. Even if you offend us, you won't be willing to kill us in vain. I'm willing to give your myriad saints' palace a chance to live. Palace Master Wan Sheng, quickly kneel down and surrender to the Lord. Thank you, my master, for your kindness. True King Wanlei looked down at Palace Master Wan Sheng from above, his voice was full of arrogance. He didn't put Palace Master Wan Sheng, who was once the number one person in the Boundary River, in his eyes at all. A small man who has achieved success. A hint of anger flashed across Palace Master Wan Sheng's eyes. If it was in the past, this True King Wanlei would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Although True King Wanlei was also one of the 10 greatest experts in the world, Palace Master Wan Sheng didn't really put him in his eyes. Even if he obtained the legacy treasure of the World Annihilation Thunder Emperor, the apocalyptic lightning seed, it was the same. He was still very confident in suppressing or even killing him. However, he had no choice but to suppress the fury in his heart. True King Wanlei was nothing, but Yang Fann, who was behind him, had to be treated seriously. Without giving True King Wanlei another glance, Palace Master Wan Sheng looked straight ahead. A divine light flashed in his eyes, as if he could see through the endless starry sky and everything. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, I would like to see you. Rumble, a dark shine flashed past, and a young figure appeared beside True King Wanlei. He looked to be in his 20s, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, handsome facial features, and an ordinary aura around him. It was as if he didn't know any cultivation path. As soon as black-clothed youth appeared, True King Wanlei consciously stood behind him. His chi was restrained, and he instantly turned into a humble servant. He looked like a completely different person. He's Yang Fann, he's really young. Although he already knew that Yang Fann was not even 2,000 years old, but in front of Yang Fann, Palace Master Wan Sheng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with envy. As the grandson of the Holy King, the awakening of the Holy King's bloodline was naturally sacred. However, even after hundreds of billions of years of hard work, it was still difficult for him to take that step. However, that Yang Fann was not even 2,000 years old. He already had the strength of a Holy King. Compared to him, he, the number one monster in the Tianan realm river, was truly as stupid as a pig. At this moment, Yang Fann looked coldly at Palace Master Wan Sheng and said, "Why are you looking for me?" Speak. Palace Master Wan Sheng's heart was burning with anger, but he didn't show any change on his face. The situation was better than anyone else's. Now, the Myriad Saints' Palace was the one who was in a hurry to make peace, not Yang Fann. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only endure it. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, everything that happened before belongs to the Myriad Saints' Palace. No, it's not like that. In this case, Myriad Saints Palace is willing to compensate your highness with millions primordial purple cloudus, 100 exquisite holy crystals meridians, and 3 top-grade collimators. I hope that this matter can be resolved. What do your highness think? This time, Palace Master Wan Sheng was really prepared to pay a huge price. Millions primordial purple cloudus represented millions of saint experts. This was almost half of the Myriad Saints palaces that the Myriad Saints Palace had stored. There were also hundreds of exquisite holy crystals meridians. One must know that in a normal top world, when all the exquisite holy crystals meridians were combined together, there would only be about this much. In fact, it might even be slightly inferior. The last 3 top-grade collimators were also extraordinary. For a supreme expert like true King Wan Lei, he only had 2 of them, the indestructible lightning divine armor and the violet gold thunder dragon halberd. It could be seen how precious the top-grade collimators were. Some of the more miserable 36 half-step Saint King might not even have a single top-grade collimator in their hands. Sometimes, even a machine-like collimator would be enough for a 36 half-step Saint King to work for him. Even if the Myriad Saints Palace had a great fortune, they would still suffer a great loss if they took out so many treasures at once. It would be difficult for them to recover without 10 billion years of time. You want me to stop? Impossible today. You only have 2 paths to take. Either surrender or be destroyed. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He said in a tough tone. He wanted to get rid of him with just this little thing. How naive. He wanted to destroy your Myriad Saints Palace. These things are not mine, and they will only be mine if there are more of them. Let's not talk about anything else. Just those primordial purple cloudus alone are far more than 1 million. Although he didn't carefully search the Myriad Saint Great World, with just a rough sense, Yang Fann was able to discover that in this Myriad Saint Great World, there were definitely no less than 5 million experts above the saint level. In Yang Fann's eyes, these Yang Fanns were all primordial purple cloudus. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, it's better not to be too greedy. Stop it. Palace Master Wan Sheng suppressed the anger in his heart. He was very sincere this time. Millions primordial purple clouds, 100 exquisite holy crystals meridians, 3 top-grade collimators for Taoism. The spiritual god palace and the other major powers were almost half of their families. This little son Yang Fann was still not satisfied. He was really asking for an inch. Don't blame me for not warning you. Submit to me or destroy me. You only have one chance. C-1289. Break the formation. Tianan Realm River, Myriad Saint World. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Millions primordial purple clouds, 100 exquisite holy crystals meridians, and 3 top-grade collimators. These conditions were really generous. Many superpowers might not even be able to gather so much wealth. Unfortunately, Yang Fann did not agree to this condition. Although there were many treasures, compared to the wealth that Myriad Saints Palace had accumulated over the trillions of years, the difference was not small. Yang Fann, don't go too far. My Myriad Saints Palace isn't easy to bully. Palace Master Wan Sheng gritted his teeth. I have already lowered my voice and admitted defeat, but this little son Yang Fann still doesn't know what to do. Does he really think that there is no one else in the Myriad Saints Palace? So you are saying that you are going to resist until the end? A fierce light flashed across Yang Fann's eyes as he said in a mocking tone. I would like to see what kind of ability you have today. Activate the Myriad Saint Grand Formation. Palace Master Wan Sheng coldly harumphed and didn't say anything else. It was absolutely impossible for Myriad Saints Palace to submit to Yang Fann. Although they were afraid of Yang Fann's strength, it was only because they were afraid of him. It wasn't to the extent where they were afraid of him. As the inheritance of the Sacred King, the greatest power in the Tianan Realm River, the foundation of the Myriad Saints Palace was incomparable to any other power. Even the real Saint King Sovereign would have to be prepared to bleed if he wanted to attack the Myriad Saints Palace. As his voice faded, awoo waves of soul-stirring beast roars and phoenix cries erupted from the Myriad Saint Great World Center, sweeping across the entire 4-direction starry sky. In the next moment, rumble, an ancient, savage and majestic aura soared into the sky, covering the entire Myriad Beast world. One terrifying holy beast after another rose into the air. There were dragons, phoenixes, keelins, white tigers and black turtles. There were countless of them, covering the entire world of saints. Vaguely, there was a mysterious connection between these holy beasts. They were mysterious and unfathomable. The Myriad Saint Great Formation, Myriad Saints Palace's boundary protecting formation, one of the 10 great divine formations in Tianan Realm River. When the grand formation was combined, it would merge with the energy of billions of holy beasts. The strength of these holy beasts was average, which meant that they were only a top saint's realm. It was still the weakest top saints, a random top-level half-step Saint King. A single strike with his full strength was enough to blow up thousands or tens of thousands of holy beasts. Even if there were hundreds of millions of holy beasts, with the strength of a top-level half-step Saint King. Hong Long. If the myriad Saint Grand Formation only had a tiny bit of power, then the 10 divine formations of the Boundary River would be too weak. The truly terrifying thing was that even though the billions of holy beasts were different individuals, their injuries were split apart. Even if it was a 36 half-step Saint King attack, it would still be split into billions of portions in an instant. The final attack on each holy beast would also have a limited amount of energy. Even if it was the real Saint King Sovereign, it wouldn't be an easy task for him to break this divine formation. Myriad Saint Grand Formation, the 10 great divine formations of the Boundary River, let me see if you are as powerful as the legends say. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He was eager to give it a try. The reputation of the 10 great divine formations of the Boundary River had been known to him for a long time. Today, he finally saw the truth. Right at this moment, Master, there is no need to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. Leave this 10,000 sacred array to me. True King Wanlei, who was standing quietly behind Yang Fann, asked him to fight. Yang Fann nodded slightly when he heard this. He wanted True King Wanlei to test the depth of this grand formation. Thank you, Master. He respectfully thanked Yang Fann. Rumble. True King Wanlei took a step forward, crossing several light years. His body grew with the wind, instantly transforming into a terrifying thunder god that was more than 1,000,000 feet tall. Lightning coiled around his body, annihilating everything. Rumble. 2 streaks of light, one black and one purple, flashed past. The indestructible lightning divine armor and the violet platinum thunder dragon halberd appeared in his hands. Kill! True King Wanlei roared out as he slashed down with his halberd. Rumble. A terrifying world of lightning suddenly appeared, carrying with it a power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth as it crushed down towards the myriad saint world. Awoo awoo! Billions of holy beasts roared out repeatedly as the beasts of the world danced about chaotically, resisting with all their might. In an instant, a horrifying scene appeared. The terrifying lightning that could kill half-step Saint King experts in the world of lightning struck the holy beasts' bodies, as if it was tickling them. Not to mention severely injuring them, they didn't even suffer any minor injuries. What a great formation! True King Wanlei's expression changed slightly, but he wasn't too surprised. If this grand formation couldn't even withstand a single strike from him, then he would surely be dead by now. That wouldn't be the 10 great divine formations that shook the entire Tianan Realm River. Apocalyptic lightning seed, come out! Rumble. Rumble. In an instant, countless lightning strikes flashed around True King Wanlei's body, and the imposing aura around him rose steadily. It crazily rose, and there was no way to stop it. As expected, the apocalyptic lightning seed is in True King Wanlei's hands. Beneath the grand formation, killing intent flashed across Palace Master Wan Sheng's eyes. The ancestor of Myriad Saints Palace. His grandfather. It was because of the world-destroying Lightning Emperor, who had suffered an indelible Dao injury because of the apocalyptic lightning seed, that he had died from his injuries. Otherwise, if his grandfather was still in Myriad Saints Palace, a mere little son Yang Fann would have dared to bully him. Under the new and old grudges, if not for Yang Fann holding the line for True King Wanlei not far away, he really wanted to rush out and get rid of this True King Wanlei and destroy the apocalyptic lightning seed. Second form, open. After fusing with the apocalyptic lightning seed, True King Wanlei did not immediately attack. Instead, he directly activated the second form of the apocalyptic lightning seed. Just by fusing with the apocalyptic lightning seed, he still didn't have the slightest confidence that he could break this grand formation. Rumble. A terrifying projection of the world annihilation Thunder Emperor appeared behind True King Wanlei. He was the sole ruler of the world. This True King Wanlei really deserves to be killed. Killing intent exploded in Palace Master Wan Sheng's eyes. The world-destroying Lightning Emperor was a mortal enemy of the Myriad Saints Palace. Without him, how could the Myriad Saints Palace be reduced to such a state? One breath later, True King Wanlei's aura finally reached its peak, chasing after Saint King Sovereign. Roar! Break it up! Whoosh! 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 A halberd slashed out. A total of 81 lightning worlds crushed apart the void, crushing down towards the world of 10,000 saints. This was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Each lightning world was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. The crushing power of the 81 lightning worlds was simply unimaginable. This halberd, a trace of seriousness flashed across Palace Master Wan Sheng's eyes. Under this halberd strike, he could feel faint traces of death chi. Under this lethal strike, even he had to use all of his strength to block it. If he was careless, he might suffer a great loss. But very quickly, a trace of ridicule flashed across the corner of Palace Master Wan Sheng's mouth. It's just that you are still far from breaking my grand formation. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Under the crushing pressure of the 81 lightning worlds, tiny and dense cracks appeared on the divine beast's body. However, that was all. It was far from enough to truly cause billions of divine beasts to explode. Bitch it. An awkward blush appeared on True King Wan Lei's face. Initially, he wanted to perform well in front of his master, Yang Fann. In the end, he turned into an idiot instead of pretending to be 13. He wanted to continue attacking, but the strike just now. He had used up most of his strength. In a short period of time, it was impossible for him to use the second form of the apocalyptic lightning seed unless he was willing to sacrifice his potential. He had to use his source energy to forcefully activate the apocalyptic lightning seed. Was it really worth it to waste his foundation and potential just for a bit of face? At this moment, Wan Lei, you can withdraw first. Yang Fann's voice drifted over from behind. True King Wan Lei had even used the second form of the apocalyptic lightning seed. Clearly, there was no way for him to break through the grand formation and allow him to continue attacking. It was just a waste of time. Master. True King Wan Lei didn't dare to look at Yang Fann. This time, he had truly lost all his face. Yang Fann, are you finally going to attack? Looking at Yang Fann, who was walking in the sky, Palace Master Wan Sheng and all the supreme elders of Myriad Saints Palace felt their hearts skip a beat. That True King Wan Lei was just the appetizer, and this Yang Fann was the real test. Whether or not Myriad Saints Palace could survive this tribulation would depend on this moment. Hung Meng indestructible body, activate rumble. Rumble. Boundless purple chi burst out from Yang Fann's fur, as if countless true dragons were wreaking havoc in the starry sky. The chi around his body was rising at a terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had surpassed True King Wan Lei, who was in his second form. His body was also growing at an incredible speed. He was now 30 meters tall. 300 meters. 300 meters. 3,000 meters. 10,000 zhang. 10 million feet. 1 million feet. 1 million feet. Very quickly, it transformed into a terrifying giant spirit that was 100 million feet tall. The surrounding stars didn't seem to be as tall as a single leg of his. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. His good, such a terrifying aura. It's more than 10 times, 100 times stronger than this seat. A holy king definitely possesses the strength of a holy king. At this moment, Palace Master Wan Sheng was completely certain that little son Yang Fann was really a holy king. Break it. Yang Fann's voice was like a rolling sound of great Tao, engulfing the entire starry sky. Rumble. A massive violet hand that seemed to be able to envelop the entire world of saints descended from the sky, shattering the endless starry sky as it crushed down towards the world of saints. C1290. The Holy King's heart in the Myriad Saint Great World. The battle between Yang Fann and the Myriad Saints Palace was imminent. Palace Master Wan Sheng didn't say much. He immediately activated the Myriad Saints Palace's palace guarding divine formation, Myriad Saint Great Formation. He knew in his heart that the battle between the Myriad Saints Palace and Yang Fann was inevitable. This Myriad Saint Great Formation was worthy of being one of the 10 great divine formations of Tianan Realm River. It was incomparably powerful and profound. Even True King Wan Lei, who was in the second form of the apocalyptic lightning seed and whose combat strength was comparable to Saint King Sovereign's, couldn't do anything to it. In the end, Yang Fann had no choice but to attack personally. He pushed the Hung Meng indestructible body to its limit and struck out with his palm. Rumble purple dragons danced wildly, and the starry sky was in chaos. It was as if the gigantic purple palm, which could encompass the entire saint world, had descended from the sky, slapping down towards the saint world below. Wherever it passed, the stars would collapse, the void would shatter, and everything would be turned into nothingness. Awoo awoo awoo. In that instant, an ominous sign of collapse covered the billions of holy beasts, causing them to let out howls of despair before a wild beast was on the verge of death. Rumble, rumble, dragon breath, Phoenix Flame, Profound Ice, Xianfang. He was wreaking havoc, and billions of holy beasts were fighting back with all their might. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, everything was futile. In less than a breath's time, rumble, rumble, all of the dragon breath, Phoenix Flames, Profound Ice, Xianfang. All of them collapsed, countless mushroom clouds kept rising. Almost at the same time, all of the holy beasts exploded and turned into ashes. The next second, Puchi within the myriad saint world, countless spiritual mountains, as well as the various divine artifacts of the 9 tribulations, all transformed into flying ashes, completely collapsing. With a single palm strike, the myriad saint grand formation, one of the 10 great divine formations of Tianan Realm River, was broken. The 10,000 sacred array was broken just like that. How could this be? How could this be? No, this isn't real, it's not real. In an instant, including Palace Master Wan Sheng, all the top-level half-step Saint King in the Myriad Saints Palace were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they just saw. That was the Myriad Saint formation, the formation that was said to be able to withstand the attack of a Saint King. How could it be destroyed so easily by Yang Fann's palm? Even if Yang Fann really had the combat strength of a Saint King, he shouldn't be this terrifying. Rumble, I blew him up. Powerful, my lord is truly too powerful. He's invincible, my lord is invincible. The top-tier Yang Fanns under Yang Fann's command were not any better, especially the eyes of true King Wanlei, who was standing not far behind Yang Fann, which were as big as a fish's eye. No one knew better than him how terrifying the 10,000 Saint array was. Even if he could maintain the apocalyptic lightning seed's second form, he wasn't confident that he could break the grand formation. Besides, he was killed in an instant just like his master, Yang Fann. Furthermore, the feeling that Yang Fann's palm gave him was comparable to the one that suppressed him in the past. The power of that palm strike was more than 2 times stronger than the previous one. It was completely incomparable to the previous one. How long had it been? His master had actually broken through again. He didn't even give anyone a chance to live. To be able to follow the Lord by his side, perhaps it would be the fortune of my entire life. The starry sky beyond the world. Yang Fann stood proudly, and there was no change in his expression at all. All of this was completely within his expectations. The current him was no longer the same as before. Currently, it had been 10 years since the destruction of Tianlu Great World, and it had been nearly 50 years since the battle between Yang Fann and true King Wanlei. In these past 50 years, not only had Yang Fann successfully refined nearly 600 half-step Saint King, he had also absorbed their comprehension of laws, and he had also refined the ultimate treasure of 9 Empyrean's divine hall, the remains of a Saint King. A sacred king was a sacred king, even if it was just a piece of the remains. It wasn't something that 36 half-step Saint King warriors could compare with. It had doubled the strength of Yang Fann's body. On the way to the myriad Saint Great World, Yang Fann didn't stay idle. He directly swallowed the primordial purple clouds to improve his Hung Meng indestructible body. One should know that after the Hung Meng indestructible body small completion, Yang Fann's speed of refining the primordial purple clouds had improved by leaps and bounds. In just 2 hours, he would be able to refine the primordial purple clouds in the 3 paths. In just 10 years, Yang Fann had refined nearly 200,000 primordial purple clouds, causing his body's strength to double once again. Compared to when Yang Fann had just broken through to the small completion, his combat strength had increased by more than a few times. Even without using the Saint King Law, just the Hung Meng indestructible body alone was not considered weak amongst the many Saint Kings. What was there to be surprised about when he destroyed the 10,000 sacred array with a single palm? In the next moment, Yang Fann turned his gaze and looked at Palace Master Wan Sheng with a cold gaze. Palace Master Wan Sheng, show me whatever else you have. His voice was flat. It seemed like everything was under Yang Fann's control, and he didn't seem to be controlling Palace Master Wan Sheng at all. He had put the myriad saints' palace in his eyes. The current him, he had only used the Hung Meng indestructible body, not even 1/10,000th of his strength. Yang Fann didn't believe that the myriad saints' palace would be able to turn the tables in his hands. Bitch it, little son Yang Fann, I will make you pay for your arrogance. Palace Master Wan Sheng glared at Yang Fann. His eyes were spitting fire like an angry beast. In his mind, all the hidden trump cards of the myriad saints' palace were flashing. However, he had no choice but to find out that although these hidden trump cards were powerful, Even an expert of his level would be killed mercilessly if he was careless. However, it was simply impossible to destroy the myriad saint array with just a single strike. In other words, these trump cards wouldn't be able to cause any real danger to Yang Fann. At most, it would only cause him some minor injuries. Even a saint could be reborn from a drop of blood, let alone the high and mighty Saint King Sovereign. How could minor injuries be considered minor injuries? Bitch it, how can this little son Yang Fann be so strong? At this moment, Yang Fann's mocking voice drifted over. What? Is your myriad saint's palace out of tricks? Then I won't be polite. Rumble. As he spoke, Yang Fann took a step forward, as though he was about to attack the world of saints. Yang Fann, don't be so proud of yourself. You're the one who forced me to do this. Hearing this, a hint of determination flashed across Palace Master Wan Sheng's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Oh, I would like to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Yang Fann looked at Palace Master Wan Sheng with interest. Opponents were hard to come by, especially in the fallen boundary river in Tianan Realm River, where there was not even a single Saint King. It was too difficult for Yang Fann to find a passable opponent. Yang Fann, you can be proud of yourself for forcing me to use this trump card. Could it be that the Myriad Saint's palace can turn the tables? Looking at Palace Master Wan Sheng, who was brimming with confidence, True King Wan Lei and the other half-step Saint King's expressions changed slightly, and their hearts couldn't help but tighten. The inheritance of the Myriad Saint's palace had been passed down for billions of years. The ancient Saint King was also a powerful Saint King. Perhaps there really was something inside that could threaten the Saint King expert. Within the Myriad Saint's palace, the group of Myriad Saint's palace's grand elders seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed slightly. Could it be that Palace Lord was preparing? Right at this moment, under the gazes of the crowd, Palace Master Wan Sheng raised his right hand. In the next moment, swoosh, a bloody light flashed. A heart suddenly appeared on Palace Master Wan Sheng's right hand. It was a heart that was emitting a dark golden halo. Waves of desolate and ancient immortal aura kept spreading out from it, sweeping across the starry sky. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the heart seemed to come alive, and it began to beat slowly. Every beat was like a rumbling divine sound that struck the hearts of everyone present, causing their chi and blood to churn and make them feel as if they were about to cough up blood. Even True King Wan Lei, who was a supreme expert, had a strange blush on his face. Not good. Yang Fann's facial expression changed slightly. He circulated the energy in his body and formed a barrier around the four-direction starry sky, completely isolating the sound of his heartbeat. The heartbeat didn't affect him in the slightest, but he wasn't alone. Even True King Wan Lei was affected by it, let alone those half-saints and saints. It was that famous demonic sound. Few after sensing the situation within the fleet, Yang Fann finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had reacted in time. Furthermore, the fleet was thousands of light years away. Those half-saints were only seriously injured and spat out some blood, but there were no casualties. However, if it was 1 or 2 seconds at night, that would be hard to say. What a good Myriad Saint's palace. Without realizing it, I almost fell into your trap. A trace of solemnity flashed across Yang Fann's eyes, but very quickly, that trace of solemnity was replaced by doubt. But what kind of heart is this? It actually has such power. Thousands of light years away, ignoring the defense of the top-grade World River warship, directly injuring his army, and it was only the sound of his heartbeat. How terrifying would it be if the owner of the heart was in front of him? At this moment, Palace Master Wan Sheng looked at the heart on his right hand and slowly said, "Unfilial grandson is incompetent, causing the Myriad Saint's palace to suffer a calamity. Today, the sacred palace is in imminent danger. Unfilial grandson has disturbed the old ancestor. I plead the old ancestor to take action to resolve the crisis of my sacred palace." Palace Master Wan Sheng's voice was filled with grief and self-blame, and there was a faint trace of choking. Old ancestor, unfilial grandson, could it be? Suddenly, Yang Fanshihai had a flash of inspiration and a flash of realization appeared on his face. C1291 hitting the sacred king of all ages Tianan Realm River, Myriad Saint World. Yang Fann's strength had somewhat exceeded Palace Master Wan Sheng's expectations. With just a single palm strike, he had destroyed the boundary protecting formation that Myriad Saint's palace was proud of, Myriad Saint Great Formation. In the end, Palace Master Wan Sheng had no choice but to use the strongest trump card of the Myriad Saint's palace. As for the other trump cards, they were used against the number 1 person below the Saint King realm. It was a deadly attack, but when it came to Yang Fann, not to mention killing him, the possibility of him being seriously injured was very slim. In the end, they could only waste one of their trump cards. As for trump cards, it was far from being extravagant to use one less trump card. It would be a waste for Palace Master Wan Sheng. The last trump card of Myriad Saints Palace was actually a heart. To be precise, it was a heart left behind by the primeval Sacred King. The moment the ancient Sacred King reached the end of his lifespan, he would fuse all his energy into his heart of Saint King and use it to seal it up until now. Once it was used, it would be enough to unleash the ancient Sacred King's peak combat power. Unfortunately, he only had the power to fight. Once he used it, he would not be able to seal it, and his power would be lost in the shortest amount of time. Unless the Myriad Saints Palace was at the brink of death, he would not be able to use it. In the starry sky outside the realm, Palace Master Wan Sheng stared at Yang Fann, gnashing his teeth in anger. His killing intent was boundless. He wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Little son Yang Fann, you will be able to rest in peace if you die in the hands of my old ancestor. It really is him. Hearing this, not only did Yang Fann not feel any fear, his eyes even shot out blazing heat lights. He stared intently at the Holy King's heart on Palace Master Wan Sheng's right hand, as if he had seen the fattest and most delicious prey. A mere piece of the Holy King's remains had caused his strength to increase by more than double. As for his heart, that was the source of a person's blood, the head of all 5 viscera. Inside it was almost the essence of half of Saint King Sovereign's body. If he completely devoured and refined it, what realm would his strength increase to? Even if his body's strength couldn't really match the Sacred King expert, it wouldn't be much different. His biggest gain from this trip was definitely right and wrong. This eternal heart of Saint King was extremely dirty. Obtain him, I must get him. Welcome, old master. Suddenly, Palace Master Wan Sheng's expression turned serious, and he said with a pious expression. As he spoke, rumble, rumble, the bloodline power within his body was like a great river, surging towards the heart of the Sacred King on his right hand. Not everyone had the right to activate the Sacred King's heart. It had to be the Sacred King, bloodline descendant. Furthermore, bloodline descendant's cultivation base was at least above 28 half-step Saint King stage. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Boom boom, the eternal Sacred King's heart was beating even more strongly than before. It was as if a heavenly thunder had struck, and the Thunderlord was furious. Boom boom boom, even true King Wan Lei, who was a supreme expert, couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. His blood was boiling, and a mouthful of blood was gushing out. Fortunately, Yang Fann had already deployed a magic power barrier to protect his fleet. Otherwise, the hundreds of billions of combat weapons under his command would have been killed or wounded by countless people. In the end, only a few of them were able to survive, except for those half-step Saint King warriors. It was obvious how powerful Saint King Sovereign was. Rumble, the entire starry sky seemed to tremble. In the next second, the Holy King's heart in Palace Master Wan Sheng's hand had disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was a golden-robed man in front of him. This person looked to be in his 20s. He was very young, and his facial lines were very gentle. One could vaguely see the shadow of Palace Master Wan Sheng, and his hands were empty. However, each and every action of his carried a terrifying pressure. He was the only one in the world who could rule the world. Just by casually fighting there, it made true King Wan Lei, a top 36 half-step Saint King, feel as if he was kneeling down and submitting to him. The apocalyptic lightning seed in his body trembled even more intensely, as if it was going to leave his body at any moment, and flee far away from him. It was like a mouse seeing a cat. 10,000. He was the primeval Sacred King. True King Wan Lei swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. Although he had never seen the primeval Sacred King in person, when he received the legacy of the World Annihilation Sacred King, he had been lucky enough to see the battle between the World Annihilation Sacred King and the primeval Sacred King. This man was no different from the immemorial Sacred King. He would definitely not admit his mistake. Gulp bitch it, this Myriad Saints Palace actually has such a trump card. Unknowingly, the skin of a tree. The name of a person was the undisputed number 1 person in the Tianan Realm River 8 trillion years ago. Even among the past Sacred Kings of the Tianan Realm River, they were not weak. Although his master, Yang Fann, also possessed the strength of a Sacred King, could he defeat the ancient Sacred King? He really had no confidence. Ancestor, my grandson is unfilial and has disturbed your peace. I am truly helpless. It is worth the life and death of myriad saints' palace. Ancestor, I plead you to help protect my sacred palace and kill this devil. As he finished speaking, Palace Master Wan Sheng's voice was filled with indescribable excitement. Palace Master Wan Sheng had absolute confidence in his own ancestor. With his help, he would definitely be able to suppress this junior, Yang Fann. Although this would consume one of the trump cards of Myriad Saints' Palace, Palace Master Wan Sheng had finally understood what was going on. As long as he could suppress Yang Fann, all of this would be worth it. The greed that he had suppressed earlier. Now, his foolish desire had once again started to move. As long as he could seize the inheritance from Yang Fann, with his talent, it would not take long for him to become a sacred king. Not only him, but the other supreme elders had also made great progress in their cultivation. They might even give birth to a second and a third Saint King sovereign. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for them to unify the Tianan Realm River and even invade the other world rivers. In the surroundings of the Tianan Realm River, the strength of most of the boundary rivers was different. Even if there were Saint Kings, there would usually only be one or two Saint Kings. At this moment, the primeval Holy King glanced at Palace Master Wan Sheng indifferently, then his gaze immediately focused on Yang Fann. A hint of solemnity and praise flashed across his eyes. Young man, less than 2,000 years old, he already has the strength of a Saint King in first layer. I have to say, your talent is the first I've seen in my life, even in the entire AIMA realm. I'm afraid they're all top-class substitute demons. Saint King first layer, could this be the division of Saint King's strength? I wonder how many more heavens are there. Yang Fann nodded thoughtfully. If I use all my combat strength, how many levels can I rank in? With your talent, it is not impossible for you to surpass the Holy Kings in the future, become demigod, or even become a true god in the future. The ancient sacred king spoke with confidence and confidence. Suddenly, the eternal sacred king's voice turned cold. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have any designs on the Myriad Saints' Palace. I gave you face, didn't I? You actually put on a big tail wolf in front of me. A wisp of powder flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. Although the aura that erupted from the immemorial sacred king was strong, much stronger than the current him, he was still far from being able to display his true abilities. After devouring all the top-level half-step Saint King warriors, the number of Saint King Law that Yang Fann had mastered had exceeded 120, reaching a terrifying 112. Furthermore, the number of Saint King Law that he had mastered had also improved significantly. Once the 112 Saint King Law were unleashed, it would be unimaginable. In his eyes, this so-called Eternal Saint King was just a slightly stronger ant. Junior, you. However, before the Eternal Saint King could finish his words, Yang Fann moved his body and tore apart the starry sky, attacking the Eternal Saint King. Rumble, rumble. The 8 to 92 Saint King Law were like 72 pillars that held up the sky. They flashed around Yang Fann's body, dazzling and holy. Yang Fann didn't hold anything back in this attack. The 72 Saint King Law were the most profound Saint King Law he had ever comprehended, and the weakest was at the peak of the small town. There were even 18 Saint King Law, and they had even reached the great perfection stage. They had the power to suppress the ancient Saint King with a single strike. Once the heart of the ancient Saint King was activated, his energy would flow away with every breath and second. The longer he dragged on, the more energy he would consume. Yang Fann had long regarded the heart of the ancient sacred king as his own. This is the power of a sacred king second layer. How is this possible? The primeval Saint King was dumbfounded. He was so shocked that he felt like he was about to die. Saint King stage. It was extremely difficult to break through to the first layer. It was 100 times more difficult than for an ordinary person with mediocre talent to break through to the 36 half-step Saint King stage. 1,000 times, as far as he knew. All the holy kings in the history of Tianan Realm River, including him. No holy king had ever broken through to the second layer. Even in the nearby star domain, in the hundreds of boundary rivers, there were very few between the second layer and expert holy kings. All of them were overlords of the boundary rivers. Roar, break for me, rumble. The energy within the body of the primeval sacred king surged wildly as he frantically counterattacked, striking out with his most powerful attack. It was just a Saint King stage, and every first layer was a huge chasm. The difference between them was simply immeasurable, and it was absolutely not something that could be made up for with all his might. Bang! The sound of bubbles shattering swept through the entire starry sky, and the eternal sacred king's figure could no longer be maintained. It shattered like a curtain of water, turning into a dark golden heart in the middle. Grug! A large hand tore through space, directly grabbing the holy king's heart in its hand. C-1292 The 10,000 Sacred Palace was destroyed. Quiet. The vast world of saints and the starry sky outside the realm are terrifyingly quiet for a moment. No one could have imagined that the last trump card of the myriad saints' palace, Saint King Sovereign, the last sacred king of the Tianan Realm River, would be so easily killed by Yang Fann with a single palm. He had no ability to resist at all. This. How could he lose? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Illusion. This must be an illusion. They couldn't believe it. They really couldn't believe it. Who was their ancestor? That was the dignified Saint King Sovereign. Even among the sacred kings of the Tianan Realm River, he was worthy of the title of expert, let alone being killed in a single strike. Was there anything more absurd than this in the world? Rumble. Am I seeing things? Win if you win, the Lord will. Will you win just like that? Or is it that the ancient sacred king is nothing but a show-off? That pressure, that aura, it's all fake. True King Wanlei and the others were similarly unable to react in time. Their faces were filled with confusion. This victory was too simple, wasn't it? Didn't they say that they would fight against each other in a game of chess and a fierce battle between tigers and dragons? At this moment, everyone felt as if they had really met a fake sacred king. Otherwise, how could the dignified Saint King Sovereign be defeated so easily? In the starry sky, Yang Fann had already returned to his normal size. His right hand was holding onto the ancient heart of Saint King's dirt. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit. Boundless power of devourings enveloped the ancient sacred king's heart, crazily devouring the extremely pure strength of origin. At this moment, Yang Fann was not in a hurry to attack the myriad saint great world. A group of small amphioxus. They wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. One had to say that a holy king was a holy king. The purity of the strength of origin was not something a half-step saint king could compare with. It was a completely different level of existence. It directly caused Yang Fann's strength to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a long while, Palace Master Wan Sheng finally reluctantly accepted the cruel reality. He had lost. His family's old ancestor had really lost. The next moment, Palace Master Wan Sheng gave Yang Fann a deep look and said, "Yang Chao. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, my myriad saints' palace is willing to surrender." These words seemed to have drained all of his strength. So what if he was unwilling? Even his old ancestor was no match for Yang Fann and was suppressed by his palm. The terrifying strength of this monster had probably surpassed the past sacred kings of Tianan Realm River. It could be said that it was the first person in the history of Tianan Realm River. It was not something the myriad saints' palace could fight against. The only thing that awaited them was death. He was not afraid of death. However, as the master of a palace, he had to be responsible for the trillions of children of the myriad saints' palace. Furthermore, the inheritance of the myriad saints' palace couldn't be destroyed by his hands. Are you willing to surrender? A cold smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. It's too late. They did not know how to cherish this opportunity. Now, they had used all their means. They were no match for him. Only now did they know how to surrender and surrender. How could there be such a cheap thing in the world? If he really wanted to subdue all of you just like that, what would become of him, Yang Fann? In the future, when he went to conquer Tianan Realm River, the other major powers would have to do the same. In any case, if he couldn't defeat them, he would just surrender to them. At that time, he, Yang Fann, would still accept them. Kill no one in the myriad saints' palace will be left alive. Yang Fann waved his hand and gave the order. Today, he would use the myriad saints' palace's fate to warn the other major powers in Tianan Realm River, and let them know the consequences of rebelling against him. No, Your Highness. We are sincerely submitting to you. Your Highness, please forgive us. Palace Master Wan Sheng's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. However, before Palace Master Wan Sheng could finish his words, Yang Fann slapped down with his palm. Rumble. Yang Fann's right hand suddenly swelled up and turned into a heaven-sheltering big hand. Boundless purple chi surrounded it like dragons, 8 to 92 Saint King Law, 72 ancestors of dragons, leading all dragons. Don't! Palace Master Wan Sheng let out a cry of despair, and then he threw out a talisman. In an instant, the immortal power of the expert soared to the sky. This saint talisman was also a trump card of the myriad saints' palace. It was personally refined by the sacred king, and it sealed the sacred king's all-out attack. However, even the sacred king himself was easily suppressed by Yang Fann, let alone the sacred talisman that he had refined. Grug! In just an instant, bang! The next second, the huge purple hand grabbed Palace Master Wan Sheng in its hand. It was no different from how Old Eagle grabbed a chicken. Ah, Palace Lord, bastard, stop! Yang Fann shouted. Yang Fann, release my Palace Lord at once. In an instant, heart-wrenching wails burst out from the myriad saint world. The supreme elders of the myriad saints' palace were spurting blood from their eyes. They looked like enraged beasts that wanted to eat someone. Noisy! Yang Fann shouted coldly. Rumble! A terrifying purple hand ripped apart the world crystal wall. It was like a demon dragon reaching out with its claws, grabbing towards the divine palace on top of the myriad saint mountain. Ah, not good! Yang Fann, how dare you? Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Within the divine palace, the expressions of all the myriad saints' palace's supreme elders changed. An extremely dangerous aura immediately enveloped their bodies. In an instant, numerous Saint King Law rose from their bodies. Endless great Tao flashed on their bodies, turning into the most terrifying attack. However, right at this moment, rumble, rumble, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The space above the heaven-sheltering big hand suddenly transformed into a thunder sea, and numerous terrifying lightning dragons that could heavily injure or even kill half-step Saint King warriors began to roll around within it. It was like the fury of the heavens had destroyed everything. This was the sky law of the world. Yang Fann had broken through the realm with brute force, but it had caused the world will to reflect strongly. Sky law, it's a world sky law, ha ha ha, good good good, the heavens have eyes. Little son Yang Fann, I call you arrogant. Retribution. This is retribution. In an instant, the group of myriad saints' palace's grand elders were wild with joy. World sky law. This was the most powerful killing move of a large world, and it was the self-protection of the world. When the world was in danger of destruction, the world will would send down the world sky law to destroy the enemy. Yang Fann's power had obviously caused the world will of the myriad saint great world to feel a great sense of danger. As one of the top great worlds in Tianan Realm River, the might of the sky law of the myriad saint great world could not be underestimated. Even if it was a sacred king expert, if it did not retreat in time, it might still be severely injured. However, very soon, the smiles on the faces of the supreme elders froze, replaced by endless fear. What did they see? The terrifying sky law that could severely injure a saint king was actually shattered by Yang Fann's palm. How is this possible? That was a world sky law, how could it be broken so easily? The strength of a saint king in second layer was far from what a half-step saint king like them could fathom. Even if the myriad saint great world was a top-tier great world, it was still so weak in front of a second Empyrean saint king. In the next moment, rumble, the heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and grabbed the divine palace who was standing on top of the mountain. The Saint King Law turned into energy grid line chains and passed through the divine palace, flowing into the bodies of the supreme elders and sealing their power in an instant. Ah, no, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, spare my life, let me go, I'm willing to surrender, roar Yang Fann, you beast, you're going to die a horrible death. Kill, not a single person from the myriad saints' palace was left alive. Yang Fann ignored the wails and curses of the supreme elders. He waved his hand and gave the order to attack once again. Yes, Master, my lord has given the order. Leave no one alive in the myriad saints' palace. Soldiers, follow me and kill them all. Rumble, rumble, two under the lead of true King Wan Lei and the other half-step Saint King warriors, the army of tens of billions of soldiers in black armor flooded into the world of saints like a tidal wave. Without any surprises, a massacre, a one-sided massacre. All the top half-step Saint King stage experts had been suppressed by Yang Fann. With just those saints and half-saints, what right did they have to fight with true King Wan Lei and the others who were as fierce as tigers and tigers? Furthermore, the world will had been severely injured by Yang Fann. The suppression of the strength of world on the army of Yang family was negligible. Furthermore, Yang Fann had also taken out the demon god's sacrificial altar and used his demon god army. One should know that the current demon god's sacrificial altar was no longer the same as before. Yang Fann had captured tens of thousands of top saints by the heavenly river, but he didn't devour them all. Instead, he refined all of them into Yang Fanns. As a result, the demon god's sacrificial altar jumped by 3 grades. The sacrificial offering Tao runes were almost completely formed, and collimator was the highest grade amongst them. Adding on the fact that the demon god's sacrificial altar already had tens of millions of half-saints and false saint battle puppets, once it was combined into devil god's formation, with the help of the top-grade collimator, even a supreme expert like True King Wan Lei wouldn't be able to put up a fight. Wherever it passed, mountains and rivers would shatter, and blood would flow like a river. The massacre lasted for an entire month. Fresh blood almost dyed the entire world of 10,000 saints red. The heads of ordinary servants and maids, as well as nominal disciples, were rolling in the air. All official disciples of the myriad saints' palace. Not a single one of them was left alive. Yang Fann wasn't the one who got fat from his words. After destroying the headquarters of myriad saints' palace in the myriad saint great world, Yang Fann still wouldn't give up. With True King Wan Lei and the other 36 half-step Saint King warriors as the commanders, they led their armies and slaughtered their way into the various subsidiary worlds of myriad saints' palace through the galactic transportation array. In these worlds, all the top-grade half-step Saint King stage and above experts were summoned back to the myriad saint great world. Even more than half of the saints were summoned back. How could they still have the strength to resist True King Wan Lei and the others' invasion? 100 years later, the tens of thousands of subsidiary worlds of the myriad saints' palace had completely fallen. Of course, this was only a matter of time. Yang Fann didn't stay in the myriad saint great world for that long. However, after taking down the other 2 major worlds controlled by the myriad saints' palace, Yang Fann left behind dozens of half-step Saint King and hundreds of billions of elite combat soldiers to continue conquering the many subsidiary worlds of the myriad saints' palace. As for the true body, he led the army and headed towards his next target. C-1293 Demon God's Corpse Tianan Realm River, Central Star Domain. A large fleet consisting of 5 million top-grade world river warships was shuttling through the starry sky at high speed. In the flagship at the center of the world river, Yang Fann, dressed in a black robe, sat high on the purple gold throne, his right hand dragging a dark golden heart. Rumble. Waves of extremely pure strength of origin continuously flowed through Yang Fann's palm into his body, strengthening his sacred body. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fann was about to take down Wan Sheng. It had been 5 years since Yang Fann took down the All Saints sect. One had to admit that the heart of a sacred king was the heart of a sacred king. The vast energy contained within it was beyond the imagination of a half-step Saint King. In the past 5 years, Yang Fann's right hand had never left the heart of the sacred king. He had been devouring the vast energy within it with all his might. However, after 5 years, the heart of the sacred king had shrunk by a fold. Not even a single layer of the energy in the heart had been absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. If he wanted to completely devour it, he was afraid that he would need to do so. It'll take another 60 years. Of course, even so, Yang Fann's body's power had increased by nearly double. After destroying the Myriad Saints' Palace, with Yang Fann's character, which was 3 feet tall, the Myriad Saints' Palace had accumulated for trillions of years. Of course, nothing was left, and all of them had become Yang Fann's belongings. As expected of the number 1 overlord of Tianan Realm River, the accumulation of the Myriad Saints' Palace. It was far from what the 9 Empyreans' Divine Hall, Devil God Palace, and the other major powers could compare with. The exquisite holy crystals was tens of thousands of trillion. Just the holy crystal alone was enough to smash a 36 half-step Saint King to death, and it contained all kinds of natural spiritual roots. There were countless of them that were more valuable than holy elixirs. It was definitely not below those holy crystals. Apart from that, Collimator and Yang Fann had found nearly 1,000 top-grade collimators, and even had 15 of them. They had even found a Dao weapon. But, it was a pity that Dao weapon was the primordial sacred king's vital treasure, the 10,000 Dao wheel. It was found 13 billion years ago. The ancient sacred king had been severely injured in the battle with the World Annihilation Lightning Emperor. It was not much better than the apocalyptic lightning seed in True King Wan Lei's hand. It had become a broken Dao weapon. Even after hundreds of millions of years of nurturing, he had barely recovered 3 levels of his functions. If he wanted to truly recover, he would have to find a Saint King stage Grand Master in refining to repair it, or find a Tao weapon of the same attribute as it and devour the great Tao sacred mark of the Tao weapon. However, regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, it was virtually impossible to do so in Tianan Realm River. With Yang Fann's current cultivation and strength, his body defense had far surpassed the top-grade collimator. Once he used all his strength to activate the Hung Meng indestructible body, his defense would increase by several hundred times. It would be even better than an ordinary Tao weapon. A mere broken Tao weapon was completely useless. It was a pity that it was useless to him. It was also because of the broken 10,000 Tao wheel that Palace Master Wan Sheng did not use this supreme treasure. To half-step Saint King like them, a broken Tao weapon was a great killing weapon. However, in the eyes of the real Saint King Sovereign, it was just like a toy of kids, and it would not be of much use. Of course, what made Yang Fann the happiest was the harvest of the primordial purple clouds. The storage of the myriad saints' palace and the primordial purple clouds that he obtained from slaughtering all the saints of the myriad saints' palace numbered nearly 10 million. It had almost doubled the number of primordial purple clouds in his hand, and it had exceeded 23 million. If he refined all of these primordial purple cloudus, his strength would increase by tenfold, or even more. At that time, even if his combat strength was inferior to a Saint King Third Empyrean expert, it wouldn't be much different. He had looked through many inheritances of the myriad saints' palace. Yang Fann had a basic understanding of the Saint King stage. To become a Saint King, he needed to merge all the Saint King law and create the Heart of Saint King. The Heart of Saint King was also known as the Heart of the World, the origin of this world. The Saint King stage was also known as the realm of the reproduction realm. It was said that when the Heart of Saint King transformed into a world, it would be completely detached from the world. When one advanced to true God, however, even if the Heart of Saint King was nurtured, it did not mean that one had stepped into the first layer of the Holy King realm. Only by comprehending 37 Saint King law, reaching the Great Perfection stage, and successfully merging them with the Heart of Saint King could one be considered to have stepped into the first layer of the Holy King realm. As for the Saint King's 9th Empyrean, every time he broke through to the first layer, the Heart of Saint King would need to fuse for a small cycle. 36 Saint King law, all the way until they reached the perfection with 360 laws, completing a big cycle, and only then would they be able to break through to the 9th tier of the Saint King stage and become a true perfection warrior. Like the Sacred King of the past, he was a first-layer Sacred King expert that had fused 62 Saint King law. Yang Fann's true strength should be at the second-layer Saint King realm, and he was one of the best amongst them. He was only comparable to a third Empyrean Saint King expert. There should still be a big gap. Although he had successfully comprehended 112 Saint King law, and in terms of quantity, he was comparable to an ordinary third Empyrean Holy King expert, but in terms of quality, the difference was too great. Out of the 112 Saint King law, there were only 18 that had reached the Great Perfection stage, and many of the laws were only at the beginning or small completion realm. Moreover, he hadn't even condensed any Heart of Saint King. If it wasn't for the mysterious and unpredictable Hung Meng indestructible body, and the power of the laws alone, his strength would have fallen by a notch. It would be a big problem whether he could even squeeze into the second-layer Saint King realm. Of course, the specifics would still have to be determined by a battle with expert of the same level. The world of gods, one of the top great worlds in the Tianan Realm River. Although it was not as vast as the myriad Saint Great World, it was only slightly inferior. Compared to the 9 heavens, true demons, and other great worlds, it was more than several times larger. This was the lair of the Divine Hall, one of the 10 major powers of Tianan Realm River. It was also the name of the world of gods. Rumble. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the starry sky of the world of gods, which was 800 light-years away. A large wormhole with a diameter of several light-years suddenly appeared. The next second, a fleet of 5 million large ships passed through the wormhole. Ah, it's Yang Fann. That god of slaughter Yang Fann is here. What should we do? What should we do? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. In an instant, an indescribable panic engulfed the entire world of gods. Within the world of gods, from the high and mighty gods to the ordinary cultivators, all of their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with fear. The world of gods and the world of 10,000 saints were located in the middle of the world river. The two of them were not too far away from each other. The news of the fall of the world of myriad saints and the destruction of the myriad saints' palace had already spread to the world of gods. What was even more terrifying was that the god of slaughter, Yang Fann. It was said that he had surpassed all previous sacred kings and had reached the unprecedented Saint King's second layer. Even the ancient sacred king was unable to withstand a single blow from him. Although the divine hall was strong, they were still able to withstand a single blow from him. Even the ancient sacred king did not have the slightest confidence in dealing with him. Otherwise, in the era of the ancient sacred king's reign, the divine hall wouldn't be so honest, let alone Yang Fann, who had easily suppressed the ancient saint king. The two of them were on completely different levels. It would not take much effort for Yang Fann, the god of slaughter, to suppress the world of gods. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, terrifying auras of half-step Saint King rose from the god's great world center. In the next moment, swoosh 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 under the lead of the king of gods, dozens of half-step Saint King warriors from the divine hall tore through the starry sky and appeared in front of the fleet. They bowed deeply and said, "Anlin greets His Royal Highness Yang Fann. I hope your highness can show yourself." Fleet, the flagship in the center. What does the king of gods want to do? It can't be that he wants to shake hands and make peace with me, right? Yang Fann's eyes flashed, but if that was the case, he would be too naive. With a thought, Yang Fann's figure disappeared from his purple golden throne. Buzz the starry sky in front of the god King Anlin distorted, and a black-clothed Yang Fann appeared in front of them. He said coldly, "What do you have to say?" "Speak, your highness, there is a corpse of a Saint King stage devil god in our divine palace. It is the strongest foundation of our divine hall. I am willing to offer it to your majesty." After pondering for a moment, the king of gods, Anlin, said decisively, "Apart from that, my divine hall is willing to submit to your highness and become your blade. I will help your highness eliminate all the powerful enemies. Time does not wait for me. If he were to abandon everything and retreat when he received the news of myriad saints' palace's destruction, he might be able to escape successfully. But now, he had nowhere to run even if he wanted to. Yang Fann would definitely not watch them slip away under his nose. There was only one way for the divine hall to not follow the old path of the myriad saints' palace, and that was to submit to Yang Fann. As for repaying Yang Fann for his crimes, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about it. However, it was quickly nipped in his cradle. In his shoes, there was no way he would agree to a compromise. A corpse of a Saint King stage devil god. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Although these superpowers weren't very strong, their foundation wasn't bad. Even if the corpse of a Saint King stage devil god wasn't as strong as the heart of a sacred king, it wouldn't be much weaker. All right, I agree to your submission. Let go of your holy souls. 1C1294 He has unified the heavenly south river Tianan realm river, the great world of gods, the starry sky outside the realm. The king of gods, Anlin, was very decisive. He knew that his divine hall was far from being Yang Fann's match. He didn't have the slightest intention of overestimating himself and challenging Yang Fann. He directly led all the gods of divine hall to surrender to Yang Fann, and even offered their strongest trump card, the corpse of a Saint King stage devil god expert. Seeing that the divine hall was so tactful, Yang Fann's heart was moved by the primordial purple clouds in the bodies of the saints of divine hall. As a super force in Tianan realm river that was only second to the myriad saints' palace, although the number of sage stages in the divine hall was not as much as the number of myriad saints' palaces in the myriad saints' palace, it was still more than 5 million. That was 5 million primordial purple clouds. However, Yang Fann suppressed the impulse in his heart in the end. There were some things that he couldn't go too far. If he went too far, it would only make things worse. Otherwise, it would easily cause public outrage. Although he was invincible in the Tianan realm river, he was nothing in the entire AIMA realm. Compared to his expert, even if he didn't have 100 million, he would at least have 70 to 80 million. A Saint King alone had 9 heavens. Above the sacred king was demigod, and above demigod was a true god. Legends had it that a true god was not the strongest in the entire universe. With his current strength, he was far from being able to do whatever he wanted without restraint. In the end, not only did Yang Fann not harm the saints of the divine hall, he also did not plunder too much of them. He only took away the 1.5 million divine halls that the divine hall had stored, as well as a few heaven and earth spiritual roots that could increase one's innate bloodline. He didn't care about these heaven and earth spiritual roots. Furthermore, with the grade of his bloodline, it was very difficult for him to find any heaven and earth spiritual fruits that could improve his bloodline in the Tianan realm river. However, These things could be used to improve the bloodline of his parents and relatives. Compared to the real peerless evildoer, Yang Fann and his wife and the others' innate talent was still a little weaker. Yang Fann, who had the highest innate talent, had just entered the rank of a Tier 7 holy bloodline, and had the potential to break through to the half-step Saint King. The holy bloodline was a rank 9. The lower 3 grades of the holy bloodline had the potential to break through to the Saint realm. The middle 3 grades of the holy bloodline had the potential to break through to the Saint realm. Top saints, only a high 3-tier holy bloodline had the qualification to look at a Saint King stage. If one wanted Saint King Zheng Dao, he had to at least possess a rank 9 holy bloodline. However, Yang Fann was an exception. Even if his bloodline was no longer in the process of advancement, the position of Saint King Zheng Dao. That was only a matter of time. His realm, he had long since reached the Saint King stage, and had even surpassed the first layer Holy King. The greatest difficulty for a half-step Saint King was for him. As long as he had 36 Saint King law, he would be able to break through to the Great Perfection stage. If he wanted to break through to the Saint King realm, it would only be a matter of a thought. At most, he would just need to consume some resources in holy crystals. Of course, Yang Fann would never let go of the strongest foundation of the Divine Hall. The description of Devil God's corpse was more complete than Yang Fann had imagined. There were at least 3 layers left. Yang Fann even had a feeling that, when Devil God was still alive, his cultivation base was even lower than the immemorial Sacred King. Overall, he had obtained the benefits of devouring this Devil God's corpse. The heart of the ancient Sacred King wasn't any weaker than the heart of the ancient Sacred King. Originally, Yang Fann only had 5 or 6 levels of confidence to allow his body to break through to the Saint King stage. But now, with Devil God's corpse, he had 10 levels of confidence. As a super major power second only to the Myriad Saints Palace, the Divine Hall was extremely powerful. There were 96 half-step Saint King warriors and 20 top-level half-step Saint King warriors in the Divine Hall. Even among the 36 half-step Saint King warriors, there were 4 of them. The strongest among them was the King of Gods, who was also known as the second strongest man in Tianan Realm River. Even true King Wanlei, who had the help of the apocalyptic lightning seed. When faced with this King of Gods, it was often a situation where one would lose more than one game. The number of top-level Holy Sovereign who were below the first grade was even greater. There were nearly 10,000 of them. But now, this force had been given to Yang Fann, causing his forces to double in size all of a sudden. The rise of his forces had changed Yang Fann's strategy. It was about time to take down Tianan Realm River in one fell swoop. Very quickly, the King of Gods, true King Wanlei, and the other 36 half-step Saint King warriors soared into the sky. They tore the sky apart and headed to Spiritual God Palace, Taoism, and the other 8 superpowers. At the same time, all the half-step Saint King warriors were led by the top-level half-step Saint King warriors to the other major powers. Yang Fann had never thought that he would be able to take down those major powers with just the strength of the King of Gods. If those major powers could take them down so easily, these major powers would have been completely wiped out in the long river of history. Putting aside everything else, just the suppression of the strength of world was enough to make his army suffer. However, with their strength, as long as they did not enter the great worlds, they would be able to stall them for a period of time in the starry skies beyond the worlds, making it so that the various major powers would not have the chance to relocate. As long as they had a little time, Yang Fann would be able to head to the major powers and suppress them. Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength had also improved significantly. He would be able to walk back and forth in the central region of Tianan Realm River in a very short period of time. As for the major powers of Tianan Realm River, apart from a few of them in the other star regions of Tianan Realm River, most of them were gathered in the middle region of the starry sky. It couldn't be helped. After all, most of the major powers were gathered in the middle of the Realm River. The Spirit God Great World, the starry sky outside the realm. Rumble, the starry sky distorted, and a terrifying figure like Devil God suddenly appeared. The next second, Spirit God Wufang, come out and meet me. The voice of the King of Gods instantly swept across. In the entire Spirit God world, the terrifying pressure of 36 perfection half-step Saint King emanated from their bodies, sweeping through the surroundings and stirring up numerous cosmic storms. Rumble, a ripple appeared in the starry sky in front of King of Devil God, and in the blink of an eye, the space in front of him began to ripple. A person appeared in front of King of Devil God. This was a man with a handsome face and dressed up like a young man. His aura was like the king of the world, unparalleled and unparalleled. There was a strange vertical eye between his eyebrows. It seemed that once it opened, it would destroy the world. Anlin, why are you looking for this sovereign? Spiritual God Palace's palace lord, spirit god Wufang, glanced at the king of gods and said in a cold voice. Among the 10 superpowers, the divine hall and the spiritual god palace could not be considered enemies, but their relationship was not that good either. There is no wind in the spirit god realm. My master, Yang Fann, is about to unify the Tianan realm river. Will the spiritual god palace choose to surrender, or will you put up a stubborn resistance? The king of gods looked down at spirit god Wufang and spoke coldly. What? Your divine hall has submitted to Yang Fann. Ling Wufeng's facial expression changed. The divine hall had submitted to Yang Fann too quickly, and the spiritual god palace had yet to receive any news of their surrender. That's right, the king of gods admitted frankly. Spirit god Wufang, tell me your decision. Anlin, my spiritual god palace is no different from making His Royal Highness Yang Fann our enemy. I wonder if you can let us go. There was a hint of pleading in spirit god Wufeng's eyes. Becoming Yang Fann's enemy, he would never dare to do so. The bloody example of the myriad saints' palace was right in front of him. Now that even the divine hall had surrendered to him, the spiritual god palace was slightly weaker than the divine hall. What could he use to fight Yang Fann? But he had to submit to Yang Fann just like that. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. Hand over all the spiritual god palaces of your spiritual god palace, then hand over half of your treasury and leave Tianan realm river with your people. Your Highness promises that he won't continue to hunt you down. The king of gods pondered for a moment and said. This was Yang Fann's bottom line. As for the major powers of Tianan realm river, he didn't have to kill them all. However, how could he allow others to snore and sleep by his side? If they weren't willing to submit to him, they had to leave Tianan realm river. This was something that couldn't be discussed. Of course, if he wanted to leave safely, he would have to pay a price. On the banks of the Boundary River, the enmity of surrounding and killing, the great world of spiritual martial arts, and the starry sky outside the world, all of the top-level half-step Saint King's ill intentions were clearly recorded in Yang Fann's heart. Anlin, you, all of you, Anlin, you, all of you. A hint of anger flashed across spirit god Wufeng's eyes. He had gone too far. There were millions of saints in the spiritual god palace. Even if a new saint wasn't born in a short period of time, it wouldn't have much effect on their overall strength. However, those 5 levels of resources were enough to shake the foundation of their spiritual god palace. Furthermore, they would have to leave the spirit god great world and Tianan realm river in the end. This was completely cutting off the foundation of their spiritual god palace, forcing them into a dead end. It was not so easy to establish roots in the river of other realms. A hint of ridicule flashed across the eyes of the kings of gods as they said, Spirit god Wufang, you can also disagree. However, once our Lord arrives, this matter will not be as simple as it seems. Perhaps your spiritual god palace will be the second myriad saint's palace. Upon hearing this, spirit god Wufang immediately sobered up from his anger. There was no room for them to bargain with Yang Fann. Since Yang Fann could eliminate the myriad saint's palace, he could naturally eliminate the spiritual god palace as well. Furthermore, with the presence of the god kings, it would be impossible for them to sneak away. After letting out a faint sigh, spirit god Wufang chose to compromise. All right, Anlin, I agree to your conditions. However, we need some time. As one of the top 5 major powers in the Tianan realm river, the spiritual god palace had countless disciples and had countless races under their control. It wouldn't be easy for them to leave the Tianan realm river. 3 years. I'll give you 3 years. 3 years later, your spiritual god palace will have to withdraw from the spirit god great world. 3 years. Spirit god Wufang gritted his teeth and agreed. 3 years was barely enough. However, some remote great worlds would probably have to give up. 0. Not long after the spiritual god palace had agreed to the harsh conditions, the other top-level half-step Saint King subordinates under Yang Fann had also arrived in various great worlds. After announcing Yang Fann's decree, many of them chose to compromise just like the spiritual god palace. They handed over all the primordial purple Cloudus and half of their resources. They brought their people and left Tianan realm river. There were also many major powers. Just like the divine hall, they decisively chose to submit to Yang Fann. They became Yang Fann's subordinates. It was easy to enjoy the cool breeze under a big tree. Without a doubt, Yang Fann was a towering tree. Saint King Sovereign, who was less than 2,000 years old, could be said to be unprecedented. Of course, there were also some powers who didn't believe in evil. For example, the Heavenly Tao sect could not bear to part with such a huge foundation and chose to resist to the end. The result was self-evident. Once again, they became the chicken that killed the chicken to warn the monkeys. The Taoism's base camp was destroyed by Yang Fann, and the other disciples of the Taoism became the rats that everyone wanted to kill. As for those small powers that didn't even have a half-step Saint King, they didn't even have the right to leave the Tianan Realm River. As soon as the half-step Saint King under Yang Fann's command arrived, they immediately submitted to him and became his subordinates. C1295 The Realm of Death 100 years. In just 100 years, there was only one voice in the millions of worlds in the Tianan Realm River, and that was Yang Fann's voice. All the major powers would either submit to Yang Fann and become his subordinate force, or leave the Tianan Realm River with their tails between their legs. All these years, Yang Fann's forces had been soaring like a snowball. Among them, there were more than 1,000 half-step Saint King warriors, more than 100 top-level half-step Saint King warriors, and even 28 of them were top-level half-step Saint King warriors. Their power was so great that it was unheard of. They were even more powerful than the myriad saints' palace at its peak. At the same time, Yang Fann's wallet was also expanding at a terrifying speed. Yang Fann didn't make things difficult for those forces who surrendered to him. He only took away their primordial purple clouds and picked a few rare resources. However, those who had evacuated from Tianan Realm River had robbed nearly half of their vault. 1, 2, it wasn't a big deal. However, 10 dozens of major powers had gathered together. The amount of wealth that was accumulated was far more than what Myriad Saints' palace had accumulated. It had directly increased Yang Fann's fortune by several times. At this moment, Yang Fann's wealth was so great that even many 3rd Empyrean and 4th Empyrean Saint King's Supreme Being would want it. He was envious of him. Yang Fann had even obtained another Saint King's corpse. Speaking of which, he still had to thank the Heavenly Tao sect. This Saint King's corpse was actually the foundation of the Taoism. It was also because of this Saint King's corpse that the Taoism had the courage to defy Yang Fann's instructions and put up a stubborn resistance. Through the ancient secret technique, they were able to unleash the combat strength of a sacred king in a short period of time. However, they had never thought that Yang Fann's strength would be so terrifying. It was far from what an ordinary Saint King sovereign could compare with. The corpse of a Saint King was not dangerous at all to Yang Fann. In the end, not only did the corpse of the Saint King become Yang Fann's spoils of war, but the Taoism also followed after the Myriad Saints' palace and became Yang Fann's chicken to warn the others. Of course, the primordial purple clouds that Yang Fann needed the most had also increased by a lot. In the huge Tianan Realm River, the storage of the primordial purple clouds of all the major powers had reached 9 levels and 9 levels. In Yang Fann's hands had exceeded 90 million, nearly 100 million. That Yang Fann needed to advance his cultivation. It was still very terrifying. If he could absorb and refine all the primordial purple cloudus. Level 8. It was hard to say what would happen to 9th Empyrean Saint King, but an ordinary 4th layer, 5th Empyrean Saint King, with just the Hung Meng indestructible body alone, he would be able to hang them up and beat them up. Great world of spiritual martial arts, martial saint realm. 100 years had passed, and the martial saint realm hadn't expanded much. It was still the size of a primary major world, but the spirit of heaven and earth in it was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the past 100 years, the transformation of the martial saint realm had never stopped. It was unknown how many holy crystal meridians had merged into the martial saint continent. Apart from that, there were also countless spiritual roots in martial saint realms that had been transplanted into the martial saint realm. These were all top-grade spiritual roots of the heavens and earth. Any one of them would be a top-grade spiritual root of the heavens and earth. It could increase the overall strength of the primary major world by a lot. At this moment, in the martial saint realm, even if it was the most remote place, without using any holy crystals or holy elixirs to assist in cultivation, just relying on spirit of heaven and earths to cultivate wouldn't be much worse than consuming a first-grade holy elixir. Although a first-grade holy elixir was the lowest grade holy elixir, it was still a holy elixir. Many holy lord and half-saints might not even be able to obtain a single holy elixir in their lifetime. This was also the place with the weakest spiritual energy in martial saint realm. Like the center of the martial saint realm, the spiritual energy would increase by hundreds or thousands of times. Not only that, even many top saints were envious of it. The current martial saint realm was the second holy land of cultivation in the Tianan realm river. There was absolutely no place that dared to claim to be the number one. Countless experts' lifelong wish was that one day, they would have the chance to enter the martial saint realm and cultivate for a period of time. However, it wasn't an easy task to enter the martial saint realm. Apart from the 300 billion subordinates who had already moved into the martial saint realm, only Yang Fann's family and friends, as well as top saints, half-step saint king and other top-grade experts were qualified to move into the martial saint realm. The others, even if they were high-grade saints, would have to pay a hefty price in order to obtain a seat in the martial saint realm. Because of this, the disciples of the Holy G sect, Seven Stars Sect, Yang family and Lin family, as well as the rest of their family members, pounded their chests and stamped their feet in regret. They regretted that their intestines had turned green. They shouldn't have been reluctant to give up such a small amount of power. In World of Cultivators, the path of cultivation was the way of the king. Why couldn't they understand it? Now, they wanted to enter the martial saint realm again. How could he have the chance to do so? In the end, the ones that Yang Fann really attached importance to were Old Man Yang, his uncle Luo Jianing, Master Dongfang Sheng, and a few other elders and disciples. In Yang Fann's heart, the status of the other elders and disciples was really pitiful. It had been more than 1,500 years since they joined the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. After so many years, the families of the two major sects had expanded by many times. Yang Fann had never even met the people of the 9th floor before, so how could he have any feelings for them? Martial Saint Realm, Martial Saint Palace. Yang Fann sat cross-legged on top of a green lotus bed. His entire body was shining with divine light, and he looked solemn and dignified. Jade Calming Heart Lotus Bed, a supreme grade support lotus bed. It was one of the few supreme grade support Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had. In front of Yang Fann, a devouring black hole could swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Inside the devouring black hole, a terrifying corpse of Devil God was lying quietly. Endless power of devouring was like an endless ocean, drowning the corpse of Devil God. Waves of extremely pure strength of origin kept rushing into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center, strengthening his sacred body and causing his chi to slowly rise. This corpse was none other than the foundation of the Divine Hall's palace. 100 years had passed. Not only had Yang Fann successfully refined the heart of the ancient Saint King, but he had also refined more than half of Devil God's corpse. This had directly doubled the power of Yang Fann's body. At this moment, just the power of the shell alone was enough to match the power of Saint King. Soon, another 10 years passed. Bang! The last strand of the strength of origin that was originally absorbed by Yang Fann completely collapsed and turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann's body's strength had also reached the Saint King stage. Of course, it was only an ordinary Saint King. It had fused with the 37 Saint King Law first layers of a first layer Saint King. There was still a long way to go. The next second, rumble, a golden light flashed past the void, and a golden-robed middle-aged man appeared within the devouring black hole. His aura dominated the world. Even Palace Master Wan Sheng, who was the #1 expert below the Saint King realm, was much weaker than him. Any ordinary half-step Saint King would kneel on the ground and worship him with just a glance. However, the strange thing was that he didn't feel a trace of the life force that a living person should have on his body. However, this was very normal. Because he was not a living person at all. He had been dead for hundreds of millions of years. He was the remains of the Saint King of Taoism. Rumble, rumble, boundless power of devourings erupted once more, crazily devouring the strength of origin that was the corpse of the sacred king. However, the most powerful foundation of the Church of the Heavenly Tao was clearly much weaker than the corpse of Devil God from the Divine Hall. It only lasted for 20 years before it was completely devoured by Yang Fann. After devouring the heart of the Holy King and the two corpses of the Holy King, Yang Fann began to refine the half-step Saint King from the myriad saints' palace, Taoism, and other major powers. These half-step Saint King strength of original life were a bit lacking. Even if they were combined together, they wouldn't be able to compare to a Saint King's heart. However, They had the great Tao comprehension that Yang Fann needed. Whether it was the heart of the primeval Saint King or the corpse of the Saint King, they were all inanimate objects after all. After devouring them, although Yang Fann's body's strength had increased tremendously, and even his bloodline potential had improved a lot, the progress of the Tao of Law was negligible. 10 years later, "Ah Yang Fann, you beast, I curse you, I curse you." 3A Enmity Curse. Once the #1 expert in the Tianan Realm River, Palace Master Wan Sheng's flying ash, was destroyed. It also meant that all the half-step Saint King were devoured by Yang Fann. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base and his comprehension of the great Tao of Devour, ordinary half-step Saint King wouldn't be able to last more than 2 hours in his hands. Even top-level half-step Saint King could only last for a few days. In other words, there were only 36 half-step Saint King that could last a little longer. Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air and stopped refining the primordial purple clouds. With a thought, an ancient diagram that was about a foot long suddenly appeared in his hand. It was unknown what kind of creature's skin it was used to refine it. "Saint King Hong Yu, let me see what secrets this secret diagram of yours has." Yang Fann's eyes flashed. After so many years, it was time to take out Saint King Hong Yu's secret treasure. The next moment, rumble Yang Fann's terrifying holy soul, which was even more terrifying than a second-layer Saint King expert, suddenly emerged from his body and swept towards the secret diagram. Grug grug grug. More than 1,500 years ago, the terrifying restriction that Yang Fann was helpless against was now easily broken through by Yang Fann like a piece of paper. Rumble. Rays of bright holy light burst out from the secret diagram and turned into a ray of light that rushed into Yang Fann's forehead. In an instant, a large amount of information appeared in Yang Fann's sea of consciousness. 3 breaths later, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. "I can't believe he's in absolute death zone. This Saint King Hong Yu sure knows how to hide." C-1296 Rush around Tianan Realm River, Northwest Galaxy. There was a mysterious place that was connected to millions of light-years of starry sky. It was so vast that it was no less than a top intermediate great world. The entire starry sky was covered in a mist of blood. Looking at it from afar, it was as if the entire starry sky was covered by a mist of blood. It was a bloody hell. It was extremely strange, even the 36 half-step Saint King warriors. "What's going on?" Zhang Chen asked. He couldn't see through the mysterious starry sky if he didn't go deep into the blood mist. It was extremely mysterious. One should know that the 36 half-step Saint King were the highest-grade Tianan Realm rivers in the Tianan Realm River. Each of them had boundless divine abilities. With just a pair of divine eyes, they could easily see through everything thousands of light-years away. However, they couldn't see through this tiny blood fog, which showed how profound it was. And this place was the famous Forbidden Land in the Tianan Realm River, Absolute Death Zone. According to the legends, this Absolute Death Zone was the battlefield of the ancient kings. Billions of years ago, the ancient kings had led countless experts to fight here. That battle had destroyed the starry sky and destroyed the heaven and earth. Countless experts had fallen. There were countless of top saints and even half-step Saint King warriors who had fallen. Even Saint King Sovereign had lost a few of them. And this blood mist that covered millions of light years was said to be the result of the fall of all the kings. Of course, whether it was true or not couldn't be investigated. For the current cultivators, trillions of years was truly a bit too long. Even though saints were known to have eternal life, who could truly live for trillions of years? Not to mention saints, even half-step Saint King, and even true saints wouldn't be able to live for trillions of years. The unlimited longevities didn't mean that one could live forever. The world of cultivators didn't lack slaughter. No matter how many longevities there were, they would all be killed. It's also a waste. Rumble. Suddenly, outside the absolute death zone, ripples appeared in a certain space. In the next moment, the entire space was torn apart like a curtain, and a person stepped into the air and arrived. He was wearing black clothes and looked to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and his aura was erratic. He looked like an ordinary person who did not know any cultivation path. However, if one looked closely, he could tell that he was unfathomable. It was as if he was an unfathomable person. It was vast and boundless. Who could this black-clothed youth be if he wasn't Yang Fann? After learning that Saint King Hong Yu's secret was hidden in Absolute Death Zone, Yang Fann hurriedly rushed over. In this trip, Yang Fann didn't bring anyone with him. He didn't want too many people to know about Saint King Hong Yu's secret treasure. Secondly, Absolute Death Zone was known as the most dangerous place in Tianan Realm River, and it was extremely dangerous. Although true King Wan Lei, the king of gods and the others' strength wasn't bad, it was hard to say if they would become a burden to him once they entered Absolute Death Zone. In the past, countless people wanted to explore the secrets of the Absolute Death Zone. Among them, there was no lack of top-level half-step Saint King, and there were even 36 half-step Saint King who were comparable to true King Wan Lei and the others. However, there were very few who could make it back alive. He was like a ferocious beast that was lurking in the darkness. He opened his mouth wide, as if he was going to devour everything. If he was alone, even if the Absolute Death Zone was known as the #1 forbidden place in the Tianan Realm River, Yang Fann wasn't afraid of it. Perhaps there was something inside that could threaten him. However, if he really wanted to leave, he was confident that there wouldn't be any danger zone in Tianan Realm River that could save him. However, for the sake of being careful, before he set off, he had also read the ancient books of Myriad Saints' Palace, Divine Hall, Taoism, and other superpowers. He had learned about the situation in the ancient era of the Tianan Realm River. He knew that in the past few trillion years, there had never been a single second Empyrean Saint King in the entire Tianan Realm River. And now, after 100 years of bitter cultivation, not only had his body broken through to the Saint King stage, his Tao of Law had also improved. By leaps and bounds, he had once again mastered 6 Saint King Law, and he had also mastered 28 Perfection Holy Sovereign Law. With another 8 Saint King Law Perfection, he would be able to condense Heart of Saint Kings and break through to the Saint King realm. His true strength had increased by more than 10 times. He might not be a match for a 3rd Empyrean Holy King expert. However, he was definitely the top of the many second Empyrean Saint Kings. In front of the Absolute Death Zone, Yang Fann stood there quietly. Immediately, a vast, ancient, and murderous aura gushed out from the Absolute Death Zone. Vaguely, one could hear the wails and wails of countless soldiers. What a good Absolute Death Zone! Yang Fann's facial expression changed slightly. A bright light flashed across his eyes. Even with his divine eyes, he could still see millions of miles of land in the Absolute Death Zone with just a glance. It was unbelievable, as expected of the most dangerous place in the Tianan Realm River. There was something extraordinary about it. The next second, Yang Fann's figure moved. With a step, he passed through the blood mist and entered the Absolute Death Zone. Others might be afraid of this Absolute Death Zone, but he wasn't. He wanted to explore the mysteries of the Absolute Death Zone. Rumble. As soon as Yang Fann entered the Absolute Death Zone, a hurricane immediately came from all directions. This was the first test of the Absolute Death Zone, the Death Yin Wind. It was a terrifying evil wind that was as gentle as the wind from hell. It was the saint who would be corroded by the Death Yin Wind and turned into a flying ash after being trapped in it for a long period of time. However, when the Death Yin Wind landed on Yang Fann's body, it was like a gentle spring breeze. Not to mention eroding Yang Fann's saint body, it didn't even bring him any discomfort. Buzz buzz. Yang Fann's 10 fingers moved continuously, forming profound seals. One after another, mysterious seals passed through the space and vanished without a trace. 10 breaths later, I found it. It's over there. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. His body moved, and he quickly headed in a certain direction. What he had just performed was a tracking seal recorded in the mysterious map, and it could lead him to the location of Saint King Hong Yu's secret treasure. A quarter of an hour later, rumble, a terrifying layer of blood-red clouds appeared in front of Yang Fann, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of kilometers it covered. In the Absolute Death Zone, not only his vision, but also his holy awareness was greatly suppressed. If it was in the Tianan Realm River, Yang Fann would not hold back in releasing his saint's consciousness, which would be enough to cover a land of 10 billion light-years. But in the Absolute Death Zone, not to mention 10 billion light-years, even a light-year would be difficult for him. Not only was he suppressed by 9 levels and 9 levels, it would be difficult for him to see through the range of the blood cloud in a short period of time. At the same time, there was a strange smell coming from the blood cloud. This smell was like the smell of blood, and it was also mixed with a very heavy corpse stench, making one feel extremely disgusted. Poison corpse blood cloud, Absolute Death Zone second test. This was the result of some saint's half-step Saint King saint body rotting. It was extremely poisonous. The stronger the fallen one was, the more terrifying the poison corpse blood cloud would be after their death. An ordinary low-level saint wouldn't be able to get close to the poison corpse blood cloud, much less get close to it. Just absorbing a bit of corpse energy would cause the qi and blood in his body to stagnate. If the circulation of magic power was not smooth, once it was enveloped by the poison corpse blood cloud, in just a few breaths of time, he would turn into a pool of blood. It would become a part of the poison corpse blood cloud. Most of the cultivators who entered the absolute death zone ran as far away as they could from the poison corpse blood cloud. However, Yang Fann had no intention of dodging. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and plunged into the poison corpse blood cloud. Rumble, rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to the limit in an instant, and an endless amount of power of devourings burst forth. His entire person was like a massive black hole that swallowed everything, crazily devouring the poison corpse blood cloud. The poison corpse blood cloud that caused the expressions of the saints to change, in Yang Fann's eyes, it was just a small supplement. What kind of strange poison was it? In front of Yang Fann's heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, it was like floating clouds. Brutal, truly savage to the extreme. 0. A few breaths later, the sky full of poison corpse blood clouds disappeared without a trace, causing Yang Fann's vast and mighty energy to improve slightly. Yang Fann's accumulation was too terrifying. His energy was so vast that it was even greater than some first-layer holy kings. The energy within the poison corpse blood cloud was no less than that of a top saint's. However, when it entered Yang Fann's body, it was as if a few drops of water had entered his body. It was extremely tiny. Very quickly, Yang Fann continued on his way. Apart from the death yin wind and the poison corpse blood cloud, there were also two other dangers in absolute death zone. The first was the many ancient restrictions. As the ancient battlefield, countless seals and absolute death zones were placed in the absolute death zone. Some of these seals and killing formations had already been broken. However, there were still a lot of them left in the absolute death zone, and with the special characteristics of the absolute death zone, the cultivators, divine sense and eyesight were severely suppressed. Even Yang Fann, the Saint King Sovereign, was suppressed to such a miserable state. Not to mention the other cultivators. An ordinary half-step Saint King was in the absolute death zone. The reason why the divine sense could cover 100 miles was because of the holy soul. As for the ordinary saints, did they have the divine sense? They were all the same, less than 30 meters away. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were blind to discover those forbidden killing formations. It was virtually impossible to find out how many cultivators there were. They had mistakenly entered the killing formation. Billions of years of bitter cultivation had been wasted. The second possibility was the ancient era's agaric spirit. Under the hands of the ancient era's kings, there were no weaklings. The weakest of them were half-saint experts, and there were countless saints. There were even quite a number of half-step saint kings. These agaric spirits were born from the resentment of the ancient saints. Their strength was not weak, and even the weakest agaric spirits were able to catch up to a half-saint. Furthermore, these agaric spirits could even evolve by devouring the flesh and blood of cultivators, or even their own kind among them. Even the expert of true King Wanlei and the King of Gods would be in danger of dying if they encountered these experts. However, all of this was nothing to a monster like Yang Fann. He rampaged all the way. The ancient restrictions and ancient agaric spirits that dared to block his path were all mercilessly destroyed and refined by Yang Fann. C1297. His spiritual force increased tenfold. 4 major tests of the absolute death zone, the yin wind of death, the blood cloud of poison corpse, the ancient seal, and the ancient agaric spirit were all extremely terrifying. It could be said to be the number 1 forbidden area of the Tianan Realm River. In addition to the fact that the most powerful supplementary technique of the cultivators was suppressed by the 9x9 divine sense, all of them felt as if they were blind. It was even more dangerous in the absolute death zone. There were only 1 in 10,000 people who could enter the absolute death zone and escape safely. Even someone as strong as a half-step Saint King was very careful in this place, and they didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. However, Yang Fann didn't put all the dangers in his heart at all. He swept through all the dangers along the way, especially the terrifying ancient agaric spirit. In Yang Fann's eyes, it was a great tonic. The ancient agaric spirit was formed from the resentment and obsession of the various saints. In the end, resentment and obsession were basically the strength of one's mind. Heaven-devouring, earth-devouring great law, heaven devouring 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 earth, everything in the world, there was nothing that could not be swallowed, and the spiritual energy was no exception. Along the way, not only did Yang Fann not suffer any injuries, his strength had also improved by quite a bit, especially the Saint Soul power, which had increased by a level. A single agaric spirit was nothing, but it could not withstand the massive amount. With hundreds of thousands of agaric spirits combined together, it was enough to cause a qualitative change. Yang Fann's speed was very fast. In less than 3 days, he had already advanced 100,000 light years. This was also because he had spent most of his time absorbing the poison corpse blood cloud and the ancient agaric spirit. Otherwise, his speed would have increased by quite a bit. However, even if this was the case, if news of this spread, it would definitely scare countless top saints and half-step Saint King to death. Every single one of them who entered the absolute death zone was trembling with fear. No matter how careful they were, not to mention being able to travel 100,000 light years in 3 days, even if it was 3,000 years, or even 30,000 years, they would still be able to travel 100,000 light years deep into the absolute death zone. That would be the blessing of the heavens. At this point, regardless of whether it was the yin wind of death or the yin wind of death, the poison corpse blood cloud and the killing formation, the ancient agaric spirit had become much more terrifying. The absolute death zone was roughly divided into 3 levels: the outer region, the inner region, and the core. The closer one got to the core, the more dangerous it would be. 100,000 light years later, they had entered the inner region of the absolute death zone. Even high-level half-step Saint King could die if he was not careful. For example, the ancient agaric spirit had the power to fight top saints. Of course, the risks and benefits often coexisted. As the battlefield of the ancient kings, the absolute death zone had countless holy weapons. If not for Collimator, he wouldn't have let so many experts rush to the center of the domain. There were even some people who had found true Dao artifacts in the core of the domain. In the past 3 days, Yang Fann had encountered many treasures. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was not interested in any of them. Even the top-grade Collimator, Yang Fann, was not interested in any of them. How could he be interested in these trash that were no higher than intermediate Collimator? Time was the sharpest steel knife in the world, it was a weapon that could last for trillions of years. Even if it was a holy weapon, or even Collimator. Not to mention, the cold wind of death, the corrosive blood cloud of the poison corpse. They also corroded these supreme treasures, which were the supreme treasures within the ancient array. With the protection of the formations, they were still in good condition. After entering the inner circle of absolute death zone, Yang Fann didn't hold back at all. He swept his way through the inner circle like a hot knife cutting through butter. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yang Fann had already ventured 450,000 light years into the depths of the absolute death zone. This was the true core of the absolute death zone. Compared to the beginning, the power of the death yin wind was more than 1,000 times stronger. 10,000 times, in just the time it takes to make a cup of tea. It could kill a low-level half-step Saint King, even some top-level half-step Saint King warriors. Without the protection of the supreme treasure, he wouldn't be able to last for more than a year here. The poison corpse blood cloud and the layers of killing formations also had the power to kill a top-level half-step Saint King. And the terrifying ancient agaric spirit, each and every one of them had the power of high-level half-step Saint King at the very least. A peak half-step saint, and even a terrifying agaric spirit that could rival 36 half-step Saint King warriors. There were quite a few of them. Even true King Wan Lei. Even a supreme expert like the King of Gods would find it difficult to take a single step here. However, Yang Fann did not have the slightest intention of following him. The only thing that could be seen in his eyes was the excitement of the hunter meeting his prey. Good, I'm rich, this time I'm really rich. Along with the outer perimeter of the absolute death zone. Compared to the inner perimeter, this core area was Yang Fann's treasure land. The terrifying ancient top-level half-step Saint Kings of high grade and top-level half-step Saint King made Yang Fann salivate. In the Tianan Realm River, high-grade and top-level half-step Saint King were the ancestors of superpowers, and there were very few of them. However, in this place, he only found a few of them in a million miles of land. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. I'll devour, I'll devour. I, Tun, will devour. In an instant, Yang Fann seemed to have transformed into a terrifying Teoti giant beast, crazily devouring the surrounding agric spirits. His saint soul power was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3rd level, 5th level, 7 levels, double, 3 times. The frenzied Yang Fann had almost forgotten his objective for this trip. His strength was easy to cultivate, and the holy soul was hard to increase. An opportunity to rapidly increase his saint soul power was hard to come by in 100 million years. Along with the increase in the holy soul, the suppression on Yang Fann's holy soul in absolute death zone was also gradually weakening. The range of his divine senses search rapidly expanded. A circumference of 2 million miles. 10 million miles. A circumference of 100 million miles. 10 billion square kilometers. 10 billion square kilometers. At the same time, the speed at which Yang Fann grabbed the agric spirit increased exponentially, forming a positive cycle. However, because of this, it made those ancient agric spirits suffer. This was a complete disaster for them. Fortunately, these ancient agric spirits were formed from the resentment of the saints. They only knew how to kill. Without the sagacity, they did not know what fear was. Otherwise, they would have completely collapsed and fled long ago. At that time, even if they were restricted by the power of the desolate domain and couldn't leave the absolute death zone, it would be extremely difficult for Yang Fann to hunt them down. Although the range of Yang Fann's divine sense had expanded by more than 1,000 times, it was still nothing to the entire absolute death zone. 1 light year was nearly 20 trillion miles of land, and the huge absolute death zone was a land that spanned millions of light years. Time passed day by day. Unknowingly, a year had passed. The ancient absolute death zones in the core area of absolute death zone had almost been swept clean by Yang Fann. Even the horrifying blood mist in the surroundings seemed to have become much thinner all of a sudden. Of course, the result was also delightful. Yang Fann's spiritual power had increased by more than 10 times. It was simply unbelievable. Yang Fann's spiritual power was originally not inferior to some second Empyrean Saint King experts. Now, it had increased by 10 times. Even if it was not as powerful as 3rd Empyrean Saint Kings, it was not much different. At this moment, even without using any Holy Soul secret technique, Yang Fann could easily injure a first-layer Saint King expert with his spiritual strength alone. Suddenly, Yang Fann gently patted his forehead. He was really too busy and had forgotten his purpose of coming here. However, Yang Fann did not regret it. If he did it again, he would still choose to temporarily give up on Saint King Hongyu's secret treasure and increase his mental strength. In any case, Saint King Hongyu's secret treasure was right there, and it was not like he would run away. He was not afraid of being late by a year or two. The next moment, rumble, a mysterious seal flashed once more from Yang Fann's hand. Grug Yang Fann's figure flashed, and he followed closely behind. 2 hours later, Yang Fann appeared in front of a floating continent, his eyes filled with shock. This continent was only 1 trillion miles in circumference, and its diameter was less than a light year. Not to mention comparing it to a top-tier great world, it was even comparable to some of the middle world. It was inferior in many ways, but at most, it was just a slightly bigger small world. However, in the absolute death zone, it was shocking. The entire absolute death zone was void, not even a star could be found. Apart from the death yin wind, the poison corpse blood cloud, the ancient restrictions, and the ancient agric spirits, there was nothing else. There was nothing else, not to mention such a huge floating continent. Of course, this wasn't enough to shock Yang Fann. What truly shocked him was that in order to hunt down the ancient agric spirit, he had searched almost every corner of the entire absolute death zone's core star domain in the past year. If there really was such a floating continent, there was no way he could hide it from his divine sense. Furthermore, on that continent, Yang Fann could vaguely see countless living creatures moving about. It was as if there was a mysterious force protecting that continent, preventing it from being invaded by the death yin wind and the poison corpse blood cloud. Suddenly, Yang Fann's body shook once again. No, he wanted to use his divine sense to check the situation of that continent, but what surprised him was that underneath his divine sense, there was no nearby continent. There was only endless blood mist like the 4 directions starry sky. How was this possible? One should know that his saint soul power had increased by more than 10 times. Logically speaking, there was nothing in the Tianan realm river that could hide from his eyes and ears. Rumble. Yang Fann didn't believe it and once again unleashed his saint force, but the result was the same. There was no floating continent at all. Interesting. What a good saint, King Hong Yu. I have underestimated you. Rumble. Yang Fann's body moved. He tore open the space, turned into a ray of light, and flew towards the floating continent. C-1298 Descend Tianan Realm River, Absolute Death Zone. No one would have thought that in the core region of Absolute Death Zone. There's another continent. In fact, that continent was where Saint King Sovereign hid his treasures. It had to be said that the abilities of a Saint King were beyond the imagination of a half-step Saint King. Of course, with the strength of those half-step Saint King warriors in Tianan Realm River, they were able to reach this place very quickly. One should know that this place was almost at the center of the Absolute Death Zone. In this area, Yang Fann had even swallowed several terrifying True King Wanleis that were a grade higher than True King Wanlei. Even if it was the king of all gods, Palace Master Wan Sheng would still have a slim chance of survival if he dared to venture into this place alone. However, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. The ancient agaric spirits in the core area had almost been wiped out by Yang Fann. Not only that, even the poison corpse blood cloud had been devoured by Yang Fann in large numbers. The danger level of the entire core area had dropped drastically. Not far away from the continent. Rumble. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Fann's body moved, transforming into a ray of light that shot towards the continent. Although he was somewhat shocked by Saint King Hong Yu's means, it wasn't enough to scare him. Putting aside the trillions of years that had passed, Saint King Hong Yu might have died a long time ago. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to hide in that continent forever. Even if his bad luck was really monstrous and Saint King Hong Yu was really hiding in this continent, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight him. After absorbing a huge amount of ancient agaric spirits, Yang Fann's Saint Soul power had increased by more than 10 times. His combat strength wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At this moment, if he were to fight with his life on the line at all costs, it would be 3rd Empyrean Saint King's expert. Whoever won or lost would have to fight first. At least, Yang Fann was confident that he wouldn't be able to defeat 3rd Empyrean Saint King, and that he would be able to save his own life. Unless the Saint King 4th layer expert attacked him personally. The Tianan Realm River was just an ordinary small world river. On the surface, not even a single 2nd Empyrean Saint King had appeared. If Saint King Hong Yu was said to be that 4th Empyrean Saint King, Yang Fann would not believe it in his heart. In the southwest region of the mysterious continent, there was an incomparably huge active volcano. At the bottom of the volcano crater, within the surging lava, there was a huge red fire lotus floating. It was the size of 100 acres of farmland and its roots were deeply embedded into the lava. Streams of pure fire origin energy were continuously absorbed by the red fire lotus, becoming nutrients for the growth of the fire lotus. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, streams of flowing light cut through the void and landed at the mouth of the volcano. A group of people were revealed. The person in the lead was a young woman. She wore a purple tight suit, had a tall figure, and a full and fiery figure. She had a single ponytail, and she gave off an extremely capable and experienced feeling. Around her were 10 strong men with powerful auras. They were around 30 to 40 years old and were dressed in red armor. They surrounded the young woman like stars surrounding the moon. They should be the bodyguards of the young woman. Lava flaming lotus. It really is a lava flaming lotus. Good may the heavens bless. Father is saved. He is saved. Looking at the red fire lotus below, the young woman was extremely excited. Even her voice was trembling. In order to find the lava flaming lotus, they had wasted so much manpower and resources, suffered so much, and suffered so much. Today, the emperor was finally able to find the person who had put in so much effort. The next second, the young lady's gaze shifted. She turned to a muscular man with a scar on his face on the left and said, "Uncle Peng, I'll leave the rest to you." The lava flaming lotus was the supreme treasure of fire, the crystal of 10,000 fires. Its temperature was so high that it could easily incinerate an 8th order expert, which was a 9th order expert. If one wanted to pick this lava flaming lotus, they would have to make thorough preparations. Among them, only Uncle Peng was a 9th order expert. If the others wanted to pick this lava flaming lotus, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. "Yes, miss," the knife-scarred man replied. He was just about to go down and pick the lava flaming lotus. At this moment, rumble, rumble, another stream of light tore through the void. In that instant, it descended upon the young woman and the others, surrounding them in a circle. The number of people was several times more than the number of people the young man and the group had. There were almost 100 of them, and all of them were experts. They were not any weaker than the red armored guards. Some of them were even comparable to the scar-faced man. Fu Lingmeng, Miss Fu, thank you for finding the lava flaming lotus for me. Ha 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 ha. A man in his 20s, wearing a blue robe, said. He carried a long sword on his back, and his eyebrows were like sharp swords, and his eyes were like stars. He took a step forward, and laughed loudly at the ponytail girl. His voice was filled with pride. Dang Xin, how could you be here? Fu Lingmeng's pupils constricted and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. In order to not attract the attention of the people of the Deng clan, besides their group, no one else knew how Dang Xin had found them. Suddenly, Fu Lingmeng's heart trembled as if she had thought of something. Could it be that Dang Xin had found them? There is one among us. She had just thought of it. Whoosh, not too far away, there was a handsome man in his 30s. However, his lips were thin. Young man, who gave off a kind of tender feeling, suddenly flashed and appeared beside Dang Xin. Bogu, it's you. Why? Fu Lingmeng had a look of disbelief. Bogu was her trusted subordinate and was with Uncle Peng. She regarded him as her right-hand man. She had thought of the others and never thought that the person who sold them out would be Bogu. Ha ha ha. Why? Young Master Dang Xin promised me that as long as I catch you, he will reward you to me, and you will be mine. You can only belong to me, Bogu. But in the Fu family, I will never have you. Bogu's face was twisted, and his voice was filled with an indescribable madness. Although he was Fu Lingmeng's trusted aide, in the entire Fu family, he was just an ordinary general, and Fu Lingmeng, she was the young mistress of the Fu family. Between the two of them, no matter how hard he tried, there was still a huge gap between them. The Fu family would never allow their young lady to marry a slave like him. Bogu, you beast, how could the young lady ever let you down? Crazy, you must be crazy. The other Fu family generals gritted their teeth, wanting nothing more than to eat his flesh. Drinking her blood, no matter how infatuated they were with her, they shouldn't do something that was worse than a pig or dog. Could it be that his conscience was really eaten by a dog? Is he crazy? This old man is crazy. The big miss is mine, and I, Bogu, am the only one. Bogu's eyes were burning with madness, and his voice was hysterical. Bogu, you will definitely receive your retribution. Ha ha ha. Karma, you guys better take care of yourselves first. Today none of you will be able to escape, all of you will have to. Suddenly, Bogu's voice stopped. A terrifying sword pierced through his back and through his heart. Ah, Dang Xin, you. Bogu struggled to turn his head around and looked at Dang Xin in disbelief. Foolish bitch, Fu Lingmeng is the prey that I have taken a fancy to. A trash like you is also worthy of having designs on her. A hint of ridicule flashed across Dang Xin's eyes as he exerted strength in his hand. Pucci, that long sword that pierced through his chest instantly minced that Bogu into pieces. Alright, good, kill a heartless thing, retribution, this is karma. The Fu family generals looked relieved. Compared to Dang Xin and the others, they hated Bogu, who was a traitor, even more. For alright, it's your turn now. Miss Fu, do you want to surrender obediently, or do you want to resist to the end? Dang Xin looked at Fu Lingmeng with some playfulness. There was a hint of a cat toying with a mouse. In his eyes, Fu Lingmeng was already a turtle in a jar and could not stir up any waves. This time, he brought 5 Tier 9 experts and 80 Tier 8 experts. On the other hand, other than Zhang Peng's Tier 9 expert, Fu Lingmeng's group only had 13 Tier 8 experts. The strength of both sides were on completely different levels. If this could still make them turn the tables, the words Dang Xin would directly be written upside down. Protect Big Miss. Zhang Peng shouted loudly. His body moved and directly blocked Fu Lingmeng behind him. The sound transmitting in the dark said, "Young lady, old slave will carve out a path for you later. You must leave now." No, I can't leave. I can't afford to lose the lava flaming lotus. Fu Lingmeng said. Her eyes were filled with determination. The lava flaming lotus could only be found by chance. If she missed this opportunity, she wouldn't know how long it would take to find another lava flaming lotus. Her father was in imminent danger, and she couldn't wait that long. Eldest Miss. Zhang Peng was secretly anxious. What time was it? He couldn't even protect his own life, so how could he care about a lava flaming lotus? At this moment, young master, Look, what's that? It seems to be a meteorite. Suddenly, a guard behind Deng Xin inadvertently glanced at the sky. His expression suddenly changed as he cried out in alarm. What? Falling star, not good, that meteor is coming towards us. Young master, what should we do? Soon, the expressions of the other guards changed drastically. Judging from the trajectory of the meteorite, if they didn't stop it, they might bump into the volcano beneath their feet. It would be fine if the volcano was destroyed, but if the ancestral lava flaming lotus was destroyed because of this, it would be a disaster. This was a top-grade treasure that even a king or supreme being would be tempted by. Even if they couldn't use it, they could still use it to auction it off. That would be a sky-high price. Deng Yang, Deng En, you guys go in. Shatter that meteor. We can't let him crash into a volcano. C1299 Prince of King Anyang. So what lava flaming lotus? It was one of the top treasures in the world, and it was a king-level treasure that had surpassed the 10th order. They were all tempted by it. Even if he didn't cultivate the fire attribute combat art, and couldn't use this lava flaming lotus, he could still auction it off for a sky-high price, causing his net worth to rise several times over. It would save him from struggling for tens of millions of years. How could such a precious treasure be destroyed in the hands of the domain of the falling stars? Immediately, Deng Xin decisively selected 2 9th order experts, ordering them to completely shatter the falling stars, and not allow them to crash into a volcano. Yes, young master. Without the slightest hesitation, Deng Yang and Deng Xin turned into 2 streaks of light and soared into the sky. Although the falling star was terrifying and had the power to slaughter cities, it wasn't difficult for them to shatter the rank 9 expert given their strength, let alone 2 of them attacking at the same time. The crater of the volcano surrounded the area. A hint of surprise flashed across the scar-faced Zhang Peng's eyes. He urged the sound transmitting, "Young lady, don't hesitate anymore. Follow me and break out of the encirclement." 2 of the 5 Tier 9 experts had been removed. This was their best chance. Once Deng Yang and Deng En returned, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape. Although he was one of the best among the Tier 9 experts, facing 5 experts of the same level at the same time, not to mention winning, it would be extremely difficult for him to stall them. Uncle Peng, no, Fu Lingmeng gritted her teeth. Her face was full of stubbornness. This lava flaming lotus could be said to be a matter of life and death for the Fu family. She absolutely could not afford to lose it. One must know, his father's injuries could only be healed by this lava flaming lotus, and his father. He was the only king of Fu family, the pillar that supported the heavens. Once he died, it would be a disaster for the Fu family. It would certainly be a disaster for the Fu family. Those hostile forces, especially the Deng family, would swarm forward like a bloodthirsty wolf and tear the Fu family into pieces. Big miss. In the sky, Deng Yang and Deng En were extremely fast. In less than a few breaths' time, they had already arrived 100 miles away from the meteorite. And at this moment, they finally saw the exact appearance of the meteor. How was that a meteor? It was simply a person. Old En, what should we do? Deng Yang glanced at Deng En, unable to make up his mind. His young master had asked them to shatter the meteorite. But now, a person had actually appeared. What else can we do? Just cut this kid alive. Deng En grinned hideously. You actually dared to toy with my young master. You're really tired of living. All right, kill. Deng Yang wasn't a good person either. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent was boundless. Die, Brad boom boom one after another, ice blue sword beams shot up into the sky and slashed towards Yang Fann. Poochie, however, the terrifying thing was that when the 2 sword beams approached Yang Fann's body, they instantly shattered and turned into bits and pieces. Ah, how is this possible? What kind of monster is he? Deng En and Deng Yang's eyes immediately widened. They were utterly shocked. That attack just now, they didn't hold back at all. With their cultivation of the 9th step, even if it was the rank 10 expert, if they did not guard against it, they will also be severely wounded or even killed with a single strike of their sword. Yet now, it could not even break through the defense of this person. Was there anything more terrifying than this in the world? Could it be that this is a king? A terrifying thought arose in their sea of consciousness, causing them to instantly shiver. A king was the highest grade expert in their Blue Moon continent. It was a peerless expert that stood at the top of the food chain. Each king could crush them as easily as crushing 2 ants. Right at this moment, rumble, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. 2 ants, how dare you attack me? You're courting death, Senior, please spare our lives. We aren't. In an instant, an extremely ominous feeling enveloped their bodies, and they were just about to beg for mercy. Poochie, it was as if their bodies had been sliced into pieces by someone in an instant, and they had completely collapsed and turned into ashes. This continent is a bit interesting. Yang Fann frowned slightly. He didn't know if it was because of the absolute death zone. This continent. Yang Fann frowned slightly. He didn't know if it was because of the absolute death zone or because of Saint King Hong Yu's heaven-defying means. Even if the Saint soul power had grown 10 times stronger than before, it still wouldn't be able to suppress the Saint force of this continent. In this continent, he unleashed the Saint force with all his might. It covered less than 1,000,000 miles of land. Furthermore, the gravity here was extremely terrifying. It was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than the 10,000 sacred world. Ordinary emperor and ancestor, he was afraid that once he appeared here, he would be crushed into pieces by the terrifying gravity. Even great saints weren't much stronger than ordinary people here. If he wanted to fly in the sky, he wouldn't have the cultivation of a semi-sage expert. It was simply wishful thinking. It was truly terrifying to the extreme just now. He was not used to it either. Under the terrifying gravity, he fell directly to the ground. If it was not for the fact that his sacred body was heaven-defying enough, if it was an ordinary saint, perhaps the terrifying heavenly fire produced by the rapid fall would be able to burn him to ashes. At the crater of the volcano. Dead, Deng and Deng Yong died just like that. How is this possible? How is this possible? What exactly happened? Whether it was Deng Xin's side or the people of the Fu family, they were all dumbfounded. They felt as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. One should know that those were 2 Tier 9 experts. Even in the entire Blue Moon continent, they could be considered as first-class experts. How could a group of mighty experts die so quietly? Very quickly, 3 breaths had passed. Ah, what's that? Good, it seems to be a person. It's really a person. A sudden exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was not a meteor at all, but a living person. Just now, Deng and the others. Could it be that it's true? It really was him. In an instant, an indescribable fear enveloped their hearts. To be able to kill 2 level 9 experts so easily, that power had definitely surpassed level 10 experts and reached the Supreme King realm. They actually wanted to assassinate a king. What should they do? It's over, everything was over. When the king became angry, blood flowed like a river and corpses floated for thousands of miles. At this moment, the sparks in the sky flashed. In the next second, Yang Fann's figure had already appeared in front of Deng Xin and the others. Those 2 ants are your men. Yang Fann's cold gaze swept across the surroundings, and finally stopped on Deng Xin. Senior, you have to listen to this junior's explanation. All of this has nothing to do with this junior. Everything has nothing to do with this junior. It was the 2 of them who acted on their own accord. It has nothing to do with us. Senior, please understand. Beads of cold sweat kept dripping from Deng Xin's back. He tried his best to push everything towards Deng and Deng Yong. In any case, those 2 were already dead people, and no one could testify against them. It's good that you're one of them. Unfortunately, Yang Fann didn't listen to any of his reasons. Then all of you can die now. No, Senior, please forgive me. Junior is the son of King Anyang. Senior, please forgive this junior for the sake of my father. Deng Xin's heart trembled. He hastily brought out his backer. His father, King Anyang, could be considered a veteran king. It had been 30 million years since he broke through to the king realm. It was likely that this mysterious king would give his father some face. Even if he was a king, if it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't easily become enemies with a king. Although this was his first offense, it wasn't something that couldn't be resolved. King Anyang's direct son. Yes. My father is King Anyang. Deng Xin hastily nodded his head and felt slightly relieved. It seemed like this king was still somewhat afraid of his father. His little life could be considered to have been saved. So what? Yang Fann said with a disdainful smile. Although he didn't know the specific division of this continent, he wouldn't put these natives in his heart. In this continent, the only one that Yang Fann was afraid of was the lord of this continent, Saint King Hong Yu. Furthermore, judging from the cultivation base of these people, the strength of this continent wouldn't be excessively strong. This so-called son of King Anyang was only at the beginning of the Saint realm. Most of the guards were at the intermediate sage stage, and the strongest among them were only a few high-level saints. From this, one could tell that most of the guards were at least at the intermediate sage stage. King Anyang was at most a half-step Saint King. And how many half-step Saint King warriors did he devour? Even if he didn't have 3,000, he should have at least 1 or 2,000. What? Dang Xin's expression changed. His heart, which had just relaxed, immediately rose to his throat. Senior, junior. All right, the aphids should be on their way. Before Dang Xin could finish his words, the cold shine in Yang Fan's eyes flashed. In the next second, bang bang bang, that Dang Xin along with the 83 Dang family's Tier 8 and Tier 9 experts all exploded, turning into flying ashes. Ah, dead, all dead. Gulp this. I'm not dreaming, am I? 3C1300 Kang Yu Continent. Fu Lingmeng. Fu Lingmeng and her subordinates were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just seen. Dead. Dang Xin and the rest are all dead. How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm not dreaming, right? Those were 3 great Tier 9 experts and Tier 88 experts. When combined, even ordinary Tier 10 experts would be surrounded and killed by them. This power could absolutely be called the pinnacle under the king level. Even their Fu family's patriarch, the famous King Tianzhong. At his peak, it would be very difficult for him to kill so many Tier 8 and Tier 9 experts without making any noise. This method was simply terrifying to hear. Also, was he really not afraid of King Anyang's revenge? That was an old king who had successfully broken through to the king stage 30 million years ago, and his strength was even greater than family lords. It was said that he had already stepped into king of the second order's realm. Dang Xin was his son, and he was also a favored son. This was totally going to tear off all pretenses of cordiality with King Anyang. Right at this moment, rumble, a fiery light cut through the void, and a palm-sized fiery lotus appeared in Yang Fan's hand. Ah, it's a lava flaming lotus. Fu Lingmeng cried out in shock. Her eyes were fixed on the fiery red lotus in Yang Fan's hand, and she no longer cared about shocking Yang Fan's strength. Senior, my father is seriously injured and urgently needs this lava flaming lotus. I wonder if Senior can give it to me. In the future, the Fu family of Heavenly Zhang City will definitely reward you handsomely. Fu Lingmeng said with a sincere expression. It even made people feel pity for her when they saw her. Haha, Yang Fan looked at Fu Lingmeng with a playful look. He would definitely give her a heavy thank you in the future. It sounded nice. This is a spatial glove white wolf that has been placed on my hand. Although this lava flaming lotus is just a high-grade holy herb, Yang Fan didn't take it seriously at all. Even if it was a top-grade holy herb that was 100 times or even 1,000 times higher than his, he still had a lot of them in his hands. But it didn't mean that he would give them away for free. As for her father's severe injuries and his urgent need for the lava flaming lotus, so what? He was not related to her, nor was he related to her. He had never experienced anything like this in his life. Why should he let her take out holy herbs to save him? There were many people in this world who were seriously injured. Could it be that he wanted to save them for free? Or did he think that he had some good looks, and that everyone had to give in to her and pamper her? There were almost no ugly people in World of Cultivators. There were many who were more beautiful than her, but there were definitely many of them. Among Yang Fan's many maids, there were many whose looks were not inferior to hers. Senior, this junior is willing to exchange the 9-color spirit flower for the lava flaming lotus in Senior's hands. Fu Lingmeng gritted her teeth. As if she had made a decision, the 9-color spirit flower and the lava flaming lotus were the same. They were both top treasures of heaven and earth, and they were even worth a lot. It was even higher than the lava flaming lotus, a level 10 expert. If one could consume a 9-colored spirit flower when breaking through, the success rate would increase by 3 levels, even if he was a king. This 9-color spiritual flower also had quite a bit of help, which was equivalent to their 1 million years of bitter cultivation. Miss, you can't. Zhang Peng's expression suddenly changed. He anxiously said, for the sake of this 9-colored spiritual flower, the Fu family had sacrificed so many elites, and even family lord and King Tianzhong had been severely injured by their enemies because of the competition for this 9-colored spiritual flower. How could they trade the 9-color spiritual flower so easily? In their Fu family, Hong Long. Furthermore, given the young lady's authority in the Fu family, she probably didn't have the qualifications to trade for the 9-colored spiritual flower. The elders of the Elder Council would never agree to it. To them, a 9-colored spiritual flower was their only hope of advancing to the king realm. Uncle Peng, There's no need to say anything. I have my own ideas. Before Zhang Peng could finish, Fu Lingmeng interrupted him. Their Fu family had many treasures, but only the 9-color spiritual flower could be compared to the lava flaming lotus. Moreover, to a king-level supreme, ordinary treasures would not be able to tempt them. The next moment, Fu Lingmeng, she turned her gaze and gave Yang Fann a heavy bow as she pleaded, "Senior, please grant my wish." The 9-color spirit flower was important, but his father's life was more important. Advancing to the king realm wasn't an easy task. Without his father, King Tianzhong, suppressing the entire family, their Fu family would have been destroyed before the birth of a new king. 9-colored spirit flower. Although Yang Fann didn't know what kind of holy herb the 9-colored spirit flower was, judging from Fu Lingmeng's cautious look, it shouldn't be any weaker than the lava flaming lotus in his hand. He pondered for a moment and said, "I can use this lava flaming lotus to exchange with you." A high-grade holy herb like the lava flaming lotus was nothing to him. Not to mention a high-grade holy herb, even a top-grade holy herb was of little use to him. If Fu Lingmeng could take out a holy herb of equal value, it would not be impossible for him to exchange it with her. "Thank you, Senior. Senior's great kindness and kindness will never be forgotten by the Fu family." Fu Lingmeng, thank God, her father was finally saved. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I have another condition." "What? Another condition?" Fu Lingmeng's heart sank and there was a trace of anger in her heart. The value of the 9-colored spirit flower was even higher than the lava flaming lotus. Using the 9-colored spirit flower to exchange for the lava flaming lotus had already made the Fu family suffer. They actually had conditions to take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation. This was definitely taking advantage of the situation to take advantage of the situation. But on the surface, she tried her best to maintain her calm as she said, "Senior, please speak." Now, it was them who had a request. Even if they didn't want to take this blow, they had to endure it. "Sigh, just take it as repaying his life-saving grace. No need to be nervous. I just have something to ask you," Yang Fann said calmly. Fu Lingmeng felt relieved when she heard him. She said respectfully, "Senior, please tell me. I will tell you everything I know. I will tell you everything I know." Very quickly, through Fu Lingmeng's words, Yang Fann had a rough understanding of this continent. Since the birth of this continent, it had been around 3.8 trillion years. Legend has it that it was created by the ancient god, great god Kang Yu. The name of Blue Moon Continent was also because of this. There were thousands of races in the Blue Moon Continent, and among the thousands of races, the human race was the undisputed #1 clan, occupying almost half of the Blue Moon Continent. In Blue Moon Continent, there were no dynasties or empires. There were only cities, each with their own territory. It was similar to the situation in Spiritual Martial Arts Continent. However, the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts was not in control of everything. Many cities could be divided into two categories: the Imperial City and the Ordinary City. The Imperial City was high and mighty, and it was the true ruler of Blue Moon Continent. Every king city had to have at least one king in charge. For example, the Tianzhong royal city controlled by Fu family was built by Fu Lingmeng's father, King Tianzhong, Fu Tianzhong. It had been standing tall in the world for 8 million years. 8 million years didn't seem to be a long time. In the Tianan Realm River, a saint palace with a saint in charge. Its inheritance was far more than 8 million years. However, it had been a very long time in the Blue Moon Continent. Because of the unique environment and terrifying gravity in the Blue Moon Continent, all living beings in the Blue Moon Continent were extraordinary. Even a baby could cause as much damage as a 1-star quasi-saint with the help of the body in the Tianan Realm River. However, the destructive force of the body was no less than that of a 1-star quasi-saint. However, it was also because of the powerful body that limited their development in the Holy Soul. In the entire Blue Moon Continent, almost all of them walked the path of the body cultivator. No one was able to develop the Holy Soul and comprehend the Tao of Law. The Saint Soul power was completely dependent on the strength of the body, allowing it to grow passively. If one did not cultivate Tao of Laws, then the Holy Road would basically be destroyed. Putting aside whether or not there were Blue Moon continents in Blue Moon Continent, even if there were, without comprehending the laws, there was no need to talk about fusing primordial purple cloudus to attain sainthood. Abnormal in Yang Fann's view, Trainer in the Blue Moon Continent had already embarked on a wrong path. Although he possessed powerful strength, the longevity was on a completely different level from the orthodox trainer. Even if it was the high and mighty king, the longevity could only live for hundreds of millions of years. It was rare for it to live for more than 1 billion years. Compared to the major worlds in the Tianan Realm River, the division of strength in the Blue Moon continent was very simple. It was divided into 10 levels of warriors, and then the 4th level of king. Based on the comparison of Fu Lingmeng and the others' cultivation, Yang Fann could basically infer that the warriors in front of the ranked 6 were almost at the advanced quasi-saint to 9th rank perfection semi-saint, and the last 4 levels corresponded to the saint realm. As for the 4th level of king realm, it should be comparable to the half-step saint king in the Tianan Realm River. However, the saints of the Tianan Realm River, and half-step saint king, which one of them wasn't the boundless longevity? Even if it was a fake saint or a fake half-step saint king, the longevity was still thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than them. Not only that, but their combat strength was also heaven and earth, cloud and muds. The weaknesses of these Blue Moon continent natives were too obvious. For example, Fu Lingmeng, the weakest among them, had already stepped into the 8th order. In terms of attack power, she was not much weaker than a first-order saint. However, the saint's soul power was not even comparable to a low-level saint, let alone a high-level saint. A typical well-developed and simple-minded intermediate saint would be able to make her kneel with just a mental energy secret technique if he could discover this. Of course, whether or not the Blue Moon continent had developed into a fork in the road had nothing to do with him, Yang Fann. He had come here to search for Saint King Hong Yu's treasure. He didn't have that much time to stir up trouble for these natives. Alright, you can trade now. Take out your 9-colored spiritual flower. Yang Fann handed the lava flaming lotus to Fu Lingmeng and said. He already knew what he needed to know. The sooner he completed the transaction, the better it would be for him to leave to search for Saint King Hong Yu's treasure. Senior, about that, Junior. Fu Lingmeng carefully looked at Yang Fann and said with a swallowing voice. What, you are going back on your word? Yang Fann's expression turned cold and he said coldly. Or are you playing with me? C1301 King of the second step. Yang Fann's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with a fierce light. If Fu Lingmeng really wanted to play with him, then she and her guards wouldn't have to leave this place alive today. The dignity of a saint king was sacred and inviolable. Yang Fann would not go easy on her just because she was a beauty. The number of beauties that had fallen in his hands was more than 10 million, and there was no difference between Fu Lingmeng and him. No, senior, please don't misunderstand, this junior did not mean that. Fu Lingmeng said. A shiver went down her spine, an ominous sign of collapsing immediately enveloped her heart. She hurriedly explained and played with a king supreme being. Her head was clamped by the door and she was kicked by a donkey. That was why she would do such a foolish thing. Oh, then what do you mean? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and his eyes flickered with a dangerous light. Senior, this junior is not going back on his word. It's just that this junior didn't bring the 9-color spirit flower with me. I wonder if senior can follow this junior to the Tianzhong royal city. Fu Lingmeng looked at Yang Fann with some apprehension. However, it was understandable. The 9-color spirit flower. It was a top-grade treasure that even a king supreme being would be tempted by. She was just a puny little quasi-tier 8 warrior. How could she dare to bring such a supreme treasure and run around the entire world? That was completely kids hugging gold and waving the market around. If even the slightest bit of news leaked out, she might not even know how she would die at that time. Transfer to Tianzhong royal city. Yang Fann frowned slightly. Although the 9-colored spirit flower was a rare holy herb, it was still a rare treasure. It was enough to save a king from 1,000,000 years of bitter cultivation, but to him, the medicinal effect was almost negligible. Not to mention a 9-colored spiritual flower, even if it was 1,000 flowers. Even 10,000 of them, it was very difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation. For such a useless thing, was there really a need to make a trip to the Tianzhong royal city? Senior. Unconsciously, Fu Lingmeng's heart was in her throat. Yang Fann did not care about the 9-colored spirit flower, but their Fu family must have lava flaming lotus. Or else, the Fu family would have no lava flaming lotus. It would be the end of the Fu family. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Beads of cold sweat drenched Fu Lingmeng's forehead and her heart gradually sank to its lowest point. Could it be that my Fu family really has no fate with this lava flaming lotus? Just as Fu Lingmeng was about to collapse, Yang Fann lightly nodded and said, "All right, I will accompany you all to the Tianzhong royal city." This Saint King Hong Yu was also cheating people. He released the secret treasure map, but in the end, it only led him to Blue Moon Continent. However, the exact location of the treasure was gone. He still had to search for it himself. This Blue Moon Continent was also very strange. It actually suppressed his saint soul power by 9 layers and 9 layers. Otherwise, with just a single move of his holy soul, he would be able to sweep across the entire Blue Moon Continent, and there wouldn't be so much trouble. The Tianzhong royal city had existed for 8 million years, and the Fu family had been in the family for a longer period of time. Perhaps there would be some news about Saint King Hong Yu's treasure. In any case, he didn't have any other targets for the time being, so there was no harm in going there to take a look. "Senior, did you agree?" Fu Lingmeng couldn't believe her ears. She was afraid that she had heard wrongly. It wasn't until Yang Fann nodded again that she was sure that she hadn't misheard him. This mysterious senior had really agreed. The next second, Fu Lingmeng's eyes were slightly moist and her voice was incoherent. That's great, that's great. My father is saved. Senior Xie, thank you senior. The Fu family will never forget your great kindness." Zhang Peng and the other guards accepted their fate upon hearing this. What else could they say? Although they had lost the 9-color spirit flower, it was still worth it to be able to obtain the lava flaming lotus and save Lord Family Lord's life. Furthermore, with this mysterious king accompanying them, their journey would be much safer. Otherwise, even if they could obtain the lava flaming lotus, they might not be able to bring him back to Tianzhong royal city safely. The people of the Deng family were able to plant spies among them. It was hard to guarantee that they would not find out about their whereabouts again. It wasn't just the Deng clan. The other major powers in the capital and even some of the major powers in the Tianzhong royal city might not necessarily allow them to return to the Tianzhong royal city safely and save King Tianzhong. Rumble, rumble. Fu Lingmeng's heart was like an arrow as she returned. Every minute that her father, King Tianzhong, dragged on, there would be an additional danger. Without stopping for too long, each and every one of them turned into rays of light and soared into the sky, heading towards Tianzhong royal city. The Tianzhong royal city was about 80 million miles away from this huge volcano. In the Tianan realm river, a mere 80 million miles was nothing to a saint. He could reach it with a single step. However, it was quite a distance in the Blue Moon Continent. With the speed of Fu Lingmeng and the others, it would be impossible for them to return to the Tianzhong royal city in less than half a month's time. Unless Yang Fann was willing to take them along, but he obviously didn't have that intention. He just maintained his speed at the same speed as Fu Lingmeng and the others and followed them at a leisurely pace. Time passed quickly. 5 days had passed. While Yang Fann was rushing, he kept releasing his saint force to search the surroundings, hoping to find Saint King Hong Yu's treasure. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything in the past 5 days. Obviously, it wasn't easy to find Saint King Hong Yu's treasure. He's here for us. Suddenly, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a playful smile appeared on his face. However, he did not remind Fu Lingmeng and the others of anything. He continued forward as if he did not know anything. 15 minutes later, rumble, rumble, horrifying figures that looked like devil god descended from the sky and blocked Yang Fann's path. There were more than 100 people, and all of them were at least rank 8 and above experts. There were 10 tier 9 experts, and the one leading them was a muscular man dressed in black full armor. His aura was domineering, and it was extremely terrifying. He was no weaker than one of the tier 7 top saints. Furthermore, Yang Fann could sense a trace of familiar bloodline aura from his body. Kai Yang's hand, Deng Bingkun. Fu Lingmeng's pretty face changed when she saw the middle-aged man in the lead. A trace of fear flashed across her face. The Deng Bingkun in Kai Yang's hand was one of the few King Anyongs in the Deng family of King Anyong City. It could be considered as one of the top even amongst all the tier 10 experts. Adding on the 10 tier 9 experts and over 100 tier 8 experts, this lineup was too terrifying. Without a king, there would be no one who could match him. King. Senior. Suddenly, Fu Lingmeng's heart skipped a beat. She was overjoyed and realized that she and Uncle Peng were not the only ones present. There was also a king by her side. Although that Kai Yang's hand, Deng Bingkun, was strong, he was just a slightly stronger ant in front of a true king. At the same time, the guards around him also reacted. With their senior here, what was there to be afraid of? Almost at the same time, Fu Lingmeng and the guard's eyes were focused on Yang Fann, their eyes were full of hope and pleading. Little thief, it was you who harmed young Lord Xin. Fu Lingmeng and the others' unusual behavior was seen by Deng Bingkun. In an instant, his gaze fell on Yang Fann. Although it was just a question, he was crystal clear about the power that young Master Deng Xin commanded. It was impossible for Fu Lingmeng and the others to be a match for him. The only one who could help Fu Lingmeng and the others out of the predicament was this little devil who had appeared out of nowhere. The next second, Deng Bingkun's face was ferocious like a devil from hell as he shouted, "Little thief, who gave you the guts to harm my young Master Xin? Surrender now and wait, Ant, you're courting death." The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Grug grug grug, including Deng Bingkun. All of the Deng family's experts were shattered into pieces, as if they had never appeared in this world. Dead, dead, Kai Yang's hand, Deng Bingkun. He died just like that. Gurgle, senior, he really did die. He's really too strong. Even Lord Family Lord is far inferior. Fu Lingmeng and the others were all dumbfounded. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a legend. That was a top rank 10 expert, 10 rank 9 experts, and over 100 rank 8 experts. A tier 1 king definitely didn't have that kind of power. It was so easy to kill all of them in an instant. They, Family Lord, couldn't do it. Even the Deng family's King Anyang, who had stepped into the position of King of the Second Order, couldn't do it. King of the Second Order, Senior is definitely a powerful King of the Second Order. Only the legendary King of the Second Order had the power to instantly kill an expert like this. At this moment, everyone felt a peace of mind that they had never felt before. With the presence of King of the Second Order, what was there to be afraid of? Even if it was that King Anyang from the Deng family, he would just be sending food to them. Fu Lingmeng's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light. If Senior was willing to help their Fu family, what was the big deal about that little bit of trouble now? King of the Second Order belonged to the expert in the entire southwest region. He could be counted on one's fingers. In the few nearby imperial cities, he was the undisputed #1 expert. But very quickly, Fu Lingmeng's eyes darkened. A King of the Second Order was not related to the Fu family. Why should she ask someone to help the Fu family unconditionally? And if there was a reward, what treasure could their Fu family have that could move a King of the Second Order? Ordinary natural treasures were just trash in King of the Second Order's eyes. The only possibility was, it was probably that 9-colored spirit flower. However, the 9-color spirit flower no longer belonged to the Fu family. What should he do? What should they do? C1302 Bloody Garment. King Fu Lingmeng had a worried look on her face. If King of the Second Order was willing to help their Fu family, a mere King Anyang would be nothing. However, what treasures could their Fu family have that could move that senior? The only possibility was that the 9-color spirit flower was already in his possession, or was it to give him the lava flaming lotus? This was clearly impossible. Looking at Fu Lingmeng's constantly changing expression, Yang Fann found it somewhat funny. He could more or less understand the thoughts of this young lady from the Fu family. However, knowing it didn't mean that he would help the Fu family. He, Yang Fann, wasn't a good person. If the Fu family was in trouble, it would be their own problem. There was no need for him to help them, and he didn't have the obligation to help them. He wasn't the old ancestor of the Fu family, so he needed to protect them. Even just now, the main reason why he killed the man from the Deng family was because of Kai Yang's hand, Deng Bingkun. He didn't know what to say, but he had insulted him first. Forget it, it was better to take things one step at a time. After a while, Fu Lingmeng's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. It was the Fu family's fortune that Senior was able to help their Fu family. If they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do and they could not force it. The most important thing right now was to bring the lava flaming lotus home safely. As long as her father was safe and sound, the Deng family and the other major powers wouldn't dare to force him. At most, they would give up some of their benefits to the Fu family. Rumble. Soon, Yang Fann and the others continued their journey towards the Tianzhong royal city. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was unknown whether it was the death of Kai Yang, Deng Bingkun, and the others that frightened the major powers, or some other conspiracy. The journey had been peaceful. Apart from meeting a bunch of ignorant experts, they had not encountered any assassination attempts. And among those strong men, the strongest was only a tier 8 expert. Most of them were tier 5 and rank 6 minions. Yang Fann didn't even need to do anything. Just the strength of Fu Lingmeng's guards alone was enough to deal with them. In Tianan Realm River, the Saint Realm was a bottleneck. If one didn't become a saint, he would become an ant in the end. Apart from a few strange Yang Fanns like Yang Fann, it was very difficult for an ordinary half-saint to be a match for a saint, no matter how many of them there were. In the Blue Moon continent, rank 6 and 7th order were the same. Furthermore, Zhang Peng and the other guards were all at least 8th order and above experts. Killing those 5th and ranked 6 warriors was like killing chickens. One strike was a huge hit. They had the advantage in numbers. At this moment, it was simply a joke. At this moment, Yang Fann's group was less than 1,000,000 miles away from Tianzhong Royal City. With Yang Fann and his group's speed, it would only take them an hour at most to return to the Tianzhong Royal City. Along with the approach of Tianzhong Royal City, Fu Lingmeng and the others were visibly relieved. This was the territory of Fu family. It was imaginable that no one would dare to be so bold as to kill them here. However, fate was just this mysterious and unpredictable. Chi, the void twisted, and a powerful group appeared in front of Yang Fann and the others, blocking their path. There were not many of them and they were not much more than Fu Lingmeng and her group. There were only 22 of them, but their strength was terrifying. Not to mention Fu Lingmeng and her group, even Deng Bingkun's group was much weaker. 22 of them were at least at the 9th step of the expert, and 4 of them were at the 10th step of the expert. I am King of Bloody Cloth's subordinate, Yi Fan, young lady Fu Lingmeng. Our master wants to see you, please come with us. A handsome man in blood-red armor stepped out and looked down at Yang Fann and his group. His voice was so arrogant that he didn't even put Yang Fann and his group in his heart. What, King of Bloody Cloth, how could that be? How could that devil have its eyes on us? In an instant, Fu Lingmeng and the others' faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. Their bodies were filled with fear, especially Fu Lingmeng who was called out. She almost fell from the sky in despair. King of Bloody Cloth was the peerless and ferocious dark star of their region. Although he didn't establish a king city, he had a very powerful force under his command. Even the numerous royal cities couldn't compare to him. He had 10 great blood god generals under his command. Every one of them was a top-tier existence among the tier 10 experts. They were far from what ordinary tier 10 experts could compare with. This Yi Fan in front of him was one of the 10 great blood god generals. He had the title of Asura blood general. As for King of Bloody Cloth himself, his cultivation base was even more unfathomable than King Anyang's. He had already attained the position of king 50 million years ago. There were even rumors that he might have already taken that step in advance to the position of king of the second order. This was the terrifying devil god who could stop a child from crying. The next moment, Fu Lingmeng's gaze turned to Yang Fann. With tears in her eyes, she begged, "Senior, I don't want to leave with them. Please, help me, help me." Everyone knew that King of Bloody Cloth had 2 hobbies. First, he liked to kill. If he was happy, he wanted to kill people. If he was unhappy, he also wanted to kill people. For tens of millions of years, those who had fallen at King of Bloody Cloth's hands. There were countless people. Secondly, they liked beautiful women. Of course, it was just pure lust. That was nothing. A man's nature, and how many men in the world wouldn't be lecherous? Especially these king supreme beings, which one of them wasn't surrounded by groups of beauties? However, this King of Bloody Cloth was different from the others. He had a fetish for corpses. The beauties that fell into his hands usually didn't have a good ending. In less than 3 days, he would be played to death. In the end, even the corpse wouldn't be peaceful. He would be made into a specimen for him to rape. According to the legends, King of Bloody Cloth had a corpse palace that was filled with the corpses of beauties that he had refined with great care. Fu Lingmeng was not even 100,000 years old, and with her cultivation, even if she did not break through, she could still live for another 1,000,000 years. She was still young, she didn't want to die, she really didn't want to die. Furthermore, after death, her flesh and body would be blasphemed and obscene. Yang Fann glanced at Fu Lingmeng. He did not agree nor reject her. Between him and Fu Lingmeng, it was a normal transaction, not her guards. Furthermore, he didn't owe their Fu family anything. If they really did owe him anything, it would be their Fu family who owed him Yang Fann. "Senior, there is something you don't know. That King of Bloody Cloth is a pervert who likes to torture corpses. This junior really doesn't want to be violated by that pervert after death. Senior, I beg of you, please save me, save me. A line of clear tears kept falling from Fu Lingmeng's eyes. She was extremely terrified. This lowly servant is impudent. Asura Blood General Yi Fan's expression instantly turned cold as he shouted. Rumble. A terrifying aura that was comparable to the rank 9 top saints erupted from his body, crushing towards Fu Lingmeng. If Fu Lingmeng wasn't the person his master king of bloody cloth wanted, he would definitely let this lowly servant know what it meant to beg for death. So noisy. Yang Fann frowned and shouted coldly. Wa the Asura Blood General, Ivan, instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. That terrifying momentum was like a punctured balloon, disappearing without a trace. Ah, how is this possible? Ivan's eyes widened. He looked at Yang Fann with eyes filled with horror and disbelief. He was a top-grade 10th order expert that had broken through to the king's stage with a single step. Even if it was the number 1 person in the Fu family, King Tianzhong, he wouldn't be able to injure him with just a single shout. How could a young lady of the Fu family have such a terrifying expert by her side? Is what you said true? Yang Fann didn't pay attention to the severely injured Ivan. Instead, he gave Fu Lingmeng a deep look. Senior, everything that Junior said is true. If there is any false words, Junior will die without a burial ground. It seems like you really didn't say anything. Yang Fann nodded his head lightly. An oath was not something that could be casually made, especially the high-level saints like them. Trainer, if that's the case. All right, he didn't care about being lustful. Among his many subordinates, there were many lecherous people, some of them. Even a small world was his woman. However, Yang Fann couldn't bear to have sex with corpses. Everyone had the right to punish him for his perverted behavior. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. When Fu Lingmeng heard this, her heart of despair immediately relaxed. With Senior's words, let alone a mere Asura Blood General, there was no need to talk about a mere Asura Blood General. Yi Fann, even if his master king of bloody cloth came personally, she would be able to rest in peace. Sir, do you really want to make our lord your enemy? The Asura Blood General, who had barely managed to stabilize his injuries, warned Ivan. An ant dares to threaten me. Die in the next second. Bang bang, including the Asura Blood General Ivan, the 22 King of Bloody Cloths under King of Bloody Cloth's command all exploded, turning into dust and disappearing without a trace. SS's they're all dead. This is King of the Second Order's strength. Powerful. He's really too powerful. He's not comparable to a first-grade king. Even though they had witnessed how terrifying Yang Fann was, at this moment, Fu Lingmeng and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Asura Blood General, Ivan, was a top-tier expert that was below the king level. He had once successfully escaped from a king-level expert, and with the addition of the power of many Tier 9 and 10 Yang Fanns, if he didn't care about the cost and even had the power to fight against a king-level supreme being, he was actually casually killed by Yang Fann. This power was simply unheard of. 2 hours later, a thick city wall that was 100 zhang tall and 10 zhang thick surrounded it. A large city that spanned nearly 10,000 li appeared in front of Yang Fann and the others. Not long after, surprised voices sounded from within the city. Ah, it's Eldest Miss. Eldest Miss has returned to the city. Eldest Miss has returned to the city. C1303 Youngster, don't be too greedy. Tianzhong Royal City. It was 100 zhang tall, spanning nearly 10,000 li. A city like this was nothing in the Tianan Realm River. Putting aside everything else, in the spiritual martial arts continent, the size of any emperor city wasn't any smaller than the Tianzhong Royal City. The size of any one of the saint cities was 1,000 times, 10,000 times larger than the Tianzhong Royal City. However, in terms of strength, it was the exact opposite. Even the top-grade saint cities were far inferior to the 1 in a billion of the Tianzhong Royal City. It was common in a huge imperial city. All of them had the cultivation of a 4th-grade warrior. If they were placed in the great world of spiritual martial arts, they would be demi-saint ancestor. Among the tens of thousands of people, there was a 7th-grade expert. Just the strength of this city alone was enough to match the strength of the supreme palaces. It had to be said that although the path of cultivation in the Blue Moon continent had gone astray and was somewhat deformed, it could still be considered to be blessed by the heavens. There were as many experts as the clouds, and the expert rained down like rain. The Tianzhong Royal City was merely one of the many imperial cities in Blue Moon continent. In such a huge blue moon continent, even if there were not 1,000 of them, there would still be a few hundred of them. The overall strength of the entire blue moon continent was probably not inferior to the top worlds such as the world of gods and the spirit god world. At the center of the Tianzhong royal city, there was a city in the middle of the city, and it covered an area of 800 miles. It was surrounded by thick and heavy stone walls that were 80 feet tall. Countless mysterious seals were engraved on the stone walls, and they were extremely profound. Once they were activated, it would be earth-shattering. Even the king would suffer a great loss if he wasn't careful. The city in the city was none other than King Tianzhong Prefecture, the residence of the Fu family. Within the huge King Tianzhong Prefecture, there was a guard every 3 steps and a guard every 5 steps. The security was very tight. These guards were not weak, they were the weakest among them all. They were all rank 6 warriors, and there were quite a number of tier 7 and even tier 8 experts. There were only a few tier 9 and tier 10 experts. However, the entire mansion seemed to be shrouded in a faint melancholy. From the stewards and elders to the ordinary servants and maids, all of them had an unsolvable melancholy between their brows. In the huge Fu family, there was only King Tianzhong, Fu Tianzhong, the king. He was the indisputable spiritual pillar in the hearts of everyone in the Fu family. If anything bad happened to him, it would be a disaster for them. Ah, it's the young lady. Eldest miss is back. That's great. The young lady must have brought back the lava flaming lotus. Lord Family Lord can be saved. Lord Family Lord can be saved. After Yang Fann and the others entered the mansion, very quickly, the entire King Tianzhong Prefecture was in an uproar. Many of them were crying tears of joy. Although Fu Lingmeng had only informed a few elders of the clan before she left, there was no wall in the world that was impenetrable by wind. Now, the matter of her leaving the city to search for the lava flaming lotus was no longer a secret. Now that she had returned, it was very likely that she had found the lava flaming lotus. As long as Lord Family Lord could recover and stay in Tianzhong Royal City, all devils and ghosts would no longer be a problem. During this period of time, the entire imperial residence and even the entire Tianzhong Royal City were in a state of panic. Undercurrents were brewing. Now, everything was in the past. However, there were also some people who looked at Fu Lingmeng who had returned. Their faces were filled with disbelief, as if they were surprised that Fu Lingmeng could still return to the imperial residence. Looks like there are also undercurrents in the imperial residence. Yang Fann smiled coldly in his heart, but he didn't say anything. All of this had nothing to do with him. He had come to Tianzhong Royal City to complete the transaction with Fu Lingmeng. He also wanted to inquire about some information, to understand some things, and to see if he could find any information related to Saint King Hongyu. Of course, it would be even better if he could find the whereabouts of Saint King Hongyu's treasure. For this reason, Yang Fann had also suggested to Fu Lingmeng that he borrow the Fu family's book repository to take a look. Fu Lingmeng, who was worried that she would not find an opportunity to curry favor with Yang Fann, this king of the second order, naturally agreed without saying anything. Anyway, she only wanted to read the historical records and miscellaneous books, not the secret skills of the Fu family, so she was not afraid of leaking anything. Furthermore, to be frank, with the secret arts of the Fu family, even if it was the secret art of the Fu family's clan suppressing, the Heavenly King Hell suppressing scripture, it would be very difficult for this senior to catch his eye. The Heavenly King Hell suppressing scripture. It was a low-grade King Sutra, and its limit was a first-grade King stage. To King of the Second Order, it was almost useless. After half the time it took to make tea, under Fu Lingmeng's lead, Yang Fann arrived at an exquisite hall. After letting the maidservant serve the immortal tea, Fu Lingmeng looked apologetically at Yang Fann and said respectfully, "Senior, please wait for a moment. Junior will go and get the 9-colored spirit flower now." Yang Fann nodded slightly and took a sip of the immortal tea. The immortal tea in Blue Moon Continent was not bad. It was not much worse than some of the supreme grade saint tea in Tianan Realm River. It actually had the effect of cleansing the body. If a low-grade saint could drink a cup, the strength of his sacred body would likely advance quite a bit. However, to Yang Fann, it was merely a taste. "Senior, this junior will take his leave." Fu Lingmeng spoke respectfully once again. Her respectful manner caused the group of female servants to be stunned when they saw it. Is this still the big miss that they are familiar with? At the same time, she secretly guessed Yang Fann's identity. As King Tianzhong's most beloved daughter, as the #1 successor of Tianzhong Royal City, even if it was a rank 10 expert, the young miss had the right to be on equal footing with him. Could it be that this young master is the king? This is impossible, right? This young master doesn't seem to be that old. At this moment, Big Miss, you came back just in time. Did you find the lava flaming lotus? A voice filled with anticipation sounded from outside the hall. In the next moment, 3 middle-aged men whose auras were not weaker than the one Kai Yong was holding, Deng Bingkun, stepped into the hall, especially the leader. His aura was so strong that it was comparable to the Asura blood general, Yi Fanlai, who was no weaker than a 9th grade top saint. Ling Meng greets the great elder, second elder, and third elder. Fu Ling Meng, who had yet to walk out of the hall, bowed to the 3 men who had just entered the hall. These 3 men could be said to be from the Fu family. They were second only to her father, King Tianzhong. Now, his father was severely injured. They had become the pillars of the Fu family, even though she was a young lady. I wouldn't dare offend them. I have found the lava flaming lotus, Ling Meng. Good, this time family lord can be saved. A strange light flashed across the eyes of the great elder. He didn't expect that this girl would really find him. It seemed like there were some things that needed to be sped up. However, he said with surprise on his face, "Eldest miss, may I know where the lava flaming lotus is now? Elders, please open the secret treasury of the prince's mansion." Fu Lingmeng somewhat did not answer the question. The secret treasury of the prince's mansion. It was the most important thing in the palace. In the past, only King Tianzhong's decree could open the secret vault. Now that King Tianzhong was seriously injured and was in secluded cultivation, he wanted to open the secret vault. Only the 3 elders could open the secret vault. Even though Fu Lingmeng was the first successor of the Tianzhong royal city, she couldn't enter the secret vault without permission. "Miss, why is that?" the great elder asked with a puzzled expression. "What did asking you to take out the lava flaming lotus have to do with the secret vault?" "Great elder, the lava flaming lotus belongs to this senior. I have already agreed to use the 9-color spirit flower to exchange for the lava flaming lotus with this senior. I hope that the 3 elders can open the secret treasury and take out the 9-color spirit flower." "What? Using the 9-color spirit flower to exchange for the lava flaming lotus? Young miss, such a big deal. How can you make the decision on your own?" The great elder suddenly raised his voice and looked at Fu Lingmeng with a reproachful expression. The second and third elder behind him did not say much. However, there was also a faint trace of reproach in his eyes as he looked at Fu Lingmeng, as if he was saying something. "Eldest miss, you are so muddle-headed. The 9-color spiritual flower was a precious treasure, how could it be used as an exchange?" In the next second, before Fu Lingmeng could speak, the great elder took a step past Fu Lingmeng and arrived in front of Yang Fann. "Sir, the 9-colored spirit flower is our clan's supreme treasure, and the value of the 9-colored spirit flower is far above that of the lava flaming lotus. Sir wants to use the lava flaming lotus to exchange for the 9-colored spirit flower." This was absolutely impossible. "This way, my heavenly seal Fu family is willing to purchase the lava flaming lotus in your hands with 3 million supreme grade crystals." His potential had almost been completely exhausted. If he wanted to rely on himself to take that step and advance into the king realm, it would be virtually zero. The 9-colored spirit flower was his only hope of breaking through. He had long regarded it as his own. No matter what, he would not give it up. Even if he lost the lava flaming lotus, and couldn't save King Tianzhong, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. It was not just the great elder. The second and third elder were also eyeing the 9-color spirit flower. "Great elder, you can't." Fu Lingmeng immediately became anxious. The senior was a king of the second order who was 10 times, 100 times stronger than her father. Once he got angry, their Fu family would be expelled from this world. Not only did he go back on his word, he even wanted to buy the lava flaming lotus with 3 million supreme grade crystals. Great elder was playing with fire. One must know that it was a top-grade natural treasure. Which stock of herb wasn't sold for more than 10 million high-grade essence crystals? And the lava flaming lotus could be considered pretty good among the many top-grade heaven and earth treasures. Its value was at least above 20 million high-grade essence crystals. If it was taken out for auction, the price would only be even higher. Hoo-hoo, 3 million supreme grade essence crystals, what a huge sum of money. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across his face. Although he didn't know the exact value of this lava flaming lotus in Blue Moon Continent, Yang Fann was certain that it definitely wouldn't be so cheap. In the Tianan Realm River, it was common for a high-grade holy herb to be sold for 18 million holy herbs. Junior, it's better not to be too greedy. 5 million high-grade crystals is already not a small amount. C-1304. The former was arrogant but the latter was respectful. Blue Moon Continent, Tianzhong Royal City, King Tianzhong Prefecture. The Fu family's great elder sneered, totally not putting Yang Fann in his eyes. His expression was proud, as if he was looking down on a lowly ant. Although he couldn't see through Yang Fann's cultivation base, he could feel that Yang Fann's life force was extremely young. Even compared to the young lady of Fu family, Fu Lingmeng, he was much younger. It was very likely that he wouldn't be more than 10,000 years old. What kind of cultivation base could he have at such a young age? One should know that the young mistress of his family possessed the king's bloodline, which was one of the top demon beasts in Tianzhong Royal City. Currently, she had only stepped into the 8th step. If she didn't have any fortuitous encounters, she would need at least a few thousand years to break through. Even if this young man had started cultivating in his mother's womb, he should be able to reach the limit of the 8th step by now. He still wanted to use lava flaming lotus to exchange for a 9-color spirit flower with them, so he wasn't afraid of being stuffed to death. To be able to give him 3 million high-grade essence crystals and not directly snatch it, that was already his own benevolence. It was not just the great elder. The second and third elder on both sides were the same. They kept sneering, totally not putting Yang Fann in their eyes. He was just a junior who didn't know the difference between life and death and a junior who didn't know the difference between life and death. The extortion had knocked on their heads. They didn't even know what kind of place this was. It was a place where a junior like him could behave atrociously. And there was also the eldest miss. That was true. Such a junior actually dared to call him a senior. He didn't even feel ashamed of the imperial residence. In the end, the big miss was still a bit too young. She still needed some experience. Right at this time, bang bang, a series of kneeling sounds rang in their ears. Fu Lingmeng, Zhang Peng, and the others all knelt on the ground. Their bodies kept shivering as beads of sweat dripped down. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair as they hurriedly kowtowed and explained. "Senior, please calm your anger. The Fu family has no intention of doing that. Everything is the decision of the great elder. It has nothing to do with the Fu family." "That's right, Senior. Everything belongs to the great elder." "No, I hope Senior can understand. If the great elder and the others did not know how terrifying the person in front of them was, how could they not know? That was a king of the second order who was 10 times, 100 times stronger than their lord family lord. This wasn't something that a puny heavenly seal Fu family like them could afford to offend. The blood of Asura had heated up the blood of Yi Fan and the others. By provoking this dark star, it was as if he didn't want to die fast enough. There was only one way to deal with the current situation. That was to abandon the chariot and protect the commander. "Great elder, don't blame us for being heartless. Sacrificing you is better than our Fu clan being buried with you. Furthermore, to be honest, all of this was also great elder himself asking for it. 3 million extreme grade essence crystals, to think that he could really say it out loud. Even if you can't bear to part with that 9-colored spirit flower, you should also take out sufficient extreme grade essence crystals. Do you know that you are forcing our Fu family to a dead end by doing this? What is going on?" Looking at Fu Lingmeng and the others kneeling and begging for mercy, great elder third brother's expression suddenly changed. An indescribable fear covered their entire bodies. Their young miss was young. She didn't have much knowledge, so it was still alright to be fooled by that junior. However, Zhang Peng and the others were different. All of them were Tier 8 and Tier 9 experts. They had traveled far and wide, but they didn't know what kind of storms they had gone through. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Could it be that this junior is also the son of a king, a peak first order king, and even the son of king of the second order? No matter what, the heavenly seal Fu family was a king family. An ordinary king family would never make Zhang Peng and the others so afraid. As for Yang Fann, he was a mighty king. The great elder, third brother, had never even thought about it. Yang Fann's age was obvious. He was a king that was less than 10,000 years old. Let alone meeting him, he had never even heard of him before. He was the legendary king of Blue Moon Continent. The Kanglan king had only taken the last step when he was nearly 200,000 years old, achieving the position of king. Just this alone could already be said to be unprecedented. If this junior is really the son of King of the Second Order, then this time around, I will. First Elder's heart sank. A son of King of the Second Order, even some First Order king would not dare to easily offend him, let alone a 10th Order expert like him. He wanted to say some soft words to redeem himself, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He was the great elder of Fu family, a peak 10th Order expert, second only to King Tianzhong. With just a stamp of his foot, the entire Tianzhong royal city would tremble. He had never lowered his head to a junior before. This can't be a trap specially set up by Fu Lingmeng, right? Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind and instantly rooted itself in his heart. Before this, he had never heard of Fu Lingmeng knowing the son of King of the Second Order. Not to mention Fu Lingmeng, it was his father, King Tianzhong. He had never met King of the Second Order before. Otherwise, if their Fu family had any relationship with this King of the Second Order, King Anyang and the others wouldn't dare to openly attack their Fu family. Humph, what a naughty girl, I almost fell for your trap. You have really put in a lot of effort for the sake of the 9-color spirit flower. Right at this moment, Yang Fann slowly stood up from his seat. Bang bang, in an instant, Fu Lingmeng and the others' hearts were beating fast. They almost jumped out of their hearts. They continued to cry and cry. Senior, please take a look. All of this is Great Elder's fault. It is all his fault. Senior, please forgive us. Ignoring Fu Lingmeng and the group of guards, Yang Fann took a step forward and arrived 10 meters away from the Great Elder. A hint of ridicule flashed across his eyes. 3 million supreme grade crystals. Are you sure? You still want 3 million supreme grade essence crystals? Junior, you wish well. Hand over the lava flaming lotus, and then immediately scram for me. The Great Elder, who thought that he had seen through everything, smiled coldly and said rudely. If not for the fact that it was not the time to completely fall out with Fu Lingmeng, this junior would not have to leave today. Ah, Great Elder, you have screwed us to death. It's over, it's all over now. Fu Lingmeng and the others fell to the ground like mud when they heard that. Their eyes were lifeless, as if they had lost all their vitality. Although they hadn't been in contact with Yang Fann for a long time and hadn't spoken much along the way, there was one thing that they were sure of. This was a true ruthless character who had no inhibitions. Great Elder, Fu Tianhe, you are a sinner of Fu family. If my Fu family dies because of this, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You want the lava flaming lotus? Good, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. With a flip of his right hand, a fiery red lotus flower appeared in his hand. He then threw it at the Great Elder. Fine, at least you know what's good for you. Get lost. The Great Elder smiled complacently, then he stretched out his hand and took the lava flaming lotus. Ah, how is this possible? Fu Lingmeng's beautiful eyes widened. She should not have believed the scene in front of her. This was completely different from what she had imagined. When did Senior become so easy to talk to? Shouldn't he have killed the Great Elder with lightning speed? Then, the entire Fu family would be in trouble as well. Right at this moment, a mournful wail erupted from the Great Elder's mouth. His right hand, which had just touched the lava flaming lotus, was completely incinerated. The terrifying divine flames were like maggots that clung to his bones, crazily spreading throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, the Great Elder had turned into a flaming man. How could this be? How could this be? Second Elder, the Third Elder and Second Elder were dumbfounded, unable to react in time. The power of the lava flaming lotus's fire source was strong, enough to kill an 8th Order warrior. But the Great Elder was a 10th Order expert. It could even be said that he had stepped into the half-step king realm with a single step. The body was comparable to a top-grade combat weapon, and it was not something that the lava flaming lotus could harm. On the other hand, Fu Lingmeng and the others had a look of understanding on their faces, and they were not surprised at all. As expected, the senior was still the same senior. One breath later, Pucci the Grand Elder was completely reduced to ashes, with not even a corpse left behind. Yang Fann casually waved his hand, and the lava flaming lotus appeared in his hand. Rumble. Second Elder and Third Elder struggled to swallow their saliva. A bone-piercing chill instantly engulfed their hearts. At this moment, if they still didn't understand how terrifying Yang Fann was, they would have lived in vain for so many years. A king, the person in front of them was definitely a king. Senior, please calm down. My Fu family will never offend you. Soon, Fu Lingmeng and the others started kowtowing and begging again. Hearing this, the second and third elder also reacted. Although the great elder was dead, this matter was not over yet. If anything went wrong, all of them would have to die together with him. In the next second, the two of them looked at Yang Fann with flattering expressions and said, "Senior, you killed him well. Fu Tianhe actually dared to be rude to you. This is really outrageous. He deserves to die 10,000 times for his crimes. Enough, hand over the 9-color spirit flower and we will trade immediately." Yang Fann frowned and said impatiently. He didn't have much time to waste with them. Yes, senior. I'll go right away. C-1304. The former was arrogant but the latter was respectful. Blue Moon Continent, Tianzhong Royal City, King Tianzhong Prefecture. The Fu family's great elder sneered, totally not putting Yang Fann in his eyes. His expression was proud, as if he was looking down on a lowly ant. Although he couldn't see through Yang Fann's cultivation base, he could feel that Yang Fann's life force was extremely young. Even compared to the young lady of Fu family, Fu Lingmeng, he was much younger. It was very likely that he wouldn't be more than 10,000 years old. What kind of cultivation base could he have at such a young age? One should know that the young mistress of his family possessed the king's bloodline, which was one of the top demon beasts in Tianzhong Royal City. Currently, she had only stepped into the 8th step. If she didn't have any fortuitous encounters, she would need at least a few thousand years to break through. Even if this young man had started cultivating in his mother's womb, he should be able to reach the limit of the 8th step by now. He still wanted to use lava flaming lotus to exchange for a 9-color spirit flower with them, so he wasn't afraid of being stuffed to death. To be able to give him 3 million high-grade essence crystals and not directly snatch it, that was already his own benevolence. It was not just the great elder. The second and third elder on both sides were the same. They kept sneering, totally not putting Yang Fann in their eyes. He was just a junior who didn't know the difference between life and death and a junior who didn't know the difference between life and death. The extortion had knocked on their heads. They didn't even know what kind of place this was. It was a place where a junior like him could behave atrociously. And there was also the eldest miss. That was true. Such a junior actually dared to call him a senior. He didn't even feel ashamed of the imperial residence. In the end, the big miss was still a bit too young. She still needed some experience. Right at this time, bang bang, a series of kneeling sounds rang in their ears. Fu Lingmeng, Zhang Peng, and the others all knelt on the ground. Their bodies kept shivering as beads of sweat dripped down. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair as they hurriedly kowtowed and explained. "Senior, please calm your anger. The Fu family has no intention of doing that. Everything is the decision of the great elder. It has nothing to do with the Fu family." "That's right, senior. Everything belongs to the great elder." "No, I hope senior can understand. If the great elder and the others did not know how terrifying the person in front of them was, how could they not know? That was a king of the second order who was 10 times, 100 times stronger than their lord family lord. This wasn't something that a puny heavenly seal Fu family like them could afford to offend. The blood of Asura had heated up the blood of Yang Fann and the others. By provoking this dark star, it was as if he didn't want to die fast enough. There was only one way to deal with the current situation. That was to abandon the chariot and protect the commander. "Great elder, don't blame us for being heartless. Sacrificing you is better than our Fu clan being buried with you. Furthermore, to be honest, all of this was also great elder himself asking for it. 3 million extreme grade essence crystals, to think that he could really say it out loud. Even if you can't bear to part with that 9-colored spirit flower, you should also take out sufficient extreme grade essence crystals. Do you know that you are forcing our Fu family to a dead end by doing this? What is going on?" Looking at Fu Lingmeng and the others kneeling and begging for mercy, great elder third brother's expression suddenly changed. An indescribable fear covered their entire bodies. Their young miss was young. She didn't have much knowledge, so it was still alright to be fooled by that junior. However, Zhang Peng and the others were different. All of them were Tier 8 and Tier 9 experts. They had traveled far and wide, but they didn't know what kind of storms they had gone through. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Could it be that this junior is also the son of a king, a peak first order king, and even the son of king of the second order? No matter what, the heavenly seal Fu family was a king family. An ordinary king family would never make Zhang Peng and the others so afraid. As for Yang Fann, he was a mighty king. The great elder, third brother, had never even thought about it. Yang Fann's age was obvious. He was a king that was less than 10,000 years old. Let alone meeting him, he had never even heard of him before. He was the legendary king of Blue Moon Continent. The Kanglan king had only taken the last step when he was nearly 200,000 years old, achieving the position of king. Just this alone could already be said to be unprecedented. If this junior is really the son of king of the second order, then this time around, I will. First elder's heart sank. A son of king of the second order, even some first order king would not dare to easily offend him, let alone a 10th order expert like him. He wanted to say some soft words to redeem himself, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He was the great elder of Fu family, a peak 10th order expert, second only to King Tianzhong. With just a stamp of his foot, the entire Tianzhong royal city would tremble. He had never lowered his head to a junior before. This can't be a trap specially set up by Fu Lingmeng, right? Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind and instantly rooted itself in his heart. Before this, he had never heard of Fu Lingmeng knowing the son of king of the second order. Not to mention Fu Lingmeng, it was his father, King Tianzhong. He had never met king of the second order before. Otherwise, if their Fu family had any relationship with this king of the second order, King Anyang and the others wouldn't dare to openly attack their Fu family. Humph, what a naughty girl, I almost fell for your trap. You have really put in a lot of effort for the sake of the 9-color spirit flower. Right at this moment, Yang Fann slowly stood up from his seat. Bang bang in an instant, Fu Lingmeng and the others' hearts were beating fast. They almost jumped out of their hearts. They continued to cry and cry. Senior, please take a look. All of this is Great Elder's fault. It is all his fault. Senior, please forgive us. Ignoring Fu Lingmeng and the group of guards, Yang Fann took a step forward and arrived 10 meters away from the Great Elder. A hint of ridicule flashed across his eyes. 3 million supreme grade crystals. Are you sure? You still want 3 million supreme grade essence crystals? Junior, you wish well. Hand over the lava flaming lotus, and then immediately scram for me. The Great Elder, who thought that he had seen through everything, smiled coldly and said rudely. If not for the fact that it was not the time to completely fall out with Fu Lingmeng, this junior would not have to leave today. Ah, Great Elder, you have screwed us to death. It's over, it's all over now. Fu Lingmeng and the others fell to the ground like mud when they heard that. Their eyes were lifeless, as if they had lost all their vitality. Although they hadn't been in contact with Yang Fann for a long time and hadn't spoken much along the way, there was one thing that they were sure of. This was a true ruthless character who had no inhibitions. Great Elder, Fu Tianhe, you are a sinner of Fu family. If my Fu family dies because of this, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You want the lava flaming lotus? Good, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. With a flip of his right hand, a fiery red lotus flower appeared in his hand. He then threw it at the Great Elder. Fine, at least you know what's good for you. Get lost. The Great Elder smiled complacently, then he stretched out his hand and took the lava flaming lotus. Ah, how is this possible? Fu Lingmeng's beautiful eyes widened. She should not have believed the scene in front of her. This was completely different from what she had imagined. When did Senior become so easy to talk to? Shouldn't he have killed the Great Elder with lightning speed? Then, the entire Fu family would be in trouble as well. Right at this moment, a mournful wail erupted from the Great Elder's mouth. His right hand, which had just touched the lava flaming lotus, was completely incinerated. The terrifying divine flames were like maggots that clung to his bones, crazily spreading throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, the Great Elder had turned into a flaming man. How could this be? How could this be? Second Elder, the Third Elder and Second Elder were dumbfounded, unable to react in time. The power of the lava flaming lotus's fire source was strong, enough to kill an 8th order warrior. But the Great Elder was a 10th order expert. It could even be said that he had stepped into the half-step king realm with a single step. The body was comparable to a top-grade combat weapon, and it was not something that the lava flaming lotus could harm. On the other hand, Fu Lingmeng and the others had a look of understanding on their faces, and they were not surprised at all. As expected, the senior was still the same senior. One breath later, Pucci the Grand Elder was completely reduced to ashes, with not even a corpse left behind. Yang Fann casually waved his hand, and the lava flaming lotus appeared in his hand. Rumble. Second elder and third elder struggled to swallow their saliva. A bone-piercing chill instantly engulfed their hearts. At this moment, if they still didn't understand how terrifying Yang Fann was, they would have lived in vain for so many years. A king, the person in front of them was definitely a king. Senior, please calm down. My Fu family will never offend you. Soon, Fu Lingmeng and the others started kowtowing and begging again. Hearing this, the second and third elder also reacted. Although the great elder was dead, this matter was not over yet. If anything went wrong, all of them would have to die together with him. In the next second, the two of them looked at Yang Fann with flattering expressions and said, "Senior, you killed him well. Fu Tianhe actually dared to be rude to you. This is really outrageous. He deserves to die 10,000 times for his crimes. Enough, hand over the 9-color spirit flower and we will trade immediately." Yang Fann frowned and said impatiently. He didn't have much time to waste with them. Yes, senior. I'll go right away. C1305 First Ancestors Tomb, Tianzhong Royal City, the main hall of the prince's mansion. Yang Fann's figure had already disappeared without a trace. After obtaining the 9-color spirit flower brought back by the second elder, Yang Fann didn't stay here for too long. Instead, under the lead of Zhang Peng, he took the second elder's token and entered the compendium pavilion, starting to search for the information he wanted. As for the rest of the people from the Fu family, Yang Fann didn't make things difficult for them. Fu Lingmeng and the others were considered to have gained some fun. The one who offended him was the great elder alone. Yang Fann wouldn't go so far as to vent his anger on the entire Fu family. No matter what, they had known each other for half a month, and they could barely call each other friends. At this moment, in the main hall, those maids and guards were dismissed by Fu Lingmeng. Only Fu Lingmeng and the second elder were left, and the third elder, third brother, was left. However, the expressions of the three of them were still somewhat ugly. They had suffered a horrifying defeat, especially the two elders, who were filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, he didn't speak too much, or else he wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of great elder Fu Tianhe. Their cultivations were still inferior to great elders, and not even great elder could last a breath of time. Not to mention them, after a long while, the two of them finally calmed down the panic in their hearts. The next second, the two elders turned their eyes and looked at Fu Lingmeng simultaneously. Their eyes were filled with unspeakable resentment. "Eldest miss, you have tricked us this time." If they knew that Yang Fann was a king, they wouldn't have offended him no matter what. But now, not only had they offended Yang Fann, even the great elder was dead. This loss was too great. It was enough to shake the foundation of Fu family. In the entire Fu family, there were only a handful of rank 10 Fu families, and there was only one half-step king like the great elder who had broken through to the king's stage with a single step. "Elders, you have wronged Ling Meng." Fu Lingmeng helplessly smiled bitterly. She wanted to remind the two of them. "But you have to give me that chance too. Before I can say it, the great elder has already completely offended the senior. If it wasn't for the fact that they had tried their best to plead for mercy and save him, the entire Fu family would have been in trouble." After silently cursing in her heart, Fu Lingmeng's expression turned serious as she said solemnly, "Elders, please give the order. From today onwards, the compendium pavilion will be an exception to the forbidden area of my clan. No one is allowed to approach it, lest they disturb the senior." At the end, Fu Lingmeng was deeply afraid that the two elders would not pay enough attention to her, so she added, "Whoever violates the order, no matter who it is, they will be punished as treason." "What? Crimes of treason? Eldest miss has passed, right? Traitorous crime was the greatest crime of the Fu clan. Once found out, not only would they have to die, but their people would also have to be sentenced to death. If someone was disobedient and disturbed that senior, they would punish the person involved." That was right, there was no need to implicate the people of the Fu clan. Although that person was a king, their heavenly seal Fu family was also a king family with a strong foundation. Furthermore, the lava flaming lotus was already in his hands. It was only a matter of time before family lord recovered, so there was no need for him to be afraid of that king. Fu Lingmeng sneered. "He passed. Do you know what cultivation base senior has? That is the legendary king of the second order." What? King of the second order? The two elders widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. They said in disbelief, "How is this possible? Young lady, you must have made a mistake, right? King of the Second Order's realm wasn't something that could be broken through so easily. For example, King Anyang had been a king for 30 million years, but he was still in front of King of the Second Order's realm. The 9-colored spiritual flower was a precious treasure to a first-grade king, but it was useless to King of the Second Order. It was useless to him, and it was a pity that it was useless to him. As a dignified king of the Second Order, he was not related to the Heavenly Seal Fu family. He had never met them in his life. How could he come all the way here to exchange for the 9-colored spiritual flower? There must be a mistake. The young lady must have made a mistake. After all, the young lady was only at the 8th step. In her eyes, there was no difference between a king and King of the Second Order. This was normal. Is there a mistake? This is impossible. Do you know what we encountered in the past half-month? Very quickly, Fu Lingmeng briefly told the two elders about what happened along the way. What? Silently and soundlessly, she killed Asura Blood General Ivan, as well as dozens of Tier 9 and Tier 10 experts. This power. Gulp. The two elders were so shocked that they were speechless. The Asura Blood General, Ivan, had dominated the world for millions of years. How could they not know of his reputation? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if the Great Elder were to revive, it would be very difficult for him to be a match for him. Yang Fann was able to kill him in an instant. The scariness of his strength was beyond their imagination. At this moment, the two elders finally believed that Yang Fann was a terrifying king of the Second Order. He might not even be an ordinary king of the Second Order. In addition to being shocked, the two of them also scolded Fu Tianhe. They were almost destroyed by that old bastard. A king of the Second Order. Putting aside the fact that Family Lord had yet to recover from his serious injuries. Even if he was at his peak, the Heavenly Seal Fu family was still far from enough to deal with him. In the next moment, the two elders immediately said cautiously, "Eldest miss, don't worry, I'll give the order immediately. Seal off the library. No one is allowed to enter the library to avoid disturbing the Lord. A peerless king like this. If one was able to get in touch with him, the Deng family of Anyang would be nothing. Even if he couldn't get on good terms with such a king, he could not afford to offend them either. All right, I'll have to trouble the two elders. Miss, we'll go now." Seeing the two elders gradually leaving, Fu Lingmeng also quickly left the hall. She headed towards a hidden hall in the mansion. She did not forget that her father was still waiting for her to bring the lava flaming lotus to save his life. Fu Family, Compendium Pavilion. It was as tall as the 7th floor. The area it covered was about the size of 100 acres of farmland. It didn't look very big, but there was something else inside. Every level had been personally expanded by King Tianzhong into a small secret realm. It was a few hundred miles in radius, and it wasn't much smaller than the King Tianzhong prefecture. The lower 3 levels were part of the history of the continent. The middle 3 levels were filled with all kinds of magic skills and combat skills. The lower 3 levels could only be cultivated to the 4th grade warrior realm, and the top level magic skills that could be cultivated to the 10th grade expert realm could be found everywhere. The top level was where the foundation of the Fu family was located. There were a few king level sutras in it. King level combat skills, even the ultimate skill of the Fu family, the Heavenly King's hell-suppressing scripture, was in it. Without King Tianzhong's order, even the elders were not allowed to enter the 7th floor of the library. However, Yang Fann had no interest in these combat skills and skills. With the heaven and earth devouring method and Hung Meng indestructible body, there were very few people who could enter his eyes. Not to mention a few low-grade king scriptures, even a supreme-grade king scripture that could be cultivated to the king of the 4th order realm was nothing in Yang Fann's eyes. Very quickly, Yang Fann picked up a Blue Moon Continent geographic record and started flipping through it. The books of cultivators were different from the books in the mortal world. There were specific words, and it was a type of spiritual rune. As long as one's spiritual energy was strong enough, one could easily read the meaning within. It was like the communication between cultivators, but more of it was the merging of spiritual energy. Otherwise, different worlds had different languages. Even if they were in the same country, the languages within were all very strange. If one really wanted to rely on words to communicate, it would be like a chicken and a duck talking to each other. For example, Yang Fann had just arrived in Blue Moon Continent, so how could he understand their language? There was also the sage, half-step Saint King, and the other expert. In just an instant, he could kill hundreds of thousands of attacks. If he really relied on his mouth to speak, he would be blasted into pieces before he could even finish his sentence. Everything was just a spiritual exchange. 1 book, 10 books, 100 books, 1,000 books, 10,000 books, 100,000 books. In less than 2 hours, Yang Fann had flipped through all the books on the first floor of the library. Luckily, Fu Lingmeng had ordered that the disciples of the Fu family were not allowed to enter the compendium pavilion at this moment. Otherwise, countless people would have been scared to death. Each of these books contained a huge amount of information. Even if it was some Tier 7 experts, it was already considered not bad to be able to read one in 2 hours. Even for a first-grade king like King Tianzhong, if he wanted to read through the tens of millions of books on the first floor, it would be an extravagant hope if he didn't have 100 years of time. 2 hours, 100 years. The difference between them was more than 10,000 times. Soon, another hour and a half passed. At this moment, Yang Fann had successfully entered the 3rd floor of the library. He had even read a lot of books on the 3rd floor. With regards to the Blue Moon continent, even an old monster like King Tianzhong, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, would have to admit his inferiority. All of a sudden, both of his eyes changed slightly. An indescribable joy flashed across his eyes. Is it the first ancestral tomb? The first ancestral tomb was a legendary place in Blue Moon continent. Its whereabouts were erratic, and even King of the 4th Order found it hard to track it. It descended once every million years. Legend has it that the first ancestral tomb was the tomb of the founder of Blue Moon continent, Kang Yu. There were countless precious treasures in it, and countless experts were obtained from it. That was the reason why it advanced to the King realm, and even broke through to the 3rd Order, King of the 4th Order's realm. Although he wasn't sure whether Kang Yu and Saint King Hong Yu were the same person, there was one thing that Yang Fann was sure of. There must be some kind of mysterious connection between the two. There's still one more 60 years until the day of the descent of the ancestral tomb. I can still afford to wait for this time. C1306 The front lines The front lines The front lines The front lines Tianzhong Royal City, 3rd floor of the Compendium Pavilion. Yang Fann smiled with satisfaction. Initially, he had only come to the Fu family on a whim, but he didn't have much hope in his heart. In the end, the Heavenly Seal Fu family was just an ordinary king family. The strongest was only a 1st Order king. In the entire Blue Moon continent, it would be difficult to make it into the top 100. Unexpectedly, this unintentional move had given them such a pleasant surprise. In the first ancestor mausoleum, Yang Fann had a feeling that the Saint King Hong Yu's treasure that he had painstakingly searched for might be in the first ancestor mausoleum. In any case, the first ancestor's tomb would only need a 60-year cycle to appear once more. He, Yang Fann, could still afford to wait for such a short period of time. Furthermore, he had brought all the primordial purple cloudus with him, so he wasn't afraid that it would affect his cultivation. After that, Yang Fann didn't immediately leave the Compendium Pavilion. Instead, he continued reading the other historical records, hoping to find more clues or other information about the first mausoleum. Unfortunately, he didn't get much. The first ancestor's tomb was mysterious and unpredictable. Even the 3rd and King of the 4th Order who went deep into it would be in danger of dying if they were careless. King Tianzhong was merely an ordinary 1st-grade king, and even King of the 2nd Order was far from him. Although he had entered the tomb several times, he had always been active in the outer region of the tomb, so his understanding of the tomb was extremely limited. There was even less information recorded in the library. In a hidden hall in the prince's mansion, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe was sitting cross-legged on a huge fiery lotus flower, which was somewhat similar to the eldest daughter of the Fu family, Fu Lingmeng. However, his face was extremely pale, and there was no trace of blood on his face. He looked like a bone-piercing ice sculpture, and waves of terrifying cold chi were emitted from his body. It seemed that as long as he was 1,000 feet away from him, he would be mercilessly sealed in ice. Buzz 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 streams of extremely pure fire source energy continuously rose up from the fire lotus, continuously surging into the green-robed middle-aged man's body. Swish swish at the same time, wisps of dark blue smoke rose from the top of his head. His pale face gradually turned red, with a hint of blood in it. This green-robed man was none other than Fu Lingmeng's father, the pillar of Fu family, King Tianzhong Fu Tianzhong. The fiery lotus below him was the lava-flaming lotus that Fu Lingmeng had found after going through thousands of dangers. Whoosh! King Tianzhong opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of foul air. His eyes revealed traces of joy. This lava flaming lotus was indeed worthy of being a top-grade fire-type treasure. The cold poison that nearly caused him to die was completely not a match for the lava flaming lotus's fire source strength. Under the encirclement of the fire source strength, the cold poison was forced to retreat. At this rate, the cold poison in his body, it would take him 3 days at most to get rid of the poison. At that time, his injuries would be fully healed in no time. In the Blue Moon continent, there were no primordial purple cloudus, nor were there any Tao of laws that could comprehend the Tao or become a saint. However, as body cultivator, their recovery ability was extremely strong. It could be said that they were not at the same level as saints, and there were even some who were below the half-step saint king. If it wasn't for the cold poison that kept destroying his body, such a small injury would be nothing to a king like King Tianzhong. Munger had suffered during this period of time. For the past year, he had been cultivating in seclusion, hoping that he could get rid of the cold poison in his body. However, it did not mean that he knew nothing about the outside world. He was very clear about the pressure his precious daughter had suffered during this period of time. There was also the lava flaming lotus. As a supreme treasure, how could it be so easy to obtain it? Although Fu Lingmeng did not say much, as a father, how could he not know? The next moment, Fu Tianzhong closed his eyes and continued to refine the pure fire source energy of the lava flaming lotus. Right now, the most urgent matter was to treat his injuries. As for the rest, it would not be too late to wait until his injuries were fully healed. Very quickly, another hour passed. Rumble. Suddenly, a streak of red light passed through the layers of restrictions around the hall and landed in his hand. That senior is leaving. Why is it so fast? Fu Tianzhong's heart trembled and his face was filled with disbelief. How many books did the family have? As the head of the family, he was extremely clear about it. However, a level 1 king like him wouldn't be able to browse all the books without a few hundred years of time. Although King of the Second Order's mental strength was several times stronger than his, it would not be 100 years. He would not be able to read all the books. Even if he only read them, that was not something that could be done in a short period of time. However, it had only been a short period of time, less than half a day. This period of time was truly too short and too short. Initially, he had wanted to wait until he had completely gotten rid of the cold poison and recovered from his injuries before he went to thank that senior. However, his plan was unable to keep up with the changes. No, I have to go over immediately. Very quickly, Fu Tianzhong made a decision in his heart. That King of the Second Order was his precious daughter's savior. Even his old life could be said to have been saved by him. In terms of feelings and reason, he had to go and thank him. Furthermore, that was a King of the Second Order. As long as he had a good relationship with him. In the southwestern region, there were more than 100 king cities. Even if the Heavenly Seal Fu family couldn't do as they pleased, it wouldn't be much different. Even those big families with King of the Second Order in charge would have to think twice before dealing with the Fu family. Fortunately, in these few hours, with the help of the lava flaming lotus, the cold poison in his body had been removed. Otherwise, even if he wanted to express his gratitude, he wouldn't be able to do so. In the front hall of the prince's mansion, Yang Fann, who had read all the books on the 3rd floor of the Compendium Pavilion, did not stay in the Compendium Pavilion for too long. He went straight to Fu Lingmeng and prepared to take his leave. Ignoring Fu Lingmeng's bitter attempt to persuade him to stay, Yang Fann moved his feet and walked out. This was the Heavenly Seal Fu family. To Yang Fann, it was just a passerby in his endless life. He had no intention of getting close to it. If it wasn't for the fact that he had found some information in the Fu family's Compendium Pavilion, Yang Fann wouldn't have come over to say goodbye to Fu Lingmeng. He would have left without anyone noticing. As soon as Yang Fann stepped out of the hall, he felt a bone-piercing chill. The next moment, in front of Yang Fann, there was an additional pale-faced man in a green robe. His entire body was filled with a chilling aura. Fu Tianzhong greets Senior. Thank you Senior for saving my daughter several times. Senior's great kindness is something that I, the Fu family, will never be able to thank you enough for. Fu Tianzhong, you are that King Tianzhong. Yang Fann calmly glanced at Fu Tianzhong. The power contained within Fu Tianzhong's body was no less than that of a 6th Dao half-step Saint King. It seemed like his guess was right. A 4th Order King should be able to match a 4th grade half-step Saint King in terms of strength. Yes, it's Junior. Fu Tianzhong's heart skipped a beat. Just that one glance actually made him feel as if all of his secrets were useless, as if he had been seen through. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. Was this person really just a king of the second order? Unknowingly, Fu Tianzhong's heart began to waver. He had lived for tens of millions of years, and it wasn't as if he hadn't seen king of the second order before. However, the feeling he got was far from being as terrifying as the black-clothed youth in front of him. It's just a small matter. You don't have to take it to heart. As he spoke, Yang Fann moved his feet. He continued to walk out. It was the kindness of a king family. To others, even if it was a rank 10 expert, it was extremely precious, but to Yang Fann, it was nothing. If he really encountered something that even he couldn't solve, not to mention King Tianzhong, who was a first-grade king, he was the legendary king of the fourth order. That would be a waste. Senior, junior. Fu Tianzhong opened his mouth and wanted to say something. At this moment, rumble, rumble, a sudden change occurred. Numerous incomparably terrifying auras rose from outside the Tianzhong royal city. In an instant, they enveloped the entire Tianzhong royal city. Enemy attack, there's an enemy, everyone, be careful. In an instant, the entire Tianzhong royal city's defense system was activated. Waves of Tier 9 and Tier 10 experts aura surged up. This is the Tianzhong royal city. Who are you people? The second elder of Fu family, Fu Tianfeng, moved his body and arrived at the city wall of Tianzhong royal city. He shouted in a stern voice. Rumble. The space in front of the Tianzhong royal city twisted, and a flaming cloud suddenly appeared. A large number of experts stood on the cloud of fire. The lowest was a warrior of the 8th step, and the lowest was a warrior of the 9th and 10th step. There were hundreds of experts of the 9th and 10th step. The bald middle-aged man in the lead had a terrifying aura. Compared to the previous great elder, Fu Tianhe, his aura was 10 times, or even 100 times more terrifying. You are the Fire Cloud King. Second elder Fu Tianfeng's facial expression changed dramatically. The Fire Cloud King was also a veteran king, and his Dao-confirming realm was even higher than the Fu family's King Tianzhong. His strength was definitely not below the peak of King Tianzhong. Fu Tianzhong, get the hell out here! That Fire Cloud King didn't even look at the second elder, Fu Tianfeng. He was completely ignoring him. His voice was boiling, and it swept across the entire Tianzhong royal city. Fu Tianzhong, come out. As a dignified King Tianzhong, don't tell me that you don't even have the courage to meet us. As soon as Fire Cloud King's voice faded, a mocking voice resounded in everyone's ears. In the next second, rumble, the void dimmed, and a huge black cloud suddenly appeared above the Tianzhong royal city. Within this black cloud, hundreds of thousands of powerful auras gathered together, causing the clouds in the sky to split apart by themselves. The airflow was suppressed until crackling sounds could be heard, as if countless electric arcs were flashing within it. Vaguely, one could see thousands of experts hidden within the dark clouds. Each of them looked like devil god, and the body was crushing everything. It seemed like it would only take a single breath to shatter the void. Waves of terrifying desolate chi spread out in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. C-1307 He stubbornly resisted Tianzhong royal city, on top of the city wall. Second elder Fu Tianfeng's pupils shrunk, his eyes were filled with fear. A single Fire Cloud King was enough for them, the heavenly seal Fu family, to suffer. Now, with the addition of an even more terrifying King Anyang, with the current strength of the Fu family, even if they had the geographical advantage, it would be very difficult for them to be a match for them. It was just that second elder Fu Tianfeng's fear was clearly a little too early. King Anyang's voice had just sounded out. Rumble, rumble, horrifying blood-red light descended from the sky, blotting out the sky and blocking out the sun. In the next second, a 10,000 feet long terrifying ship forged from countless blood-red corpses suddenly flew out. In an instant, a terrifying stench of blood was emitted from the ship. The fiendish chi swept out like a surging tide, spreading towards the Tianzhong royal city. The entire sky seemed to have been dyed red, turning into a sea of blood. It's the Bloodbone warship this. This is King of Bloody Cloth. Second elder Fu Tianfeng couldn't help but cry out in shock. His face turned pale and scary, and there wasn't even a trace of blood on his face. The Bloodbone warship was King of Bloody Cloth's carrier. Whenever there was a Bloodbone warship, there would always be King of Bloody Cloth's figure. What? King of Bloody Cloth? How could this be? We're dead, we're dead. In an instant, the faces of the Tianzhong royal city warriors behind Fu Tianfeng changed dramatically. Their eyes were filled with despair and despair. King of Bloody Cloth was a top-killing god in the southwest region, and he was extremely ferocious. Every time he appeared in the world, he would cause an endless rain of blood. With just him alone, he had the power to slaughter the entire Tianzhong royal city. Not to mention, there were also the Fire Cloud King and King Anyang who were watching from the side. The heavens wanted their Tianzhong royal city to die. Woo woo woo, someone save us, save us. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Within the Tianzhong royal city, countless civilians were in an even worse state. They were collapsing, completely collapsing. In the center of the Bloodbone warship, Fu Tianzhong, if your Fu family has the guts to kill my beloved general, do you not have the guts to come out and meet me? A handsome and devilish young man, who was wearing a blood-red robe, rolled his blood-red eyes and spoke coldly. Three of you, do you really want to make the Fu family your enemy? As he spoke, a green light cut through the void, revealing a pale-faced young man. It was King Tianzhong, Fu Tianzhong. Looking at the approaching three kings, Fu Tianzhong's eyes were filled with unwillingness. The timing these three kings had chosen was too ingenious. If he waited a few days at night and completely refined the lava flaming lotus to get rid of the cold poison in his body, he wouldn't be afraid of them even if all three of them gathered together. Although his cultivation base was only similar to the Fire Cloud King, much weaker than King Anyang and King of Bloody Cloths, it must not be forgotten that this was the Tianzhong royal city, the lair of Fu family. With the foundation of Fu family, he was confident that he could fight these three kings. Fu Tianzhong, you cowardly turtle, has finally come out. Oh, your complexion looks pretty good. It seems like you have really found the lava flaming lotus. King Anyang narrowed his eyes and teased. In his heart, he cursed. This old thing was really lucky to be able to find the lava flaming lotus. Fortunately, he had been paying close attention to the movement of the Tianzhong royal city and attacked decisively. Otherwise, once this old thing had fully recovered his cultivation base, it would be very difficult for him to take down the Tianzhong royal city. However, he was afraid that he would give a lot of things to those two old ghosts today. Vaguely, it seemed like he had given a lot of things to those two old ghosts. Initially, he wanted to wait for Fu Tianzhong to fall, and then easily take down the Fu family. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? Fu Tianzhong, with the arrival of the three kings today, your Fu family has absolutely no chance of winning. Surrender now and kneel down. We might be merciful enough to leave some of your bloodline behind. King of Bloody Cloth's bloody eyes flickered with a trace of frightening killing intent as he spoke coldly. You want my Fu family to surrender without putting up a fight? King of Bloody Cloth, in your dreams? King Tianzhong smiled coldly, not moving at all. Who in the world didn't know about this? You, King of Bloody Cloth, are the easiest to kill. Wherever you go, no one will be left alive. Also, leave the bloodline of our Fu family behind. Go and lie to the ghosts. Even if this King of Bloody Cloth really had a screw loose, let those juniors go. Will Fire Cloud King and King Anyang show mercy? If he didn't remove the roots from the roots, he would grow again in the spring wind. Who didn't know such a simple principle? Stubborn fool, Fu Tianzhong, you are courting death. Murderous intent burst out from King of Bloody Cloth's eyes. In the next second, rumble, rumble, countless bloody lights appeared all over his body, and they converged into a terrifying blood-red hand. It was like a hand of the god of slaughter had descended from the sky and was crushing towards Fu Tianzhong. Poochie poochie poochie. Wherever the large hand passed, everything, space, airflow and light, were all corroded into slag. What a bloody palm! Fu Tianzhong's pupils shrunk, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. This King of Bloody Cloth was indeed worthy of being called the peerless expert closest to King of the Second Order. Even if he was at his peak, it would be very difficult for him to withstand this attack. Roar! The ancient barbarian phoenix formation begins. Chirp! A loud phoenix cry rang out as a terrifying fire phoenix with a wingspan of over 100,000 meters shot into the sky. In that instant, the aura of the ancient wilderness erupted, sweeping through the world. Rumble! The fire phoenix's claw collided with the blood-red palm. The terrifying energy tide seemed to want to destroy the entire world, causing countless mushroom clouds to surge. Ancient barbarian phoenix formation, Tianzhong Royal City's city protection formation. Fu Tianzhong had entered the tomb several times and obtained one of the few great opportunities. If he was at his peak, he would be able to personally preside over this ancient barbarian phoenix formation. Even the true king of the Second Order wouldn't lose the ability to fight. However, The poison in his body had yet to be removed, and his combat strength was reduced by less than a tenth. It also caused the power of the ancient barbarian phoenix formation to drop drastically, and it was not as powerful as the third level of the ancient barbarian phoenix formation at its peak. Although he had successfully blocked King of Bloody Cloth's blood-red palm, the surface of the ancient desolate fire phoenix was covered in crisscrossing and terrifying cracks. You can actually block a strike from me. Fu Tianzhong, I have underestimated you. A fierce light flashed in King of Bloody Cloth's eyes, and he stood up from his throne of bones. Rumble. In an instant, King of Bloody Cloth's energy soared wildly. A terrifying stench of blood erupted from all the pores on his body, spreading out and corroding the surroundings. Even his black hair had turned into a strange blood-red color. He looked like a legendary blood demon that had descended to the world, giving people the creeps. Die for this king. Rumble. King of Bloody Cloth stretched out his hand and pressed down. Another huge blood-red hand descended from the sky. However, compared to the previous attack, the power of this huge blood-red hand had increased by several times. Roar block at King Tianzhong also started to act fiercely. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, injecting it into the barbarian phoenix ancient formation. In an instant, the power of the desolate fire phoenix skyrocketed. Its body expanded more than twice in size, covering the sky and covering the sun. Even the terrifying wound was restored to its original state. Bang bang. Fu Tianzhong, I'd like to see how many blood essences you have that you can use. King of Bloody Cloth smiled coldly and instantly struck out with his palm. The next second, King of Bloody Cloth's eyes shifted and his blood-red eyes swept across the fire cloud King and King Anyang. You two, you aren't here just to watch the show, are you? Between the three of them, it was just a combination of interests, and there was no friendship between them. He didn't want to waste his time and effort to break the ancient barbaric phoenix formation, but in the end, Fire Cloud King and King Anyang got the upper hand. He King of Bloody Cloth, you must be joking. Since we have agreed to attack together, I won't go back on my words. King of Bloody Cloth, let's attack now. King Anyang and Fire Cloud King smiled awkwardly. If possible, they really wanted to see King of Bloody Cloth and King Tianzhong fight to the death. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. Unfortunately, King of Bloody Cloth didn't give them this chance. At this moment, if they continued to watch coldly from the sidelines, King of Bloody Cloth, this old thing, would probably stop fighting. In the next second, Fu Tianzhong, take my punch. Barbarian King, split open the sky fire cloud setting sun, kill. Rumble. King Anyang and Fire Cloud King both attacked at the same time. Although both of them held back and didn't use any of their trump cards, it still caused the pressure on King Tianzhong to increase exponentially. One after another, blood essence after blood essence were spat out from King Tianzhong's mouth as if they were free. The slightly blood-red face soon turned into a human face. Humph Fu Tianzhong, you still want to put up a stubborn resistance. Let's see how long you can last. Tianzhong Royal City. Within the mansion, Fu Lingmeng looked at King Tianzhong, who was on the verge of collapse, and her heart was burning with anxiety. A person's blood essence was limited. She was afraid that her father was a king, and the amount of blood essence he could produce was far beyond that of a 10th order warrior. However, there was also a limit to it. Furthermore, her father was still seriously injured, so he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the City Protection Grand Formation, the ancient barbarian Phoenix Formation, was broken, with the strength of the Fu family, it would be impossible for them to be a match for the three king warriors. What should they do? Right, Senior, as long as Senior is willing to help, with Senior King of the Second Order's strength, he would definitely be able to turn the tide and save them. In an instant, Fu Lingmeng was like a drowning person, grabbing onto her only life-saving straw. She immediately knelt down in front of Yang Fann and kept kowtowing. "To bang 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 Senior, I beg of you. Please show mercy and save my father. Save my Fu family. Lingmeng will be your slave and slave. She will be your slave and your horse. She will repay your kindness and kindness. Senior, please show mercy and save my Fu family. Please save my Fu family."